Chapter 641 Dance. Seeing Hathaway and her sister walking into the banquet hall, Baron Harvey Goffaro shrank subconsciously. He was holding a wine glass and chatting with two aristocratic ladies, hoping to leave a good impression in their hearts. But now, he completely lost the interest. He drained the wine in the glass, and found an excuse to get the wine, and put it aside. Two noble ladies. The soldak who made him feel extremely disgusted walked to the wine table, picked up 2 glasses of golden cider, brought them to his sisters Beatrice and Hathaway, and whispered to them with a mean smile on his face. As he spoke, Harvey wanted to rush up and slap Hathaway twice in front of him, causing him to lose all face. However, I heard that he was a knight from the guard camp. He touched the sword on his waist, and Harvey took only 1 step and retracted his foot. I still remember when I was a child. I often followed the two of them in their skirts, running around the yard. I don't know when the relationship between the Luther family and the Gopher family became tense. The two families no longer had the close interactions they had before. Harvey could no longer get close to Hathaway. But his sister Beatrice Liz has always been Hathaway's best friend, and she has never changed since she was a child. Now that the family is in a predicament, especially since the current predicament was caused by himself, Harvey no longer has the courage to appear in front of Hathaway. He found a corner to sit down and secretly stared at the blonde Hathaway talking with other noble ladies in the banquet hall. Her lips were like the most delicate red roses, and her eyes were like the most magnificent grandmother emerald. Her every smile is so charming. But Baron Soldak left the two of them behind, and was greeting other nobles in the banquet hall. He seemed to know Baron Ned Morse from the security camp in Venice City. Baron Morse was taking him with him. I know other young nobles. Harvey Gofellow stared at Soldak, who was surrounded by a group of young nobles. It seemed that the nobles in Venice City had accepted this country bumpkin, who didn't even have a last name. He raised his head, and took a sip of the wine in the glass. Drink dry? He didn't listen to a word of what Count Goffaro told him. He didn't even want to go up and say a few words to Soldak. Seeing that extremely disgusting face, he wanted to vomit. Soldak's face is not ugly, but every time he sees this handsome face full of sunshine, Hathaway's bright smile on that face will appear in his mind. And those green eyes were originally it should belong to him. And it might become even more confusing in front of him now, and in the future. He simply didn't dare to think about it. He felt like a coward. Baron Harvey asked himself, am I a fool? Am I a coward? No. I am not. I want to be a warrior who fights for love. He replied firmly from the bottom of his heart. He touched the sword at his waist, tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword and swallowed it under his forehead protector. He took 2 steps and stopped again. Now he can't even take out a gold coin from his pocket. And he owes a huge debt. If he had caused a scene at Lord Barham's ball, he might not have been invited to such a ball. He suddenly remembered that a friend had given him an idea, asking him to marry the daughters of 2 wealthy merchants in Venice City, and use their dowries to repay the debts he owed. At that time, the discussion was not over yet, and he rejected it righteously? What a big joke. When did the heir of the Goffaro family become so depressed? He is not willing to sacrifice his own happiness just for that ridiculous amount of money. Now that he thinks about it again, it seems that it is not impossible. He was going to take a chance. Maybe he could marry the daughter of the Earl's family. But he wanted to get Hathaway even more. Looking at the generosity of Marquis Luther, he felt that if Soldak was replaced by him, with the support of Marquis Luther, he could accumulate military merits in a few years and be promoted to a marquis, to restore the family's glory. Why should all the good things belong to that guy Soldak? It seemed that he was not the only one who had objections to Soldak at this dance. He saw another young man chatting animatedly with several ladies from noble families, while paying attention to Soldak's side from time to time. There was movement, and he kept looking towards Hathaway and his sister Beatrice, with a kind of obsession hidden in his green eyes. Harvey knew the young nobleman, but he didn't have much contact with him. Their friends were not in the same circle. That is Luke, the son of the Newman family, one of the many sons of Duke Newman. I heard that he also likes Hathaway, but he is much younger than Hathaway, and Hathaway has always treated him like a brat. Boy, who cares what a little kid says? Although Harvey didn't like him either. He hesitated for a moment, and decided to walk over with the wine glass in hand. Just as Harvey Gofellow was walking towards Luke Newman, Hathaway and Beatrice also noticed Harvey Gofellow. Hathaway poked her best friend beside her and whispered, asked, Beatrice, your brother is over there. Should we go up and say hello? After saying that, her eyes fell behind Harvey. Beatrice followed Hathaway's gaze, and saw Harvey walking towards Luke Newman, and said with some confusion, Don't he and Luke dislike each other? When did they get together? Then he said, Forget it. I don't want to hear anything about the family from his mouth. It's the same words every time. As if selling me can revitalize the family. He has never thought about how to do it. Restore the past glory of the Goffaro family with your hands and mind. Hathaway smiled softly and said, Maybe he has tried his best. The round-faced Beatrice smiled a little reluctantly and countered to her best friend. Don't you want to talk to him? Every time he sees you, his eyes hardly move. I heard he's been in some trouble lately. Hathaway avoided answering Beatrice's question. I owe a lot of money, but I don't have the money to help him. Beatrice curled her lips. She was still very complaining about her family. Soldak walked around holding the wine glass, and finally turned back and found Hathaway and Beatrice next to the dance floor. They rejected the two young nobles who took the initiative to talk. Soldak came up and asked, What are you two talking about? Hathaway smiled and said, We are talking about when you can take us to visit Wall Village. Soldak thought for a while, and decided that he could not keep summoning him all the time and accompany Hathaway and Beatrice back to Helensa city. After thinking for a while, he said, Sorry, I'm afraid I can't go with you this time. I may have to go to Constantinople to deal with some things. Hathaway and Beatrice stared at him with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Soldak quickly added, But you can take the magic airship directly to the city of Helensa a few days later, and we will meet up in Helensa. This is a good idea. Beatrice's eyes lit up, and she said. Soldak held Beatrice's hands with both hands, looked into her chestnut eyes and said, Before that, I want to meet Count Goffaro once, hoping that he will agree to my proposal to his daughter. It doesn't matter if he doesn't agree, Beatrice said firmly. Maybe he'll be willing to change his mind this time, Soldak said with a smile. Soldak always thought that this kind of dance was boring. Fortunately, Hathaway and Beatrice were with him this time. After a few laps on the dance floor, he found that the dance was coming to an end. He tried to get to know those young people, nobles, but after reporting their names, many nobles looked down on Soldak with an arrogance that could not be concealed in their eyes. However, due to Marquis Luther, these young nobles could chat with Soldak for a few words. Even if they had no chance to come forward to talk, they would stand in the outer circle and smile at Soldak, which was regarded as a formal greeting. Soldak didn't care about the looks of those people, and waited until the end of the ball before holding the hands of Hathaway and Beatrice and boarding the magic caravan of Marquis Luther's mansion. Chapter 642 Fulfillment. The magic caravan stopped in front of the hotel. Soldak opened the door and walked quickly to the hotel steps in the cold north wind. Beatrice put her hand out of the car window and said goodbye to Soldak. Soldak stood on the steps, turned back, and waved to the carriage, watching the magic caravan carrying Beatrice and Hathaway away, and then turned and walked into the hotel. When the group of fraudsters were arrested yesterday, some things in the hotel were smashed. Although the waiters had cleaned the lobby on the first floor, the damaged sculptures on the stair railings were still there, and one of the sculptures with a broken arm was still there. The beauty sculpture reveals a kind of incomplete beauty. Soldak's body has recovered, although his body is often weak due to insufficient carrying capacity. At least his mental strength has recovered to some extent. The nodes in his body are like the starry sky at night. As the night falls, more and more stars appear. Soldak's spiritual world kept flickering, and the divine power began to slowly recover, giving Soldak some confidence. Walking up the stairs, Aphrodite was waiting at the stairs on the 4th floor. She was wearing a loose nightgown with a slight smile on her face. She said to Soldak lazily, I thought you would just find a place and return there. Soldak saw a corner protruding from the long hair on Aphrodite's head, and subconsciously wanted to look behind her, as if the remaining part of her flesh wing was cut off. The roots of her wings have also disappeared, leaving only a flat back. But she never wears backless clothes, so the scars there can't be seen. Well, if time permits, I will try my best to come back. He rubbed his nose and said, and then extended an invitation to her. Would you like to go down for a drink? Aphrodite looked at him condescendingly, curled her lips, and did not reveal his hypocrisy. She only said, Forget it. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Will you come back tomorrow morning? Well, Soldak followed Aphrodite up and continued. I'm going to see Count Goffaro again. If that doesn't work, let's go back to Helensa. I don't have the patience to continue with him. Spend it. Aphrodite stopped, turned to stare at him and asked, It seems you have already thought of a countermeasure? Soldak opened the door to the room, walked in and lit the candles on the candlestick in the room, and then said, I am going to discuss cooperation with Count Goffaro first. become a business partner, and involve some interests together. He has been in trouble recently. Maybe we'll be tempted by my proposal. Wish you good luck. Aphrodite said, standing at the door of the room. She did not go inside, but returned to her room. The Newman family's magic caravan is parked on the street. The aristocratic neighborhood becomes very quiet at night, and occasionally knights from the guard camp on horseback pass by. The snow on this street has been cleared cleanly, and even the low shrub walls on the roadside don't have much remaining snow. Luke Newman was sitting on the soft leather sofa in the carriage. There were 2 goblets on the table. A maid was carefully peeling lizard fruits for Luke. Luke put his hands behind his head and lay comfortably on the sofa. He looked at Harvey Goffaro with a half smile and an expectant look on his face. He didn't think Harvey Goffaro was stupid before, and he even thought that Harvey might lead the Goffaro family out of the trough. But now he felt that he was too naive. He couldn't even hide the contempt in his eyes, and the smile on his face was a little stiff because it was too forced. He pointed at his face and asked Harvey Goffalo, "Is it because I have the word idiot written on my forehead that gives you the courage to say these words in front of me? Forehead?" Harvey Goffaro looked stunned, not expecting Luke to say this at all. Luke narrowed his eyes, leaned closer to Harvey and said, "It seems like you really don't know anything." Harvey looked a little unnatural and asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Luke spread his hands and put them on the shoulders of the 2 maids beside him, and said casually, "No matter how beautiful Hathaway Luther is, she doesn't belong to me now. There are so many beautiful and pure noble ladies in Venice City. When will the Newman family use some dirty tricks to chase women? Get out of here before I'm drunk and don't want to hit anyone. It's best not to let me see you again." Harvey's face suddenly turned red. He had been scolded a lot recently, but being scolded by a young kid like Luke Newman made him even more angry. He wanted to grab him by the collar. He gave him a good lesson. But seeing the eyes of the 2 guarding knights around him always staring at him, Harvey did not dare to move. He clenched his fists and said angrily to Luke, "Luke, I thought you were wrong." He opened the carriage door and jumped out of the carriage eagerly. The north wind outside is very cold. Let the wind blow. And Harvey came to his senses a little. He watched the magic caravan slowly drive away from the roadside, drew out his rapier, and struck it hard against the low bush wall. He stood there for a while to calm down. Calmly, he turned up the collar of his coat and walked awkwardly on the street. The north wind passed through the treetops, making a whistling sound. Harvey's face turned a little pale. This place was at least a few kilometers away from the Goffaro family manor. It was so late, and there was no magic caravan, so it seemed inevitable that he would have to leave. Go back. Such a long way. Such a cold night. He had never been so embarrassed. Luke Newman in the carriage raised his head and drank the wine in the glass, then used a dagger to pry open a nut himself and ate the kernel inside. "Master Luke, do you really plan to let that foreign noble go like this? Didn't you say you wanted to give him some love yesterday?" The knight on the other side of the carriage asked with a puzzled look on his face. Luke Newman had a contemptuous smile on his gloomy face, and said to his close associates, "Of course I want to give him some help, but not now. And I don't want to find a pig teammate. Harvey, that pig, can help. What are you busy with?" The sky was overcast, and the wind carried crystallized snow particles the size of rice grains, which hurt people's faces when they hit them. The residence of Count Goffaro. The old manor looked even more withered in the wind and snow. When I walked into the gate, I found that the lampposts on both sides of the main road were very worn. Between the lampposts made of marble, there were still some exquisite stone carvings, but these stone carvings had not been there for a long time. The repairs looked particularly old. The long years have weathered the surface of the stone carvings. So many lines have become very blurred. The front courtyard of Goffaro Manor is very well built, and the shrubbery and low walls are often trimmed, so it looks very neat. Walking up the stone steps, the steps made of polished marble are covered with anti-slip textures, but these textures are also somewhat blurred. This manor is built in a restrained style. Everywhere you look, the stone buildings are full of cultural heritage. Soldak walked into the manor this time at the invitation of Count Goffaro. Nowadays, the Goffaro family has entered the most difficult economic period. Although there are several shops in Venice City, these stores are facing a comprehensive loss situation. Cerdak asked the Thieves Guild Sophia to investigate the information about the Goffaro family. Cerdak has a very clear understanding of the internal situation of the Goffaro family. Among these shops, Cerdak was not familiar with the rest of them, but Rossi Leather Store was somewhat familiar to Cerdak. He is a half-experienced skinner himself. and the skins he peels need to be sent to leather shops for further processing. This is considered the upstream supply channel for leather shops. And the Garofalo family's purchase channels for raw hides were cut off half a year ago. The leather on the plane cannot be transported to the Green Empire. Now Rossi Leather Store has been struggling for more than half a year without supply of goods. The current turnover is not even enough to pay employees. At this time, the manager of Rossi Leather Store was standing at the foot of the steps in front of the main house of the Garofalo family. He saw a knight coming from the door of the manor from a distance and hurriedly greeted him. The leather store manager and Serdek had met once before. At that time, Serdek took out 2 salamander skins in front of the leather store manager and said that he wanted to discuss a long-term cooperative business. The leather store manager immediately asked. The manager was very interested. At that time, Serdek asked the leather store manager to take him to meet the real owner of the store on the grounds that the leather store manager cannot make the final decision on such a large transaction. So Serdek had the opportunity to enter the Garofalo family manor. The leather store manager stood in front of Serdek and said very complimentarily, "Baron Serdek, you are very punctual. Is Lord Garofalo here?" Serdek stared at the leather store manager and asked casually, "Of course. Please follow me." The leather store manager stretched out his hand to Serdek as a gesture of invitation, turned around and walked to the front to lead the way. The leather store manager climbed up the steps and passed through the outer corridor on the right. Serdek asked the leather store manager in front, "Are you familiar with this place?" The leather shop manager said with nostalgia, "Of course. I have lived here for nearly 7 years. I was a tanner in the manor before I came to the leather shop, and then I was transferred to Rossi Leather Shop." Entering the main manor house, the two walked into a hall. Serdek found that some of the walls in the hall where paintings were originally hung were now empty, and the paintings were gone. The main house of the Garofalo family has a field-shaped layout, with internal courtyards connected in all directions. At this time, there are several piles of snowmen piled in the inner courtyard. Some underage aristocratic teenagers are playing in the courtyard. The servants in the manor not much. The manager of the leather store took Serdek to a side hall on the second floor. Serdek saw Count Garofalo again in the room. He was sitting at a long table with his eyes closed and concentrating. The door was opened by the waiter. When he pushed away, he opened his tired eyes. Count Garofalo saw Serdek walking in behind him at a glance. His eyes were a little complicated. Serdek saluted Count Garofalo at the door. Count Garofalo pursed his lips and nodded slightly to Serdek. The maid brought tea, and Count Garofalo waved her hand to ask her to leave. In the empty hall, only Count Garofalo, the leather shop manager, and Serdek were left. No one had the intention to speak, and the atmosphere seemed a little dull. After not seeing each other for a few days, Serdek noticed that Count Garofalo had lost a lot of weight, and the wrinkles on his face had become very clear. The mean face looked at Serdek again. "I heard from Brunei that you want to do some trade with us." Count Garofalo's voice was dull, and he seemed to be a little depressed. The leather shop manager standing next to Count Garofalo bowed and said, "Baron Serdek said he has salamander skins in his hands." Serdek sat at the other end of the long square table and nodded. He said, "As a skinner on the battlefield, I have some stable sources of goods and can establish some cooperative relationships with the Garofalo family in leather making." Seeing that Count Garofalo was unmoved, Serdek directly took out 2 salamander hides from his magic pocket and placed them on the table. Serdek added, "I can provide sources of this quality." The leather store manager stood up, walked around the wooden table, and carefully inspected the 2 pieces of rawhide. He only glanced at it twice, and then raised his head and said to Serdek, "This is a salamander skin, but the peeling method is very poor, and the splitting is uneven. No, I am very good at cooking Warcraft leather, and there is a certain chance that the leather cooked by me can repair the original hidden damage on the leather. I can provide your leather store with some salamander hides of this quality every once in a while. This is considered a long-term and lasting business cooperation." So I showed my sincerity, and naturally I also want to meet the Earl. Sincerity? Serdek paused and looked at Count Garofalo with a somewhat aggressive look. Count Garofalo sneered. "What? Even if I say I don't agree, can I stop you? I haven't seen Beatrice for at least 3 months, since she has made up her mind not to go home. Does she still care about me? Do you agree?" Serdek stood up and said stubbornly to Count Garofalo, "I am here just to show my attitude. I can conduct some trade transactions with the Garofalo family within my capabilities, and I also want to gain your approval." Just as Count Garofalo was about to retort, the manager of the leather shop interrupted. "Your Majesty." Count Garofalo immediately controlled his emotions. and then said a little discouraged, "Since Luther chose you, what else do I have to say?" Soldak did not expect that the Goffaro family would be in such embarrassment. Count Goffaro spoke so forcefully and said with a dark face, "In this case, I will leave first." With that said, he stood up and left the conference room. "Baron Soldak, please wait." The Brunei manager of the leather store quickly stopped Soldak, then looked at Count Goffalo and begged, "Your Majesty the Earl, are you really planning to enter into business cooperation with our Goffaro family?" Count Goffaro opened his eyes and stared at Soldak and asked. Soldak stopped at the door and said, "Of course." Count Goffaro closed his eyes, sighed softly and said, "Okay. Tell Beatrice that you should go home at least once before getting married, since you are the happiness she is looking for. What reason do I have to stop you?" Chapter 643, Preparing to Establish a Private Army. After a complete piece of salamander skin is cooked, it is made into high-grade leather that is soft and can be carved with magic patterns. It takes at least 2 weeks in the leatherworking shop. The processing cost of this kind of high-grade leather in the leatherworking shop is also quite expensive. Since salamander rawhide is very rare in the magic market and is a top magic material for making elementary magic pattern structures, as long as this kind of fire attribute leather appears on the market, it will soon be bought by buyers who come after hearing the news. Many salamander skins are reserved in advance by regular customers in leather-making shops and never reach the market. Salamander hides sell for as much as 20 magic crystals on the market. Although magic crystals have been depreciating recently, if converted into Green Empire gold coins, 20 magic crystals can currently be exchanged for about 135 to 150 gold coins. Serdak and Brunei, the manager of the leather shop, agreed that every month, Serdak would sell 5 pieces of high-grade leather from second-level fire monsters to Rossi Leather Shop in the name of Wall Trading Company in Helensa City. At the same time, some first-level monster skins and ordinary animal skins will also be sold to Rossi's Leather Shop, with a monthly transaction volume of about 100 magic crystals. Although this transaction cannot effectively alleviate the debt pressure of the Goffalo family, it can at least relieve the Rossi Leather Shop from the current dilemma it is facing. Rossi's leatherworking shop takes the high-end leather-making route and has limited demand for first-level Warcraft leather. This time the sale of salamander skins was carried out in Goffaro manner. Serdak directly found 4 salamander skins folded into squares. The blood stains on them had condensed into tan. The head part of each skin was they were all incomplete. The Brunei manager saw Soldak take out 5 pieces of salamander leather in one breath. It seemed that there was still stock in the magic waste bag. "I hope Soldak can provide more sources of high-quality and high-grade leather." Soldak proposed to the Brunei manager that the additional second-level Warcraft leather needed to be settled in person with gold coins. The Brunei manager seemed a little embarrassed and said that he could complete the first transaction first and discuss subsequent transactions next month. During the whole process, Count Goffaro remained sitting on the chair opposite with a cold face. Even when Soldak left Goffaro Manor, his expression did not improve. Although Count Goffaro kept a straight face, this did not affect Serdak's mood. At least the purpose of his coming here has been achieved. Now he just hopes that the relationship between Beatrice and the family will not be so tense. It is also a good thing to establish some connections with the Goffaro family through the leather business. Although the amount of this transaction is not large, Soldak believes that since there is an exchange of interests between the two parties, the current relationship between the two parties can be maintained. As for whether Rossi Leather Store will settle the payment on time at the end of each month as promised, Soldak is not worried at all. He just briefly glanced at the leather supply and sales contract provided by the Brunei manager, and then casually put it into his magic pocket, saying goodbye to Count Goffaro and walking out of Goffaro Manor. The dangerous feeling of being stared at from behind slowly disappeared. Standing on the street, Serdak breathed out softly and thought, it seems the Goffaro family doesn't like their own people, and Count Goffaro is not the only one. A magic caravan drove out from the manor and parked next to Soldak. Brunei, the manager of Rossi Leather Store, stuck his head out of the car window and said kindly to Serdak, "Baron Serdak, can you please have lunch with me? I have made an appointment with someone, and a carriage will pick me up here." Soldak stood on the roadside and said to Brunei, the manager of the leather store, "What about the follow-up high-end leather business?" Brunei, the manager of the leather store, forced out a false smile and asked Soldak. Serdak hesitated for a moment, thinking that this matter could be left to Sander. So he said, "At the beginning of every month, someone will specially deliver the leather to your store. Remember to prepare the results of the previous month in advance. If the payment cannot be delivered in time, our transaction will be postponed to next month. If the delivery cannot be made for 3 consecutive months, our leather transaction will be interrupted on its own. This kind of salamander skin is the top material for making elementary magic pattern structures. The supply exceeds the demand in the magic market. Surdak delivers these high-grade leathers to Rossi Leatherworking Shop for cooking and selling, which is completely to give money to the shop. The Brunei manager also knew some of the transactions involved. Of course, he couldn't spit out the meat in his mouth, so he quickly agreed. Okay, I will definitely prepare the payment in advance. Seeing that Surdak just nodded and stopped talking, the Brunei manager patted the carriage with his hand, smiled at Surdak and said, "Goodbye, Baron Surdak." "Goodbye, Manager Brunei," Surdak said with a smile. A magic caravan stopped on the street. Surdak boarded the car, and the magic caravan drove away from Goffro Manor without stopping. Beatrice in the car looked at Soldak expectantly. When Hathaway saw Soldak leaning on the soft leather sofa to show off after getting in the car, Hathaway leaned over and pushed his shoulder, asked softly, "Dak, what's going on?" Soldak turned to Hathaway with a victorious smile, then stretched out his hands to Beatrice sitting opposite, and said with a smile, "At least it is a success for now." "Really?" Beatrice asked with her eyes widened in surprise. Then he threw himself into Soldak's arms without any scruples and gave him a sweet kiss. She put her hands on Soldak's shoulders and pressed her petal-like red lips to hers. She waited until she was about to suffocate before struggling to push Surdak away and retreating to the soft leather sofa opposite. Her eyes became a little confused for a moment. Blurred. Surdak recalled the ultimate fragrance and softness, feeling that Beatrice was like a hot flame, always positive and passionate about life, and at the same time so desperate. Of course, I successfully convinced Count Goffaro. He originally wanted to go into more detail, but thinking that Beatrice might feel embarrassed, he just said it briefly. Hathaway cheered and exclaimed excitedly, "That's great, Duck." It was as if she was the one to break free from the shackles of the family. Surdak leaned on the sofa, rubbed his growling stomach, looked out the window, and said, "We can have a small celebration at noon. Are there any restaurants nearby?" Hathaway leaned her head over, stared at Soldak and said, "Well, my dad asked me about you this morning and asked me if you had left Beta City. He wanted to see you." Soldak immediately sat upright, and then asked with some surprise, "Does Marquis Luther want to see me?" Hathaway nodded and revealed some inside information, saying, "It seems that he wants to ask you about forming a cavalry battalion. In addition to trying to lift the dragon's blood curse recently, Soldak was also raising a dragon and impressing Count Goffaro. He had no time to raise a cavalry battalion at this time. Seeing that Marquis Luther was so concerned about this matter, he said, "Oh, it just so happens that I also have something I want to ask him for help with." He touched his magic pocket and thought that he currently had a large amount of magic crystals and gold coins. If he wanted to build a cavalry battalion, in addition to finding suitable manpower, weapons, armor, and horses were also essential. Hathaway asked curiously, "What do you want to see him for?" Surdak answered truthfully, "If you form a cavalry battalion, you will also need to buy some war horses. I want to know where I can buy some high-quality war horses." Hathaway shrugged her shoulders, sat next to Soldak, and said, "I don't know this. When you see him later, you can ask him face to face. There are no large ranches in Bena province. The largest ranches in the Green Empire are located in the 2 provinces of Durva and Salta in the west of the empire. There are also ranches in some surrounding provinces, but they are not as large as those in these 2 provinces. Our ranches in Bena province are high-quality war horses basically come from there. But with the frequent occurrence of plain wars in recent years, the lords of various provinces are increasingly interested in war horses. And now it is difficult to buy war horses and male war slaves in the market." Marquis Luther was sitting in the study room dressed in fine clothes, giving instructions to Soldak. "It's just hard to buy, but it's not impossible. Now the price of war horses has been raised relatively high by the lords, who are actively planning to build private armies. The commodities in demand on the market are not just magic herbs, but all war-related materials are on the rise." There was no one else in the room. Even Lady Marianne and Hathaway were kicked out by him. He pointed to the stables next to the castle courtyard wall and said, "In the past, a high-quality war horse could be bought for only 10 gold coins. Now you can't even buy a male war slave in the market. Now a group of ordinary war horses can be bought. Tom's war horses also require 20 gold coins. I don't know if you can afford it with your current financial resources. If you are short of money, you can go to my manor outside the city and take away 500 horses. Of course, the premise is that you must find enough of cavalry. Serdek did not expect that Marquis Luther would be so generous. According to Marquis Luther, a horse is worth 20 gold coins. So 500 horses would cost at least nearly 10,000 gold coins. For 3 months ago, for Serdek, it was definitely a huge sum of money. But now it does not pose any burden to Serdek. Although the income from the sulfur mine cannot bear the expenses of a cavalry battalion, he now has more than one sulfur mine. Compared with this sulfur mine, the group of salamanders hidden deep in the lava mine can be regarded as Serdek's large assets, as well as the gold coins piled up in the treasure chamber. Now have 3 more boxes of magic crystals. Therefore, he planned to purchase a batch of war horses through Marquis Luther's channels, and then customize some weapons and armors. After finalizing these matters, he would return to Helensa city. Marquis Luther, I think I should bear the cost of buying the horse myself. I can still afford it. Serdek stood opposite Marquis Luther. Marquis Luther didn't hear clearly at first, but then he reacted and looked at Serdek in surprise and asked, Hey, is the sulfur mine under your volcano actually a rich mine? You are really lucky, but you have to figure it out clearly. The cost of raising a private army is far more than 500 war horses. In addition, armor, weapons, and some logistical supplies, including marching tents, rations, and other supplies. In addition, if you are not prepared to recruit new recruits, you also need to pay a considerable amount of salary for the veterans. Serdek showed an expression of being able to pay, and continued to ask Marquis Luther, Marquis Luther, if I want to buy weapons and armor, where should I go to buy them? Marquis Luther thought for a while, and then said, If it is an ordinary armor and the number exceeds 5,000, I would suggest going to San Carlos City, which has the largest blacksmith workshop in the Green Empire. Many of the Green Empire's troops have sophisticated equipment. It was made there. But if there are only 500 of them, they can be bought in Constantinople in the province of Bena. Actually, the military supplies department in Bena City also has a large inventory, but it is slightly more expensive than the ones at the blacksmith workshop. This is the fastest way to obtain military supplies. Marquis Luther added, I want to visit Constantinople, Serdek said. I don't care how you plan. Now that the name of your cavalry battalion has been approved by the House of Representatives, you can officially change the name as long as you prepare to build the cavalry battalion. You can also carry out some basic training during the winter so that you can catch up with me. Let's go to the Belan Plain together, Marquis Luther said to Serdek. It was the first time Serdek heard Marquis Luther talking about the Belan Plain. So he asked, Has the plan for the defense change been determined? Marquis Luther nodded and said, If there are no accidents, it will be the Belan Plain. However, this is not absolute. Once there is a problem in any plain, the Legion's defense destination will be changed at any time. There was a knock on the door, and Marquis Luther said casually, Come in. Lady Marian walked into the room with 2 maids, carrying some tea, and said to Marquis Luther, You have been talking for so long, and you are not ready to drink tea? Marquis Luther laughed and said, You didn't tell me that I really didn't feel thirsty. Now that I smell the fragrance of tea, my mouth feels dry. What are you talking about? Mrs. Marian placed the almost on the tea table in the study with her own hands and asked curiously. Marquis Luther said, Some things about forming a new army. There was light snow falling outside the window, and some fine snow particles fell on the glass outside the window, making a series of soft sounds. A trace of worry appeared on Mrs. Marian's face. She looked at the fine snow outside the window, sighed and said, I really hope the plain war can end soon. How could it be that easy? Marquis Luther said, standing behind Madame Marian, This time I don't need to go to the Warsaw Plain. It's just a small plain garrison. The task should be easy. You don't need to worry. If the situation there is stable. If so, I might take you and Hathaway over there to take a look at the scenery there. When Lady Marian smiled softly, her eyes looked very much like Hathaway's. Serdek heard someone calling him softly at the door, and turned around to find Hathaway hiding outside the door waving to him. Chapter 644 Buying a Horse. The city of Bena Ciudad is located in the southeastern corner of the ghetto of Bena Ciudad, just across the street from the slave market in Bena City. This is considered the largest horse trading market in Bena province. Due to its close proximity to the slums, this should be regarded as one of the worst security areas in Bena City. As soon as the Luther family's magic caravan arrived at the gate of the horse market, it was surrounded by a group of people. The coachman tried to use his riding whip to disperse the crowd from his seat. But those people didn't care in the face of the coachman's angry curses. The carriage was forced to stop at the gate of the horse market. This group of people surrounded the carriage of the magic caravan. One person reached out and pulled the door open. They looked like hungry refugees who had seen the free food and shouted hoarsely at Soldak. Hathaway and others in the carriage shouted, "Lord, do you want to buy a war horse? I have high-quality war horses in my hand. They are all selected from the pastures in the Gliava area of Salta province. Do you want to take a look? Lord, would you like to take a look at my Chinlin horse? Although it is a retired horse, there is absolutely no problem in bringing it back to the racecourse for breeding. Lord, whatever kind of horse you want, I can find it for you." Several people in the carriage were visiting the horse market in Beta City for the first time. Beatrice and Hathaway had never been to a place like this before, and were so shocked that they were almost speechless by the group of people outside. The magic caravan was forced to stop, and Cerdak jumped out of the carriage first. Seeing that Cerdak had a straight face and said nothing, and was clearly wearing the uniform of the guard camp, the group of horse dealers dispersed in dismay. Go find other nobles who are ready to buy horses. Hathaway and Beatrice in the carriage also jumped out of the carriage with Soldak. A group of people walked into the horse market. The smell of horse manure was everywhere. Fortunately, it was not summer, and there were no gadflies or flies. Next door is the cattle and sheep market. The cattle and sheep in the market are mainly used for meat. When passing there, the wooden poles on the street are covered with bloody fresh meat. Many citizens are willing to take the bus early to buy here some fresh beef. A groom followed Soldak. This groom was a horse breeder at the Marquis Lutheran Palace, and was said to be very experienced in watching horses. Hearing that Soldak wanted to visit the horse market in Beta City, Marquis Luther asked Soldak to take the groom with him. The groom was taciturn all the way, and when he arrived at the horse market, he followed Cerdak calmly. Many horses in the horse market were surrounded by fences. Several horse farm owners were leaning against the fence and chatting. It seemed that the topic was also related to horses. There was some fodder scattered in the manger beside the fence, and several horses were crowded together. The rest of the horses couldn't squeeze through. There are also some horses tied to wooden stakes. Most of these horses in the horse market are the most common ancient Bolai horses. There are also some tall draft horses. War horses such as Chinlin horses and black scale horses are rare. There are many people at the horse market. If someone stops by the fence, a horse farm owner will come over and introduce the basic information of the horses. Some people will complete the transaction and take the horses away. The road here is very muddy, and the soles of their feet are covered with mud when their boots step on it. Fortunately, both Hathaway and Beatrice are wearing swordsman light armor and long leather boots. But even so, the two of them are covered in mud. It was also difficult to walk on the muddy dirt road. Not too far from the entrance of the horse market, Soldak stopped in front of a fence. Inside the fence was a very majestic Chinlin horse. The coat color looked good, and the body shape and muscle lines were excellent. The horse attracted many onlookers. The horse owner stood in front of the fence and proudly boasted about the Chinlin horse. The Chinlin horse is a very high-quality war horse in the Green Empire. It has a stronger body than the ancient Bolai horse. Its explosive power and sprinting ability when running are much stronger than the ancient Bolai horse. Only in terms of endurance, Chinlin horse is slightly inferior to Gubwa Lai horse. I didn't expect that I would meet such a good war horse as soon as I walked into the horse market. Cerdak stopped and stood behind the crowd to listen to the horse owner's introduction. It was brought back from the Kenda Plain. The original owner was a construct knight. He died at the hands of a demon swordsman in the sealed battle of the Walla Valley. The horse was also injured at the time and came back from the frontline battlefield. He was almost too thin at that time, and he was transferred to me several times, and I carefully raised him for nearly half a year. Now he has recovered and is in good condition. Seeing Cerdak looking over here, he stretched his neck and introduced to Cerdak. Look at how tall it is, and how tight its muscles are. If it were on the battlefield, it would be an outstanding war horse that can run very fast. Cerdak was a little moved and asked, "How much are you going to sell it for?" The owner of the horse seemed to be very interested in Soldak, and immediately separated from the crowd of onlookers. Approached Cerdak, invited him to the fence, let him feel the majesty of the green-scaled horse up close, and asked him to stretch out his hand after touching the blue scales on the horse. He puffed up his chest and said proudly, 50 gold. I will buy this horse for only 50 gold. Of course. This saddle is mine, and will not be used as a gift. For you? Serdek didn't know how much a green-scaled war horse cost. When he heard the horse owner's quotation, he was slightly startled and said, "Well, it's so expensive." He got closer to look at the Qinglin horse. The horse was not timid, and was obviously a trained war horse. Serdek asked the groom behind him, "How is this Qinglin horse?" The Luther family's groom squinted his gray eyes, and took 2 steps forward. He squeezed in front of the fence, and observed carefully. The horse owner tried to explain to him, but was given a cold look by the groom. And then he said with a stern expression, "Take a step back." The groom whispered in Serdek's ear, "This is a retired war horse. Due to long-term combat on the battlefield, its body has accumulated a lot of hidden injuries. Even if we buy it back, it won't live long." The horse owner obviously heard what the Luther groom said, but he did not refute it. He just whispered next to Serdek, "Even if it can't go to the battlefield, it is still a good horse. It can be brought back to the ranch and used as a stallion. It will definitely help you earn back this expense." "You said being a stallion? That's it?" The Luther family's groom glanced at the Qinglin horse's belly and asked, "Do you think it can still be used?" The racecourse owner smiled sarcastically, his face turning red and white, and stopped answering. Serdek didn't just buy one horse this time. He wanted to build a cavalry battalion, which would require at least hundreds of horses. Seeing that the groom was really experienced, he decisively gave up on the Qinglin horse. Soldak pulled Hathaway forward for a while. The ancient Bolai horses in the fences on both sides looked a little thin. The groom followed Soldak and gave these thin horses a very mean price, carrying bags of wheat. "There may be no problem, but if you want to carry a knight in full armor, these horses will probably lie down on the spot before they can walk 20 steps. Skipping the group of skinny horses, Serdek saw another ancient Bolai horse with a tall frame tied to a wooden stake in front, which looked very powerful. The horse owner enthusiastically introduced the horse to Soldak, saying that it was a very experienced horse. The groom of the Luther family walked up to the horse silently, stretched out his hand to pull open the thick lips of the ancient Bolai horse, carefully looked at the teeth inside, patted the horse's head, and said to Soldak, "This horse almost 18 years old." The horse owner looked at the groom with an embarrassed look on his face, and watched Soldak and his party leave. Ordinary war horses gradually enter their old age after reaching the age of 15. This horse was obviously eliminated from the battlefield. There is a group of large horses in the fence at the back of the horse market. There is no one next to this fence. These horses are obviously more energetic than other horses in the horse market. They can still be in the fence on such a cold day. Feel free to move around. "Why is there no one here?" Serdek was a little surprised. The groom of the Luther family came up again and explained to Soldak, "These are hybrids of northern war horses and local horses, and they are all selected after being screened. They look strong and tall, but when they arrive it is very afraid of heat in summer. There is no flesh on its thighs, which means that its endurance and explosive power are very poor. It cannot run at all when charging. If you don't believe it, you can sneak around the field." After stopping the groom's comments, Soldak was a little frustrated. There were nearly 1,000 horses in such a large horse market. In addition to the war horses eliminated on the battlefield, there were just some miscellaneous horses. "There don't seem to be any good horses here. There are still a few Gubwa horses that can be trained into war horses. But even if I can pick them out, the owners of these horses are not fools, and they will never get any advantage in price." The groom looked at the fence around the horse market. Serdek was determined to buy some high-quality war horses. So he said, "As long as they can become war horses, it doesn't matter if the price is more expensive." The groom then wandered around the horse market again, and after almost patching things together among the group of horse owners, he helped Soldak select less than 30 Gubwa horses, just as the groom had said in advance. The horse owners were obviously reluctant to sell these good horses, but Soldak was a nobleman, and they could not refuse a nobleman without any reason. So they raised the selling price. Almost every horse was for a high price of more than 20 gold. Serdek bought the horses chosen by these grooms without even counter-offering, spending a total of nearly 800 gold. 3 months ago, this would have been almost all of Serdek's property. But now it is a trivial amount of money for Serdek, at least for the gold coins stored in the treasure room. 800 gold coins are indeed worth a fortune. Nothing. Looking at the reluctant look on the racecourse owner's face, it was obvious that he was reluctant to sell it at this price. The groom hired 2 helpers at the horse market. The 3 of them drove the 30 horses out of the horse market. When they arrived outside the horse market, they said to Soldak, I guess there are only so many good horses here that can be used on the battlefield. Unless a new racecourse owner arrives, there will be no need to come again within half a month. Seeing that Cerdak seemed a little incomprehensible, he added, now the Green Empire has very strict control over war horses. It is difficult for war horses from good racecourses to flow to the market. Now there are only these old horses left in the horse market. There's nothing we can do about it, the Marquis said. Baron, if you can't buy a war horse at the horse market, you can first go to the family's manor outside the city to pick some. The groom tactfully reminded. Soldak lowered his head and thought for a while, looked firmly at the horses behind him, and insisted, just want these first. These horses could not be fostered in Beta City, and could only be temporarily fostered in the Luther family's manor outside the city. The groom drove the horses out with 2 temporarily hired helpers. All 3 of them were good horseback riders, even if being able to sit firmly on a horse without a saddle. They had to drive the horses to the manor outside the city before dark, so they were walking in a hurry. There are 2 ways to transport them back to Helensa. The first is to take a magic airship. This method is convenient and fast, but Cerdak needs to pay an expensive freight. The other way is to directly we rush back to Helensa city from Bena City by land. However, it was winter, and there had been a heavy snowfall recently, so it was obviously inconvenient to take the land route. Now they could only pay the expensive freight and take the magic airship to transport these horses back to the city of Helensa. He, Hathaway, and Beatrice boarded the magic caravan waiting outside the horse market. Sitting in the carriage, Soldak scratched his head in pain when he thought that there was not even a decent horse market in Helensa city. Even if he wanted to buy a horse at a high price, he couldn't do it. I believe there should be no horse dealer in Helensa city who would dare to lie to him like this. Seeing that Soldak seemed worried about buying a horse, Hathaway looked at him with beautiful eyes and asked with some doubts, why don't you accept my father's gift? Cerdak stretched out his legs, took off his muddy boots, and threw them casually on the floor of the carriage. Then he finished and said to Hathaway, although those war horses are not serving in the army, I guess they should be the reserve of the Legion. Once a plain war breaks out, not only the knights will be damaged in each battle, but also the war horses. If we get 500 war horses from Marquis Luther, I guess at least half of the army's reserve horses will be taken away. If these horses cannot be replenished in time in the future, it will affect the continued combat effectiveness of Luther's army. In fact, one thing Cerdak didn't say was that he didn't want Marquis Luther to have some influence on his private armed forces. So I want to look around. Maybe someone is willing to sell them to me. You don't have to worry about my wallet. I found a group of salamanders over there. If I can kill them all, I should be able to get a lot of money. Soldak deliberately patted the money bag around his waist. I don't know what Beatrice would think if she knew that Cerdak's largest magic crystal was the money defrauded from the Goffaro family. Soldak continued. Next, I want to go to Constantinople. Marquis Luther said that there should be the armor I need there. Hathaway's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, my aunt happens to live in Constantinople. I want to go with you and visit my aunt along the way. Well, of course, I want you to accompany me all the way, Soldak said, holding Hathaway's hand. But he was secretly complaining in his heart. Every time he came to Beta City, Aphrodite summoned him with the summoning contract magic circle. If he and Hathaway rushed to Constantinople together, they would be with them day and night, summoning the magic circle. The formation can't last that long. Chapter 645. The Studious Iser. Hathaway was in a bad mood after not being able to go to Constantinople with Soldak. The main reason is that Lady Marian does not agree with Hathaway leaving Bena City. Perhaps she is worried that young lovers will secretly taste forbidden fruits during the journey. This kind of thing will happen frequently in the nobility, due to the customs of the imperial nobility. After formal marriage, previously, the woman had to maintain a holy body in order to receive the blessing of the goddess at the wedding. Once both parties lose control and break this relationship, it will often be difficult for the woman to hold her head up during the wedding. Even if she prepares a generous dowry, it will not help. Hathaway agreed to Soldak's proposal, and the relationship between the two took a further step. However, the more this happened, the more they should keep a certain distance before getting married, even for the sake of family honor. Not being able to go to Constantinople with Soldak, Hathaway was quite helpless and made an appointment to meet again in the spring. At that time, Soldak would lead the cavalry battalion to Bena City again to meet with Marquis Luther's army. They gathered together and rushed to the Bylin plain. Lady Marian was worried that the two girls, Hathaway and Beatrice, would be daring and would not even allow them to take the magic caravan to the airport terminal to see off Soldak. Hathaway and Beatrice stood at the gate of the manor, reluctantly sending Soldak to the magic caravan. Aphrodite finally boarded the magic airship flying to Constantinople. The ticket for the magic airship was purchased by the steward of Marquis Luther's mansion, which allowed Cerdak to book a room in the magic airship building, on the second floor. There are usually some luxury cabins here that only nobles above the Earl are eligible to stay in. In the name of Earl Luther's mansion, the butler can naturally buy the most luxurious cabin. Although this cabin is not big, it still has a small living room and a bedroom, in addition to a set of soft leather sofas squeezed into the living room. Apart from that, there is only a table by the window, and the comfortable and soft big bed in the bedroom almost covers the entire room. As expected, only the nobles can enjoy the best service, compared with those who have their legs stretched out. Not a straight little bed. This soft big bed can almost sleep 3 people side by side. There is also a washroom next door that can provide hot water. It is just as big as the entire room where Cerdak first took the magic airship. Cerdak boarded the magic airship, walked into the cabin with the crew's attentive service, gave the crew a tip of 1 silver coin, and sent him away. Cerdak did not return to the treasure chamber, but sat comfortably. Pour yourself another glass of wine on the sofa. Aphrodite followed Cerdak, walked into the cabin, sat on the soft leather sofa opposite Cerdak, stretched her body and said lazily, "I can finally return to Helensa. These days living in a hotel all the time is really dull and boring." Cerdak sat up straight, showed an apologetic smile to Aphrodite, and said, "Sorry, I didn't have time to tell you in advance. This is not a magic airship flying to Helensa City. Butler of Marquis Luther's mansion, what you bought for me is a magic airship ticket to Constantinople." Aphrodite stared at Cerdak with wide eyes and asked, "Hey, aren't we going back to Helensa?" Cerdak spread his hands and said slightly apologetically, "I changed my mind temporarily and thought of going to Constantinople to buy some armor. So before we return to Helensa, we have to go to Constantinople." Aphrodite rolled her eyes, laid down completely on the soft leather sofa, and said feebly, "I knew it wouldn't be so easy." Seeing Aphrodite sitting on the sofa glumly, Cerdak quickly came over and explained to Aphrodite, "Our sulfur mine business is over there, so we should go and check it out from time to time. Of course, this is not the main reason." Cerdak coughed, and then said, "The cavalry battalion I plan to build this time also has a time limit. Everything must be ready before next spring, including personnel, horses, and armor. Weapons, and a large amount of logistics materials can be used to board Marquis Luther's chariot. If you can't make it in time, you will miss such a good opportunity in vain. It sounds like a long time, but if you calculate it carefully, it is actually less than 3 months. Okay, don't lose your temper. Any war has costs, but in turn, the rewards are also very generous." Aphrodite rolled her eyes at Cerdak and then said, "It's not impossible to fly to Constantinople, but I must have the priority to know. You can't do everything without telling me. I thought it would be a surprise," Soldak said bravely. Aphrodite snorted in dissatisfaction, and then said, "I didn't feel much surprise, but I almost felt scared." The succubus did not get too entangled in this matter, and Cerdak almost stayed in Bena City all day these days, constantly consuming the succubus Aphrodite's energy every moment. Mental power. Even if Aphrodite is a succubus, such consumption of mental power is too much for her. After boarding the magic airship, no one will come to disturb her. The succubus is ready to have a good sleep. Cerdak returned to the treasure secret room, and happened to see the red dragon Iser waiting in the secret room. Israel must have been waiting for a while, and saw Soldak coming out of the void gate, and quickly put the head came closer, and looked at Soldak expectantly. After Cerdak fed Iser another red crystal, he taught the red dragon Iser the 16th rune broken. Lo! The red dragon still learned this rune very quickly this time. After Cerdak shouted this rune, he felt that the energy and blood in his body became more abundant. This was the first time that he had implanted the dragon bone into his body, and his body felt a little relaxed, and he had been maintaining it recently. The blessed body has a halo of power under its feet. Even so, its own carrying capacity is still very weak. In the past, when chanting broken, there was no such strong gain effect. This time it was roared out by the red dragon Iser, and Cerdak felt much more relaxed. Now the scales on Cerdak's arm have faded to only 2. After learning so many runes, there are still more than half of the unlearned magic crystals in the dragon egg. Serdek has begun to come into contact with the relevant knowledge of combining these mysterious runes. According to the images left by Lord Johannes, the runes combined are the true language of runes. The combination of these runes is together. They often contain powerful power. In Serdek's view, the greatest wealth that Lord Johannes left to Israel was not the gold coins and red crystals in the treasure chamber, but the dragon language runes contained in these magic crystals. The red dragon Iser learned a rune and did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Serdek expectantly. Serdek spread his hands to show that he no longer had any red crystals. But the red dragon still didn't have any. Leave. Serdek walked up and touched its cheek. The red dragon Iser suddenly became very gentle. But it still did not leave. The huge head roared at Serdek. And then it actually made a vague sound of Iser, as if ventriloquism. The red dragon's voice caused waves of echoes in the treasure chamber. And Serdek was a little surprised. Looking at the red dragon, Yssel opened his huge mouth to him again, and a series of vague sounds came out from the depth of his throat. Iser! This voice was clearly vague imperial language. I didn't expect it to be able to learn it. Although the pronunciation was still a little inaccurate, it far exceeded Serdek's expectations. In the process of continuous learning, Serdek found that he could not communicate with the red dragon Iser using these runic languages. So he wanted to teach the imperial language to Iser. The last attempt was obviously a failure, and the red dragon Iser did not have the vocal range of a human, so he could not imitate Serdek's correct pronunciation. Just when Serdek was about to give up, he did not expect that the red dragon Iser actually shouted his name in front of him. Iser! The red dragon roared again, as if it was speaking from its belly. Serdek reached out his hand with some excitement, pointed at the red dragon Iser and said loudly, "You are Iser!" Then he pointed to himself and shouted, "I am Serdek! Serdek!" Serdek pointed at himself and repeated, #%UN4 was another very messy and weird pronunciation. The red dragon was a little confused. He quickly retracted his huge head from the relief stone wall and disappeared in an instant. Aphrodite was on the magic airship. Serdek did not need to be summoned there, so he stayed in the treasure chamber to learn the language of runes. During this period, he also visited the sulfur mine to retrieve some red crystals. This time he almost came back with a whole magic pocket. It was already 3 days later when the red dragon Israel returned to the treasure chamber again. This time, it actually had a giant bison with black and blue scales in its mouth. Israel bit its spine and pulled it. The corpse was dragged into the secret room of the treasure. The blue-scaled and black-armored bison was almost as big as a wild elephant. Its neck was almost broken. There were clear fatal wounds there, and blood dripped from the neck. The red dragon Iser threw the bison carcass on the stone steps of the platform and roared to Serdek, "Serdek!" Then he shook his head and shouted, "Iser!" Serdek walked forward and found that this bison was very unusual. The shiny leather armor on its body was like scales, and it exuded a magical aura. It also looked like it had just died, although it felt like it had never been seen before. But Serdek was able to call out its name. Barbarian Bull. You don't need to look carefully to know that this is a magical beast, and its level will definitely not be lower than level 3. Even after death, the aura emanating from the body is inexplicably suppressed by Serdek. Ordinary second-level monsters can't give Serdek such a feeling. "Is this for me?" Serdek asked, pointing to his nose. The red dragon Iser actually seemed to understand and nodded hurriedly. Serdek walked into the wild bull. It seemed that the bull had just died. The blood on its body had not completely solidified, and the aura of the powerful monster was still dissipating little by little. Serdek was worried that the magic power would dissipate too quickly, so he quickly pulled out his skinning knife and started skinning the big guy. He was usually used to skinning salamander skins and dog skins, but now seeing such a huge high-level monster with leather as hard as iron, the skinning knife in Serdek's hand could not cut through the hard skin at all. In the end, Serdek found a gap to separate the skin and meat from the broken neck. He didn't know how much such a piece of cowhide was worth, based on the price of the previous crystallized salamander. Dozens of demons there are still crystal stones. But unfortunately, the tender beef is not the rare crystallized meat, which will inevitably greatly reduce the value. It took Serdek a whole day to completely dismember the black bull, and preserve the hide and flesh intact in the demon sealing box. As for the horned bull head that looked extremely precious, Serdek also failed to survive, because the blessing effect of the blessed body was about to disappear. If he lost the blessed body, his carrying capacity would be even less able to bear the dragon bone in his body. So without any hesitation, he directly opened the sacrificial altar, summoned the statue of gods and demons, and sacrificed the bull's head. Just as Serdek expected, the head of this level 3 monster gave him the high-level blessing hegemony. The main ability of hegemonic body is to relieve all negative effects. But it also has some physical and strength blessings on the body. Recently, his body has never been so relaxed. As if it were a big mountain pressing on him, suddenly disappearing and being able to breathe freely. The relaxation and joy it brings to the body is indescribable. He straightened up on the platform and put the remaining meat into the demon sealing box. The red dragon stayed with Serdek, watching curiously as Serdek processed the carcass of the bull, waiting until he put all the fresh meat into the magic sealing box. Although exhausted, Serdek only washed the blood stains on his hands with water. And before Aesir left, he began to teach Aesir the number 17 rune and the Grim Empire language, Eat. Israel still learned the runes very easily, but he was unable to speak the simple Imperial language. It took time to practice repeatedly. Last time when Serdek fainted in the treasure chamber, the red dragon Aesir retrieved some magical herbs from his plane. Due to not being properly processed in time, these magical herbs were facing a collapse of magic power, and many leaves were damaged. Magic herbs have withered one after another, and magic herbs have become almost extremely scarce in the Green Empire. Almost half of the magic potion shops have closed down. The remaining half of the magic potion shops that have not closed down have almost all added other products to their stores. Serdek didn't know how many magical herbs there were in the plane where the red dragon Aesir lived. He was going to ask Aesir seriously if he could collect them. He would try to collect as many as possible. There are so many herbs. No amount is too much. However, it is still difficult to communicate with Aesir now. I have to wait for it to learn more Imperial language before it can communicate normally. Chapter 646 Buying Armor. After the red dragon Aesir finished learning the new runes and the somewhat stagnant Imperial language, he exited the relief stone wall without looking back and slipped out to have fun. Serdek stood in front of the relief stone wall and knocked on the stone wall with his hand. It felt cold and hard. A faint layer of mana rippled on the relief stone wall, blocking the penetration of his spiritual perception. It was just as he thought. That way, it would be impossible to enter the plane where the red dragon Aesir lives. He guessed that some kind of magic barrier was imprisoned on the portal. Since the red dragon Aesir was involved, it was probably left by Lord Johannes. The magic on this portal has not weakened at all for hundreds of years. Look! Coming to the core center should be a very powerful magic circle. He was very curious about what was behind the relief stone wall, but he thought it should be where Israel had been living. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be a small plane over there. He wanted to go in and have a look, but he tried several methods. They are unable to pass this stone wall, so they can only suppress their curiosity and study the runes with great concentration, hoping that they can learn the true dragon language as soon as possible. In the past few days, Serdek stayed in the treasure chamber and concentrated on learning the language of runes. His learning speed has improved recently, probably because he is familiar with the writing and drawing methods of those runes. He has learned the 20th rune in just a few days. Writing Lamb? The learning process was also very smooth. According to Lance, the magic spells recited by magicians are actually a series of magic symbols derived from ancient Elvish language. After awakening the magic pool and entering the Junior Magic Academy, magicians first have to learn ancient to read and write Elvish. As long as you learn some simple ancient Elvish, you can learn some of the simplest elementary magic. Serdek didn't know whether there would be magic fluctuations and short-term magic gain when those ancient Elven languages were successfully drawn. But the effect of the rune languages he had learned so far was very obvious. Each rune had a very special effect. Unique magic effect. Short-lived but effective. The mental power has basically been restored to its original state. But the sea of consciousness in the body has undergone great changes. The two-faced, four-armed demon statue that originally floated in the endless void now occupies almost the entire space of the sea of consciousness. He could feel that the statue was as huge as the endless void. It was so huge that the upper body of the demon statue accommodated the entire sea of stars, while the lower body was just a dark star that continuously devoured all matter. As the sea of spiritual consciousness slowly recovered, those lit nodes lit up again, filled with majestic sacred aura. Since colonizing the keel, although Serdek has endured an overload of strength due to insufficient carrying capacity, his body has become much stronger under such huge pressure, and both strength and physical strength have increased a lot every day. It's a pity that I can't wear the Earth Shield magic pattern structure, so my combat effectiveness is much worse than before. Now Serdek's body is almost completely integrated with the dragon bone. After absorbing body nutrients and becoming a part of Serdek's body, The dragon blood in Serdak's body has been further strengthened, so his physique has also become invisible. The strength gradually increased, and the burden placed on him by the keel gradually decreased. Knights after reaching level 18 basically have to prepare for breaking through to the second level. Although the warriors at the peak of the first level break through the shackles, there are only one person who can become a strong person at the second level. But Serdak let's make some preparations for this. If a knight of the first rank wants to become a strong master of the second rank, he needs to understand the knight's holy seal, and he needs a steady source of power in his body. For magicians, the so-called source of power for the so-called second-turn powerful people is the contract partner they sign the elementalist. This kind of contract partner allows magicians to use the contract partner elementalist as a medium and bridge to draw a large amount of mana from the surrounding space and cast powerful 4th level group magic when performing large-scale magic. The source of power for warriors comes from themselves. First, let the body's strength, speed, and physique reach their peak through exercise. Through meditation, they can see clearly inside and gather a kind of attributeless chi in the body. In the body, it continuously circulates in the body, forming a source of power that is completely different from that of a magician. Only in this way can one have the opportunity to obtain the source of power. Serdak is currently standing at level 19 and has the conditions to find his own source of power and the knight's seal. However, Serdak's spiritual consciousness is quite special, and he doesn't know when he will be able to understand it. In winter in Osorno County, Bena Province, the vast land is covered with white snow, and the endless mountains are also dyed white. Although the forest roads extending in all directions in the mountains and forests have been cleaned up in time, the number of motorcades still decreases sharply in winter. Constantinople is located in the center of Osorno County, so it can be regarded as the material transfer and distribution center for the Tarapagan region. The city was built on a huge red stone. The most difficult thing in the city was to dig basements and wells. There was a lake under Constantinople. With the arrival of winter, the lake is covered with white snow. There are many workshops along the lake, including not only the largest fire-scale bomb manufacturing workshop in Bena City, but also the largest blacksmith workshop in Bena Province. This city can be regarded as one of the few in Bena City. There are several logistics cities that specialize in the production of military supplies. As plain wars break out frequently, orders from Constantinople come in like snowflakes, and a large amount of supplies are shipped out from here every month. After 9 days of finally arriving in Constantinople, Serdak took Aphrodite off the magic airship, because the land route was blocked by heavy snow. The airport terminal in Constantinople seemed extremely busy. When Serdak stepped down from the airport tower, he also saw the magic airship loaded with cargo turning on the flotation device at full strength and quickly rising to the sky. Coming to Constantinople for the second time, Serdak had a deeper understanding of this city. Compared with the comfort and tranquility of Helensa, this city was more like a war beast that was fully launched. The industrial area here is shrouded in layers of smoke. Even in winter, people's lives in the city still seem extremely busy. Even the pedestrians on the street are in a hurry. The Mage Tower in the distance and the chimneys in the workshop area are far apart in this city. To the north of the city is the Irving family castle with a history of several hundred years. Serdak did not see the Temple of Liberty in the city. It can be said that the entire Constantinople is based around the Irving family castle, with circles spreading out from the center of red rock. Originally, it was just Irving. After hundreds of years of development, the center of the family's territory has become a small city with a population of less than 500,000. Most of the towns here have a direct relationship with the Owen family. Unlike the Christie family in Helensa city, the Owen family has absolute say in Constantinople. The city's parliament and House of Representatives are more meaningless. Furnishings. First, he found a hotel to stay in near the workshop area in the city. Aphrodite was very interested in such a small town where he could freely breathe fresh air in the city. This is different from Bena City. Adventure groups, mercenary groups and demon hunters can be seen everywhere in Bena City, as well as some magicians. Aphrodite must be careful to avoid the sight of these people. So in Bena City, she could hardly go anywhere in Nanchung. Constantinople is similar to the city of Helensa, so there are not many professional demon hunters and magicians in the city. So Aphrodite has much more space for activities than in Bena City. Serdak gave the hotel waiter some tips and asked him which blacksmith workshop in the city could make the most sophisticated armor. The hotel waiter replied without thinking, all the better blacksmith workshops in the city are controlled by the Owen family. As long as you see the blacksmith workshop with the Owen family emblem on the plaque, it can basically produce high-quality ironware. The only difference is that most of the blacksmith workshops here are controlled by the Owen family. So the division of labor is very clear. If you want to buy a complete set of armor, going to the blacksmith workshop is far less convenient than the Owen trading house. It was not too late, and Serdak was not too hungry. So he and Aphrodite walked out of the hotel and walked into the workshop area. As the hotel waiter said, the ironware produced by the blacksmith workshops here is very unique. However, since each workshop processes the same type of ironware in large quantities, these ironwares are all very finely forged. The workshops all have some very convenient special molds. Serdak visited several blacksmith workshops. When the workshop owners heard that Serdak said that he wanted to buy some armor parts, they all expressed their desire to buy a complete set of armor. The trading house is more convenient. Having no choice but to wander around the workshop area for a long time, Soldak had no choice but to return to the city's Central Street and look for a trading house with the emblem of the Owen family. Central Street is close to the first intersection of the South City Gate. A large trading house spans this street to form a huge arch. This is a 4-story building, 200 meters long from east to west. On Soldak, I also noticed this place when I first came to Constantinople, but I didn't expect that it was actually the trading house of the Owen family. Opposite the trading house is a square. There are many magic caravans carrying goods parked in the square, and the door of the trading house is also very lively. Many merchants come out of the business with a large amount of goods, load the goods into the magic caravans on the street, and then rush the magic caravan loaded with goods left Constantinople from the South Gate. This trading house looks like a material transfer station, and business is very prosperous. Boxes of goods were loaded onto the truck, counted, checked, and finally driven away on the carriage. The process was all carried out in an orderly manner. Serdak and Aphrodite looked at each other. Such a large-scale trading firm was rare even in Bina City. They followed the flow of people into the trading firm and met an employee of the trading firm. Seeing the noble emblem on Serdak's chest, he immediately became very respectful and said, "My Lord Baron, may I ask what you need? There are many types of goods in our business, so we are divided into several areas. Here it mainly sells cotton, linen and wool, as well as some silk threads and semi-finished clothing. If you want to buy wool and leather, you can also find it here. I want to see a complete set of metal armor." Soldak interrupted the introduction of the employees of the trading bank and took a look inside the trading bank. Countless pieces of cloth almost filled the shelves. The merchants in front of the counter were also selecting various fabrics. The store clerks took out bundles of fabrics from the shelves and then piled them on the counter. "Is the armor used by infantry or cavalry?" an employee of the trading bank asked. Marquis Luther suggested that Soldak form a more mobile cavalry battalion. Although the investment was a bit larger, more military achievements could be gained during the war. Soldak had already considered it and did not hesitate. Said, "Cavalry." The employee of the trading company quickly led Serdak through the cloth and daily supplies area and came to the goods yard that looked like a large warehouse. There were dozens of metal armors here. All of them were arranged very neatly, and there was no such wooden armor here. At the counter, there were many other buyers in this large warehouse. An employee of the firm stood in front of a row of fine steel half-armors and introduced, "We have a complete set of ordinary half-body armor. This kind of half-body armor is the best choice for junior cavalry, although it does not have armor skirts and leggings. When choosing armor for a war horse, you can choose the kind of armor that comes with leggings. This kind of complete set of half-body armor has average defense and needs to be carefully maintained with grease. Otherwise it will rust quickly. Each set of armor requires 3 gold and 15 silver. The employees of the trading bank saw that Soldak was not interested and knew that the Baron in front of him was not interested in this kind of basic armor. He quickly pointed to the side with his hand and introduced, "There is also a complete set of silver-plated half-body armor here. This kind of armor can effectively prevent the corrosion and rust of the armor when fighting in wet and rainy conditions. This is the first choice for forming a personal guard. The cavalry can almost serve as a guard of honor by wearing this silver-plated armor. Is there anything better? What I need is the kind of full-coverage armor worn by knights in the guard camp." Serdak stood in the warehouse and looked around. He had already seen those complete sets of full-coverage armor. Looks very similar to the guard camp standard armor. The employees of the trading bank quickly took Soldak and walked over there, saying as they walked, "There is full-coverage heavy armor over there. This kind of armor is commonly known as iron cans. It has excellent defensive power, but the only drawback is that it is too heavy for cavalry. There are very strict requirements for both the cavalry and the war horses. and the cavalry with insufficient strength will soon be overwhelmed by such heavy armor. After walking in, Serdek discovered that these full-coverage armors were just as the employees of the trading company said. These full-coverage armors were somewhat crudely made. They were placed on the ground one by one, more like some sculptures. Are there any more sophisticated ones? Serdek pondered for a moment before saying. He didn't want to buy back some useless iron cans. Of course. Please follow me. The employee of the trading company immediately led Serdek to the other side of the warehouse. Chapter 647 Night in Constantinople. There is plenty of light in the warehouse, and a row of neat skylights are opened in the center of the arched dome, making the warehouse not look stuffy. It's just that there is no heating facility in the warehouse. Constantinople is still relatively cold in winter, although there is no cold wind in the warehouse. Water drips into ice. The entire warehouse was almost filled with all kinds of armors. Serdek was taken to the northernmost area by the trading bank employee. The full coverage armor displayed here looked relatively sophisticated, and even had a thin layer on the surface. The black iron plating made the entire full coverage armor look black and shiny. Serdek walked to the side and picked up a helmet with a protective mask from the armor. This set of full cover armor is not much different from the standard armor issued by the Knights of the Helensa guard camp. It is just that the details of the seams and riveting of the armor parts are more refined. I tapped the helmet with my knuckles, and the sound was a bit dull. Excellent workmanship. An employee of the trading bank stood aside and introduced to Serdek. This full coverage armor is the most sophisticated standard cavalry armor we have here. Serdek looked at it and felt that it looked much better than the previous armors. So he asked the employee of the trading bank, "How much does this set of full coverage armor cost?" The employee of the trading company pointed to a polished copper sign in front and said to Serdek, "This kind of fine full cover armor with black iron plating costs 20 gold per set, and our trading company will be responsible for it for subsequent maintenance and repairs. If you need more units, I can apply to the manager for a certain discount." Serdek had previously discussed this type of full coverage armor with Gwendolyn in the guard camp, so he knew the market price of this type of armor. In general, it was worth so much. And Constantinople, the full coverage armor here is also coated with black iron metal plating, which looks more upscale than the standard armor of the Helensa guard camp. "I'm going to buy 500 sets of full coverage armor," Serdek said. Although this kind of armor can also be purchased in Helensa city, most of the trading houses there also order it in Constantinople. Instead of doing that, it is better to come over and pick it up yourself. The employees of the commercial bank did not expect that Serdek would say this, and were stunned for a moment. "Lord Baron, please wait a moment. I will go to the manager of our commercial bank. For large transactions, our manager will communicate with you directly." With that said, he turned around and walked quickly towards the front hall. There are some other buyers in this warehouse, but they are all negotiating with the employees of the commercial bank. Some have already selected the armors they need, and some employees have begun to load the cheap armors onto flatbed trailers. It didn't take long for the store manager to rush over. He asked Serdek tactfully, "I heard from my clerk that you want to buy 500 sets of exquisite full coverage armor?" "Yes, I do need these sophisticated armors. The number is about 500 sets," Serdek said. The manager of the trading company took out a set of full cover armor, deftly split it into parts, placed them neatly on a wooden table, and began to introduce it to Serdek seriously. "The inner layer of this armor is made of fine, it is made of steel, and is only coated with a layer of magic black iron dye to make it look like it is made of black iron. However, apart from preventing rust, it actually has no other effect. After every battle, the coating peels off. It needs to be repaired in time. After all, this is a sophisticated full coverage armor. There is no magic metal and no magic patterns. So this full coverage armor does not have any magical properties except for providing a layer of protection for the cavalry. Such a set of full coverage armor can be purchased in Constantinople. A set costs 20 gold. The income of an average civilian family needs to be saved for at least 2 years before it is possible to afford such a set of sophisticated armor." Seeing Serdek's hesitation, the business manager quickly introduced. "Guard camps in many cities in the northern region of Bina province purchase this kind of full coverage armor. The more advanced full coverage armor contains some magic metal. Those armors we have not yet mass-produced it in Constantinople. And the handmade armor in the workshop is at least 5 times more expensive than the armor of this standard. If you are really prepared to buy 500 sets at once, then you will become a big customer of our firm, and you can get some discounts, which can reduce the cost by about 1/10. This is also my maximum authority. the manager of the firm finally added after saying this. He stopped the topic and gave Serdek some time to think about it. Okay. Help me prepare 500 sets. In addition to this full coverage armor, I also need some other supplies. Serdek finally made up his mind and said to the manager of the trading company. Baisheng Trading Company came from Heilong after Sa City disappeared without a trace. There is currently no such large-scale comprehensive trading house in the market of Helensa City. What else do you need? The store manager asked curiously. In addition to 500 sets of full-cover armor, Serdek also bought a complete set of standard saddles, marching tents, iron pots and other supplies from the trading house in Constantinople, all of which are necessary for a private army. For supplies, Serdek even prepared a receipt for this. After asking the manager of the trading firm, he found that this trading firm had almost everything, but the price was indeed much cheaper than Helensa. So Serdek made a decisive decision to buy everything in one place at this trading house. Serdek did not expect that the cost of building a private army would be so high. 500 sets of full-cover armor, standard saddles, marching tents, and iron pots cost nearly 13,000 gold coins in total. The current exchange rate between magic crystals and gold coins, the ratio is 1 to 7. If converted into magic crystals, this transaction consumes more than 1,700 magic crystals in Serdek's pocket. If you buy another war horse, you will need to prepare at least 2,000 additional magic crystals. Even so, weapons, magic scrolls, and marching rations are not yet included in Serdek's military expenses. Regarding the weapons of the cavalry battalion, Serdek decided to wait until he returned to the deserted land and recruited the cavalry before deciding. The blacksmith workshop in Bena City is good at forging sword weapons. The fine weapons of the cavalry battalion are usually shipped from other provinces and can only be purchased in the trading house of Bena City. The price of weapons also fluctuates the most, so there is a world of difference between a good weapon and a bad weapon. In addition, the Lord's private army also has to pay a salary. Yes, recruiting veterans to join the army costs a hiring fee. Of course, if new troops are recruited, Serdek does not need to pay this fee. Serdek's cavalry battalion has an official military designation, so it can recruit new local troops. According to the national recruitment system, Serdek's cavalry battalion can absorb some young people from the empire and let them serve in the cavalry battalion for free for 4 years. But Serdek doesn't want to do this. Instead of recruiting new soldiers to die on the battlefield, it's better to find some veterans, even if you spend some money. Therefore, he prefers to recruit veterans with combat experience. In the Green Empire, as long as they have served 4 years in the military, they are considered official citizens of the empire. These citizens have the right to refuse the recruitment order issued by the lords to re-enlist in the army. Of course, the lords can spend a sum of money and some land to hire these veterans. Get them back on the battlefield. Marquis Luther's suggestion to Serdek was to recruit some new troops with basic skills from the Knight Academy. These graduates have 4 years of military service, which can save some military expenses. Moreover, they graduated from the Knight Academy. Although they lack actual combat experience, they are more obedient. The graduates of the War Academy also have certain combat qualities and are very easy to manage. Serdek has also been hesitant recently. Marquis Luther fully considered that this mission was to change defenses in the Belan Plain. There is a high chance that this defense change will not be involved in a plain war. Serdek can directly train his troops in the defense area of the Belan Plain, or he can lead a cavalry battalion to unexplored areas to train his troops and expand the empire's army at the same time. Territory. For small lords like Serdek, the land developed after the war will be distributed according to the 433 land distribution method. 40% of the land will go to the pioneers, 30% of the land will go to the plain lords, and 30% of the land will go to the Green Empire. Sir After Dark becomes a noble and has his own private army and becomes a small lord. He can enjoy this law and open up new territories in the plain. The manager of the trading house originally planned to introduce a horse-drawn carriage to help Serdek transport these supplies back to Helensa City. But Serdek had no intention of hiring a carriage dealer. He borrowed a small warehouse from him and promised to transport all the supplies before noon tomorrow. Faced with such a potential big customer, the manager of the commercial bank readily agreed, and quickly ordered people to move the materials to a small independent warehouse behind the commercial bank, and handed a warehouse key to Serdek. The succubus Aphrodite wanted to take a good tour of Constantinople. She leaned at the door of the small warehouse, looked at the 500 sets of full-cover armor in the warehouse, and glared at Serdek. This forest city is particularly beautiful in winter. The streets and alleys of the city are filled with neat piles of wood. These firewood will help the citizens survive the cold winter. Constantinople in the evening. The glass windows of some buildings there was a soft and warm light in the room. And the aroma of dinner was wafting everywhere in the street. Aphrodite originally wanted to find a good high-end restaurant and enjoy the food of Constantinople. Unexpectedly, Serdek planned to make her a hard porter. He was treating a succubus of extreme contempt. I won't do it. The summoning spell is not used like this. You know how much mental energy a summoning consumes. Aphrodite decisively protested to Serdek. His attitude of squeezing the last drop of blood and sweat from the workers was like an evil capitalist who would never feel like he was doing too much no matter how much work he did. As long as I hold on for one night. It may not take more than a few times. I will try to fill up all the magic pockets, and then return to the treasure chamber after crossing the void gate. Soldek said his plan. He wanted to make full use of this time at night to transport the materials in the trading company's warehouse through the summoning door, and transport these materials back to the treasure chamber in Pudu Mountain. This is much safer than hiring a team of horse-drawn carriages to transport these supplies to Helensa city by land. You must know that every winter, bandit gangs are particularly rampant in the mountains. Hiring a horse-drawn carriage to transport such a large amount of supplies back still involves considerable risks. Serdek ignored Aphrodite's protest and ran directly to the warehouse. Took out the spare magic pocket. Quickly introduced the materials in the warehouse into the magic pocket. And then stood before Aphrodite with a smile on his face. Waiting silently beside you. Seeing Serdek's rogue appearance, Aphrodite was a little dumbfounded. She could not persist until the end, but opened the door to the void for Serdek. And then Serdek quickly stepped into the void. After returning to the treasure chamber, Serdek took out almost everything in his magic pocket in an attempt to free up more space. While the void gate did not disappear there, he returned to Constantinople again. Aphrodite didn't know how many times Serdek had to go in and out of the void gate to move all the goods in the warehouse. But she did not call repeatedly. She kept the void gate open. Serdek was worried that Aphrodite wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would always run along no matter what she did. He couldn't even remember how many times he ran back and forth that night, until he ran out of the void gate with 3 empty magic belts and saw that the warehouse was empty. Except for Aphrodite. There was nothing else in there. And only then did he realize that he had transported an entire warehouse of supplies back. It was already late at night when we left the material warehouse. The streets of Constantinople were deserted, with only night watchmen carrying lanterns walking around on the empty streets. All shops are closed, Aphrodite said angrily, probably because she consumed a huge amount of mental energy. Her face was a little pale. Serdek shook his sore arm. And then he felt very hungry. So he asked the succubus with concern. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Aphrodite said reluctantly. Where can I get food at this time? The hotel may not be able to provide dinner. After all, it's so late. Serdek looked around and saw that the shops on the entire street were closed. I know where I can find some food. Do you want to sit down? He asked Aphrodite. Of course, Aphrodite replied. Although Serdek was not very familiar with Constantinople, he still found a tavern that was still open at such a late hour. He opened the door and walked in. There were at least 7 or 8 tables of drinkers in the tavern, and they were all drunk now, but had no intention of leaving at all. It was warm in the tavern, and the room was filled with the smell of alcohol. The succubus, who walked in behind Serdek, frowned. Serdek walked straight to the bar, ordered 2 glasses of ale and a small plate of nuts from the bartender, and asked what was available in the pub to fill his stomach. Smoked fish and sausages. Either? The bartender placed 2 glasses of ale in front of Serdek and asked. I want some. Serdek sat on the high chair, glanced at the succubus Aphrodite, and replied. The bartender recognized Serdek's foreign accent and asked with a smile. Are you from other places? Yeah. Serdek didn't think it was anything and replied. The bartender glanced at Aphrodite, gave him a look that any man could understand, and asked him, Do you want a room? We also provide accommodation here. Serdek waved his hand and said, No, we have a place to live. Okay, the bartender said, having already placed a plate with smoked fish in front of Serdek. Chapter 648 Night in Constantinople 2. On such a cold snowy night, I drank some ale and ate some of the sausages and smoked fish served to the drinkers in the tavern. I felt that except for the lack of variety in the food, everything else was okay, and I felt more free to order. You could avoid the complicated restrictions found in high-end restaurants. The taste is also very delicious when paired with the ale. In pubs, many dishes are salty to match the ale. These are like some salted nuts. which tastes crisp and flavorful. The arrival of Cerdak and Aphrodite restored some vitality to the originally quiet tavern. Several drunken drinkers looked at Aphrodite's back with their eyes straightened. There was no bar girl in this tavern. The drinkers at that table gathered together and whispered a few words. Among them, two strong men wearing hard leather armor came over unexpectedly, holding large ale glasses. Sitting silently on the seat next to Aphrodite, the man grabbed a large wine glass on the bar and did not come over to chat with Aphrodite. He just asked the bartender to fill up the ale in their glasses. The amber liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. The man wiped it with his sleeve, wiped his beard. "Do you know?" One of them spoke loudly. "Last winter, around this time, I saw a bandit group of more than 100 people in the mountains. They were trying to cross the middle section of Makuri Mountain. At that time Guluo and I were only a few meters away from them. Worry about being discovered by them. We hid our bodies in the snow pit and hid silently for a long time. When they walked away, we both lay in the snow pit with our hands and feet numb. So cold that I can't control myself." They just talked loudly about the dangerous experiences that happened to them, as if this was the only way to show how brave they were. From their words, it can be heard that these two strong men seem to be hunters. They specialize in finding some rare pets for their employers, and occasionally hunt low-level monsters. However, it seems that in these mountains and forests in the central Terrapagan region, Warcraft has basically become extinct. If you want to hunt monsters, you must go to the Paglos Mountains. Aphrodite lowered her head and slowly took a sip of ale before a trace of color returned to her face. It seemed that the frequent activation of the summoning circle this time was very taxing on her body. The succubus tied up her long hair high and covered the two corners of her head. She looked like a cold beauty. She was not wearing the mithril mask of the faceless man, with a faint smile on her delicate face, and she was listening to the conversation of the two strong men beside her. Soldak lowered his head to eat the smoked fish. He glanced at the drinkers around him. Some of the drinkers, perhaps drunk, opened their thick cotton coats, revealing their chests covered with chest hair. "Do you two want to stay? I have a relaxing room here," the bartender asked the strong man. "Rich." Before the strong man could finish speaking, there was suddenly a loud rumble outside the tavern. Cerdak has been in the guard camp for so long, especially when he participated in the defense battle of Vosmara City. Naturally, he is not unfamiliar with this kind of sound. This is the explosion sound after the detonation of a large fire-scale bomb. On top of Walmart City, hundreds of fire-scale bombs would be thrown into the city by trebuchets almost every day, exploding among the H.L. dogs. Cerdak suddenly woke up from his reverie. This is the hinterland of Bina province. Yet there are occasionally some gangs of robbers haunting the surrounding mountains. This may not be too surprising. But if there are people in the fire-scale bomb was detonated next to the city wall, besides the fire-scale bomb self-exploding, could anyone use it intentionally? Just as he hesitated, the sound of fire-scale bombs exploding in the distance was heard one after another. Cerdak suddenly stood up from the bar, threw 2 silver coins on the bar, and walked quickly towards the door of the tavern, followed closely by Aphrodite. A group of drinkers in the tavern also heard the explosion, and were shocked by it. When they saw someone walking out of the tavern, they were ready to follow him out to see what happened. Cerdak stood on the street and happened to see a series of fire flashes in the northwest corner of Constantinople, followed by a series of explosions. Then someone rang the big bell on the clock tower in the city, and the bell never stopped ringing. The drinkers in the tavern were the first to come out to the street, and everyone looked into the distance with panic on their faces. Then some surrounding citizens ran out of their homes wearing coats, some wearing only fur coats, and some even wearing pajamas. Many people's eyes were filled with fear, and some kept asking other people around them, "What happened?" Everyone ran towards the square where the bell tower was located. No one knew what was going on, but the bell tower in the city continuously rang the alarm bell, informing all citizens that something big had happened. People woke up from their dreams one after another, and left the house without having time to get dressed. They ran out, and the street seemed a little chaotic. A group of knights passed by in a hurry on the long street, and the direction happened to be where the explosion sounded. In the chaos, some people ran against the current into the city. Some people asked those who ran back, "What happened?" The man running towards the city said in a panic, "There is a war. There is an army outside the city. Now it has attacked the city wall and is fighting with the city defenders." "Where did those enemies come from?" Someone in the crowd asked again. "I don't know," the man running toward the city said in a panic. He wanted to continue running inside, but was blocked by a group of people and couldn't get out no matter what. Someone in the crowd asked again, "Alien or human? He seems to be a country bumpkin from the northern part of Terrapagan." The man's voice was hoarse, and his voice was trembling. At this time, a rumbling cry of killing came from the city gate. The city was in chaos. From time to time, cavalry teams passed through the streets. The citizens in the city moved to both sides of the road to avoid them. This night is destined to be less peaceful. Cerdak did not expect that when he arrived in Constantinople, he would encounter such an incident. He was actually very curious and wanted to go to the city wall to see what was going on. So he kept walking towards the northwest corner of Constantinople in the crowd. The city was much bigger than he thought, and it was usually full of flowers during the day, traveling around in a magic caravan. No matter where the destination is, the carriage will arrive quickly. So the feeling is not that accurate. But now the city is in chaos, and the magic caravan can't be found at all. If he wants to go to the northwest corner of the city, he can only rely on his feet to walk through the streets and alleys of the city. The succubus Aphrodite followed him, and she retreated into the shadows. Her body gradually faded and merged with the shadows, blurring like a shadow. "What should we do? Do we want to leave here as soon as possible?" The succubus felt that he should not be involved in the battle in Constantinople, since he had purchased the full coverage armor. He should leave as soon as possible. "Let's take a look at the situation first," Cerdak replied. The further we walked, the more people crowded together on the streets. A little further on, the streets were crowded with infantrymen of the city defense. The infantrymen of these guards held weapons in their hands and carried weapons on their backs. The shields were lined up neatly, and it looked like there were too many people in the crowd to move forward. The street was even crowded with a group of cavalry from a guard camp, as they carefully controlled the horses under their crotches to avoid a stampede. Cerdak secretly praised in his heart. Constantinople's garrison reacted really quickly. They had assembled the defense forces so quickly and rushed to the city wall. From this point of view, even if someone attacks the city, it is absolutely impossible to capture Constantinople in an instant. Seeing that the street was too crowded and he couldn't squeeze through for a while, he climbed to a high roof and looked towards the northwest corner of the city wall. In addition to bursts of continuous shouts of killing, there was a faint glow of fire, and it seemed like the battle had been going on forever. Looking at the chaotic streets and alleys, I could vaguely smell a conspiracy. He jumped down from the roof and said to Aphrodite hiding in the corner of the alley, "I always feel that this is not like an attack on the city. Those people seem to be deliberately causing chaos in the west of the city. If you are a bandit leader, you will be targeted." "What's in Constantinople?" Aphrodite said without thinking. "In addition to the gold coins stored in the vaults of various manors, of course there are also materials here. After all, Constantinople is the most famous material transit place in Bina province." She turned into a shadow, and her voice seemed a little ethereal. Cerdak set his sights on the trading house not far from the south gate of the city and said to Aphrodite, "Do you think they will loot the trading house in Constantinople?" Aphrodite shook her head and said, "It is easy to sneak in while taking advantage of the chaos, but it is not easy for them to rob the trading house at this time. The guard camp in the city will not let them mess around at this time. Instead of taking the risk of sneaking into the city and looting the trading houses, it is better to loot the fire-scale bullet manufacturing workshop by the Crescent Lake outside the city." Cerdak's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, "You mean they are probably creating chaos in the west of the city, just to attract the city's defense force, and then let a large number of robbers loot the firearms workshop outside the city? Even if the firearms workshop sends out a distress signal, the city will be in chaos, and neither the guard camp nor the city defense department will have time to send manpower out of the city to help. Maybe, since we can't get through to the west side of the city, why don't we go see the firearms workshop by the lake?" Cerdak said. "I don't want anything to go wrong over there. After all, our sulfur mines have to be sold here." The city of Constantinople was still in chaos, but apart from the explosion in the northwest corner of the city, only the bell tower was ringing infrequently, causing a large number of citizens to rush out of their homes and gather towards the bell tower square. Cerdak and Aphrodite came to the south gate of the city. A large number of city defense troops gathered at the south gate. The gate was closed tightly. The suspension bridge outside the gate was also raised high. It was impossible to leave the city. Cerdak was hesitant as to whether he should go back to the hotel to sleep. A group of cavalry rushed to the city gate from the streets inside the city. The leader of the night happened to be Captain Jude of Constantinople. He led a group of knights to the city gate, took out a token from his arms, and threw it to the captain of the city guard, and then said loudly, The 3rd Brigade of the Guard Battalion has been ordered to leave the city. Please open the city gate and let us go. Yes. Wait a moment. The guard at the top of the city said, carefully checking the token in his hand. It didn't take long for someone to open the city gate and lower the suspension bridge. Captain Jude, who was waiting at the city gate, glanced around casually and landed on a person on the roadside at the city gate. Baron Surdak, why are you here? Captain Jude looked at Surdak in surprise and asked him. Aphrodite was hiding in the dark. And it was night, so no one noticed her. Captain Jude looked a little excited when he saw Surdak. Surdak did not expect to see Captain Jude again at the city gate. So he said, I happened to buy a batch of armors at the Constantinople Trading Company. I was just drinking in the tavern when I heard a ring outside the city. When there was an explosion, I ran out to take a look. There were bandits on the west side of the city who tried to climb over the city wall. When they sneaked into Constantinople, they were discovered by the city defense. The two sides fought on the city wall and accidentally detonated the fire-scale bomb stored in the warehouse at the head of the city. That's why I let this raid alarm the whole city, Captain Jude said, and then asked Surdak, what do you think of this bandit group's attack on the city? If it were me, I would target the firearms workshop in Crescent Bay, Surdak said casually. It should be impossible to attack the city. I think so too. Baron Surdak, if you are interested in verifying your conjecture, would you like to follow me to the Crescent Lake to take a look? Captain Jude pulled the reins of the horse and said to Surdak, it's a dream come true. Surdak really wanted to take a look. At this time, the city gate was opened by the guards. Amidst the harsh sound of the wheels turning, the suspension bridge connecting the outside of the city fell. Captain Jude waved his hand and led the team to rush out of the city. One of Captain Jude's knights gave up a horse to Surdak. Surdak was not polite, mounted his horse, and followed Captain Jude's team towards the firearms workshop on the shore of Crescent Lake. Go! Surdak could only leave Aphrodite in the city, and she might take the opportunity to return to the hotel. The road was difficult to walk at night. Suldak's equestrian skills were average, and he was not very familiar with the road, so he could only follow the team, walking down the road opened by the red rock boulders. The knights from the guard camp were still halfway there when they saw a fire burning on the shore of Crescent Lake. Captain Jude did not dare to waste any time and immediately asked his cavalry to speed up their march, rushing towards the firearms workshop. Immediately afterwards, another rumble of explosions came from the direction of the firearms workshop. Surdak was more sure of his previous judgment and urged his horse to rush towards Crescent Lake. Before they could reach Crescent Lake, the knights from the guard camp came under the red rock and were met with a hail of arrows. These arrows were shot from the forest nearby. Obviously, these people had planned it. Chapter 649 Battlefield Medic. The north wind howls among the mountains. A flash of fire broke out near the firearms workshop in the woodland on the shore of Crescent Lake, seeming to illuminate the entire lake shore. A handful of arrows shot out from the dense forest. The knights walking in front fell to the ground after being hit by arrows. Several war horses screamed. The knights following behind quickly raised their light shields, and clusters of sharp steel arrows fell on the shields, easily pierced the metal skin on the shield, and penetrated deeply into the oak board. Several muffled groans could be heard from time to time in the darkness. Surdak's position was at the back of the team, and the arrow rain could not cover it for the time being. However, he still took out the dwarf chain shield. But unfortunately, he could not wear the earth armor. He is currently wearing a set of ordinary leather armor. Faced with such a cluster of fine steel arrows, the protection that the leather armor can provide is really limited. The knights of the guard camp in front dismounted one after another with their shields raised. Several squadron captains wearing magic patterns led their knights, holding shields and swords, abandoning their horses and rushed into the dark forest. Then the sound of fighting came from the forest. Unexpectedly, the archers lurking in the forest dared to fight head-on with the knights of the guard camp. Captain Jude's face became very solemn. He ignored the battle in the forest and only asked his knights to move the horses and wounded who fell on the road ahead. On the other side, the remaining knights from the guard battalion continued to rush to the firearms workshop by the lake. At this time, Surdak caught up from behind. Captain Jude saw Surdak, pondered for a moment, and said to Surdak in a pleading tone, Baron Surdak, I have a request. Can you treat the wounded in these guard camps? The battle in the forest continued. Surdak jumped off his horse, handed the horse to the knights beside him, and said to Captain Jude, Well, please don't worry. I will try my best to treat every knight. A group of knights passed by. Knight Jude bent slightly, leaned over and whispered to Suldek. I have sent a signal for reinforcements to the city. It won't take long for reinforcements and logistics groups to arrive. Since they were able to set up an ambush here, I think the situation at the firearms workshop is more serious than we expected, and I must rush to support immediately. Suldek performed a knight salute to Captain Jude. Captain Jude was already following the rear of the knights, heading towards the firearms workshop. In the distance, a fire broke out again in the direction of the firearms workshop on the shore of Crescent Lake. The battle in the dense forest here is still going on. Suldek quickly walked to an injured knight and asked him to lie down to check the injury. A sharp steel arrow was inserted into the chest at an angle against the gap in his left rib. The angle of the arrow was a bit tricky, and it may have injured the knight's left lung. When he breathed, there was blood foam in his mouth, and his expression was very painful. Suldek pulled out a skinning knife, and with a little power of holy light coming out of his palm, he cut off the ironwood shaft's fine steel arrow directly against the chest armor, and then quickly peeled off his heavy, full chest armor, exposed the linen shirt underneath. This shirt is specially designed for heavy armor. There are cotton pads on the shoulders and ribs. This can avoid damage to the knight's shoulders and ribs caused by wearing heavy armor for too long. At this moment, the injured knight's face turned purple due to his blocked breathing. Suldek patted his cheek with his hand, leaned close to him and said, I am Suldek, captain of the Knight Squadron of the Helensa City Guard Battalion. I am treating you now. During the treatment, you must not fall asleep, and you can hear clearly. Did I say anything? The injured knight barely opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Very well. Bear with it. It might hurt a little. After saying that, regardless of how cold the night was, Suldek unrolled a fire-gathering scroll and nailed it to the side. A ball of fire rose up, suddenly giving the place some light. He opened the quilt of the injured knight. The blood-stained shirt found the wound where only a little bit of the arrow shaft was left, and used a skinning knife to cut the wound horizontally, and more blood immediately poured out. Suldek's knife cut close to the arrow cluster, cutting very deeply. The blade of the skinning knife touched the fine steel arrow cluster, giving off a dull feeling. Following the incision, Suldek used a skinning knife to pull out the arrow. Blood gushed out, and a force of holy light fell on the wound. Then Suldek quickly covered the wound with a hemostatic bandage. He wrapped the cotton shirt around the knight again, found a blanket necessary for marching from the backpack on the back of the war horse, wrapped it around the knight, and said to him, Don't move for the time being. We'll wait for the logistics rescue from the regiment. The injured knight nodded weakly, with blood and sweat on his face, looking very embarrassed, but his eyes were full of gratitude. The night was very cold, and the cold wind blew onto Suldek's blood-stained hands, and soon Suldek's fingers froze. Fortunately, there was a fire-gathering scroll next to him, and he felt that his fingers were no longer in control. He put his hands next to the fire to warm himself, and he concentrated on treating these injured knights. Not long after, the battle in the dense forest ended. The knights withdrew from the dense forest and brought back more than 10 injured knights, except for one knight who was directly shot through the eye by a stainless steel arrow. 17 wounded knights, including 7 seriously injured knights, were properly treated by Suldek. After being implanted in the keel, their mental power was restored and gave Suldek Dak's most intuitive feeling is that the effect of the Holy Light technique has increased significantly, and he can also freely use those simple runes. For example, if he feels a little tired, he draws the number 5 runeth in front of himself, and instantly he will feel an extra spiritual spring pouring into his body. The stars in the sea of spiritual consciousness seem to be connected together, converging into a vortex that keeps spinning, and the spring of spiritual energy flows gurglingly. Suldek's feet were numb from squatting. He wanted to stand up and move around. In such a cold weather, it was really hard to treat the wounded in the wild. When he raised his head, he saw several auxiliaries from the Constantinople Logistics Regiment waiting quietly aside. When he saw Suldek standing up from the ground, he thought he had taken care of the injured knight and ran over quickly, trying to lift the knight onto a stretcher. Wait! There's still one last step to go. His wounds haven't been bandaged yet, Suldek reminded. The 2 auxiliary soldiers stopped quickly, took out bandages from their arms, and carefully bandaged the last wounded person on the ground. Oh! Who are you? An auxiliary soldier from the logistics regiment approached Suldek and asked. An injured knight standing nearby introduced the auxiliary soldier. He is Baron Suldek, from the city of Helensa, and he is here to help us. He was shot through the arm, a minor injury among the injured knights. Are you Baron Suldek? The auxiliary soldier looked at Serdak in surprise. From the tone of this auxiliary soldier, it seemed as if he had heard his own name. "It's me." Serdak nodded, and then asked, "How is the situation at the firearms workshop?" The auxiliary soldier of the logistics regiment, who was standing aside, said quickly, "In addition to Captain Jude, there are also 2 guard battalion groups that have arrived. But there are also a lot of casualties over there. If you still have the strength, please go over there and treat those injured knights. I don't know if my request is a bit excessive." Serdak rubbed his sore shoulders and just said, "Try my best." Looks like I'm going to be quite busy tonight, Serdak thought to himself. Unexpectedly, the auxiliary soldier standing aside neatly saluted Serdak and said, "Baron Serdak, thank you for everything you have done for Constantinople." Although he was a little tired physically, after receiving so many thanks, a warm current flowed through Serdak's heart, and he suddenly felt that this cold night did not seem so cold anymore. When Serdak arrived at the entrance of the firearms workshop, the battle there was not over yet. However, the firearms workshop has been taken back from the robbers by the knights of the guard camp of Constantinople. At least the gate has been occupied by a group of knights of the guard camp. The door of the firearms workshop was smashed to pieces, and the guards of the workshop fell in a pool of blood at the door. There were also the bodies of some robbers among them. These robbers were actually very strong, and their weapons, the equipment is very sophisticated and looks a bit like standard armor. Each of them has an arrow pod hanging on his waist, and they all seem to be proficient in archery. The knights who died in Constantinople were wrapped in linen and lined up neatly at the gate. That's what war is like. Someone always dies. Serdak jumped off his horse and rushed to the group of injured knights first. The auxiliary soldiers of the logistics group, who followed Serdak, also rushed over and joined the logistics group at the firearms workshop. Some relief supplies were being transported here one after another. There was a wooden gatehouse at the entrance of the firearms workshop, but the room was very small, and some seriously injured people were carried into the wooden house. The auxiliary soldiers even set up a temporary tent at the entrance of the firearms workshop to prevent the injured knights from dying of hypothermia. "Baron Serdak is here. Quickly make room and let him check the seriously injured numbers injuries." The auxiliary soldiers following Serdak shouted to the people who were busy in the wooden house. Although not everyone knows this name, the auxiliary soldier's words seemed to have a lot of weight. He just said something behind, and the auxiliary soldiers in the wooden house looked up at him and quickly gave up their positions. Serdak hurriedly walked up, took the best position without ceremony, and took over the auxiliary's work. When it comes to treating the wounded, a quick step may save a dying life. "I need your help." Serdak squatted next to the wounded. He also discovered that the auxiliary soldier following him should be a commander. At least the auxiliary soldiers of the logistics group here listened to him. So he kept his hands on his hands. Stop was busy and said to him, "It doesn't seem that cold in the wooden house, and the hands are not always frozen when treating wounds." The auxiliary soldier behind him quickly came up and asked, "What can we do for you?" Serdak said without raising his head. "Find out where they were injured. Take off their armor. Do some pre-bleeding treatment on the injured part. And make sure I know the specific condition of their injuries when I get to them, so that I can speed up my treatment. And if possible, try to avoid secondary injuries, and also have to wait in line." The auxiliary soldier asked again and again in confusion. "Pull number?" "That's right. Put the seriously injured at the front of the queue as much as possible to ensure that everyone can receive effective treatment," Serdak explained. Chapter 650 Grover Night. A group of knights rushed into the firearms workshop. Serdak just happened to treat an injured knight, stood up from the ground, walked out of the guard's wooden house, and asked the auxiliary soldiers of the logistics regiment to carry the wounded into the temporary tent, and then carry the next seriously injured knight into the wooden house. He stood at the door of the wooden house and happened to see this group of knights. Everyone in this group of knights was wearing magic patterns. The first knight rode a majestic black-scaled horse. A powerful aura lit up under the horse's feet. The magic pattern structure on his body was also different from the ordinary primary magic pattern structure. The armor was mixed with a lot of mithril, which was gorgeous. The runes exuded strong magic power, and a powerful coercion emanated from the knight. A similar feeling Serdak had only felt in the Knight Green, the leader of the Bena City Guard Battalion. It turned out to be a second-level knight. Serdak reacted instantly. This group of knights rushed into the firearms workshop with murderous intent, immediately changing the situation in the firearms workshop. The group of bandits, who originally relied on the complex terrain of the firearms workshop to fight in close combat with the knights of the guard camp. After these construct knights rushed in, they were quickly defeated. They were simply unreasonable and relied entirely on their own strong strength, regardless of physical strength, and strength to challenge those bandits from the front. The group of construct knights were in hot pursuit, chasing and killing them along the way. Cerdak only had time to take a few glances, and felt his blood boiling all over. 2 auxiliary soldiers carried an injured knight into the wooden house, and Cerdak followed him inside. "Who are they?" Cerdak asked the auxiliary commander, who seemed to have a lot of say. The leader of the auxiliary soldiers withdrew his gaze at this time, and introduced to Soldak. "They are the constructed knights of the Owen family. The one who just rushed to the front was the great Knight Grover. He is the only one in the Owen family. A second-level powerhouse is also the pride of our city of Constantinople." The tone when speaking was also quite proud. "The constructed knights of the Owen family." Cerdak didn't know if the Christie family in Helensa city had a constructed knights. Now it seems that a constructed knights with powerful combat power is the real heritage of the family, at least ruling Constantinople. The Owen family has such a trump card. Soldak spent this night treating the wounded. Although this was not his original intention, it did not mean that he did not want to treat the wounded. But rather than treat the wounded, he preferred to rush to the front line of the battlefield. He felt that his bones were burning and wanted to rush to the front of the battlefield and face him. Those bold robbers vented their inner anger. In the middle of winter, they actually come here to carry out attacks. The auxiliary soldier brought a basin of hot water from outside. Soldak washed his blood-stained hands clean. The warm water restored feeling to his hands. Soldak breathed a sigh of relief and said to the outside of the wooden house, "Next one." There was no sound of fighting at the firearms workshop. After the group of robbers were dispersed by the construct knights, they fled in all directions. They did not attack the door of the firearms workshop again, but froze from the side of the firearms workshop. The lake is heading towards the dense forest on the other side. "Take a rest, Baron Soldak. All the wounded have been treated." The auxiliary officer stood at the door, holding a plate of steaming hot marching rations with some diced luncheon meat in his hand. It didn't look like much, but it tasted quite delicious. Cerdak took the hot food. After a busy night, he was really hungry. Before the heat was gone, he swallowed it in his stomach, and his body suddenly felt much warmer. At this time, the auxiliary officer took the initiative to reach out and said to Soldak, "Eddie Irving, captain of the Constantinople Logistics Support Regiment. It is a pleasure to meet you, Baron Soldak." Unexpectedly, the squadron leader of a small logistics group was actually a member of the Irving family. It seemed that the Irving family's control over Constantinople was far beyond what the Christie family could match. Before dawn, the construct knights, who went deep into the mountains to pursue the bandits, returned from the battlefield one after another, and they gathered again at the firearms workshop. With the help of Eddie Irwin and the auxiliary soldiers of the logistics regiment, Soldak transformed the guard's wooden house into a temporary treatment room at the gate of the firearms workshop. Although this treatment room was extremely simple, it was at least decent. Keep warm. During this pursuit, many bandits were captured, but many construct knights were also injured. The construct knights were expensive magic pattern constructs. These constructs can not only provide them with some extra strength, but also have very strong defense. In this battle, the construct knights were not seriously injured. They gathered in here at the firearms workshop. "We are waiting for orders on the next step." The logistics team was here to treat the wounded, and some emotionally injured construct knights came over one after another. Seeing that Cerdak possessed the holy light technique that accelerated wound healing, these construct knights quickly called to other injured companions. Everyone surrounded Cerdak and asked him to treat themselves. If Eddie Irving hadn't tried to stop him, these construct knights would have even wanted to kidnap Soldak. At this time, the sky was getting brighter, and there was a commotion at the gate of the firearms workshop. Knight Grover walked out of the workshop and angrily scolded the construct knights, who wanted to pull Soldak away. "This is the first time that you guys have messed around here regardless of their status. You see, you have become they look like a group of robbers." A construct knight reported to Grand Knight Grover. "Sir Grover, this knight of the logistics regiment has the holy light technique. We want to invite him back. Hey, it's best to let him join us. To be honest, our knights just lack a knight with the power of holy light. Sir Grover, Baron Soldak is not from our logistics group. He is here to help us treat the wounded. He has been busy all night. It is of course no problem to treat the knights of the constructed knights. But if all the knights under his command are slightly injured, please allow Baron Soldak to take a short rest." At this time, Eddie Owen walked up to Knight Grover and begged, "Baron Cerdak? I don't remember there being such a knight in Constantinople. Knight Grover held an exquisite helmet in his hand and stared at Serdek with a pair of bright eyes. That kind of invisible pressure made Serdek a little breathless. He didn't know how many people he had killed before his body was filled with the smell of blood. His boots were stained red with blood, and every footprint was stained with blood. Knight Grover. I belong to the 1st Brigade of the Helensa Guard Battalion. I came to Constantinople this time just in time for this matter, Suldek explained to the sharp-eyed knight in front of him. Knight Grover glanced at Suldek, interrupted him, and asked with some surprise, "Have you realized the knight's aura?" Chapter 651 Eve of Dawn. Knight aura is a necessary factor for a junior knight to become an intermediate knight. In today's Green Empire, the definition of the so-called intermediate knights is somewhat vague. When many nobles recruit private armies, they think that as long as they understand the power and become a first-level knight, they will be regarded as intermediate knights. In fact, as an intermediate knight, you also need to understand the aura. The knight's aura can bring a huge improvement to the team's combat effectiveness. Many civilians enter knight academies to study, and then become cavalry on the battlefield. As long as they can become a first-level intermediate knight, they can get rid of their civilian identity and become a knight officially canonized by the Empire. Serdek nodded blankly, and even showed the aura of power under his feet. He didn't understand that Knight Grover wanted to ask himself whether he had a knight's halo. What did it matter whether he had a halo or not? Knight Grover felt the aura of power of Serdek, nodded and asked, "You have the power of Holy Light and master the Holy Light technique. Can you heal the injured knights?" Serdek instinctively wanted to nod, but he felt it would be rude to remain silent. So he replied, "Yes, sir." Knight Grover nodded, but walked out of the wooden house wearing a heavy magic pattern structure. The night was about to end, and a bright line appeared on the mountains to the east. The darkness continues to fade in the sky, and dawn arrives. After the blood stains on Grover's armor were contaminated with ice and snow, they had frozen into blood-red ice crystals, and his long sword was also covered with blood. A group of captured bandits walked slowly out of the firearms workshop with chains on their hands, and were escorted by a group of knights. Almost everyone was injured. This time the bandit group attacked the firearms workshop in order to seize some hot currency phosphorus bombs. However, there was not much inventory in the firearms workshop. Due to the tight front line, the phosphorus bombs that were rushed out were packed and shipped to the city on the same day. Go! Some guards and craftsmen died in the workshop, and the remaining craftsmen hid. Now the Knights of Constantinople reoccupied the firearms workshop, and the craftsmen crawled out of the cellar. Serdek started the treatment work again. After a few questions from Knight Grover, his construct knights became more restrained. The injured knight walked into the wooden house and went directly to Serdek. Let him take care of his wounds. Although this group of construct knights behaved a little rudely before, Serdek did not slack off in treatment. He still carefully cleaned the wounds with warm water and then used holy light to treat them. The wounds would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scabs were healed. And finally the auxiliary soldiers of the logistics regiment were asked to bandage the wounds of the construct knights. At dawn, the knights of the guard camp began to clean up the battlefield. The craftsmen and guards of the firearms workshop were also counting the losses suffered by the firearms workshop. Many people died, and 2 sheds were blown up by fire phosphorus bombs. The entire workshop was in a mess. The bandit siege was actually just a cover, just to involve more military power in the city. Unfortunately, when this group of bandits stormed the firearms workshop, they encountered stubborn resistance from the guards here. The workshop guards did not hesitate to use fire-scale bombs and enter the battle, causing the bandits to suffer heavy losses immediately. Captain D. Owen led his team to the firearms workshop and fought with these bandits in the workshop. These bandits were more powerful than the knights of the guard camp. It wasn't until Lord Grover led the constructed knights to the firearms workshop that the victory was finally determined. It has not yet been found out where this group of bandits came from, but in such a large-scale attack on the city, thousands of bandits were dispatched. If they say that these bandits are wild, no one will believe it. Although Duke Newman took away the Benna army, leaving the defense force in Benna province empty, the security in Benna province has not yet reached that point. These bandits are very well equipped and well trained, and their purpose of attacking Constantinople is very clear. If it weren't for the construct knights of Lord Grover, who happened to rush back to Constantinople from the plain, they would have attacked the firearms factory this time. Fine. Even if Eddie Irving sees through the bandits' conspiracy, it may not help. Facing this well-trained bandit gang, the Guard Battalion Knights are simply not powerful enough. The Knights of the Guard camp gradually withdrew from the firearms workshop. and even Captain Eddie Owen was slightly injured. Some of these knights participated in the war in the Maka Plain, so they naturally knew Serdak's rules for treating seriously injured people. However, these thieves were not H.L. dogs after all, so there was no way to cut off their heads and give them to Serdak. But there were several seriously injured people in the guard camp, so the knights from the Constantinople guard camp immediately rushed back to Constantinople, bought several first-level monster heads directly from the trading house, and rushed back to the firearms workshop this way. According to the knights from the guard camp who returned to the city, the original order in the city has been restored, and the citizens have calmed down from the panic. The city has not suffered any damage. The biggest loss is the supplies on the city wall in the northwest corner of the city was destroyed by a group of bandits, and a warehouse storing fire-scale bombs under the city was detonated. This warehouse was built close to the city wall. When the explosion occurred, even the city wall collapsed. The commander of the city defense force was responsible for this. Several guard camp knights carried the heads of some H.L. dogs and wind wolves and rushed back to the wooden house at the entrance of the firearms workshop. They were placed at the door of the wooden house together with several seriously injured knights lying unconscious on stretchers. A construct knight had just healed a wound on his arm. He walked out of the wooden house and saw the knights from the guard camp carrying several Warcraft heads and preparing to enter the wooden house. He asked with some confusion, "Jasai, you guys, what are you doing? Why are you taking this thing when you come here to treat your injuries?" The guard battalion knight asked with a surprised look on his face. "Don't you know that Serdak needs the heads of H.L. dogs to treat the seriously injured? Unfortunately, we couldn't find enough heads of H.L. dogs in the trading house, so we only brought back some wind. I hope you can use the wolf head." Well, no one really told us this. The construct knight said to the guard battalion knight named Gasai. The two seemed to be good friends. The guard camp knight named Gasai looked at the construct knights waiting for treatment and saw that there were no serious injuries among them. So he said to the construct knight, "It must be. Only seriously injured people will be asked to take out the heads of monsters. No one in your construct knights was seriously injured this time, so of course you don't need these." Then he lowered his voice and said, "If you need anything, come to me and I'll leave you a share." Just as he was talking, Serdak had already walked out of the wooden house and saw several seriously injured knights from the guard camp lying on stretchers. He decisively gave up treating the lightly wounded members of the construct knights and pointed directly at the two stretchers on the ground. Said, "Carry them in first." The knight from the guard camp named Gasai hurriedly walked up and handed over a bunch of first-level monster heads in his hand with a flattering look on his face. Serdak was not polite and took it conveniently. He then walked back to the wooden house and opened the wooden door. Close. When treating these seriously injured people, the knights of the guard camp seemed a little more nervous. They were also worried that the construct knights of the construct knights would forcefully break into the wooden house. Therefore, the knights of the guard camp surrounded the guard wooden house to prevent Sue from entering. Erdak was interrupted during his treatment. Not long after, the knights outside felt only the majestic power of the holy light, which fell twice in a row like a beam of light. Suldek pushed open the door of the wooden house and asked the knights of the guard camp to carry out the seriously injured people inside, and then let in two more seriously injured people. The majestic pillars of holy light continued to fall. When some knights from the guard camp saw the scene, they recalled the scene of fighting in the Maka Plain. "I remember that every time I fought with the Helensa guard camp, everyone could enjoy this kind of treatment, and they were not afraid even if they were seriously injured. As long as you are alive there is hope." Today, when the priests of the Temple of Liberty and the war priests have withdrawn from the plain war, if you want to get treatment on the battlefield, in addition to relying on some auxiliary magic from water magicians, you can only drink expensive healing potions. However, water magicians are very scarce in the Green Empire. Several plains rich in magical herbs are involved in plain wars. Magic herbs on the market are more expensive than gold. A knight with holy light becomes very precious. Seeing that the seriously injured knights of the guard camp received deeper treatment and were carried out of the wooden house, this group of Constantinople construct knights became a little excited. Compared with those water magicians, they hoped to have people around them, a knight companion who knows how to use the holy light. In fact, after Serdak learned the runes, he now has more treatment options than before. For those knights with serious injuries, even without the blessing effect of the blessed body, Serdak will also use runes such as Soul and Io. These are rune spells aimed at increasing the physical strength and reducing damage of knights, although the effective time is not very long. After trying it with Serdak, I feel that the effect is also good. while Serdak walked out of the wooden house and stood at the door to take a breath. A construct knight walked up to Serdak. Serdak was slightly startled, thinking that the construct knight was here to cause trouble. Who told him to ignore the lightly injured construct knights during this period? It's a pity that he can't wear the Earth Shield magic pattern construct. Serdak feels that if he has the identity of a construct knight, these people may be more restrained. The construct knight put his hand on Serdak's shoulder, and the knights from the guard camp, who were standing by, gathered around him. The construct knight didn't care about the knights from the guard camp around him at all. He stared at Sue with a smile. Serdak said, "Hey, Serdak, do you want to join our constructed knights? I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to join us and formally join the group, Captain Grover will personally help you solve the magic pattern. As for the construction issue, only when you wear this thing on your body will you understand its benefits." Serdak reached out and pushed away the construct knight's hand on his shoulder. He was not afraid of a trace of pressure coming from the knight and refused. "I'm sorry. I'm currently at the Helensa guard camp, stationed on Pagoda, in the desolate land at the Grow Pass. I have no plans to join the construct knights for the time being." He is about to form a cavalry battalion. How could he join the constructed knights at this time? The construct knights saw that Serdak was extremely calm and did not give in to his gaze. Then he looked at the noble badge on Serdak's chest and could only say, "If you don't need it, forget it. Please forgive me. We were rude before. You know, we just came off the battlefield and our tempers were a bit irritated." Serdak nodded slightly and said without being humble or condescending, "I can understand this. I also came down from the front line. Prepare for the next one." He ordered the knights from the guard camp, who were carrying the stretcher outside. During the period before dawn, Serdak was constantly treating the injured knights. Chapter 652 Night Seal. As the sun rose, the bandits in the forest finally retreated into the depths of the forest. The city gates of Constantinople opened, and groups of neatly armored cavalry lined up from the city. These cavalry marched along the road toward the northern mountains. It seemed that the attack was just the beginning, as the high-ranking nobles of Constantinople did not want to suffer. They immediately responded and counterattacked, and the army in Constantinople was obviously much stronger than that of Helensa. Groups of cavalry continued to leave the city and walk down the mountain path of red rock boulders. Serdak speculated that the military strength of Helensa city was empty, perhaps because lords like Count Mongoss followed Duke Newman's Bena army into the Warsaw Plain. Serdak walked out of the cabin and stretched his muscles. This treatment consumed a lot of power of holy light, and even the spiritual power in the sea of spiritual consciousness was on the verge of exhaustion. However, the illuminated stars in the sea of spiritual consciousness, which were completely occupied by a double-faced, four-armed demon statue, formed a nebula. The nebula slowly rotates around a certain point on the body, and traces of the power of holy light are separated from countless stars, constantly converging on the center line of the nebula's rotation, just like countless streams flowing into the river, and finally transforming into the sea of spiritual consciousness. It became a pillar of holy light, allowing the power of holy light in Serdak's body to continuously gush out like spring water. However, the dark star in the lower body of the demon statue that constantly swallows up all the elemental atmospheres around it is like a water pump that continuously absorbs energy, absorbing the power of elements from the surrounding space to replenish it into Serdak's spiritual sea of consciousness and maintain his energy. His energy has never been exhausted, which is probably the main reason why Serdak didn't feel exhausted even after treatment all night. Just when Serdak was feeling the feedback from his body, a construct knight who was guarding outside the wooden house came up and said to him with a serious face, "Serdak, Captain Grover wants to talk to you, over there." As he spoke, he pointed towards a ruin in the courtyard of the firearms workshop. Sure enough, Lord Grover was standing on the ruins, as if he was inspecting something. Serdak felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what Lord Grover wanted to do with him. If he asked him to join the Construct Knights of Constantinople in a commanding tone, he would move Marquis Luther to it should work. At least he is currently a formally established cavalry battalion in the Legion under Marquis Luther. There is no reason for Lord Grover to force a cavalry battalion commander to join his constructed knights. When I walked to the ruins, I found that the firearms workshop was very badly damaged. The craftsmen in the firearms workshop were cleaning the workshop after being frightened by the night. These craftsmen were a little depressed. But Constantinople's people from Vienna arrived here one after another to join in the cleanup after the war. Knight Grover walked down from the ruins, with a thick layer of frost and snow on his armor. As the sun rises, the white frost on the sun-facing side of the armor disappears. He strode up to Serdak. The second-level knight suddenly grabbed Soldak's wrist, and a majestic energy poured into Soldak's body from the hands of Grand Knight Grover. Just a moment after the influx, the demon statue in Soldak's body suddenly appeared, like a humanoid light shield protecting Soldak's body. Although some cracks appeared in the light shield instantly, it still blocked the penetration of Great Knight Grover. The majestic air that came over. Well, seeing that you were already a 19th level knight, with unlimited possibilities to break through and become a second-level powerhouse, I originally wanted to use my chi to guide the chi in your body, so that you can feel how the chi in your body works in the body. It turns out that you have found your own way, and you actually have a barrier, which is great. Knight Grover looked at Soldak in astonishment, then let go of his hand and explained to him. Soldak also didn't expect that when Knight Grover came up. He just wanted to give him some advice. Lord Knight Grover patted Soldak on the shoulder and motioned for them to walk to the lake together. Great Knight Grover waved his hand to a group of construct knights, telling them to stay away. Those construct knights quickly dispersed in all directions. Only Great Knight Grover and Serta were left by the lake in the firearms workshop. For two people, Knight Grover didn't care how cold the rocks in the snow were. He sat on a half-meter high granite stone by the lake and said to Soldak, I can feel that you have broken through level 20 and become a level 2 powerhouse. Regarding your potential as a knight, for your contribution to Constantinople last night, there are sufficient reasons to receive some rewards. I think you must have some confusion on the road to knight training. In front of you is a second-level great knight. I think there is no reward more valuable than the cultivation heart of a second-turn knight. Soldak was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Knight Grover was looking for him for this reason. Do you have anything to ask me? Knight Grover asked, since there has been no guidance from high-level knights. In fact, Soldak's cultivation path has been constantly groping on his own. Suddenly, Soldak wanted to ask a lot of things. He wanted to organize the words carefully and choose first important question said. Then I heard Lord Grover say again, it doesn't matter if you don't have it for the time being. You can go back and think about it. I have been in Constantinople these days. I thought that you can come to the Irving family's castle to find me at any time and report my name to the castle gate guard. Then you can meet me. To me, Soldak doesn't want to wait until tomorrow. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Since there is such a good opportunity now, he must seize it now. Knight Grover, I want to know what a holy seal is, he asked quickly. The so-called holy seal is a powerful force that knights understand that can be instantly activated with chi. You can understand the holy seal as a martial skill. Well, it's not quite accurate to say that. What I master is the blood seal. Grover, as the great knight spoke, he pulled out the knight's sword from his waist, and a knight's halo lit up under his feet. Then he saw countless rushing red runes suddenly appeared under his feet. And then, those red runes were like waves sweeping Grover. The big knight wrapped it up. It seemed as if a powerful force was injected into the body of Lord Grover. Even the knight's sword of Lord Grover was stained red with blood. He then waved the sword, and the surging power stayed in his body for a short time. Within a few minutes, it disappeared. Lord Knight Grover asked Soldak, who was a little stunned next to him. That's it. Do you understand? Chapter 653 Amanoan. The surface of Crescent Lake is covered with a thick layer of ice, and after being covered with snow, it becomes a flat land. Lord Grover sat on a rock and demonstrated how to use the holy seal for Soldak. Of course, Lord Grover's holy seal fell on his body, and Soldak could clearly feel the powerful feeling. Suffocating power. The holy seal is just a short-term increase in power. Seeing Knight Grover split a rock in half, Soldak couldn't help but say. Knight Grover nodded and explained. To put it simply, the chi that the warrior will feel will become the fighting spirit, and the chi that the knight will feel will form the holy seal. He seemed to have forgotten something, then suddenly thought of it again. He patted his forehead hard and said, Oh, by the way, magicians like to call the energy felt in our bodies non-attributed magic elements. The chi activates the magic pattern array to form a short-term increase in ability, which is the holy seal. There are many known holy seals at present, such as the blood seal, the justice seal, the wisdom seal, the command seal, etc. We knights do not need all of them. Learn everything. He paused before saying, a knight can't be as good at magic as a magician. Like this, you must first understand the existence of chi, and then guide them to exist in your body and flow continuously in your body, just like the blood in your body. However, your condition is probably different from that of ordinary knights. The difference is that you can perceive magical elements with sacred attributes. Compared to a knight, you are more like a battle priest in a temple. You may have to look for opportunities to break through the second turn in the magic level like magicians. Then it's not an easy task. The morning sun rises from the mountains. A light frost mist floats on the ice lake, and the woods on both sides of the ice lake are hung with white rime. Serdek faced the rising sun, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked Knight Grover, "The level of magic?" Knight Grover nodded and said, "The level of magic is probably the degree to which you control the power of the holy light. Magicians call it elemental affinity. I think there may be some records in this regard in the library of the Magic Guild. I don't know about magic, so I can't help you solve your doubts in this regard." Serdek listened very carefully. He felt that the holy seal spoken by Lord Grover was no different from the rune language he had learned. Both of them could enhance certain abilities of the body in a short period of time. But it seemed that the effect of rune language was somewhat weak. Serdek casually recited a rune language, and felt a halo of light appear between his hands, and then gradually integrated into his body. The originally blurry shore on the other side of the lake became clear at this moment, and his field of vision was only slightly enhanced. And this kind of magic power can only last for a short while. Serdek asked, "Knight Grover, is this a holy seal?" Seeing Serdek skillfully uttering a strange curse, and a force enveloped his body, Knight Grover was slightly startled and said, "You actually understood the holy seal, but the effect seems to be weak. Speaking of which, you have already half-stepped into the world of the second-level powerhouse. As long as you make a breakthrough in magic, you may become the first great knight in Beta province to master the power of the holy light." "Grow." The great knight Buddha patted Serdek on the shoulder and said excitedly. The two stood side by side on the shore of the lake. The gate of Constantinople in the distance opened, and groups of cavalry lined up from the city. Grand Knight Grover's Construct Knights are returning to Constantinople, and Serdek is also returning to the city with the Construct Knights, except for a section of the northwest wall that was blown down by a fire phosphorus bomb. There was no damage to Constantinople, and the bandits had no plans to attack the city. Almost all the citizens in the city did not sleep well last night, and the city still looked chaotic during the day. Some citizens gathered in the square to find out what happened last night. They saw pairs of cavalry regiments leaving the city one after another. They knew something big was about to happen, and they wanted to know the inside information. When Serdek returned to the hotel, Aphrodite had just gotten up. She ordered breakfast in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel and sat elegantly by the window, eating apple pie and drinking milk tea while looking at the bustling streets, as if she was not worried about her identity as a succubus being revealed. "See through." Serdek sat down on the seat opposite her, waved to the waiter, and ordered a piece of wheat cake and broth. Although he looked tired, he still smiled and asked Aphrodite, "Are you not afraid of this? Were they discovered by those demon hunters?" Aphrodite's smile is particularly charming, and her black-purple eyes have a seductive charm. Although she is wearing a loose long skirt, her figure cannot be seen, but her lazy posture. Even if you are sitting in the corner of the restaurant on the first floor, there are still people frequently looking towards the corner. Aphrodite wrinkled her nose and said a little willfully, "The demon hunters are busy going to the dense forest to catch those who are trying to escape Constantine's city. No one will notice me now. Besides, I am not without cover. You see, a succubus with no horns on her head, wings or tail behind her. If everything goes well, Serdek plans to leave Constantinople after breakfast. So he doesn't care too much and just smiles at the succubus and says, 'Of course. Isn't this the beautiful lady in front of me?'" Aphrodite lowered her head and ate the last piece of apple pie, wiped her fingers and asked, "Last night was going well?" Serdek sighed and said, "I was identified and treated behind for a whole night. Now I just want to lie in bed and have a good sleep." At this time, the waiter brought Serdek's portion of scones and broth. Serdek wolfed these foods into his empty stomach before he could finish the last bit of wheat cake. People in the hotel lobby were crowded. A group of knights hurriedly pushed away. Several seriously injured people were lying on stretchers and were carried to the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Some people kept poking their heads towards the restaurant, but those knights were too embarrassed to rush in immediately. "Come in." Aphrodite pursed her lips and smiled, covered her lips with her hands and said, "It seems that you can't sleep, so I won't disturb your work." Serdek touched his somewhat heavy forehead. At this moment, he even had the urge to lie down on a chair in the dining room and take a nap. The group of knights were at least polite on the surface. They did not rush into the restaurant, but waited anxiously in the hotel lobby. Looking expectantly, Serdek knew that this matter could not be avoided. So he had to call the waiter on the side and ask him to inform the hotel lobby manager to arrange rooms for these wounded people. They could not lie alone in the hotel lobby with so many stretchers in the lobby. Who dares to stay here? The hotel lobby manager seemed to be aware of this problem. After being reminded by Soldak, he immediately arranged the injured people to rooms on the first floor. At this time, Serdak also hurriedly finished his breakfast. Aphrodite went upstairs without looking back and continued to sleep. However, Serdak still had to endure strong sleepiness to help those who were injured in the battle last night. People treatment. At this time, the person who came over to chat with Serdak was also known to Serdak. It was Lady Annabelle's son, Baron Amon Owen, who helped Serdak obtain the purchase order for the firearms workshop. He also looked haggard, with some blood stains on his leather armor. When he saw Serdak, he came out of the restaurant and hurried over to greet him. "Long time no see." "Amon!" Serdak greeted him. The two hugged. Amon Owen did not say the request immediately, but greeted him. "Long time no see. Soldak, I didn't expect you to be in Constantinople at this time. Are you here to discuss the sulfur mine business?" Serdak smiled and said, "Actually, I purchased some standard full coverage armor from the trading company in Constantinople. I am currently preparing to start a cavalry battalion." Amon Owen did not expect that Serdak actually purchased armor, and said in surprise, "Our business happens to have this business." Then he said, "Well, I'm running into a little trouble now. I heard someone said you could help, so I came here to find you." Serdak saw several knights carrying stretchers in the hall into the hotel room, and asked him, "You mean the wounded?" Amon Owen nodded awkwardly. As a nobleman of the Owen family, he seemed to have never begged for help. At this time, he seemed a little embarrassed in front of Serdak. Serdak almost didn't stop and walked directly to a stretcher to check on the wounded lying on the stretcher. While looking at it, Soldak said, "Let me check first. Each seriously injured person needs a first-level monster head. The lightly injured ones can be treated directly." He followed the stretcher and saw that the wounded seemed to have some bruises on their bodies, and the wounds looked even more terrible. They must have been hit by fire scale bombs. Amon Owen followed Soldak with a grateful look on his face and said, "I have prepared the head of the monster." Soldak nodded to Amon Owen and said, "Then treat it. I can only do my best." Those who were qualified to lie on a stretcher and be carried directly to the hotel were indeed seriously injured. This time, Amon Owen was very well prepared and directly carried two large magic sealing boxes into the room. Inside, after opening the box, it was filled with Warcraft heads. Serdak decisively re-blessed himself with the eye of true blessing of the blessed body, and then cheered up and continued the treatment work. Every time a wounded person came over, Serdak would come to the door, take a break and chat with Amon Owen outside the door. During the chat, I learned that these wounded people were all master craftsmen in the firearms workshop, and they were all senior craftsmen who mastered the recipes for the production process of fire-scale bullets. During the treatment process, two wounded people with extremely serious injuries died directly. On the stretchers, Serdak placed linen cloths over their heads. He was busy until noon, and Soldak sat in the rest area of the hotel lobby, almost exhausted, and finally completed all the treatment. Amon Owen placed a bottle of light blue potion on the square table in front of Soldak. Serdak asked curiously, "What is this?" "Psychic potion is said to be able to quickly restore mental strength and relieve excessive fatigue," Amon Owen explained, his eyes full of gratitude. Serdak didn't hesitate, unscrewed the cap and poured it into his stomach. He drank this thing in the maca plane, which can enhance his mental power. Now his mental power is on the verge of exhaustion. He drank a bottle of mental power potion and drew the rune language ace in front of him. This rune can improve mental recovery for a short time. Seeing the holy seal on Serdak's body, the admiration in Amon Owen's eyes became even more obvious. "Even if you don't come, I still want to visit Mrs. Annabelle," Soldak said. "Hathaway wrote a letter to Mrs. Annabelle and asked me to hand it to Mrs. Annabelle." Amon Owen looked at Soldak in shock and asked in surprise, "Do you know Hathaway?" Soldak sat up straight and said to Amon Irving, 3 weeks ago, Hathaway accepted my proposal." Amon Owen was so surprised that he couldn't speak for a long time. He stared at Soldak for a long time and then said, "Oh my God! I didn't hear any news about all this. It turns out that we are actually relatives." However, he did not dwell on this matter. He just waved to the waiters in the hotel and asked them to bring him 2 drinks. Amon Owen was not in a hurry to leave. The two of them drank golden cider and talked about what happened in Bena City, including the details of Soldak's proposal to Hathaway at the ball and Soldak's creation of a cavalry battalion. Things, Imam Owen said with some regret. You should meet your mother or me first. Maybe you don't have to pay so many gold coins to buy those full coverage armors. Although this money cannot be completely exempted. After all, everyone in the Owen family is involved. Benefits. But a discount is still okay. You probably need some other supplies. Right. Almost everything has been purchased, Soldak said. Imam Owen said enthusiastically. That's okay. I'm very familiar with the person in charge of the trading company. After you have a good rest, you and I will go to the trading company to ask him for a discount. And then return the extra magic crystals. Soldak waved his hand and said. Actually, it's completely unnecessary. I still want to continue to cooperate with the trading company. If I keep taking advantage of the Owen family, how can I continue to do business in the future? The group that attacked Constantinople, where did the robbers come from? Do you have any news? Aren't you those damn Tarbay hillbillies? Lord MacDonald finally couldn't bear it anymore and actually exposed his fox tail and began to shamelessly plunder the resources of the surrounding cities. This time, he came to Constantinople and hit the iron wall. It's on the board, Imam Owen said with a cold smile. You know? Soldak did not expect that the Owen family would find out the mastermind behind it so quickly. And the name Lord MacDonald sounded familiar to him. It seemed that this was the mastermind who sent hidden hunters to kidnap Mrs. Dorothy in Bena City. Lord. Imam Owen nodded, took a sip of golden cider, and lowered his voice and said to Soldak. Of course. There is no bandit group within the territory of Bena province that can make such a big move. We have already caught it. We have found some bandits. And the guard camp has pried open their mouths. They are all from Tarbay. After speaking, he introduced the situation in Bena province to Soldak. Everyone knows that Marquis MacDonald is the great lord of the northern area of Terrapagan. This time Duke Newman went to Warsaw Plain, and he was a staunch supporter. However, when troops were sent into Warsaw Plain, Bena Legion did not an army from Tarbay. At that time, there was a small-scale counter-rebellion in the Ganbu Plain. Now Duke Newman's main army is stranded in the Warsaw Plain. Lord MacDonald applied to the Bena province to apply for Talapa, autonomy for the regions. But the proposal was rejected by the House of Representatives. In the past year, the Tarbay region has not made any contribution to the Plain War, and they occupy the portal of the Ganbu Plain. At first, they only used gold coins to purchase various resources in the province. Now they are openly selling to the surrounding areas. The city bared its fangs and robbed it like a robber. If our construct knights hadn't come back just at this time, they might have succeeded in robbing the firearms workshop last night. Unexpectedly, the lords in Bena province were also full of conflicts. Without Duke Newman sitting in Bena City, these lords were obviously unable to suppress it. Soldak thought of the Bena province House of Representatives and asked Imam, what countermeasures does the Bena province House of Representatives have? Imam shook his head and said, it can't be so fast. What happened here has been reported. It will take at least several days for the resolution of Bena City to be conveyed. Of course, we Constantinople people must retaliate with tooth for tooth and eye for eye. 20 cavalry regiments have already gone out of the city to encircle and suppress those bandits, as well as a small group of magicians. If they are all annihilated in the mountains, it can only be because these bandits were unlucky and offended the wrong people. Soldak couldn't help but ask again. Well, Marquis Owen, aren't you afraid that the contradiction will continue to intensify? Imam also said very forcefully. If there is any relationship that should be intensified, it has been intensified a long time ago. We are just a group of innocent people who are being persecuted. I hope Duke Newman returns from the Warsaw Plain as soon as possible. Today's Bena province is in a state of decay. It seems that pursuing these robbers was a unanimous decision by the high-ranking nobles of Constantinople. However, this is enough to show that the Owen family's control over Constantinople is at least much higher than that of the Christie family in Helensa city. Note, Lady Annabella, the biological sister of Marquis Luther, married Marquis Owen of Constantinople. Imam Owen is the son of Lady Annabella and Marquis Owen. Chapter 654 Mine Relocation. Owen Castle looks particularly solemn in winter. The castle built in the north of the city has a strong Rococo style. The mottled city walls seem to show people its long history. Without the green shade and green walls, the walls of this castle are, and it seemed a bit bleak in winter. And the courtyard gate was a long way from the castle. Soldak entered the manor in a magic caravan, and the carriage stopped in front of the steps of the castle. The castle of the Owen family was not affected by the attack on the city the night before. Marquis Owen sent a large number of cavalry out of the city, to capture the group of bandits from the north of the tower. There were fewer guards in the castle than before. The butler stood in front of the steps with a row of servants. When the carriage stopped, the butler walked up and opened the door. This time, the treatment was obviously much higher than the last time he visited. Serdek walked out of the magic canopy carriage. Iman followed Serdek and glanced at the housekeeper with questioning eyes. The housekeeper looked at the two of them. He said respectfully, "Madam is in the reception room on the west side of the second floor." "Where is father?" Iman Owen asked the housekeeper. The butler stopped and explained to Iman Owen. The Marquis heard that the bandit group was going to Grey Canyon, so he led the Construct Knights to pursue them. Soldak didn't expect that Marquis Owen would actually chase the bandits himself. He looked around the castle and saw the sculptures on both sides of the steps. The last time he came here, he couldn't appreciate them carefully. This time when he went up the steps, he saw under the bronze statues on both sides of the doorsteps. There is a brief biography written. Iman Owen introduced from the side. "These are people who have made great contributions to the Owen family. My father very much hopes that there will be people here in the future." His bronze statue. After walking into the castle and walking along the stairs on the side of the main entrance hall to the second floor, Iman Owen said to Soldak, "Mother will be very happy to see you," while leading Serdek into a living room. 4 maids stood at the door, curtsying to Iman Irving and Serdek. Iman Irving asked them, "Is mother in there?" "Yes, master." The maid was very familiar with Iman and replied quickly in a low voice. The 2 maids pushed open the door to the living room, and Soldak discovered that the living room was actually very lively. In addition to Lady Annabelle, who was sitting on the main seat, there were 2 other ladies and a group of young and beautiful people in the living room. Noble girl. Everyone is sitting around chatting. The women in the living room saw Iman and a young knight walking into the room, and their eyes fell on Soldak invariably. Their shy, curious, and bold eyes made Soldak couldn't help but touch him. The nose hides the embarrassment on the face. He took a few steps forward and saluted Lady Annabelle, who was sitting on the main seat. Mrs. Annabelle sat at the head of the room, wearing a purple cashmere dress, with her hair pulled high, looking at her face with almost no trace of age. It was hard to imagine that she was actually the mother of Iman Owen. She was so gentle. His eyes first fell on Iman, then looked at Soldak, smiled slightly and said, 2 weeks ago, I received letters from Dorothy and Marianne on the same day. I mentioned you. Dorothy was full of praise for your performance in Bena City, and Marianne told me about you and Hathaway." The maid brought 2 chairs for Iman and Serdek. Serdek sat opposite the noble lady, and Iman was pulled aside by several noble ladies to talk in a low voice. Serdek had almost never experienced such a scene. He felt a little uncomfortable sitting on the chair, and even felt that he had nowhere to put his hands. "Sit over here and talk to me about you. We don't know much about you. Maybe only Ferdinand knows something about you, but he doesn't want to tell us all the news at all. I heard that your territory is in Helensa." Lady Annabelle waved to Soldak and said gently, "Yes, Mrs. Annabelle. My territory is located in a deserted land outside the city of Helensa. There is an active volcano there, and there is a sulfur mine there. Currently I live in the village of Wall in a deserted land. Where is the place where I have lived since childhood?" Soldak introduced to Lady Annabella. In fact, he also said this when he first came to Constantinople. "I remember what you said to me last time, and about your sulfur mines. Iman also said that the purity of those sulfur mines is pretty good. Now the demand for fire-scale bombs continues to increase everywhere. Sulfur mines have also begun to become a scarce magic material. The continuous and stable supply of your mines in the past few months has brought a lot of resources to the Owen family firearms workshop. In this regard, I think you and Iman can still strengthen cooperate," Lady Annabelle said to Soldak. Iman stood up next to him and immediately expressed to Mrs. Annabelle that he was willing to sign a long-term sulfur mine supply agreement with Serdek. Soldak took out a letter from his arms and said to Lady Annabelle, "Mrs. Annabelle, this is a letter written by Hathaway to you." Mrs. Annabelle leaned forward and reached out to take the letter from Soldak's hand. She did not immediately open the letter and read it. Instead, she touched the line of beautiful handwriting on the cover with her hand, showing some nostalgia in her eyes, murmuring to himself, "Time flies so fast. I didn't expect that the elf is getting married soon." Then he calmed down and warned Serdek. "The Tarapagan area has been a bit chaotic recently, especially since the city of Helensa is located in Taxi. You should pay attention to it. Iman is now familiar with you. If you have any needs, you can come to him for help. Don't be easily fooled by others. And don't agree to any promises easily. If there is something that cannot be solved, you can take a magic airship to Venice City. Or you can ride a horse and take the mountain road to Constantinople. Iman has helped me a lot. Soldak looked at Iman, who was surrounded by a group of sisters opposite, and said with a smile. Mrs. Annabelle seemed to have been used to it for a long time, and said casually, You young people, you always have to help each other. It has always been said that the ratio of women to men in the Green Empire is somewhat imbalanced, due to the recent outbreak of the Plain War. This imbalance has continued to expand. Soldak didn't feel anything special before, but now that he saw a group of warblers watching in the living room, he felt suffocated. He thought that he had prepared gifts before coming this time. So he took out a small magic sealing box from his magic belt bag, placed it at Lady Annabelle's feet, and said, I came in a bit of a hurry this time, so I didn't prepare any gifts. Although this gift is a bit shabby, I hope you will accept it. Madam. The gift prepared by Serdak was a piece of barbaric bull's tailbone, which was put into a magic sealing box, which looked quite classy. You are so thoughtful. You actually prepared a gift for me. Mrs. Annabelle looked down at the magic sealing box and said, None of the noble ladies seemed to be curious about what was in the magic sealing box. They were more curious about Serdak than the magic sealing box. A group of young girls in palace evening dresses, and some underage girls, almost to surround him. One of the busted beauties, who had been holding on to Iman, approached Soldak. She exuded a strong fragrance of roses, and her big eyes looked like they were covered with hairbrushes, and she blinked like a baby, non-stop. She first asked Soldak, Are you the one Hathaway has chosen? Someone immediately asked next, Uncle Luther also appreciates you? The women seemed to have a new topic of conversation, chattering together. It's rare that Hathaway and Uncle Luther have the same vision. You are really from Helena, and your figure is really burly. Serdak felt like a slave standing on the auction block wearing nothing, feeling ashamed of being displayed in public. Iman Owen seems to have become accustomed to this way of chatting. He quickly changed the topic and brought it to the attack on the city the day before yesterday. Now the truth of this matter seems to have been revealed. Lord MacDonald has become the target of public criticism. Everyone is worried about Mike. Lord Donnell expressed his inner indignation with this sneak attack on Constantinople. Not all lords are willing to endure the cunning Lord MacDonald. This time Marquis Owen was tough enough. He led the constructed knights to the border area between Terrapagan and Osorno County to look for Lord MacDonald's bad luck. Lord MacDonald has the strongest military strength in the entire Tarapa region, even in the entire Bita province. Lord MacDonald's military strength can be ranked among the top 5. I heard that the nobles in the Tarbay region were either attached to Lord MacDonald, or were so oppressed that they could not even enjoy normal noble rights. While the women are worried about Marquis Owen, they also hope that you, Marquis Owen, can deal with Lord MacDonald. In this way, perhaps the family's ranking in Bita province will rise significantly, and perhaps more young talents will defect to them. Maybe more nobles would want to marry into the Owen family, which would alleviate their problem of being unable to marry, compared with Hathaway and Beatrice, who dare to pursue their own ideals and freedom. The daughters of the Owen family are more like infatuated girls who hate to marry. In addition to hoping that they can marry an outstanding man, they also hope that this day will come soon. Arrival. Lady Annabella persuaded Soldak to stay in Constantinople for a longer period of time. Serdak politely declined. Iman Owen accompanied Soldak to have an exquisite lunch in the castle, and then Soldak bid farewell to Lady Annabelle. After leaving the castle of the Owen family, while there was still some time in the afternoon, Iman Owen took Soldak back to the trading house in Constantine City and obtained the lowest trading discount from the manager of the trading company. According to Iman's idea, the excess magic crystals should be returned in full. Serdak was too embarrassed to take back those magic crystals, so he used those magic crystals in exchange for nearly 100 sets of full coverage armor. Iman even insisted that the manager of the trading house hire a carriage from the carriage house to transport these full cover armors back to Helensa city. In addition, Soldak also ordered 10 boxes of fire scale bombs from Iman Owen. However, since the firearms workshop does not have any inventory, these fire scale bombs will be shipped to the carriage shop in half a month. Shipping to Helensa. Serdak had seen the power of the explosion of fire scale bombs when he was in Vosmera city. A fire scale bomb thrown into a group of HL dogs could blow up several HL dogs. And the Constantinople Firearms Workshop, the smashed to ruins work sheds outside the city, are enough to show that the fire scale bullets have considerable power. During this trip to Constantinople, Serdak's biggest gain was not that he bought nearly 600 sets of well-made full-coverage armors as he wished, nor that he bought fire-scale bullets that were extremely in demand on the market, but that he met the unique Grand Knight Rover and mastered the Knight Seal. Even if it is a weakened seal, it still makes Serdak very happy. Serdak returned to the city of Helensa with 3 carriages from the Constantinople Carriage Company. The snow on this mountain road had been packed very tightly, and the road surface was hard and slippery, especially when crossing the mountains. Times were more difficult. Of course, the only one who faced these dangerous terrains and bad weather along the way was Aphrodite, who wanted to return to the city of Helensa with the transport team in the carriage house. Serdak chose to leave the team shortly after leaving the city, ended the summons directly, and then stepped into the void gate and returned to the treasure chamber. Compared with the cold wind in the mountains and dense forests, it is much more comfortable in the treasure secret room. Serdak returned to the secret room of the treasure. The red dragon Yssel had been waiting in the secret room for a long time. Looking impatient, he shook his head like a small house, tried to use his nose that breathed fireworks to prod Serdak, and erupted from his abdomen. Serdak Yssel eat! Serdak avoided the hot smoke, took out a bag of red crystals from his magic waste bag, and poured it into the open mouth of the red dragon Iser, waiting for its huge head to lie on the platform. After slowly chewing the red crystal in his mouth, Serdak started the next class. He taught the red dragon rune number 22 and an imperial language. After understanding Yssel's head, he quickly retracted his head. Just let it go. After not going to the sulfur mine for a while, Serdak left the treasure room and walked out of the lava mine. The sulfur or downstream of the lava river outside the mine has been mined by the Cobalt slaves. The Cobalt slaves are gathering under the lava waterfall. They want to bypass the narrow fault formed by the lava waterfall and climb upstream to mine the sulfur ore. When Serdak came out of the lava mine, these Cobalt slaves had been studying here for 3 days. Unfortunately, they had not come up with any easy method yet. The Cobalt slaves were trying to build a rope ladder and climb directly to the top of the lava falls fault. Although this kind of rope ladder is very simple to build, it is very inconvenient for all the Cobalt slaves to climb up the ladder. But if you have to rely on the ladder to go up and down every day, how much sulfur ore can be collected? The 5 village overseers were also thinking of a solution with the Cobalt slaves at this time. Although he didn't have any good ideas yet, Serdak ordered these Cobalt slaves to move the mining camp to a flat hillside next to the lava waterfall. Although the smoke is billowing here, the pungent smell of sulfur is everywhere. Underground rivers of hot lava can be seen everywhere, and occasionally salamanders crawl out of the mines, which seems very dangerous. But those who want to mine the upper reaches of the lava river, if you want to find a sulfur mine, you must camp here. This way you can save at least a few kilometers of walking along the lava river every day. Chapter 655 Winter Mountain Village. After the sulfur on the stone walls on both sides of the lower reaches of the lava river was mined out by Cobalt slaves, it became imperative to open up new mining areas. Lava River Falls is located on the southern slope of Pudu Mountain, about 5 kilometers away from the foot of the mountain. The slope of the area at the foot of Pudu Mountain is gentle. Follow the lava river upstream. Only when you reach the vicinity of Lava Falls, the slope of the mountain suddenly becomes steeper. It becomes steeper, and a cliff nearly 70 or 80 meters high is formed at the lava waterfall. The rolling magma flows downward from the top of the cliff along the lava river. The volcanic rock river bed that takes the opportunity to emerge looks like this on this cliff. Like the elephant in front of a giant elephant, magma flows down the top of the elephant. As the magma gradually cools, the river piles higher and higher. There is an umbrella-shaped platform 50 meters away next to the waterfall. Standing on the platform, you can still feel the rolling heat waves coming from the lava river. The smell of sulfur here is a bit pungent, dry and hot, but for Cobalt slaves. But it is an excellent camping site. The environment here will not affect their lives, especially in this winter. The volcanic ash near Mount Pudu is still flying all over the sky. For the Cobalt slaves here, it is a rare good season. The north wind coming from the ice and snow tundra blows over the Zicheng Mountains, along the blazing plains over the Mazaro Mountains, and along the Paglos Mountains to the Bena province. The heavy snow mixed with the volcanic ash falls down, which can completely cool down the temperature here. It is very simple to build a work shed in Pudu Mountain. You can transport some shale fragments and pile up the wall. If you are worried about it not being strong, you can fill the gaps between the shale with pozzolanic cement. There is no need for a roof. Just build a walled work shed. The simplest temporary work shed can be built by setting up a few logs and spreading dustproof cloth on the top of the work shed. These wood and dustproof cloth were all transported from the sulfur mine at the foot of the mountain. In addition to piles of sulfur ore, there were also bags of grains and several smoked pig legs. Every week all cobalt slaves can eat a meal of diced ham, stewed pumpkin and multigrain cakes. This is almost the best reward for cobalt slaves. Serdek discussed with several village supervisors, but they couldn't give any good ideas. Instead, the cobalt slave leader suggested to Serdek that he could lead the kobolds to dig a rock step on the cliff. A rock wall step that goes back up and down 7 times is completely embedded in the cliff. The kobold slave leader's face is full of wrinkles. From the front, he looks like a Sharpei, with a half-burned candle on his head. He knows many simple imperial dialects, although his intonation is a bit special. It completely does not affect communication. He used a stick burned black to draw confusing sketches on the rocky ground. Serdek and 5 village supervisors squatted aside and listened carefully to the kobold slave leader's introduction. Apart from the few years of military service, several villagers in Wall Village have lived in the desolate land their entire lives. Their knowledge was limited, and when they heard that the kobold slave leader had come up with such a feasible plan, they all felt that they could give it a try. After all, it was not difficult for the kobold slaves to dig out the rock. It's just that Serdek feels that this kind of project is a bit big. A rock wall tunnel that turns back 7 times will probably take many days to dig, and it will inevitably require a lot of hard work. At present, if the kobold slaves want to dig sulfur deposits in the upper reaches of the lava river, they can only go around the side of the cliff and walk an extra 7 or 8 kilometers before climbing to the lava waterfall and collecting sulfur deposits on both sides of the river. Serdek sat on the boulder outside the temporary camp, frowning and looking at the red river of lava in the distance. Some volcanic ash mixed with snow particles fell into the magma, and suddenly turned into wisps of black gas, drifting away in the wind. The kobold leader and 5 village supervisors stood aside. His dark nose opened and closed with his breathing. He lowered his eyelids, took out a piece of eggplant stem from his arms, and lit it against the steaming underground river. Put it in your mouth and smash it. The spicy smoke coming out of the eggplant stem seems to be the best enjoyment for the kobold leader. Serdek wants to build a steel cable on the cliff so that the sulfur mines and kobold slaves can quickly slide down the ropeway. However, if you want to find a qualified steel cable, you must go to the blacksmith workshop in Bena City to order it. Cannot solve the current problem at all. Dak! Duck! A man's shout came from a distance. Before Serdek could stand up, the village supervisors standing aside were excitedly running towards the bank of the lava river. The kobold slave leader also looked over there and saw Luke standing on a piece of volcanic rock in the distance. On! Waving towards this side. Then he strode across the black smoking rocks and ran towards the platform quickly. Oh! Luke! Why are you here? Serdek walked up to Luke, bumped his fist with him, and asked with a smile. Luke and Charlie had been taking turns managing the sulfur mine before. Charlie led the craftsmen to build a villa for Carl's manor. Luke had always been in charge of the mine. After Serdek came to Pussy Mountain, Luke was given a long vacation, and many young people in the village took advantage of the fall to get married. There was no reason for Luke to have to eat volcanic ash in the sulfur mine. Luke pulled the mask on his face and said with a smile, "After returning to the village for a few days, I followed the village's road construction team to build a cement road along the direction of Pussy Mountain. Today, the cement road has been repaired to the foot of the mountain here. Of course, I want to come over and see you. Look over there." Luke pointed at a thin black line on the distant horizon. Obviously, this place is still at least 10 kilometers away from the cement road built by Luke. Serdek is halfway up the mountain, although the view here is wide. If you want to see the kobold slaves building roads in the distance, you have to distinguish carefully. How many kobold slaves did you bring to build this road? Serdek recited a rune language, and his eyes became clearer before he could barely see clearly. Luke laughed and said, "Almost all the kobold slaves in the village are out. With this smooth cement road, it now takes only 2 days to reach Pussy Mountain from Wall Village by a 4-wheel truck. Well done. It will be much more convenient to transport sulfur or in the future." Serdek withdrew his gaze from a distance and jumped down from the huge volcanic rock. "We will not only build the road from Wall Village to the volcano, but also build this kind of cement road between various natural villages in the deserted land. It is very easy to build such a cement road in the northern part of the barren land covered with volcanic ash. You only need to gather the volcanic ash scattered in the wilderness to build a roadbed. Lay a layer of volcanic ash. Sprinkle a layer of water. and then use stone rollers to compact the road surface. No other treatment is even needed. There is volcanic ash everywhere, and repairing roads and pond stems is as simple as repairing pond stems in rice fields. It is close to Pussy Volcano, and volcanic ash covers a large area of land. If you want to build such a cement road in the southern area of the desolate land, you will inevitably use a large number of four-wheeled carriages to transport the volcanic ash, and mix some lime into the volcanic ash powder to ensure that rainwater can quickly condense into solid concrete. After Luke arrived, Surdak finally had someone he could discuss with. For the rock cliff of Lava River Falls, Luke suggested building a solid rope ladder with ropes and tying a layer of hard oak to it, board, so that the road to the top of the cliff can be quickly built. However, such a rope ladder can only be regarded as a temporary solution at best, and a permanent passage will be built later. Since Pussy Mountain has now become Surdak's territory, Surdak feels it is necessary to build a rope ladder on the bank of the lava river, while building a road out. As for the cliff side of the waterfall, Surdak finally decided to rely on the rock wall and use oak to build a plank road with wooden supports leading to the top of the cliff above the waterfall. I took some kobolds to cut down oak trees on the side of Paglos Mountain. We can also build a cement road there, as long as we connect Pussy Mountain and the southern foot of Paglos Mountain with a cement road. There is a steady stream of free wood, so we don't have to go to Oak Ridge to cut down the miscellaneous trees there every time we use wood. Luke offered to share some tasks and said to Soldak, "That's fine." Soldak said. Nearly 1,000 kobold slaves gathered at the sulfur mine, putting considerable pressure on the entire supply line of Wall Village. At least 15 bags of miscellaneous grains must be consumed every day to fill the bellies of these kobold slaves. The sulfur mine currently cannot accommodate so many kobold slaves. Luke led this team of kobold slaves to continue building the cement road towards Paglos Mountain. Nonlu. Otherwise, there is no flat cement road. It is not easy to transport the wood from the southern foot of Pagros Mountain to Pudu Mountain. Given the current road conditions, it is not easy. However, the lava river still needs to use ropes to build a rope ladder and ropeway for the time being. Surdak had been busy in the sulfur mine for 2 days before setting up a simple linen rope ladder. The kobold slaves lined up in an orderly queue to climb to the top of the cliff. The sulfur condensed in the upper reaches of the lava river was larger than there are several times more rivers downstream, and the temporary ropeway originally erected has become the most convenient way to transport sulfur or down the mountainside. This is something Surdak did not expect. Aphrodite was still on the mountain road between Constantinople and the city of Helensa, admiring the snowy scenery among the mountains along the way. Surdak was going to leave Pussy Mountain temporarily and return to Wall Village to take a look, in order to prevent the red dragon Iser from starving. Soldak transported nearly 10 boxes of red crystals to the treasure secret room and told the red dragon Iser I myself planned to leave for a while. Seeing the red dragon's reluctant eyes, putting its huge head on the platform, and looking at Soldak pitifully, Surdak, who was about to close the door to the treasure room, suddenly felt some inexplicable emotions in his heart. But he immediately realized that the other person was a young red dragon. Not just a cat or a dog that he kept casually, but a dragon. It was already the 7th day after Soldak rode back to the village of Wall that he left Constantinople. On this day, Aphrodite also entered the territory of the city of Helensa along with the carriage team, riding a horse into Wall Village. The market at the entrance of the village seemed a little depressed, but there were still villagers running here to practice stalls. In addition to a few villagers from Wall Village, there were also several merchants selling groceries in the market at the entrance of the village. The grocery store owner, the tavern owner who built a simple open-air tavern, and an adventure group also temporarily stayed in Wall Village. Several villagers from Wall Village saw Surdak coming in from outside on horseback, and they all stood up to say hello to Surdak. Surdak just waved his hand casually, then crossed the depressed market at the entrance of the village and entered Wall Village, looking at the well-organized rows of small buildings in the village. There are always some elderly people in the village sitting on deck chairs on the flat steps in front of the small buildings, basking in the warm sun in this winter. They are covered with thick felt blankets, squinting, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance comfortably. It is the first time that I don't have to worry about not having enough food stored in the winter, and I no longer need to run into the snow to find those seed buckthorn fruits buried under the snow. There is no need to worry about a heavy snowstorm that will collapse the roof. There is no need to worry about this at all. The reservoir upstream is still storing water, and the creek in the village has been dry for some time. Is it 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months? In short, after the harvest festival, there was no water in the creek, and all the spring water was accumulated in the reservoir. Nowadays, whether the villagers are washing clothes or drinking water, they will go to the village square. There are 5 faucets here, all of which draw the cleanest and clearest spring water on the mountain. Women are still used to squatting under the faucets. People were lining up, washing clothes in the cold weather, and chatting loudly. Children also gathered in the village square to play hide-and-seek games. And the village square seemed very lively. The house next to the carpentry was originally a children's home. But now there are several brand new 4-wheel carriages outside. But what I am more concerned about is the yellow sheep pen near the stream downstream of the village, in addition to a large piece of land next to the sheep pen, which houses nearly 70 or 80 horses. There are actually more than 50 horses in another pen. A dromedary camel. The last time Serdek intercepted the desert bandits, he captured a lot of camels, but not this many. Finally, someone in the group of women saw Serdek, and their voices became louder. Natasha, who was mixed in the crowd, stood up from the crowd under the crowd of village women. Her face flushed with shame, but still walked up to Soldak very bravely, looking at Soldak with big watery eyes, with watery tenderness in his eyes. Serdek didn't say anything, and looked at Natasha intently. When she came closer, he bent down and stretched out his strong arms to pick up Natasha in his arms, sitting her in front of the saddle, holding her softly with both hands. He raised his waist and rode his horse towards his home upriver. There was laughter and loud whistles in the square behind them. A group of children chased after the horses, and did not stop until they saw the door of Soldek's house in the distance. Soldek held Natasha's slender waist with one hand, jumped off the horse, let Natasha lean against the wall at the door, held her pretty face, and licked her gently soft lips. Natasha also responded enthusiastically at this moment, until little Peter's voice sounded from below the two of them. "Mom, what are you doing?" Natasha was like a panicked rabbit, struggling to leave Soldek's arms. Soldek wiped his mouth, bent down and held little Peter in his arms, and led Dubalama into the yard with his other hand. Chapter 656 Winter Mountain Village 2. Life always seems to change inadvertently. But there are always people who like to trace the beauty of the past along the path of memory. The yard was very clean, with almost no remaining snow. There was only a black and white cow in the stable, grazing in a wooden trough with its head lowered. Soldak led the horse into the stable. This ancient Bolai horse seemed to be familiar with the situation in the stable. The old residents were very dissatisfied, and were tapping the horse's hooves a little restlessly. The cow ate the grass quietly, paying no attention to the clown-like performance of the ancient horse. Rita heard the noise and came out, and quickly helped Serdek unsaddle the horse, so that it could stay comfortably in the stable, and kept stroking its head to make it quiet. "You've been out for so long this time?" Rita poured a basket of fodder into the trough, then brought a bucket of water over and said to Soldek. Soldek held little Peter in his arms, stood by the pillar next to the stable, and said to Rita, "Well, I went to Bena City and did some business at the Pitbag Mountain Sulfur Mine. Now I'm starting from where the road from Ertswin to the sulfur mine has been repaired. If I have time, I can take you for a walk and see my territory." Rita looked towards the north with a hint of awe in her eyes. For many people in the village of Wall, Pudu Mountain is considered a dead land. The black sky above covers a large area of desolate land. The volcanic ash is sealing everything. It is desolate and dry, and there is no source of water. Even the most tenacious ones can't find any water. The limestone iguana cannot stay close to the edge of the volcano. See, buckthorn grass and thirsty grass are buried in volcanic ash, and slowly turn into dead branches and leaves. Rita curled her lips, and said with some disdain, "What's so good about Pudu Mountain? The middle-aged people there are shrouded in a black sky, and the sky is full of volcanic ash. There is no man's land in the desolate land over there. No one can be there. Life, if it weren't for the masks, I'm afraid we wouldn't dare to go in. I heard that there are fires all over the mountains over there." Rita's eyes were very hairy and full of curiosity. Soldak hugged little Peter and followed Rita, saying, "There are rivers of lava everywhere over there, some exposed and some lurking underground. It's hot everywhere. But there's nothing like you said. Such exaggeration is indeed not very livable. Compared with those, Wall Village is simply paradise." Rita followed Serdek carrying the empty barrel. She was not very tall. She was wearing a jacket that women here often wear in winter. She had a well-proportioned and strong figure. She looked at the magnificent water reservoir not far away. Chishuida said with some emotion, "Yes, Wall Village looks like heaven now. I have almost forgotten the taste of multigrain pancakes. Little Peter, who was stuck in Soldak's arms, said childishly to Rita, who was following behind. Auntie, if you want to go to Pussy Mountain, remember to take me with you. Rita walked up with a smile, raised her little finger, and scratched Peter's nose, and said with a smile, if you can guarantee that you won't cry even if there is fire and rain falling on your head, then I will take you with me. Little Peter nodded vigorously, believing it was true, and said childishly, I definitely won't cry. There are 2 wooden figures in the yard against the fence. There are some shallow knife marks on the oak wooden figures. It seems that Little Peter insists on practicing basic sword skills every day. There are 2 archery targets hanging on the wall next to the wooden figures. There are also a few messy feather arrows stuck on it. The 5th level reservoir can just be seen outside the yard. It is covered with thick snow, and layers of dams are built overhead. The dams and mountains merge into one in the snow, making it look very spectacular. Soldak carried Little Peter into the house. Old Sheila was sitting in the rocking chair next to the fireplace, her eyes slightly closed and warming herself to the fire. There was a thin blanket covering her knees, and she seemed to be asleep. Natasha had already brought a plate of steaming broth to the dining room, and she stood 2 hard wheat cakes next to the fireplace. Baking them would make the wheat cakes delicious and crispy. I still remember that when I returned to Wall Village last summer, the whole village was starving, and the thatched house of old Sheila's house leaked very badly. Fortunately, spring has always been the dry season, so it was not greatly affected. At that time, apart from some miscellaneous grains, there seemed to be only some chestnut noodles in the house. The poor life began to slowly disappear from the appearance of the man who was chewing wheat cakes with his head lowered and silently. And he also went from being a trainee knight to another. He was promoted all the way to become a noble baron. Although this title is not yet hereditary, it is already the only one in Wall Village, which does not even have a canonized knight. Today, he is still here silently, guarding Wall Village and this desolate land. Natasha sat down on the chair next to Soldak and watched him eating with a gentle look on her face. Little Peter climbed into Natasha's arms. Natasha looked at Soldak with a dusty face and a full body. They were all covered with volcanic ash. So he said to him, I'll boil some bath water. Although there is already a cook at home, Natasha still likes to do everything by herself. She and Rita are both hard-working women. Natasha was wearing a long cotton skirt, with a belt that tied her waist very slenderly, and a sweetheart-collared woolen sweater that fit snugly on her body. Her milk-white neck and collarbone were fully exposed, and her long blonde hair was tied with a handkerchief. The back of her head was tied into a ponytail. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen her for a long time. But Serdak felt that Natasha's back was also particularly soft. After filling my stomach, my body also feels relaxed. Serdak was lying in the warm bath. He closed his eyes and felt the rippling water around him. His perception rippled along with the water ripples, giving Serdak a very strange feeling. Then, the sleepiness caused by the journey came over him, and he rested his head on the edge of the bathtub, thinking about how to mention to his family his proposal at Marquis Luther's mansion in Bena City. Soldak felt that it was really difficult to talk about this matter when he faced Natasha. Perhaps he should talk to old Sheila first. Let's discuss it. But he doesn't want to face old Sheila alone. When those eyes stare at him, he always feels a little guilty. Then he began to think about setting up a cavalry battalion in the winter no matter what. Whether it was war horses or cavalry, they were top priorities that had to be solved immediately. Hearing the sound of rushing water, Soldak suddenly woke up from his dream and found Natasha squatting outside the bathtub for some reason. Her beautiful face turned red with embarrassment. She lowered her head and said fearlessly, Did I kill you? Did you wake up? Serdak lay in the bathtub, stretched out his hand to wipe his face, lifted his white chin with his index finger, gave her red lips a light beak, and said gently, If you hadn't come to wake me up, maybe I would have will sleep until tomorrow morning. Natasha held down Soldak's somewhat dishonest hand and whispered to him shyly, Don't stay here. Uncle Bright is still waiting for you outside. It seems he has something to discuss with you. Andrew and Samira, I heard that you were waiting outside when you came back. Chapter 657 The Old Village Chief's Troubles. The old village chief, Brett, was sitting in the living room. In the summer, he was resisted by the rebels in the north. He suffered some injuries. Although the leg injury is healed now, once a person gets older, it is difficult to leave after picking up a cane. Opened. He was stroking the yew crutch in his hand and chatting with old Sheila. Nothing more than trivial matters in the village. This winter, Mayor Bright no longer has to worry about the villagers not having enough to eat, and the roofs of the houses they live in being blown off by the snowstorm. However, there are still many trivial matters. After the entire autumn harvest festival, Wall Village erupted like a blowout of weddings. The wave of the epidemic. Probably because they had some spare money in their hands. Their houses could withstand wind and snow, and their family granaries were filled with wheat. Young people in the village began to marry back a group of girls from other villages one after another, causing the population of Wall Village to the population exploded. Many villagers did not have enough to eat or clothing to keep warm. At that time, they had to worry about having enough to eat every day. Instead, everyone was polite to each other. At that time, no matter who was in trouble, they could lend a hand to help. But now everyone is free all of a sudden, and they are all hiding from the cold winter by the fireplace in the house. Apart from 2 meals a day, they only do things in bed after nightfall. When life becomes boring, it is inevitable that there will be some grudges and conflicts. Every day the noisy situation was either family disputes or conflicts between neighbors, which made the old village chief Bright a little tired of dealing with it. At this time in previous years, the men in the village didn't know which forest farm they were transporting wood to. A group of bored idlers. We must find something to do for them. That's what the old village chief Bright thought. But with the arrival of winter, the land is blocked by ice and snow, and there are not many things that can be done in winter. This is why the village chief Bright couldn't wait to find Serdek. Seeing Serdek coming down from the second floor wearing a clean leather armor, old Sheila raised her head and looked at Serdek with her somewhat cloudy eyes. Looking at Serdek calmly. "Oh, you're back. I just saw you sleeping, so I didn't wake you up." Serdek walked down the stairs, stood next to old Sheila, and hugged her. "I'm going to see little Peter. You guys can chat here." Seeing Serdek coming over, old Sheila stood up tremblingly and walked slowly towards her room. Serdek sat opposite the village chief Bright and asked the old village chief, "Uncle Bright, how is everything in the village lately?" Fortunately, once everyone is free, there will always be someone who seems restless. After the old village chief said this, the quarrels among the bored villagers came to mind, and he smiled nonchalantly. Those boring quarrels had been resolved under his own suppression. Mayor Bright asked casually, "Did everything go well when you went out this time?" Serdek glanced at Andrew and Samira, who were waiting aside, and said casually, "I have learned a lot from this trip. That is, the formation of the militia battalion and the cavalry battalion need to be completed as soon as possible. This came from the upper-class nobles. According to the news, there may be some actions here in Bina province tomorrow spring, and there will be some frequent mobilization of military camps in various places. The security in the deserted land is already very bad. If another military camp is removed by then, I am afraid that the security here will be very bad. The defense line is even more fragile. I want to arm the militia in the deserted land as soon as possible. This part of the ordinance must come from the city of Helensa. The soldiers may have very demanding requirements on the villagers' physical strength and skills and tactics. I will prepare it at will. The militia camp has developed a group of archers. As long as they can pick up crossbows, they can build an effective defense system in each village." He paused, and then said, "According to the order from the superiors of Bina province, I have to prepare a cavalry battalion in the short term. As for the cavalry, I want to go to each village to recruit. The biggest difference between the cavalry battalion and the militia battalion is it's just that I need some veterans with rich combat experience. Whether they can ride a horse or not is secondary, but they must be experienced in combat. Uncle Bright, do you think I can recruit enough people in the deserted land? Is there going to be a war?" After hearing what Serdek said, the old village chief asked in surprise. Serdek shook his head slightly and said, "That's not true. But the plain war has never stopped. I will go to the plain with the army to garrison next year, and I am afraid I will have to station there for a while. You want to recruit some cavalry. There should be some people in our village who are qualified, but there will definitely not be too many." Only then did the old village chief realize that after becoming a noble, he still has the responsibility to defend the territory of the empire. In fact, everything has two sides. Being able to participate in plain wars is also an excellent opportunity to earn military merit. And it seems that this mission it's not difficult. It's just a matter of playing garrison. Serdek continued. So this side of the village still needs Uncle Bright to manage it. I can't take care of this side. Not only that, we also need to build a strong force to protect the deserted land after I leave it. The militia camp can at least resist the bandits coming from the desert. And Bina province may not be too peaceful recently. I just hope that the chaos will not spread here. After hearing what Serdek said, the old village chief Bright asked, "What are your plans for next spring? The reservoir has been built. There is no need to worry about being unable to plant crops in the dry season in spring and summer. Will we continue to develop the tidal flats?" At this time, Rita came out from the kitchen with a pot of lemon tea, made steaming tea for everyone, and brought some pastries before sitting down. She also wanted to hear about Wall Village's plans for next year. Soldek said, "Of course, when developing tidal flats, you are actually compressing the area of swamp depressions. In this way, when the rainy season comes, without developed drainage channels, those tidal flats will be washed away by floods. So the canal must be dug wide enough. With this year's experience, it's not really a problem to open up some tidal flats," said Bright, the old village chief. "There's something I've always wanted to discuss with you," you said. Soldak knew that this was the purpose of the old village chief's coming here. The old village chief rubbed his wrinkled forehead with his hands, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Recently, everyone in the village may have lost the pressure of life, and they can't find a place to vent their excess energy. So I thought I should find one for them. Something to do. Recently, the kobold slaves in the village were taken away by Luke to build roads. I was thinking about organizing a road construction team in the village, which would also keep everyone busy. Are you going to form a road construction team composed of villagers?" Serdek asked in surprise. In fact, even if the old village chief didn't say anything about it, he still planned to do it. "That's it." The old village chief nodded and admitted, "I plan to let them rest on the mountain road from Wall Village to Helensa." According to the old village chief Brett, there is Oak Ridge between Helensa city and the desolate land. The road is winding and winding. Even riding a horse would take a whole day. This does not mean that it must be repaired, but rather than let them staying in the village, you might as well find something for the villagers to do. But in this case, the village will have to bear the cost of road construction and provide free 3 meals a day and salary to the villagers. This part is not so much borne by Ware Village, as it is better said that Serdek pays it out of his own pocket. The sulfur mines in the warehouse in Wall Village, which can be exchanged for gold coins, are strictly Soldak's private property. Would it be too hard to build roads in such a cold weather? Going to Oak Ridge to dig stones in the cold weather? Soldak did not continue. In fact, what he wanted to say was, none of the kobold slaves do such hard work. It's okay. At this time in previous years, I would have taken everyone to the icy and snowy ravines to cut down trees, and then transport those huge trees out in order to get a little bit of wages. Building roads is easier than transporting wood anyway. Old village chief Bright smiled freely. He has lived in a deserted land for so many years. What kind of suffering has he never experienced? Speaking of this matter, I can only blame Serdek for treating those kobold slaves too well, the old village chief said with emotion. I am considering that the deserted land is located in the remote northwest area of Helensa city. Due to the poor road access to Helensa city, every year, children of school age will miss a year. An awakening ceremony. After so many years, no child in the deserted land has awakened from the magic pool and became a magician noble. If this road can be repaired and there are so many four-wheeled carriages in the village, maybe there will be no more children. I missed the awakening ceremony. There have been 3 heavy snowfalls now, and the conditions on the Oak Ridge side have become extremely harsh. Soldak thought that if an accident occurred while building the road, the gain would outweigh the loss. He thought for a while, and then said to the old village chief Bright, "How about we change the goal and let the village's road construction team build roads in the deserted land? I want to connect all the natural villages in the deserted land with cement roads. Together, this will make it easier for us to rush over to rescue any village once it is attacked by desert bandits." The old village chief was a little confused. He stared at Soldak and said, "Building a road in a deserted land. The plains here are all deserted land. Where is the need to build a road?" In fact, as the old village chief said, the deserted land is adjacent to Oak Ridge in the south and the Paglos Mountains in the north. Large sand dunes are gradually spreading from the northwest corner to the deserted land. But there are no mountains in the deserted land. Even the hills are extremely gentle slopes. And there is only a large rift valley running from east to west in the center of the deserted land. The old village chief couldn't understand why Soldak wanted to build a road on a flat wasteland. If there was no road, wouldn't it be possible to walk? Serdek leaned over and pushed away the tea tray on the tea table in front of him. Then dipped a little water in the tea cup with his finger. Drew a simple outline of the deserted land on the table. then drew a few simple lines with water, and added several small biscuits and teacups were placed on the waterline. Pointing to the teacup, he said, "This cup represents the sentry post, and this biscuit represents the bridge." The old village chief, Bright, looked at the table with confusion. Soldak continued to explain. "The road network I am talking about is not just a simple cement road. It also includes a series of additional facilities such as lookout posts, checkpoints, and bridges. At least it will allow the cavalry to be able to cross the Great Rift Valley. The camels of the desert bandits are more adapted to the Gobi Desert in the deserted land. And if we want the militia battalion to have enough mobility, we must have enough four-wheeled carriages to pull them. I hope that no matter which natural village in the deserted land is destroyed by the desert bandits, if a village is attacked, the militia battalion can arrive at the scene within half a day." The old village chief did not expect that Surdak would have such a huge road construction plan. Actually, building a road in a deserted land is not as difficult as imagined. As long as it is paved with volcanic ash, sprinkled with water, and compacted with stones, it can become a smooth cement road. Surdak continued to tell the old village chief. "My initial thoughts." "So you already have these plans?" Andrew, who had been sitting quietly listening to the two people talking, couldn't help but interjected. "Recently, the desert bandits are harassing the villages on the edge of the desert again. Although Gulaitam and I went there, we blocked the desert bandits several times. But they would run away as soon as they saw us and did not dare to come into contact with us. Our equestrian skills are not as good as theirs. As long as we let them enter the desert, it will be harder to catch them." Andrew glanced at the half-elf archer beside him. "We have been worried about these desert bandits recently. It turns out that you have already thought of a series of methods against them. Expand the militia camp, train the archer regiment, recruit veterans to form the cavalry battalion. In addition, build roads throughout the deserted land. Use the convenience of four-wheeled carriages to transport the combat effectiveness of the militia battalion, and set up checkpoints in the deserted land. It's completely aimed at those desert bandits," Andrew said excitedly, after hearing what Andrew, a native warrior of the Nanai tribe, said. Bright village chief also discovered that building roads in the deserted land would have many benefits. So he stopped talking. He just wanted to give some energetic villagers something to do. It was relatively easier to build roads in deserted lands. "What? Are those desert bandits making trouble again?" Surdak raised his eyebrows and asked. Andrew looked a little depressed and said, "Yeah. At the beginning, Gulaitam and I were able to stop one or two unlucky desert bandits. Later, they became alert and couldn't catch them. This time, in addition to bringing apart from returning a group of camels, we could only hang a few fresh heads on the cross at the mountain pass and let the desert bandits escape into the depths of the desert. Tomorrow's spring, Surdak will lead the cavalry battalion to leave the deserted land. If these desert bandits cannot be properly dealt with, they may really be a future trouble. Even if a militia battalion with archers is formed, they may not be able to survive. These robbers." Surdak rubbed his temples in distress and said, "It seems that we must find a way to deal with these desert bandits. Let me think about it. The best scouts in the desert area should be eagle-eye archers. I will go to Helensa city. Go around there and see if you can hire a mercenary group with eagle eyes. If not, then you have to hire a magician. No matter what, we have to sweep the oases on the edge of the desert. It should have been like this a long time ago. I have endured this tone for a long time." Andrew waved his fist excitedly and said to Samira beside him. Chapter 658 Training. Winter nights always come early. When the setting sun fell silently over the mountains, a huge shadow quickly swallowed up every inch of land in the valley. The sky darkened, and stars gradually became embedded in the night sky. Dinner was actually fried fish. Surdak felt that there were very few opportunities to eat fish in Helensa city. There were no lakes here, so it was rare to see fish. After entering winter, these sea fish are transported from coastal fishing boats to the port. Each fish will be frozen to a solid state, and then transported to various inland provinces of the Green Empire in four-wheel trucks or magic airships. Therefore, they can only be eaten during this season. To sea fish. In previous years, caravans would never transport sea fish to the deserted land, because the merchants knew that the poor people in Wall Village could never afford to buy sea fish to eat. But this year is different from previous years. Whether it is ale, butter or cheese, the villagers in Wall will buy some from the merchants to try. This time some frozen fish happened to be shipped, and Natasha and Rita decided to buy some and try them home. When frying the fish, there are only peppercorns and salt. The fish has a slight fishy smell, but it is little Peter's favorite. The wheat cakes were also toasted to a crispy texture, and paired with sour plum jam, which was so delicious that little Peter almost bit his tongue. Old Sheila looked at Soldak, who was picking fish bones from little Peter, and the grudges in his heart had slowly begun to disappear. He came all the way to Wall Village, just for a promise he made on the battlefield. Every year, some young people from Wall Village go to the battlefield because of their military service. At least half of them will become cannon fodder on the battlefield and never be able to return to their hometown. These young infantry soldiers fully interpret the meaning of cannon fodder. Therefore, it is a normal thing for the villagers in the deserted land that their relatives died on the plain battlefield. Old Sheila just prays seriously every day, hoping that her son can return safely. Old Sheila even felt that it must be because her prayers were not pious enough that she became like this. After dinner, Soldak held a cup of lemon tea and spread a map of the deserted land on the coffee table, thinking about which village the paving team would build the cement road to first. He put the charcoal on Wall Village, and a line is formed between the Pudu Mountains. And a line is formed between the Pudu Mountains and the edge of the southern foothills of the Paglos Mountains. These cement roads have been opened up by the Cobalt slaves. Next, Surdak plans to extend the road to the northwest of the Badlands. He used charcoal to draw a big cross on the edge of the desert, as the sheriff of the deserted land. Before he followed Marquis Luther to the plain to change defenses, he had to deal with the bandits in the desert in front of him. He sat on the recliner by the glass window of his bedroom, looking at the starry sky above his head, wondering whether he should go to Helensa city tomorrow to hire a mercenary group. The fireplace was in the living room downstairs, but there was a flue passing through the bedroom, so the room was also very warm. Soldak was only wearing a cotton shirt and thinking about what the old village chief said before leaving. The old village chief heard that Surdak was preparing to build a cavalry battalion. In the spring, he would follow Marquis Luther's regiment to garrison the Belan Plain. Being able to ride on Marquis Luther's chariot is naturally because Surdak is engaged. The main reason is that Marquis Luther wanted Surdak to take this opportunity to earn some merit. Nobles can only earn merit by going to the battlefield. Only then can he be promoted to his own title. After all, when a young baron marries the daughter of a marquis, the status gap is a little big. The cavalry battalion with the official imperial designation is eligible to recruit some recruits. These recruits can register at the Helensa Logistics and Munitions Office, and then serve 4 years of military service in the Surdak Cavalry Battalion. The old village chief first thought of the young people in the village, who were of suitable age, but had not yet served in the military. He hoped that Soldak could select some of these young people. Although they were young and had no combat experience, they were worthy of training and retired in the future. After that, they could also become the backbone of the deserted land. It turned out to be a defense change in the Belan Plain. This job was obviously some kind of reward in disguise. There was no danger in itself, and those who were capable could earn some merit. Soldak's original idea was to recruit some veterans with rich combat experience and return to the battlefield as mercenaries. He did not lack the salary of mercenaries, so that such a cavalry battalion would have combat effectiveness. But Bright Village, the suggestion made by the chief, made him change his mind somewhat. He thought that if he did not recruit this group of young people in the village and let them obey the dispatch of the military supplies and logistics department of Helensa city, they would be destined to be stuffed into a certain army, serving as cannon fodder in heavy armored infantry regiments. The battle damage rate of this infantry regiment ranks first among all services. There were already very few men in the village, so he scratched his hair in distress. Natasha walked to Serdak's feet holding a silver plate filled with warm water, placed the silver basin on the floor, gently knelt down and helped Serdak take off his long military boots, and then pull up his trousers, soak his feet in the warm water, and drizzle the water on his calves. Soldak took the opportunity to sit up, held Natasha's pretty face in his hands, and kissed her soft lips. Natasha's face instantly turned red, and she resisted while whispering, "The door is not closed yet." With a strong and flexible body, she avoided Soldak's hands, turned around and quickly walked to the door and closed it. Then she walked back to the recliner with a blushing face, squatted down and put her hand into the warm basin of water. She grabbed Soldak's calloused feet. The toes were compressed and deformed due to long-term wearing of these hard military boots. She rubbed the feet with her hands without saying a word. Foot. Soldak stretched out his hand, traced his fingers along the side of her face to her chin, raised her chin with 2 fingers, looked seriously into Natasha's blue eyes, and gently pressed his forehead against hers. On the forehead, after wiping her feet dry with linen, Natasha took away the basin, and then squeezed into the slightly narrow lounge chair with Soldak. She was wearing a long dress with a low-cut neckline, and when she lay down, she was completely white. Her skin was exposed to Serdak's sight, and she shyly stretched out an arm to cover her eyes, not daring to meet Serdak's fiery eyes. A kiss is like a small fire ignited from the bottom of the heart. It can silently express the longing and love in the heart. "You won't abandon us, will you?" Natasha's eyes became bright, and she asked Soldak in a low voice. Serdak gently stroked Natasha's brocade-smooth back with his hand and said to her, "Of course. I am here to continue his life and the original promise. I will always take good care of you. I want to protect this village well. So now that I have become the sheriff of the desolate land, I may have a heavier responsibility on my shoulders. I also have to protect every inch of the land in the desolate land. This is my responsibility." Natasha's lips curled up. Her hands wrapped around Soldak's neck. The old village chief acted very quickly. He probably mobilized the villagers of the right age in the village last night and gave them a very attractive salary. Each person had 1 silver coin per day and was also responsible for 3 meals a day. In the past, this season, the villagers of Air Village all follow the old village chief to cut trees in a forest farm to earn some money to support their families. Therefore, the villagers responded positively to the old village chief's proposal. Moreover, there are so many 4-wheeled carriages in the village, which can be used to transport volcanic ash. Most people in the village can drive carriages. This work is not tiring and can make a lot of money in this cold winter. The next morning, the village square, a large number of villagers gathered on the street. In order to receive double wages, some villagers even roped in teenagers who had just participated in the coming-of-age ceremony this fall. According to the laws of the Green Empire, as long as you participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, you are no longer a teenager, and you should be a new batch of young people. However, this time the old village chief made another decision that made some villagers dissatisfied. That is, all young people in the village who have not served in the military are not eligible to participate in the village's road construction team, regardless of their age. These young people must join the winter training team in Wall Village from now on in order to prepare for the spring recruitment. He plans to let the young people in the village go through short-term special training before some of them can join Soldak to prepare for the establishment of the army. The cavalry battalion. Even if the young people who were not selected cannot join the cavalry battalion, they must at least have some combat expertise, so as not to be thrown into the cannon fodder by the logistics quartermaster without even thinking about it when they serve in the army. The old village chief's idea was very simple. He felt that no matter what, since it was the cavalry battalion established by Serdak, if the young people in the village could pass Serdak's approval and not ask for special care, they could at least be treated equally. And the cavalry battalion. This is cavalry, not some heavy armored infantry regiment or those cannon fodder regiments. The old village chief did not say a word about these inside stories. Despite the dissatisfaction of some villagers, he quickly formed a road construction team in Wall Village. On the same day, he drove more than 30 4-wheeled carriages along the desolate land. The first cement road goes deep into the area covered by the volcanic ash of Mount Pudu, and continuously transports truckloads of volcanic ash to the planned new road. The construction work had just started in Ware Village, and the villagers from the neighboring village ran to the old village chief and applied to join the road construction team. The old village chief firmly refused. He braved the north wind, smoke and snow to transport volcanic ash to build roads in the winter. The main reason was to find something for the villagers to do, so as to prevent them from destroying the village due to their high energy. There was a lot of commotion in the village. As for the chaos in other villages, he didn't have the ability, and it was not his turn to take care of it. After thinking about it, the old village chief felt that it was those shining silver coins that changed the faces of these simple villagers. The old village chief called together some young people in the village, who were of suitable age, but had not served in the military. Under the active call of the old village chief, a temporary winter training team was finally established. In order to allow everyone to actively participate, Serdak has promised that the training team will provide free breakfast and lunch every day. And the recruitment of the training team is not limited to Wall Village. As long as villagers in the desolate land who have not served in the military can join. Andrew and Samira temporarily served as instructors of the training team. Unlike Soldak, they did not let the people in the militia camp go. On the first day, they pulled a team of less than 10 people into the freezing snow. They were made to run until they vomited out all the food in their stomachs, and finally collapsed in the snow exhausted. The first day of training was over, and 3 young people asked the old village chief to withdraw from the winter training. The old village chief sighed slightly, and did not stop him. He just stood on the steps and turned to the other young people and asked, "Which of you still wants to quit? No matter who you are. You can leave at any time." The other 7 young people had a slightly stronger will and gritted their teeth without choosing to quit. Young people in the surrounding villages heard that Wall Village had formed a winter training team and provided free breakfast and lunch to all members who participated in the training. Then, they asked clearly about the conditions for joining. As long as it is a deserted land and there is no service, young people who have served in the military can participate without taking the exam. So the next day, there were suddenly more than 50 young people who had not served in the military in Wall Village. Andrew was still leading the team that day. This guy led the team for outdoor training. His only goal was to make everyone run to the ground where they were exhausted and couldn't bear it. And no one will stop you from exiting directly. It wasn't until the 7th day that no young people finally joined the training team. These days, Andrew led this group of young people to run wildly in the wild almost every day. It is said that only young people who can persevere in this high-intensity training can receive Andrew's subsequent teachings on several combat postures. In 7 days, more than 150 young people gathered in the training team. Soldak did not expect to have the opportunity to recruit so many young people at once. In what seemed like a difficult environment, these young people were in good physical condition. And the psychological quality is also very good. At least strong enough. While Andrew and Samira were busy training these young people in Wall Village, Soldak made a special trip to the city of Helensa. Aphrodite returned to Helensa city with the carriage team. And there were also war horses brought from Bena city. Although there were only more than 30 horses, Serdak still needed to make a special trip to Helensa city to pick them up. Moreover, Serdak is also planning to recruit a mercenary group in Helensa city. Only those who have the courage to go into the desert with them to hunt down the bandits will have to have an eagle eye who can cope with the complex terrain of the desert. He did not ride through the rugged oak forest on the mountain road. But Aphrodite happened to come to the city of Helensa and directly asked her to summon him there. Recently, he seems to have become accustomed to this convenient way of airborne landing. The top of Helensa city is already covered with snow. And Helensa city, which is located on the mountainside, is also hidden in this mountain scenery. After walking out of the void gate, he gave Aphrodite a big hug and said repeatedly, "It's been a hard journey. A hard journey." Looking at Serdak walking out of the magic circle, Aphrodite couldn't help but roll her eyes, and was unmoved by her gratitude to Serdak. Chapter 659 Serdak's Security Squadron. The succubus Aphrodite wrapped herself in a fur coat, and even wore a thick mask on her face. Looking very much like a northern woman, she stood in the shadow by the wall, pushed Soldak away with disgust, and said with some resentment, "You may not imagine how cold it is in the mountains at this time. What I have to do every day is to ride in the carriage. Sitting there all day boringly. Being unable to get to the next town because of the snow on the road. All the carriages being surrounded and camping in the wilderness. Being forced to take a detour because the road ahead is blocked by snow. You don't experience this, I may never realize the hardship once and for all. Although I am a succubus, it does not mean that I am not afraid of the cold." The magic summoning array on the ground disappeared little by little. Serdak didn't care about Aphrodite's disgusted eyes, and pulled the succubus Aphrodite out of the deserted alley. "Sorry, I thought you would enjoy this trip." Serdak felt that he should appease Aphrodite. Aphrodite took off her mask, with a mature and sexy look on her face, and said to Serdak, "The scenery on this journey is quite good, but it's a bit boring to be alone. This place is very close to the Garden Plaza Hotel in Helensa City. Aphrodite is very familiar with this place. She even booked a room by herself from the hotel owner, Mrs. Nyan Cohen." Seeing Soldak and Aphrodite walking in side by side, the proprietress Mrs. Cohen said with surprise, "Dak, where did you come from? Why didn't I see Aphrodite when she chose the room yesterday?" "You?" Soldak stepped forward and hugged Mrs. Cohen, and said, "I just came into the city. I made a special trip to take Aphrodite back to the deserted land. She went to Bena City for a trip a few days ago." Soldak and Aphrodite were just about to go upstairs when the proprietress Mrs. Cohen caught up from behind and asked enthusiastically, "Dak, I cooked some apples. Do you want to try them?" Soldak said quickly, "No, thank you. We have to rush to the airport terminal later." Then the two of them climbed up the Z-shaped staircase to the room with the attic on the top floor. This room was usually empty most of the time. Only when some regular customers came, Mrs. Cohen would take out the key to entertain friends. Back in the room, there was a bottle of golden cider on the table next to the window. Aphrodite poured 2 glasses of golden cider, handed one to Serdak, took off her mask and took a sip herself. leaning on the sofa in the room. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes and asked Serdek. The batch of full-cover armors are temporarily stored in the carriage house's warehouse. There are many carriage drivers who want to take this job. Do you want to hire them to transport those full-coverage armors to Wall Village? Calculating the time. The war horses we bought in Beta City should also arrive. I plan to wait to go to the airport terminal and transport them back to Wall Village together with these full-cover armors. I guess what we need is not the coachman in the carriage shop. But we should find some horse drivers. Serdek sat opposite Aphrodite and asked her, By the way, do you want to go to Pussy Mountain, where you can see volcanoes and lava? There's just volcanic ash everywhere. Aphrodite glanced at Serdek and said directly, If you have anything to say, just tell me. Well, what I want to say is, Aphrodite, can you stay at Pussy Mountain for me for a while? Serdek asked carefully. He also knew that his request was a little excessive. But I have been so busy recently, and even a little overwhelmed. Aphrodite asked in astonishment. You want me to live over the Pussy volcano? Well, I'm just staying for a while. Serdek nodded and said, How long? Aphrodite asked. Serdek saw the carriages coming and going outside the window downstairs and replied, About a few weeks. Maybe 2 weeks. Maybe 4 weeks. Aphrodite waved her hand and said, There were several volcanoes that billowed with smoke all day next to my previous residence. I know how to live there. But you better act quickly. I will solve the matter over there as soon as possible. When Serdek said this, he was obviously lacking in confidence. In the afternoon, Serdek rushed to the airport terminal in Helensa City. When he found the administrator at the terminal, he was told that more than 30 ancient Bolai war horses arrived in Helensa 3 days ago and are currently being fostered at the airport terminal. After paying the foster care fee in the stable, Serdek spent 2 silver coins outside the gate of the airport terminal to hire 2 coachmen who knew how to herd horses, and asked them to drive the horses to the carriage house. These more than 30 ancient Bolai war horses and full armor will be transported to Wall Village tomorrow. Aphrodite needs to stay in Helensa City until Serdek has finished all the matters here. In Helensa City, the succubus Aphrodite does not have too many scruples. Helensa guard camp many knights have met Aphrodite, so as long as she doesn't go to the Mage Tower, she can wander around the city at will. The beauty of the mountain town in winter is wrapped in ice and snow, and the many seas of pine and cypress trees on the streets maintain their green color. Aphrodite accompanied Serdek to the parade square in front of the city hall. Leaving her here, Serdek went to the guard camp to report. Walking into the familiar guard camp, many knights from the guard camp took the initiative to say hello to Serdek as soon as he walked through the gate. Now he can be regarded as the squadron leader in the guard camp, and he is regarded as the middle level of the guard camp. Thinking that a year ago, he was just a reserve knight who stepped off the battlefield. In just over a year, he had experienced a lot. Today, Serdek has become a noble baron. He walked to the front desk and asked the female receptionist on duty, Are Captain Carl and Captain Solon here? The female receptionist seemed to recognize Serdek's identity and said quickly, Captain Sauron is out on a mission, and Captain Carl happens to be here today. Serdek nodded. He walked along the corridor to the end, walked up some old wooden stairs, and found the lounge of the cheer group. A group of knights from the cheer group were chatting and playing cards in the lounge. When he saw Serdek walking into the room, he quickly greeted him to play cards with him. Serdek pointed to the room inside and asked the knights outside, Is Carl in there? After receiving a positive answer, Serdek came to the door and knocked. Come in. A steady voice came from behind the door. Serdek pushed open the wooden door. Carl was sitting on the chair in front of his desk sorting out a document. When he looked up, he found Serdek standing at the door. He happily invited him in and asked, Dak, what are you doing? Why are you here? I thought I would be over there in the deserted land all winter. Serdek and Carl hugged, sat on the chair opposite the desk, and said to Carl, I'm here to receive the next quarter's distribution of supplies and funds. Captain Sauron isn't here? Although the Deserted Land Security Squadron of the Deserted Land Guard Camp has not yet recruited anyone, Serdek needs to receive all the materials and funds allocated for this quarter. Carl poured a cup of tea for Serdek, reached out and patted his shoulder and said, Captain Sauron rushes to Beta City. The military department seems to have some tasks that require the cooperation of the entire province's guard battalions. Viscount Emmett is in charge of the daily affairs of the Helensa Guard Camp these days. I will take you to him. How is the formation of the night squadron of your guard camp there? When asked by Carl, Soldak realized that he not only had to form a militia battalion and a private cavalry battalion, but also a security battalion. He said with some distress. Apart from the fact that the knights have not been gathered yet, the main thing is it's hard to buy war horses. I went to the horse market in Beta City a few days ago, and they weren't even available there. Carl did not expect Soldak to say this. He hesitated and said with some uncertainty. War horses of the security squadron of the guard camp. The guard camp should help you solve it. You might as well go to see Viscount Emmett later and go with him. Let him mention it. Cerdak looked at Carl with wide eyes and said with some excitement. Can the guard camp come forward to deal with the war horses? Carl nodded and said. A guard battalion squadron only needs 60 war horses. I think the logistics and military department of Helensa should be able to get them. Viscount Emmett looked at the playfully smiling Carl and the upright Soldak across the table, and said with some helplessness. You need to submit an application in writing. There have been frequent wars in the Green Empire recently, so the warhorse strategy it's difficult to apply for supplies. And you have to wait in line to get the quota. And you don't know how long it will take for the 60 war horses. It's not as simple as Carl said. Soldak thought to himself. Carl was about to ask, but Viscount Emmett waved his hand and blocked the words in his throat. Viscount Emmett said to Soldak again, even if you don't come from the deserted land this time, this notice will still be there. It will be delivered to you soon. The guard camp has arranged all the night quotas for the security squadron. However, the snow in the mountains here is too heavy, so it has not been handed over to you. I have a list here. You can take it and have a look. With that said, Viscount Emmett handed a piece of parchment with names written all over it in the drawer to Cerdak. Soldak took it in his hand and looked at the information on the list carefully. Unexpectedly, the guard camp would force some young knights to come to him. Soldak said to Viscount Emmett, Everyone are the young people who graduated from the Knight Academy. Viscount Emmett corrected him with a serious face. They are all young people with knight status. If you want to join the guard camp, you must have knight status. Seeing Soldak sitting there with his head lowered and silent, Carl stepped on Soldak under the table and winked at him. Soldak could only hold his nose and said, Okay, you can tell me this. That's the last word. Although he was dissatisfied with the arrangements at the guard camp, after seeing Carl's hint, Cerdak could only bite the bullet and agree. Seeing that Cerdak agreed even though he was reluctant, Viscount Emmett's face brightened slightly, and then he knocked on the table with his hand and said to Cerdak, These young knights are not all without good. At least they all have their own war horses. Then he whispered, Originally, considering the harsh environment of the deserted land, no one might be willing to go there to eat sand. But now all the major legions are on the plain battlefield, and it is not very safe there. Compared to the plain battlefield, these people prefer to choose sand in a deserted land. This group of young knights have few choices after graduation this year. More than 60 places were suddenly vacant in the guard camp, and almost all of them were divided up by those in the House of Representatives. Now the Helensa House of Representatives has officially issued a written notice requiring the guard camp to strictly implement the guard camp recruitment standards. After saying that, Viscount Emmett also showed a look of helplessness. Cerdak did not expect this to be the case, and quickly stood up and said, I completely obey the arrangements of the security battalion. Can I lead them to the deserted land security squadron this time? Viscount Emmett waved his hand for him to sit down, and then said, Of course. Sauron and I once proposed in the House of Representatives that the security in the desolate land is not very good. But those members think that the security in the desolate land is not very good. No matter how bad it is, it's still better than the Warsaw Plain. So Sauron and I have been asking Carl to persuade you recently. And it's certainly best if you can figure it out now. Soldak nodded, with a faint smile on his lips, and said to Viscount Emmett, Captain Emmett, bandits from the desert have appeared frequently in the deserted land recently. I am in urgent need of manpower to maintain security there. When can these young knights go to Wall Village? Viscount Emmett lowered his head and considered it, and said, In 3 days. I will ask Carl to personally send the people to Wall Village. Carl was a little dumbfounded and muttered something quietly where Viscount Emmett couldn't see him. Leaving Viscount Emmett's room, Carl grabbed Soldak by the collar, pushed him into the corner of the corridor, and asked angrily, Why is the matter so urgent? Why can't we stay in Helensa for a few more days? Should I send these graduates to you on a special trip? Cerdak slapped Carl's hand away and said to him, Recently, desert bandits have been looting the natural villages in the northwest in the deserted land. This time, I came to Helensa City to hire a group of mercenaries from the Mercenary Union. It would be best if we can hire an eagle eye with Earth vision. Carl stared at Soldak dumbfounded and said, Do you know how much it costs to hire a mercenary group? Do you know what an Earth vision eagle eye represents? That brimstone of yours, how much money can you make from the mine to allow you to squander it so unscrupulously? The two of them did not stay on the third floor of the guard camp and walked down the wooden stairs. Soldak asked Carl, Do you have any connections with the mercenary union? I need to hire a professional mercenary group. And I don't need some showboating. Of course. Let's go. I'll take you there and get your gold coins ready. But I'm not sure whether I can hire Hawkeye, Carl reminded Soldak. The mercenary union was not too far from the guard camp, and the two of them did not ride horses. They walked west along the road in front of the city hall and past the House of Representatives. They walked around the intersection in front and saw the mercenary union facing the street. At this time, the door of the union was open, and many mercenaries of various professions were sitting on the steps. Chapter 660 Mercenary Union. The mercenary union in Helensa City doesn't look big from the outside. The steps at the door extend forward and extend in a fan shape. There were many warriors standing on the steps, some chatting together, and some simply sitting on the low stone wall next to the steps to rest. The low wall next to it was covered with dried ivy, a long halberd and a broken halberd. The shield formed the guild's emblem and was erected on the roof of the guild. In winter, the mercenary union is located in the middle of a row of Western-style buildings. On the left and right sides are the Leatherworkers Union and the Cooks Union. It looks much deserted. There are many unofficial organizations such as trade unions in the Green Empire. The most famous and influential one is the Magic Guild. There are also the Thieves Guild, which many people know but always hide in the shadows. Other unions are also spread throughout the Green Empire city. Seeing Carl and Cerdak coming over, the warriors waiting at the door quickly turned their attention to the two men. When they saw the badges on the chests of Carl and Cerdak, they immediately dispersed and disappeared. People are willing to come together. In the eyes of these warriors, the guard camp is just a group of wild dogs that bite whoever they see. Who would be willing to deal with a mad dog? Carl took Soldak into the mercenary union hall. The windows in the hall were very small, and the colorful glass made the room a little dark. The magic wall lamps on the walls emitted soft light and looked like torches. There are also some paintings about war on the walls of the hall, but it is hard to tell where the castle in the painting belongs. The decoration of the first floor hall of the mercenary union looks like a tavern. Some soldiers sit at a small round table and discuss mission assignments with their employers. 3 female receptionists wearing white linen shirts stood neatly behind the bar. The shelves behind them were not filled with wine bottles, but neat rows of document bags. The female receptionists were sitting at the bar, and there were several combat workers queuing up over there. What are they doing? Soldak asked curiously, nodding toward the bar. Carl turned his head and glanced, and said with some uncertainty, Probably to register information. After many soldiers join the mercenary union, they will register their personal information here, and sometimes employers will hire them based on this personal information. Soldak followed Carl and walked towards the stairs of the hall. There is a blackboard hanging on the wall, filled with text in Imperial language. That notice board over there? Soldak asked Carl in a low voice. Carl turned sideways and explained to Soldak. Many high-value but very difficult commissions are usually written on those notice boards, and will not be erased until the commission task is completed or expires. You see? Behind each line of commission there's a deadline. Soldak asked again. Then why don't we go to the bar to register? Carl smiled and said, If you just come here to register, why should I make a special trip with you? Wouldn't it be better to tell you the address directly? Come upstairs with me. The occupation you are looking for is not common. I didn't even listen. The mercenary group in Helensa also includes Hawkeye. Dewey, the vice president of this mercenary union, and I are good friends, so I think he can be of some help, or at least reveal some inside information to us. The two of them walked upstairs while chatting. The wooden stairs were coated with a layer of brown-red paint. They were as thick as wooden boards and were very stable to step on. Go up to the second floor and walk along the corridor. There are still some murals about war on the ceiling and walls. The style is cruel and realistic. The picture makes people feel a little depressing. Pushing open the indigo wooden door at the end, a lady sits at the desk. He looked up at Carl at the door. Who are you looking for? Vice President Dewey. Please tell him that his old friend Carl is here to see him. Carl said politely to the lady. Okay, Baron Carl. Please wait a moment. The lady wearing a gray round-neck cashmere sweater stood up, turned and walked into the room behind her. 10 seconds later, The door to the room was pushed open forcefully. A brawny man with a beer belly walked out of it. When he saw Carl at the door, he walked up excitedly and hugged Carl. He laughed and said, "Carl, why are you here?" Carl put one arm around Vice President Dewey's shoulder, pointed to Soldak beside him, and introduced, "This is my friend Soldak. I mentioned to you before that you were supposed to get to know each other at the party, but he has never lived in the city, and there are not many opportunities to come to Helensa City, so he can only come directly to the door. Nice to meet you, Baron Soldak." Vice President Dewey stretched out his big, hairy hand and said to Soldak, "Nice to meet you, Vice President Dewey." Soldak quickly reached out his hand and held the bear's paw. Dewey invited the two of them into his reception room, and the female assistant brought refreshments. After the three people sat down, Dewey asked, "You won't come to me easily and tell me if you need my help with anything?" Carl patted Surdak on the shoulder and said directly, "Dak wants to go to the desert to find trouble with those desert bandits. But you also know that in the desert and in this season, it is impossible for those bandits to escape. They stand still and wait for you to chop him with a knife. Their people have no experience in desert life. But those bandits hide in the desert and only stick their heads out when they want to bite people. In short, things are difficult to deal with here. Is there any mercenary group familiar with the desert? We would like to hire a mercenary group." Dewey leaned on the sofa, put his hands into his hair, and straightened it carefully. After thinking about it carefully, he said, "There are some mercenary groups who are very familiar with the desert. But I can't guarantee whether those guys have any contact with the people in the desert. You also know that if they take off their pants, they will be bandits. And if they put on pants, they will be a group of mercenaries. Some people do not mind role-playing for gold coins and magic crystals." Carl asked, "Is there anyone who is more reliable? At least at this stage. The performance is quite satisfactory." Dewey touched his beard with his hand and said, "I can recommend a few mercenary groups to you. But if you want to send them into the desert, the reward will probably not be too low." Surdak sighed in his heart. No matter where he goes, he can't do without the saying, "It's easy to do things when you have acquaintances." Carl glanced at Soldak very proudly, and then asked, "Then do you know Hawkeye?" Dewey just picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. When he heard Carl ask this, he couldn't help but choked out a sip of water and said hurriedly, "Hawkeye? This kind of profession is almost covered by the big lord." "Why? Maybe he came to work as a mercenary. Even in Beta City, it would be difficult to find a mercenary group with an eagle eye, unless the leader of the mercenary group is an eagle eye himself." After saying that, he took out his handkerchief and wiped off the water stains on his beard. When the female assistant outside heard the coughing in the room, she opened the door and walked in. She quickly dealt with the water stains on the coffee table and his body. Dewey waved at the lady. He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. After the female assistant exited the room, she continued, "It has been 100 years since the establishment of our mercenary union, but there are less than 10 registered eagle eyes. I think you might as well hire 2 magicians to explore the effect. Pretty much the same. Margolin, give me the list of registered mercenaries," he shouted loudly toward the outside. "Okay, President Dewey." The door was pushed open a crack, and the female assistant's answer came from outside. Dewey said again, "By the way, bring me the tobacco I brought back from High Silk City." The female assistant brought over a stack of parchment rosters for the mercenary group, carefully opened the door, and squeezed in. She was a bit petite, and the heavy roster almost blocked her body. She could only look sideways and looked forward, and put this thick stack of lists on the coffee table. Surdak, Carl, and Dewey got together, and under the guidance of Vice President Dewey, they quickly selected 5 mercenary groups with good records. Dewey quickly wrote the names of several mercenary groups on a piece of paper, handed the note to the female assistant beside him, and told her, "Go and invite the leaders of these mercenary groups. If they're not on the Union side, so forget it." "Okay, Vice President." The female assistant turned and left. Unfortunately, there is no Hawkeye on the roster. This is the main purpose of Surdak's mercenary group. Carl and Surdak looked through all the rosters, but could not find an eagle eye. Carl said to Surdak with some frustration, "It's a pity that there is no eagle eye. So we can only go to the Magic Guild to hire a magician. We will go find Lance for help later. But in such a cold weather, I guess those mages are not willing to go out." Although Surdak was a little reluctant, he could only say now, "Okay, then we will go to the Magic Guild later to have a look." At this time, The female assistant just returned. Vice President Dewey patted his forehead and asked the female assistant, Margolin, has any Hawkeye appeared in our union recently? The female assistant said without thinking, President. Yes. Carl and Soldak looked at the female assistant named Margolin at the same time. Neither of them expected that she actually knew about Hawkeye. Where is he? Why haven't I heard anyone talk about him? Vice President Dewey blushed and asked unnaturally. Margolin bit her lip and hesitated before saying, Maybe not. Anyway, I'm not sure. It doesn't matter if you are wrong, Carl said to Margolin. The female assistant Margolin hesitated before saying, He did not register personal information with our Helensa mercenary union. He probably came to us just to release a task. When she said this, she suddenly seemed to remember something again, and quickly tapped her forehead and said, Oh, by the way, the main information about his level is very simple. He is a very strange person. He is taciturn and likes to hide himself in the shadows. He is wrapped in thick linen bandages, and even his face and head are wrapped with bandages, wearing a set of dirty leather armor. But his bow is very beautiful. The long bow seems to be burning with a ball of flame. Soldak and Carl looked at each other in confusion. Generally, people with weird attire also have extreme personalities. The female assistant Margolin continued. When he first came to the mercenary union, he had some friction with a group of mercenaries here. Maybe the mercenary group took a fancy to his bow. However, everyone restrained themselves in time, and no fight broke out on the spot. Master Lucian happened to be present at the time, and according to his judgment, that person was probably an Eagle Eye. Vice President Dewey asked, What kind of mission is he issuing to us? The female assistant Margolin knocked her head hard, and then said, I don't remember the details. The commission task is still written on the notice board on the first floor. His name and address are on the list of task entrusters. Help me find that roster. Come with me downstairs and look at the notice board. After Vice President Dewey said this, he walked downstairs to the hall with Soldak and Carl, and stood there. At the top of the stairs, the female assistant Margolin quickly led the way. The group checked the task board one by one, and finally saw the commission task at the top of the middle section of the notice board. The task is also very simple. It is to look for clues about the crystallized salamander within the city of Helensa. The signature in the name column at the back is Viru. And in terms of entrustment reward, provide any information about the crystallized salamander and verify it. If so, one message will cost 5 silver coins. If the hiding place of the crystallized salamander is revealed and verified, one message will cost 2 magic crystals. This guy actually wants to hunt crystallized salamanders. It seems he must have some skills. Carl stood in front of the notice board. Margolin, go to the front desk and check his address. Vice President Dewey ordered. Not long after, the female assistant Margolin came back quickly and said to Vice President Dewey, President, we found out that this Viru is now living in the hotel next to the Three Bears Barbecue Restaurant at number 53 Central Street. Are you going to find him? Carl asked Soldak. Soldak said, Whether he is an Eagle Eye or not, you have to take a look before you are willing to do it. 3 people walked out from next to the bulletin board. Vice President Dewey. The selected mercenary group leaders are already waiting at the door of the reception room. Would you like to go over now? Margolin walked quickly to Vice President Dewey and stood beside him. Whispered in the ear. Well, since we're here, let's go take a look now. Vice President Dewey said calmly. The group returned to the second floor. Vice President Dewey walked over and was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Vice President Dewey said with a straight face, I'll give you some time. Come to my office one by one later and organize your activities. Introduce your mercenary group in language. Margolin. And arrange for all mercenary group leaders to line up first. The leader of the mercenary group at the front looked happy and walked into Dewey's office happily. The leaders of the mercenary group behind were naturally very annoyed and waited behind, watching helplessly as Serdak and Carl walked inside. They seemed to be from the guard camp. The mercenary group behind them said in a flurry of discussions. No way. How could those people from the guard camp come to the mercenary union? Someone said next. When you go in later, take a closer look. I'm sure I saw it right. The person who spoke first said firmly. Chapter 661 Viru. Apart from the higher commission prices, these mercenary groups have almost no shortcomings. The composition of each mercenary group is slightly different, so the combat characteristics are also very different. Some mercenary groups are good at guarding. Some are good at strong attacks. Some are good at concealing surprise attacks. and some are good at blocking in the field. No matter what the combat characteristics of the mercenary group are, the overall combat effectiveness is undoubtedly very powerful. Moreover, teamwork skills are very strong and members trust each other. They usually accept difficult tasks with bounties issued by noble lords. Cerdak and Carl quickly identified a mercenary group with 30 members. The cost of hiring this mercenary group really cost Cerdak a lot of money. The mercenary group needs to pay the salary on a daily basis. In the absence of war, Cerdak has to pay the mercenary every day starting from the date of employment. The court gets 5 gold coins. In addition, you also need to pay a reward for killing enemy members in the mercenary station battle. Ordinary desert bandits have 5 gold coins per head, regardless of death or injury during combat. Cerdak does not need to pay additional pensions. After talking about this, they made an agreement with this mercenary group to arrive at Wall Village in the deserted land in 3 days. Walking out of the mercenary union, Carl smiled at Cerdak and said, "Dak, after entering the desert, do you want this mercenary group to kill as many bandits as possible? Or kill as few as possible? And just defeat them? That's it?" This is indeed a difficult multiple-choice question. Why do you ask that? Cerdak asked as he walked down the steps. Carl chuckled. He didn't know that there was a huge amount of gold coins hidden in the Pussy Mountain. He turned around and said to Cerdak, "I'm worried that if this mercenary group kills hundreds of desert bandits at once, won't you have to pay a huge sum of money? 1,000 gold coins. Hey, Duck, when did you become so wealthy?" According to Carl's thinking, even if Cerdak owns a sulfur mine, if he wants to hire such a mercenary group of 30 people, he will probably have to tighten his belt in the next few months. However, he was not worried about whether Cerdak could pay the commission of the mercenary group. After all, Cerdak still had a military expenditure to establish a guard battalion night squadron, and Cerdak could also obtain funds from the municipal government. He received a sum of military expenses for the militia camp from the hall. But Cerdak was not able to spend the money yet. "Well, I can still make a little profit from my sulfur mine," Cerdak said with a smile. He was thinking about whether to tell the truth about a group of salamanders in the territory. "We're going to meet that Viru." Carl stood on the steps outside the mercenary union, looking to both sides of the street, looking for a magic caravan he could ride on. Cerdak stood next to Carl, blocking Carl with his arm to stop him from shouting to stop a passing magic caravan, and said to him, "I'm going to see him. You can go back to the guard camp now. Don't be late for dinner in the evening. Just remember to call Tax Collector Bird." Carl was stunned for a moment, looked up at the winter afternoon sun, and said, "Well, I think I can still call Lance in time." Cerdak waved to Carl and walked towards the parade square of the city hall. "Don't you want to ride in the magic caravan?" Carl shouted from behind. Cerdak didn't answer. He just tightened the collar of his leather jacket and strode along the street trees towards the parade square. Aphrodite was sitting on a bench in the square. She wrapped herself in a warm fur coat and was basking in the sun against the cold north wind. The sky is very blue, with only some cotton-like gray clouds on the horizon. There are not many people in the square. A group of pigeons landed on the granite-paved ground, making coo-coo-coo sounds from time to time. Several children held some bread crumbs were sprinkled among the pigeons, which immediately attracted more pigeons to fall down. Helensa City is a city with an extremely slow pace of life. The citizens here do not have high expectations for life. When they have money, they will choose to rest for a few months until they may go hungry if they don't start work tomorrow. When they leave home to find a job, they know how to enjoy life better. On a bench at the edge of the square not far away, some old people who came to the square to bask in the sun were sitting side by side. Wearing thick cotton-padded clothes, they crowded together on a bench, looking around to see if anything new was happening around them. Like sparrows crowded together on a clothesline. Aphrodite breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Cerdak walking back from the direction of the guard camp. Although I was used to being left behind anytime and anywhere, seeing him appear in the square still made me feel an inexplicable joy. Her smile looked pure and charming, and her black and purple eyes, which were like crystal grapes, were full of joy. "It has been found that there may be an alien eagle eye in the city of Helensa, and I am going to visit him." Cerdak walked to Aphrodite and said to her. Aphrodite leaned on the bench, like a spoiled little girl stretching out her hands and letting Cerdak pull her up from the bench. "You want to take me there? Aren't you afraid that I will cause trouble for you?" Cerdak said indifferently. "If we are still timid in the city of Helensa, then we might as well return to the deserted land immediately." After saying that, Cerdak strode towards the roadside, and the succubus quickly followed happily. Vera was lying on a wooden bed in a small hotel. with linen bandages tightly binding his body. Even half of his face was wrapped in a scarf. His hair was a little messy and tied together randomly. There were several empty wine bottles on the wooden table. He poured the last bit of the wine bottle in his hand into his mouth, feeling the warmth rush into his stomach. At this time, there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. But unfortunately, the bottle of rum did not extinguish the fire. He sighed. He felt that the fire elements were getting hotter and hotter. But his body was unable to integrate with the restless fire elements. It felt like a ball of fire was burning in his body, where he never thought that at his age a fire would burst out of his heart. This is definitely a good thing for any warrior. He knows that this is a precursor to awakening his sense of fire magic. But since he is already a level 19 demon hunting archer, his body has already understood chi. And he can even integrate chi into arrows and shoot them out. His strong body naturally suppresses and repels the fire element. So he has been unable to obtain affinity with the fire element. These fire elements are like a ball of magma in the body. But for him now, it is very difficult to have affinity with the fire element. If he wants to integrate the flame in his heart into his body, he can only rely on some external forces, such as living in a forging workshop full of fire elements, drinking a little more strong alcohol. These attempts failed to improve his condition, so he began to search for fire monsters. A month ago, he accidentally encountered a piece of crystallized salamander meat in Venice City. An inexplicable desire surged out of his body instinctively, letting him know that the World of Warcraft ingredients might be what he had been looking for. He found some clues that these salamander ingredients might come from a remote mountain town called Helensa. So he rushed here on a magic airship. After living in the city for nearly 10 days, there was still no clue about the salamander. The sun shone into the room through the gap between the glass window curtains in the hotel room, and there was only a very thin spot of light. He cursed in his heart, "Damn life." Last night, he had some nightmares. In the dream, he saw his former friends. They walked towards him one by one, with kind smiles on their faces. They walked up to him and said to him, "We have been waiting for you here. Why don't you come over?" Over the years, he has been looking for a way to break through himself. But these nightmares are wrapping around his body like magic vines. Tuck tuck tuck. The knock on the door made Vilu suddenly wake up from his drunken state. He sat up from the crib. He had no familiar people in this small mountain town. So the only people who could stand outside and knock on the door were the hotel owner and the owner. Besides the street girl who was working in the hotel. He was probably someone who knew the news about the salamander. He shook his groggy head vigorously, stood up, and kicked the empty bottle on the floor. Suddenly there was a crashing sound. Weru staggered to the door, leaned against the wall instinctively, and opened the door. Soldak showed his guard camp night badge, and easily found out the room where Villa lived from the hotel owner. He took the succubus Aphrodite up the hotel stairs, and stood at the door of a room on the second floor. The hallway smelled musty, and was cold. A piece of window pane at the end of the corridor was broken, and the north wind blew in, taking away the last trace of heat from the corridor. It's not like Soldak has never been to a civilian hotel. But among all the civilian hotels, none is worse than this one. After carefully checking the license plate number on the door, Soldak reached out and knocked hard on the wooden door. Tuck tuck tuck. Then, there was a crash sound in the room, as if a bottle had fallen. The wooden door was open from the inside, and a pungent smell of alcohol came from the room. The smell was simply disgusting. A strange man with his body wrapped in bandages appeared at the door. His eyes were filled with tears, bloodshot, with an irrepressible aura of fire element all over his body. But he had a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through people, especially when he looked at himself. A fierce aura suddenly burst out from his body, as if he was a sharp arrow. Cerdak was so frightened that he quickly took out the dwarf chain shield from his magic pocket. Then, before Cerdak could react, the weirdo stepped forward, stretched out his arms, and hugged Cerdak fiercely. Hugged tightly. Cerdak was a little dazed at this moment. He could feel the weird man trembling all over. His body contained huge explosive power, so that it was difficult for Cerdak, who had the aura of power, to break free for a while. "John Mock, you are still alive!" It was like a huge fist knocked on his heart, and his heart seemed to suddenly stop beating. When he implanted that dragon bone, he began to gradually merge with the memory left by another soul in his body. He could see many things in the past, and he could see the ice and snow, mountains, rivers, and cities in the north. But he has been careful not to touch it. He is worried that after having those memories, he will no longer be himself. Although he didn't know enough, he knew the name. He knew that this was the name of the original owner of the body. Soldak didn't answer. He broke away from the hug with force, tried to keep his mood calm, and said calmly to the weirdo with bandages all over his body, "I'm sorry. Then you may have recognized the wrong person." Viru looked at Serdek again. He looked into his eyes, and the joyful look in his eyes dimmed little by little. "Is this your new life?" Weru asked again. Serdek didn't answer. Weru tried his best to control his emotions that were about to collapse, restrained his body from shaking violently, suppressed his emotions, lowered his head and said quietly, "Okay. I know. John Mock. I recognize the wrong person." After saying that, he wanted to close the door. The fire elements gathered in Vera's body took advantage of his weakness and burst out in an instant, making Vera's blood boil. His whole body was like a cooked prawn, with an inexplicable feeling coming from his body of red. In a daze, Weru failed to insist on closing the door and fell directly to the floor of the room, making a dull sound from the floor. Serdek and Aphrodite looked at each other in confusion. He had imagined many scenes after meeting, but he never imagined that the eagle I would give him a big hug after seeing him for the first time, and then turn around. Passed out? Aphrodite looked at Serdek with a surprised look, which was full of various complex emotions. "Hello?" Serdek instinctively squatted next to Viru, turned him over from his prone position, and let him lie flat on the floor, keeping his breathing smooth, and then reached out and touched his forehead, which was hot and hot. Hot. Unfortunately, his body was covered with bandages, and he was wearing a tough leather suit. Even if he wanted to remove these bandages, it would be impossible in a short time, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Serdek quickly cast the holy light technique on Weru. A beam of light filled with sacred aura enveloped Weru, which immediately made his condition a little better. "He seems to be an alcoholic." The succubus squatted aside and covered her nose with her hands, saying with great disgust. Then he said, "He seems to know your past. Do you want to know more about your past? I can charm him when he wakes up again. Then you can extract his memories at any time at will." "I'm not that curious. He may have recognized the wrong person. Don't crowd here and interfere with my rescue," Serdek shouted to Aphrodite. "You also said you don't know him." Aphrodite put on a deceitful expression, but according to Soldek's words, she stepped aside a little. She curiously walked into the room with closed curtains. There were wine bottles everywhere in the room and was filled with an unpleasant smell of alcohol. She walked to the window and opened the curtains to let the sunlight shine into the room. She opened the window and let in the fresh air. The cold wind blew in, and the strong smell of alcohol in the room was immediately washed away. Chapter 662 Tavern. Serdak's holy light technique failed to revive Viru. He lay flat on the floor, his face flushed, his body getting hotter and hotter, and hot breath coming out of his mouth and nose. Serdek saw the wine bottles on the ground and turned to ask Aphrodite, "Could he be an alcoholic who drank too much? He seems to have a fever, and the holy light spell has no effect." Aphrodite then walked from the window to the door of the room and squatted next to Soldek. She did not reach out to touch Veru's hot forehead, but opened the hood covering her head and scattered it. The long hair was combed into a ponytail, exposing the two corners hidden in the hair, and there was a faint aura of magic floating around the corners. She leaned down. Her slender waist could be folded into a very weird angle, and she almost put her face on Vilu's chest. It seemed like she was leaning against his chest to listen to his heartbeat. There was a magical halo flowing on the corners, and those lights the halo continued to gather into Aphrodite's body with the surrounding magic power. After a while, Aphrodite raised her head, casually tied up her long hair, and put on her hood again to cover her dark and sharp corners. Aphrodite straightened up and said to Serdek, "His body is filled with explosive fire elements. His mood swings may have been a bit big just now, which caused the fire elements to cause a certain degree of corrosion to the body. And so far the situation it is getting worse, which means that the injuries on his body are getting worse. His body seems to have entered a vicious cycle. The more seriously his body is corroded, the less resistance he has, and the less resistance he has, the fire element is more resistant to the damage to his body will be even greater. Maybe if he lies here for a night, he can pick up a mummy in the morning." After saying that, a gloating expression appeared on the succubus's face, as if she was standing by waiting to watch this good show. Serdek asked in surprise, "So serious?" The succubus Aphrodite reached out and touched his face. At this time, Welu's lips were already showing signs of dryness and cracking. Aphrodite said, "If it continues to burn like this, I'm afraid the fire element in the body will soon burn out. He died of dehydration. Strange. He seemed to be unable to control the fire elements in his body at all. He might have been relying on his own power to suppress these fire elements. He had elemental perception, but no elemental affinity, resulting in the inability to fuse the body and the fire element. It was really very unique body. The succubus took out a handkerchief, wiped her hands with a clean touch, and then prepared to pick up Soldak and leave. Said, "Let's go. He should be sent to the Magic Guild in this situation. We can't save him." "Oh," Cerdak agreed. But he did not leave. He lowered his head and rummaged through his magic pocket, and took out a devil antelope head from the magic sealing box. These low-level sacrifices were given to him by the knights of the guard camp in Constantinople. These devil antelope heads were not completely used, so they were kept. Come down. His current body capacity cannot withstand the power of the dragon bone. At the beginning, he even needed the blessing of a high-level god such as the hegemony. Not only did he sacrifice the precious crystallized salamander head, but also the brute bull's head. The heads were also sacrificed. And now the body has recovered a little. I only need to give myself the blessing of the divine blessed body every 3 days to survive. However, it is currently not possible to wear the Earth Shield magic pattern structure. Cerdak turned around and closed the door of the hotel room. Placed 4 pottery bowls under the eyes of the succubus. Lit a blue flame. And opened the sacrificial altar with a series of prayers. The succubus Aphrodite standing in the room, quietly watching Cerdak complete the sacrificial ceremony. Cerdak didn't have many primary sacrifices in his hand, so he could only bless Viru with the blessed body and himself with the Eye of Truth, with the ability of the True Eye. Cerdak can see the magic elements flowing in Viru's body. Sure enough, some fire element energy has penetrated into his body, but the blessing of the blessed body is still maintaining it. Lu's body began to restore Weilu's physical strength. The high fever on Weiru's body began to subside slowly. His body is being corroded by the fire element, and he should find a water magician who is good at healing to save him, Aphrodite said to Cerdak. It turns out that Jayamak is your original name. Cerdak put his hands under Viru's ribs and dragged him to the wooden bed of the hotel. He glanced at the rum bottle on the wooden table and sat on the floor next to Viru's bed. He said in a low voice, I have forgotten that name, and I have also forgotten all the things in the past. Aphrodite came up curiously, squatted down in front of Cerdak, stared into his eyes and asked, So, what the Northern Rebel officer said last time is true. Do you know that person? Officer. Right. No, I don't know him, Cerdak said. Aphrodite cast her gaze on Viru, who was unconscious on the bed, and asked, What about him? Those memories are like torn paintings. It is difficult to put them back together, and each picture is not very coherent. My past is like 2 worlds overlapping each other. Very confusing. Soldak scratched his hair in distress, seeing that Viru was about to wake up. He quickly said, Let's go. Aphrodite pointed at Velu, who was lying on the bed. What about him? Let him lie here. Soldak walked to the door, stopped and said. Aphrodite took a few steps quickly, stood in front of Soldak, and asked him, Hey, if you can't remember those things in the past, do you really not want to know your past at all? Cerdak shook his head very firmly and said, After all, I already have a new life, and I don't even want to think about the things in the past. As he spoke, he walked out of the room and closed the door, pushing open the door of the tavern. The warm smell of wine and the aroma of food hit your face. Cerdak pulled up his collar and walked into the tavern. Cerdak came a little late. At this time, the tavern was already full of drinkers. Cerdak looked at the bar. The proprietress was Mary, Anna's friend. She was sitting leisurely on a high stool inside the bar, chatting with Mariana, not seeing Carl or tax collector Bird. Cerdak stood at the door and looked around. In front of a small table in a corner, Carl stood up and waved vigorously at Soldak, shouting, Dak, this way. Soldak hurriedly walked over. Carl, Lance, tax collector Bird, and Miss Hoyle were all there. Carl and Lance moved inside to make room for Soldak. And immediately Carl complained, Hey, you originally initiated the party proposal. Why did you come? Soldak's face was full of apologies, and he said to everyone, Sorry, something happened at the last moment, so I'm late. Without waiting for anyone to come up with any suggestions, he said to Tax Officer Bird, Tax Officer Bird, how are you doing these days? Tax Collector Bird, with his huge beer belly, sat inside and laughed and said, In the winter in Helensa, there is not much you can do besides drinking, playing cards, and dancing. I'm glad to see you again, Duck. He stretched out his thick hand and shook Soldak's hand vigorously. Lance on the side crossed Carl and stretched his head over. He shrugged his nose, and then asked with a look of surprise, "Why do you smell like magic? What does magic smell like?" Soldak asked curiously. Lance was wearing a magic robe, sitting there and shrugging his shoulders, and said excitedly, "It's indescribable. It's a kind of elemental residue around the body after casting a spell. And these magic elements will always hover around you for a long time. Dissipated. The magical breath I smelled was different from all the breaths I had come into contact with before. It was so strange. I was sure it was not a sacred breath." Carl and the others laughed heartlessly, and Carl joked to Lance, "Since when did you have such a strange hobby? Lance, I think it's time for you to find a female magic apprentice. It acts as an assistant, so that it can be used day or night to meet your immediate needs." "Forget it," Lance said. He raised his glass and toasted to Soldak, and then said, "I have dedicated myself to the god of magic. Those things to me can only be my own. The bond on the road of magic. I will climb all the way to the highest mountain of fire magic, and no external object can move me." While everyone was listening to Lance's talk, Soldak saw Mrs. Mariana walking from the bar. She did not go to sit down next to Carl, but walked directly to Soldak. He squinted his eyes and said, "Congratulations, Baron Soldak. Why do you want to congratulate me?" Soldak could feel that Mrs. Mariana's breath was full of alcohol, and she seemed a little drunk. Lady Mariana said with a half-smile, "Although Helensa city is located in a remote location, the news is not blocked. You have pursued the daughter of the Luther family in Bena city. I am afraid that the nobles in the entire Bena province have already got it. After all, this is related to another way to get closer to the Luther family. The current Marquis of Luther is an upstart of the main war faction in the Bena province. Among the lords of the Bena province, who doesn't want to follow Marquis Luther and share the glory of victory?" There was a bit of sarcasm in her tone, which made Soldak confused. He stared at Lady Mariana and explained, Hathaway and I." Lady Mariana rushed to say, "I have known the little princess of the Luther family for a long time, and I also know her previous fiancé, Baron Sidney. I heard that you also graduated from the 57th Heavy Armor. Coming from the army, I assume you are not too unfamiliar with Baron Sidney." "Right. He was my immediate boss when I was in the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment," Soldak replied. He finally felt that Mrs. Mariana's words were a little aggressive. He had never seen her like this before. Carl also looked at Mrs. Mariana in astonishment. Lady Mariana put down her wine glass, clapped her hands, and said drunkenly, "Oh, it's amazing to think about it. Now Baron Sidney seems to be buried in the Warsaw Plain, and our heroic knight Soldak, but he returned to Helensa safely from the plain of Warsaw. Not only did he become a canonized knight, but he also became a noble baron. He is about to marry the little princess of the Luther family. Just thinking about it makes people feel very envious." Instead, the tavern proprietress chased her out from the bar and thrust a glass of golden cider into Lady Mariana's hand. "Mariana, your wine is still over there." The tavern proprietress helped Mrs. Mariana, who was walking a little unsteadily, back to the bar. "I hope what I said won't make you feel too harsh." Lady Mariana took 2 steps and turned back to say something to Soldak. When Soldak saw Mrs. Mariana walking back to the bar, he asked Carl with a confused look, "What's wrong with her? Did you have a fight?" Carl didn't expect that Mariana would say so much, and he coughed to resolve his inner embarrassment. "Ahem. We are fine. But Darce's new husband has been having a lot of trouble recently. So Mariana is in a bad mood. Every time she drinks a little wine, she is like a fire-breathing female dragon. Who can I catch? They all get sprayed," Carl explained to Soldak. At this time, Miss Hoyle also poked her head away from tax collector Bird, and then comforted Soldak in a low voice. "Aunt Mariana is not usually like this. She only loses her temper occasionally. Baron Soldak, please don't mind." Soldak waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind at all. Carl picked up the wine glass, bumped Soldak's shoulder with his elbow, and complained, "By the way, Dak, you can't stay in Helensa City for a few more days. Tomorrow I will go to the Knight Academy to select some of the upcoming graduated reserve knights. Take them away when the time comes, lest I have to cross Oak Ridge to get to you in such a cold weather." Soldak put his arm around Carl's shoulders and said apologetically, The villages in the deserted land have been being harassed by desert bandits recently. I am in a hurry to go back and deal with those desert bandits. Thinking back to a month ago, the top brass of the guard camp had tacitly allowed themselves to privately recruit veterans to serve as guard camp knights. It's just that I failed to seize that opportunity at the time. Soldak asked Carl a little strangely. By the way, Carl, why did the senior leaders of the guard camp suddenly change their minds? I thought I could recruit some veterans freely. Carl chuckled and explained to Soldak. The guard camp may be on a mission again recently. I heard it is to counter the rebellion. Those who have some background in the Helensa family will of course want to recruit people into the guard camp. There are many benefits. And being in the guard camp can be regarded as military service. How can such a good job allow you to recruit veterans with no background? Soldak looked a little helpless, took a big sip of ale, and then said to Carl, I don't know if these reserve knights will pee their pants when they see the desert bandits. You might as well tell them for me when choosing them. Just say it. I'm not a nanny, and I don't know how to take care of people. Chapter 663 Help Me. Serdak's prejudice against college students may have been deeply rooted in his bones, and his attitude toward newcomers was extremely unfriendly. This made Carl a little worried, and he had to remind him solemnly, Dak, you can carry out rigorous training for these young knights who have just joined the guard camp. But the most important thing is to pay attention to their safety. The deserted land was originally designed to avoid military service, since you can use the high-level connections of the guard camp to get people in. They are some of the top figures in Helensa City. You don't need to make everyone love you, but at least you can't let everyone love you. Everybody hates you. Over crispy salted cashews, Soldak and Carl talked a lot. You actually got the official designation of the cavalry battalion, and you plan to carry out defense changes with Marquis Luther's legion in the spring. This is really good. Maybe you will be a first-class baron when you come back from the Belan Plain. Carl heard that Soldak already had the qualifications to build a private army and was considered a small lord in Bena province. He looked at Soldak in surprise. Soldak shrugged and said nothing. This matter was only achieved with the support of Marquis Luther, so there is really nothing to show off. Soldak suddenly felt that he was no different from the tax collector Bird, who was a soft-boiled person. Tax collector Bird interjected from the side and asked, Dak, are your cavalry battalions ready? I mean cavalry, war horses, armor and supplies. We are not ready yet. Cavalry and horses are not easy to obtain, Soldak said. The plump tavern proprietress walked through the crowd and walked to Carl. She was wearing a very decent long skirt and almost whispered a few words into Carl's ear. Carl glanced in the direction of the bar and saw that Mrs. Mariana was lying on the bar and fell asleep. Carl carried the drunken Lady Mariana back to the room upstairs in the tavern, and Lady Mariana's maid followed behind, holding up her long skirt. Tax collector Bird and Miss Hull also left together after getting tipsy. Only Soldak and Lance were left, and Soldak asked, How can I increase the affinity of magic elements? Lance was picking up the wine glass and taking a sip of wine. His eyes fell on the bulging breasts of the ale girl in the corner. When he heard Soldak's question, he didn't react for a while and asked in surprise, Ah, what are you doing? Want to ask this? Soldak pondered for a moment before saying, There is a friend who has awakened the fire element in his body, but his affinity to the fire element is insufficient. Lance frowned, put down his wine glass, waved to the bartender, and said to Soldak, This is a troublesome matter. If the affinity of the fire element cannot be raised, if the fire element cannot completely integrate with the body, it will continue to burn the body. As a fire magician, I can often feel this pain. The wine girl walked over to Lance. Lance reached out and picked up 2 large glasses of ale from her tray and stuffed a shiny silver coin into her plump chest, causing the ale girl to scream in surprise, holding the wooden tray and quickly moved away. But she turned her head. On this occasion, he gave Lance a wink. But for us magicians, the way to solve this problem is actually very simple. Lance pushed a glass of ale in front of Soldak and said, The first way is to use fire magic frequently. As long as you use your own magic once the mana in the pool is consumed below the horizontal line, it will not affect the body. What about the second method? Soldak asked. The second way is to increase the affinity of the fire element through meditation. This is a persistent process, and the effect will not be obvious every day. Only over time can you realize the benefits of meditation, Lance said. Then he added, The third way is to improve one's own resistance through external substances, such as anti-fire potions, powerful troll potions, vitality potions, etc. Of course, Any magic potion is now very expensive on the market. Expensive? You can also improve your physical condition by eating the flesh and blood of fire monsters. Only then did Surdak realize that in order to come to Helensa to look for salamanders, he actually wanted to solve his own troubles. Are you saying that eating some salamander meat will make things better in this situation? Surdak asked. Of course. Lance responded. Lance, I want to hire a magician to scout in the sky and be the eyes of our combat team. Surdak said to Lance. He must be willing to follow us into the desert and clean up the desert bandit. Do you have any good candidates you can recommend to me? Lance asked in surprise. Are you finally ready to take action against those desert bandits? Surdak nodded and said only. They have been a bit violent recently. Lance patted his forehead and said with some worry. In such a cold weather, I always have to fly around on a magic harpoon in the sky for nothing. This kind of drudgery is only willing to be done by magic apprentices with little savings. But they have nothing. Savings? Many magic apprentices can't afford magic pots. I can help you ask the people around me. The two chatted for a while before leaving the tavern. Lance put his arm around the slender waist of the bartender, got into a magic caravan on the side of the road, and ran away quickly, leaving Surdak alone at the door of the tavern. It is estimated that Lance will not inquire about which magic apprentice is willing to accept this task tonight. Surdak sighed softly and thought about whether he should try his luck at the magic guild in the city. This pub is not far from the garden square, and there are not many people on the street at night. The cold wind blows on the face, and the exposed skin will soon turn red from the cold. Surdak planned to walk back to the hotel and explain tomorrow's affairs to Aphrodite. If he did not need to stay in Helensa City, he would use the Void Gate to return to Wall Village. The bed at home was far better than the bed in the hotel was even warmer. Vera climbed over the wall outside the hotel, stretched out his hand, and threw the hook to the roof of the 4-story building. He stretched out his hand vigorously like a gecko and climbed onto the roof, standing on the terrace facing the cold night breeze. The biting cold wind could not penetrate the leather armor on his body. He didn't know why the fire element in his body had been weakened, or whether his body had become stronger. In short, he felt better than ever before. I even feel that as long as I calm down, I am very likely to open the door in the sea of spiritual consciousness and let myself reach another level. The people of the Green Empire like to call those people the second-level powerhouses. It's just that there is an obsession in his heart that prevents him from settling down. He is an eagle eye and a professional demon hunter. He knows how to find his target, looking for that faint aura. Where he chased him here. He stood quietly on the terrace, thinking about how to tactfully wake up the people in the room. He walked to the wooden door of the terrace. He originally wanted to reach out and knock on the door in front of him. But at this moment, he suddenly felt as if something was staring at him in the darkness. He seemed to be aware of it, and suddenly turned his head towards the glass window beside him. Looking over, he saw a cold face reflected on the glass of the window, looking at him with a gloomy expression. At this moment, his heart felt as if it had been hit hard by a dwarf's craftsman's hammer. One time, the body standing at the door staggered, but he did not fall while holding his hand on his heart. The door on the terrace was opened by a woman. The woman's face was wearing a mithril mask. The next second she appeared in front of him. The mithril mask was lifted by the woman, revealing the exquisite and perfect face inside. That face seemed to blend into the dark night, and those eyes were far deeper than the winter starry sky. Looking at those eyes, he felt dazed and confused. He even forgot where he came from and where he was going. He even forgot where he was. In the few seconds when Vera's body was stiff, Aphrodite concentrated almost all her magic power in her eyes, and she was charming Vera. Night was originally her home field. Although she could feel a dangerous smell in Vera's body, she still decided to give it a try. She didn't even use Sleeping Cloud or hypnosis, nor did she think about dragging Vera into the illusion. It was a direct use of her natural power. She wants to subdue Vera and bring Surdak back, but she completely ignored the consequences if the action failed. As a senior demon hunter, Vera has done targeted training in hypnosis, charm, soul shock, fear, psychic scream, death stare, etc. His spiritual knowledge may not be the same. He is more powerful than others, but because of a calm pendant hanging around his neck, he can restrain many negative black magics. Although Aphrodite did charm him the moment she appeared, that was just a matter of a moment. Soon he struggled out of the endless void. He seized this rare opportunity, stood in front of Aphrodite, and opened the scorching bow in his hand. A fine steel arrow was placed on the bowstring. As soon as he let go, the steel arrow would pierce Aphrodite's heart, and Aphrodite had a shiny black dagger in her hand, which happened to be placed on Vilu's throat. The two were in a stalemate, and neither of them made any move. Serdek opened the door, and found that the room was dark, and there was no response. His heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He knew that there must be something going on in the room. The succubus was usually very alert, which had a lot to do with the harsh environment of HL she lived in all year round. In HL, if she didn't know how to protect herself more effectively, she might not even be able to protect herself. I don't know how he died. Serdek knew in his heart that Aphrodite could not respond without any response when he pushed the door open. There was no light in the room. He took a few steps into the room and saw that the wooden door of the terrace was open. The cold wind was blowing in from the outside. The two people on the terrace were in a stalemate that refused to give in. Serdek quickly he strode forward and immediately put his hand on Weru's back. Relax. Don't hurt her, Serdek reminded Vilu, with a hint of warning in his tone. Viru simply put down the scorching bow in his hand, and Aphrodite also took the opportunity to put away the dagger on his neck. Staring coldly at Viru not to be outdone, Serdek lit the wall lamp in the room and said to Vilu on the terrace, "Come in and sit for a while." Weru was silent for a while, then raised his head and said to Serdek, "She smells like a demon." Serdek asked the succubus to come into the room, and stood at the door of the terrace and said to Vilu, "Aphrodite is a succubus, but she rebelled against the demons and is now a member of my combat team." Vera walked into the attic room on the top floor of the hotel, ignored the succubus Aphrodite, and directly asked Serdek, "Do you still remember me?" "I don't remember, including many things in the past." Serdek pulled up a chair and said with an extremely calm expression. Weru refused to give up and reminded Serdek, "The Storm Chaser adventure group we created together?" Then he said, "The enemy we two are chasing?" "Continue, our hometown." He saw that Serdek was still indifferent, and there was no evasion or concession in his eyes. This caused his newly sprouted bud of hope to shrink back into the soil. He stared at Serdek with a look of regret. The sad look in Serdek's eyes towards Villa made his whole body goosebumps. He said in a deep voice, "I don't even remember. I forgot a lot of things. When I woke up, a group of heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers carried me back from a pile of dead people on the front battlefield of the Forest Farm in Gandor Mountains, Handanar County, Warsaw Plain. I stayed there to follow them. We fought together until they were completely wiped out in the Battle of Moenling. I came here to fulfill one of my promises." Weru could feel that what Serdek said was true. He sat down dejectedly and looked at the strange yet familiar northern man in front of him. Weru told the reporter why Serdek was lying on the battlefield at the Gandor Mountain Forest Farm. "We were searching for the magician of Montetroya all over the world at that time. Do you remember the magician of Montetroya? John Bach?" Vilu suddenly asked. Serdek shook his head without hesitation. Weru sighed and said, "That is our common enemy. We are looking for him all over the world, thinking that one day we can kill him on the spot. With our own methods, we cannot sneak into every plane. So we found the largest mercenary group in Sloy province, followed the mercenary group to perform missions all over the world, and participated in various forms of mercenary battles. But later we both performed 2 different missions. When I came back from the Loki plane, I heard them say that you died in the war in the Warsaw Plain, and no bones were left. Later I also left that adventure group and just traveled around the world without any destination." Wairi said something about the two of them joining the mercenary group. It felt like he was still avoiding something, but Serdek couldn't remember this memory. "Are you Hawkeye?" Serdek couldn't help but ask. "What?" Weru looked at him doubtfully. Serdek touched his nose, smiled sheepishly, and said, "If so, I would like to ask you for a favor." Chapter 664 Preparation. "You guys talk. I'm going to bed first. Don't disturb me." Just a moment ago, they were fighting to the death together. The next moment, Aphrodite seemed to have completely forgotten the battle just now. She took out a blanket from the closet, left Serdek and Viru in the living room, and returned to the room alone. Inside, Weru didn't seem to be interested in asking about the situation of the succubus Aphrodite. He touched the oil-skinned wound on his neck and marveled at Aphrodite's ruthlessness. "I want to go to the desert to find a group of bandits. They often rob villagers in the deserted land. I am going to drive them all into the depths of the desert this winter," Serdek said to Viru. And he also prepared a lot of rhetoric, such as how cruel and abominable those bandits are, specializing in killing unarmed villagers. "Okay, I'll help you with this." Weru readily agreed without even asking for the details of the plan. Serdek looked at the tightly closed door of the room and said to Vilu, "Wait until tomorrow. Aphrodite will take you to Wall Village. You're not going back? Weru asked strangely. The room was a little cool. Soldak leaned on the sofa, resting his head on his hands behind his head and said, I have other things to do in Helensa city. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Viru said to Surdak. He thought that Surdak and Aphrodite lived together, so it was not easy to disturb them too much so late. And he came from Surdak. What he saw in his eyes was a completely unfamiliar look. Memory can be restored slowly, Weru thought in his heart. He pulled the bandage on his face and walked towards the terrace. Etc. Surdak called him from behind, and Viru turned his head, thinking that Surdak had remembered something. But Surdak just reached into his magic pocket, took out a piece of fresh meat wrapped in oil paper, and threw it away. Gave it to Viru. The grease on the salamander meat had soaked the paper. He tore open a small corner and found that inside was a piece of fresh meat that contained the aura of the fire element. He asked, You knew I needed this? Surdak nodded, raised one hand to his chest, and a ball of holy light appeared in his hand, which was particularly dazzling in the dark room. I have mastered a little power of holy light, and am good at healing some injuries, Surdak said to Velu. Weru was slightly startled, took a deep breath and said, It seems that you are really not John Mock. He is a shield warrior, and his power is that of a golden armored guard. His abilities are completely different from yours, but I am also a little curious about it. Regarding your matter, I will come back to you tomorrow. As he spoke, Weru jumped onto the wooden fence post on the terrace, jumped down, and disappeared into the night. After passing through the void gate, Surdak returned to the security center in Val Village. Andrew was sitting next to the fireplace in the living room on the first floor of the police station. There was broth boiling in the iron pot. He was tearing up a hard wheat cake and putting it into the soup pot. There was also a glass of ale next to him. He was not afraid of being burned and stretched out his hand. He fished out a piece of meat bone that was boiled until it was soft and mashed, swallowed it into his stomach in a few mouthfuls, poured a glass of cold ale into his stomach, and burped with satisfaction. Now Andrew wears the Earth Shield magic pattern structure, and he seems to have adapted to the increase in physical attributes brought by the magic pattern structure. Originally, he was fierce and unrivaled when he awakened the Berserker soul, but now he has the magic pattern structure, protection, and become more reckless in battle. Seeing Surdak walk out of the void gate, he was not surprised at all. He pointed at the soup pot and asked Surdak, Why did you come back so late? How about we eat something together? There are a lot of things to deal with over there. Why are you having dinner so late? Surdak sat down next to the fireplace. Andrew broke the scones in his hand into pieces, put them into the soup pot, stirred them casually with a wooden spoon, and then moved the soup pot in front of him, while blowing on the hot air. He said to Soldak, I brought it with me this time. The young people in the village were walking around outside, and the tracks of these damn desert bandits have almost reached the edge of the Great Rift Valley. Surdak took a look at the map that Andrew took out. It recorded the movements of the desert bandits each time they invaded the deserted land. Andrew drew it with simple lines. At first glance, you would think that the map had been messed up. Graffiti. Many areas on it have been painted out. Only Soldak and Andrew can understand that this is the habitual movement track of those desert bandits in the desolate land. Every time Andrew goes out on patrol, he always goes to the place on the map where the wire harness is the darkest. Soldak took an apple from the fruit plate on the square table and said to Andrew, This time I hired a mercenary group. These people are all masters of field warfare. I plan to let the young people in the village who have not served in the military come with us into the desert. Even if you just follow the mercenary group to watch the battle, it would be good to learn combat experience from them. Andrew snored and stuffed a pot of hot pancakes into his stomach, and then asked, They are still far from qualified warriors. If they can access the Maka Plain, I can bring back an Anai tribe. Come, warrior. Surdak shook his head and said, I asked the old village chief, Uncle Bright, to go to each village to do some pre-war mobilization. This time we will recruit veterans with certain combat experience, who are willing to join the cavalry battalion. These veterans will enjoy the fertile land. For the welfare of the villagers and heir, their families will be resettled in Lur village, and a certain living allowance will be provided every month. It is estimated that some people will be willing to join. Only then did Andrew know what Surdak was thinking. Indeed, for villagers in other villages, being able to join Wall Village is definitely their dream. Soldak then remembered something and said to Andrew, By the way, the guard camp arranged for me some reserve knights who had just graduated from the academy, specifically to form the guard camp knight squadron. This time too I leave it to you to conduct short-term training together. For a long time to come, we will rely on them to maintain security in a deserted land. Soldak added. Don't go out on patrol these days. Ask Uncle Bright for the small row building near the security station to temporarily serve as a dormitory for the Guard Battalion Knights and Cavalry Battalion. Andrew rubbed his head in pain and said, Oh, there is still an entire block and a half of the small townhouse vacant. So there is no need to worry about dormitories for the time being. I have to return to Helensa City tomorrow, and I won't officially come back until tomorrow night. Soldak stood up, opened the door of the police station and walked out. No! Andrew's angry voice came from behind. The smooth streets in the village, the cement road in the middle, even have a row of concrete pillar street lights erected on both sides. There is a beautiful glass cover on it, and inside is an oil lamp burning mutton oil. The light is dim, and can only illuminate a few steps below the stone pillar. However, this row of street lights makes the night in Wall Village seem a little bit lively. The drainage channels had been frozen solid in winter. Soldak walked along the cement road in the village to the river. The river in the village was temporarily dry, and there was a thick layer of snow under the river bed. The pool that was originally used for washing starch in the village has now become an ice rink. The snow on it has been cleaned very clean, and countless marks have been left on the ice by roller skates. Under the faint moonlight, Serta Graham could even feel the cheerful laughter of the village children on the skating rink. Not far downstream along the river, you can see the village's yellow sheep pen. The sheep pen has been expanded several times compared to last year, and now there are probably nearly 1,000 yellow sheep in it. However, these sheep were not bred, but were bought by Serdak one after another from the city of Helensa. After all, there was an ogre in the village who loved to eat mutton. Next to the sheep pen are horse sheds and camel pens. The number of horses that can be used to pull four-wheeled trucks in Wall Village has increased to more than 80. In addition to these, there are also 5 horses that Andrew recently seized from desert bandits. More than a dozen dromedary camels. These big animals are all raised here. There is no alfalfa in the deserted land. Usually it is thorn grass and thirsty. And after the wheat stalks are broken, some beans are added to it. So this will prevent these animals from losing weight in the winter. Perhaps Serdak's footsteps were too loud. Or perhaps the ogre Gulidum was too alert. As soon as Serdak walked to the sheep pen, he saw Gulidum emerging from a felt room next to the camel pen. His big head looked toward Serdak. His eyesight was very good. Well, I recognized Serdak standing next to the sheepfold at a glance. Oh, Duck, you are back. This time Andrew and I brought back a lot of camels. I have a large hump here. Do you want to take it back and try it? The ogre strode up to Serdak cordially and said happily, Okay. Soldak readily agreed. I remember a great traveler once said, if you can let the ogre separate the meat from your mouth, it means that you have gained the ogre's true friendship. When Gulidum moved the camel hump out, Serdak realized that the hump was really not that big, and because the camel was not skinned, the ogre burned the camel hair with fire, making the entire hump look dark and hard. He pulled out his skinning knife, cut off a piece on the left side of the hump, and said to Gulidum, Such a large piece of meat! Even if the whole family eats it, we can't eat that much. I can just cut off a piece and take it away. This meat is really good. Fat and tender. Yes, this is the fattest meat on the camel, Gulidum said with saliva. Okay, have a good rest. After a while, we will go to the desert to catch a few more camels. After Soldak finished speaking, he patted the ogre's arm and left the sheep pen with a piece of camel meat. Okay, Gulidum said happily, sitting on the wooden pier next to the felt room. Returning from Pudong Mountain sulfur mine this time, Serdak had not seen Selina yet. Going home so late might wake everyone up. So Serdak directly crossed the dry creek and came to under Selina's small building. Soldak knocked on the door, and the light in the living room of the townhouse turned on. Selina's figure appeared at the door and welcomed Soldak in. Chapter 665 Gathering. In the morning in Helensa City, the sun appeared very late. Soldak first came to a trading house that accepted the mailing commission. He mailed a whole package of salamander meat from the magic box to Sander in Bena City. This was what they had agreed on before. Unless there were special circumstances, Sue would Soldak mail some salamander fresh meat to Sander every month. The reason for maintaining such a relationship is that Soldak needs a channel to sell Warcraft fresh meat. The city of Helensa is too small to be able to digest so many Warcraft ingredients. Having such a consignment point in Bena City is very necessary for Serdak. Then Serdak went to the munitions logistics office of the city hall and received a batch of grain from the quartermaster there. These were the food quotas given by the city hall to the deserted land militia battalion. Serdek needed to hire it would take a four-wheeled carriage to pull them all away. After completing the formalities, Soldak hired a four-wheel carriage on the back street of the city hall, waited for the staff of the logistics department to move the wheat flour to the vehicle, and then transported these supplies to the Helensa horse carriage, and then entrusted to the coachman on the side transported the grain back to Wall Village. After watching the four-wheel carriage carrying grain go away, Soldak wandered out from the back street of the city hall. He originally wanted to bask in the sun on the parade square, but he saw Darcy Christie among a group of capable people, surrounded by the young knights. He quickly walked out of the city hall. This group of young people all wore special medals on their chests. They got on their horses at the door of the city hall and galloped towards the outside of the city. Darcy Christie looked like the heir of the Christie family, surrounded by this group of young people. But she had a cold face, heavy eyeshadow, and looked a little tired. She did not see her coming from the back street. "Come out, Serdek." Serdek did not return to the Garden Hotel to say goodbye to Aphrodite. He rushed to the carriage house and saw that the carts of goods had been prepared. 30 Gubwa horses were also tied behind the carriage. The team left the carriage house. They would leave the city before noon and arrive in Wall tomorrow afternoon. Village. After finishing these things, Serdek directly found an uninhabited alley, stepped into the void gate, and returned to Wall Village. The old village chief sent out all the energetic villagers in the village to build roads, starting from Wall Village and going straight to the Great Rift Valley. Charlie was responsible for supervising the work this time. Originally, Serdek planned to let him and Luke take turns to take care of the kobold slaves who were building the road. Now the two of them were in charge of their own tasks. No one could replace them for the time being. The four-wheeled carriages in the village were dispatched in detail. The volcanic ash in the wilderness near Pudu Mountain is collected and transported to Wall Village to pave the road. In contrast, it is not as convenient to use local materials to build a straight cement road from an area covered with volcanic ash. The villagers of Wall Village were also afraid of poverty and hunger, although their winter savings were already sufficient. At the call of the old village chief, they joined the road construction team one after another, unable to resist the reward of 1 silver coin a day. The various supplies received from the Logistics and Military Supplies Office of Helensa City were transported to Wall Village by the Helensa horse-drawn convoy the next day. The same batch of supplies arrived at Wall Village, as well as more than 30 war horses and nearly 100 horses, hundreds of sets of thick, full-cover metal armor. On the same day, Aphrodite and Viru also arrived at Wall Village. Through the rough introduction of succubus Aphrodite, Viru had a preliminary understanding of Serdek's living environment. Succubus Aphrodite was worried about Viru. Lu revealed Serdek's identity, causing the foundation he established in Wall Village to come to nothing. However, after a day of contact, Aphrodite discovered that Viru was definitely not the kind of person who was overflowing with sympathy. Strictly speaking, he was even a little indifferent. Viru was arranged to stay temporarily in the police station, waiting for the 30 mercenary groups hired by Serdek to arrive in Wall Village, and then they would head to the desert. The succubus Aphrodite did not stop moving forward. He took a four-wheeled carriage carrying sulfur, ore, and food and rushed to the sulfur mine. Serdek could not return to the treasure chamber for a week. I am afraid that the red dragon Iser has already been waiting impatiently in the secret room. Serdek naturally cannot return to the Pussy Mountain lava cave at this time, so he can only ask Aphrodite to go to the sulfur mine so that he can be in both places, freely travel between. Serdek followed the old village chief to lobby in the villages closest to Wall Village. He wanted to hire the poor battlefield veterans in the village. After contacting them in one day, he only had time to visit 3 natural villages. The villagers in the nearby villages were all knowing that Serdek implemented a series of measures in Wall Village. Wall Village reappeared in the eyes of many villagers in the desolate land in just 1 year, as if it had been reborn. Many people in the desolate land know that Wall Village is developed. Many villagers from other villages have long wanted to join Wall Village. However, the old village chief Bright is very stuck in immigration. Villagers from other villages want to join Wall Village. Ursuin, at least comply with some specific conditions. This time the old village chief came forward and accompanied Soldak to recruit cavalry in each village. Originally, Serdek thought it would be difficult to recruit veterans to return to the battlefield. However, when Serdek visited 3 villages, he found that almost all the villagers in these villages were rushing to sign up and were willing to join Baron Serdek's cavalry battalion. In this way, there was suddenly a choice, and Serdek began to set some standards. Only veterans with rich battlefield experience would be absorbed into his cavalry battalion. In just one day, Soldak recruited nearly a squadron of cavalry from 3 natural villages. Satisfied, he and the old village chief took these veterans back to Wall Village overnight and placed them in a row in Wall Village, in an idle townhouse. For 3 consecutive days, Cerdak visited nearly 10 villages very close to Wall Village and successfully recruited nearly 200 cavalry. But in this way, it is obvious that the small townhouse dormitories prepared by the village are not enough. Not to mention their family members moving to Wall Village. Only 200 veterans make this small townhouse look overcrowded. Fortunately, it was prepared in advance. A series of supplies were prepared to prevent the influx of so many people into Wall Village from becoming extremely chaotic. The 30-member mercenary group set out from Helensa city almost at the same time as a group of trainee knights led by Karl, and arrived at Wall Village at the same time. The mercenaries of these mercenary groups temporarily live in the row houses in front of the big dead tree at the entrance of the village. These row houses were originally provided as accommodation for businessmen and adventure groups. Recently, as the businessmen have gradually evacuated, in the Wall Village market, there are quite a few vacant rooms in the row houses. 30 mercenaries from the mercenary group suddenly occupied most of the row houses at the entrance of the village. Karl rushed to Wall Village with a group of Knight Academy graduates. There were about 50 Knight Academy graduates. Unfortunately, the townhouses in the village were already full of people. These distinguished trainee knights could only stay in the village square, allowing them to set up tents to live in such a cold environment. Whether they are members of the mercenary group or reserve knights in the graduation season, they are all extremely surprised by the changes in Wall Village during this period. Some merchants followed these reserve knights from the city to Wall Village. The merchants once again set up stalls in the free market of Wall Village. Chapter 666 Gathering 2. There are nearly dozens of kilometers of mountains in the northern suburbs of Helensa city. There are a large number of oak trees scattered among these mountains. Therefore, this mountain range is called Oak Ridge by the Helensa people. These oak trees produce a large number of gold and silver acorns every year. This is why Helensa city's most famous export product. Almost all nobles in Bena province know that Helensa city acorns are the best fuel for heating in winter. Passing over the continuous Oak Ridge is the Pagalos Pass, which is known as the southernmost point of the Pagalos Mountains. Strictly speaking, this is not the southern foothills of the Pagalos Mountains. There are still mountains in between. A deserted place. From the Pagalos Pass in the southern part of the deserted land to the Pussy Mountains in the northernmost part, it almost spans the entire deserted land. The straight line distance is about 140 kilometers, and the village of Wall is located on a hill close to the Pagalos Pass. In the mountain call, the main reason why this mountain call is livable is that there is a spring in the upper reaches of the mountain kernel. The stream here never dries up all year round. If you want to live in a deserted land, the issue of water sources is the first priority. There are a total of 19 natural villages in the deserted land, and it is mainly these villagers who gather to live near these 19 water sources. Of course, in addition to these natural villages, there are also some small villages with less than 100 people. These villages follow the dry and rainy seasons of the deserted land and move around. In winter and spring, they will leave the barren land to make a living. In summer, they will return here to plant some crops. After harvesting in autumn, they will leave before the first heavy snowfall. They have no houses or land, but each family has a 4-wheeled caravan that can protect them from the wind and rain. Of course, there are also several families who share a magic caravan. These people cannot be regarded as aboriginal people in the deserted land, at least in this world. The Wall Village side still insists on calling them wanderers. This time, the old village chief Bright took Soldak to visit 10 natural villages close to Wall Village. This time Cerdak is recruiting a private army, and once selected, in addition to a fixed monthly salary of 30 silver coins. The most attractive thing is that in the future, family members of the cavalry battalion can join Wall Village, regardless of whether the cavalry battalion members whether they were disabled or killed in battle. Wall Village would pay a pension and promise to raise the children of the family until they were 16 years old to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. The lords and villagers are no strangers, and the city of Helensa has hundreds of lords, large and small. But Cerdak was the first lord in the deserted land. When the villagers heard that Cerdak offered such generous terms, everyone, young and old, was willing to come out and join the private army. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. The land in the deserted land is barren, and there is a long dry season every spring. Not only do you have to watch the weather for food, but you also have to face bandits on the other side of the desert. It's not easy to survive in a deserted land. The reason why the villagers resisted military service was because everyone knew that young people without any fighting ability would only be sent to heavy armored infantry battalions as cannon fodder once they joined the army. The Lord's private army is different. The Lord's strictly selected warriors join the private army, and they will not easily be sent to the battlefield to fill graves. Moreover, the series of benefits obtained after joining the private army can almost ensure that the family has no worries about food and clothing. And it even makes the villagers in the deserted land squeeze their heads. In just 3 days, Surdak recruited 200 people for the cavalry battalion. If Wall Village could not accommodate more people at present, Surdak could almost recruit 500 people in one go. And Su Urdak did not have any more horses to share with other veterans at this time. At present, Surdak has requisitioned almost all the ancient Bolai horses in the village. The total adds up to almost 120 horses, together with more than 70 camels. He has collected mounts for the 200 cavalry. As a result, the village's road construction team completely lost the support of the four-wheeled carriages. Now they are unable to build roads outside the areas covered by volcanic ash. They can only follow the road in the direction of Pudu Mountain and enter the no-man's land covered by volcanic ash. According to the plan on the Surdak map, build a cement road leading to the Great Rift Valley from there. Surdak's private army happened to be assembled in the central square of Wall Village on the day the mercenary group arrived in Wall Village. After crossing the Paglos Pass, we saw a desolate landscape surrounded by white snow. The leader of the Sea Giant mercenary group, Gabri Gree, took the lead in passing the Paglos Pass on horseback. Behind him were a group of mercenaries wearing thick leather jackets, facing the biting north wind, and instantly felt a sense of desolation. It's much colder here than in Oak Ridge. Captain Gabri is a senior mercenary leader. It is said that his personal strength is infinitely close to that of a second-level powerhouse. His subordinates are all warriors who have completed the first level. The Sea Giant mercenary group is in the city of Helensa. The name is very famous, and the reputation has always been very good. After completing his military service, Gabri Gree joined the Sea Giant mercenary group, which was not well known at the time. At that time, the mercenary group had less than 10 people. Now he is just 40 years old after this winter, and he has been with the Sea Giant for 20 years. And now the Sea Giant has grown into a medium-sized mercenary group of 30 people. This is definitely a first-class mercenary group in a small mountain town like Helensa. Gabri had also thought about leading a mercenary group to participate in the Plain War. However, none of the lords in Helensa city were leaders. Captain Gabri could not be deeply impressed, so he still brought the mercenaries with him. The group mingled in the city of Helensa. This time I accepted the commission to exterminate the desert bandits, which was considered the biggest business of the year. If they are lucky, after completing this order, they can hibernate all winter and wait until next spring to take over the task. Therefore, Gabri Jerry has done a very detailed investigation in the past few days. He hopes that those bandits in the desert will not run so fast. A bandit is worth hardware. As long as he kills a small group of desert bandits, this winter may become very beautiful. A flat cement road has been paved from Paglos Pass to Wall Village, although there is still snow on both sides of the road. The flat road makes Gabri feel particularly good. He can see the mountain call from a distance. What are those white things in the upper reaches of Chishan Call? As I approached on horseback, I discovered that there was a huge dam suspended above my head. This dam was built between the mountains and the upper reaches of Chishan Colonel. It looked majestic. Captain, Wall Village has arrived. One of the men pointed at a dead tree in front and shouted. In fact, even if he didn't shout, Gabri would know this village. The old village chief, Soldak, and all the villagers stood at the entrance of the village, watching 30 mercenaries arrive one after another in Wall Village. In addition to the members of the mercenary group, there were also people who kept arriving in Wall Village. Su Urdak greeted Gabri Jerry, pointed to the row house at the entrance of the village and said, Captain Gabri, you and your companions can temporarily live in the row house before entering the desert. If you have any problems in life, if you have any needs, you can submit them to the chief of Bright Village. Wool Village welcomes all warriors. The old village chief said at the right time. When are you leaving? Gabri Gree jumped off the horse, holding the horse's reins with one hand, and asked Soldak. Tomorrow, Surdak replied with a smile. Gabri Jerry didn't say anything. He immediately ordered his team members to clean the temporary residence. The most important thing was to light a fire to completely warm the room like a cold storage. His team members did not need his instructions and were busy performing their duties. There's still some time before dinner. What we're preparing for everyone tonight is broth and wheat cakes, the old village chief said to Captain Gabri. Gabri nodded immediately. At this time, people were still gathering towards Wall Village. And those businessmen, with a keen sense of smell, once again set up their stalls at the entrance of the village. Lieutenant Carl and the others are here. Soldak pointed to the mountain pass and said to the old village chief beside him. In such a cold weather, Carl and the reserve knights did not wear metal armor. They wore leather armor and thick fur cloaks. They hung the heavy armor package next to the saddle and looked at the green faces beside Carl. The eyes of those young people were full of novelty about the outside world. The old village chief frowned and stood at the entrance of the village and said to Soldak, "Should we leave those children in Wall Village? In such a cold weather? Do you think they can take care of themselves?" Soldak touched his nose and said to the old village chief, "I want to take them to practice. After all, it is rare to have such a good opportunity." The old village chief Bright turned around, stared at Soldak with a serious face and said, "Dak, not everyone is born as a warrior who can fight 1 against 100. Compared with your cavalry, they need to grow up more. Space, you should also create such conditions for them. After all, you are their squadron leader." Seeing that the old village chief was speaking so seriously, Soldak quickly said, "I know. Andrew and I will take care of it personally, and everything will be fine." The old village chief warned with a tigerish face, "Don't underestimate those robbers." Soldak chuckled and said, "I don't underestimate them. You see, I spent a lot of money to hire a mercenary group for them." Before Gabri Jared left Helensa city, he saw this group of young reserve knights from the guard camp. He did not expect that they would actually come to Wall Village. If he had known about it, he would have gone with them. Look, seeing these young faces, he couldn't help but think of himself, who had just graduated from college and didn't know how high the sky was. Gabri just glanced at it and sighed in his heart. There are so many wealthy families in Helensa city now. They graduated from the Knight Academy and actually put on a formal knight's attire. It is impossible to come to the guard camp to give these reserve soldiers the knight prepares these. If he pays for it out of his own pocket, he can't buy this outfit without 60 or 70 gold coins. Captain Carl led a group of young reserve knights into Wall Village. The old village chief and the villagers quickly made way for them. After the young reserve knights entered the village, they whispered and secretly looked at Soldak, the commander who would control them for the next 4 years. Chapter 667. Those soldiers. Soldak and Carl hugged each other, with a very limited smile on their faces. "Hey, Dark! For the sake of me coming all the way to help you deliver these men, you should at least be happy," Carl said, patting Soldak on the shoulder. The two of them walked towards Wall Village arm in arm. When Carl saw the townhouses in the village, he said with emotion, the last time he came here, these townhouses had just built a frame. Unexpectedly, before winter, all the villagers had already moved in. The construction speed of Wall Village was really surprising. The roads in the village are also paved with flat cement roads, extending all the way to the village square. Carl led this group of reserve knights from the guard battalion to Wall Village. Just as Andrew and Gilliam drove a group of horses to the village square, they assigned war horses to the veterans, who had recently joined the cavalry battalion. In addition to the war horses, there were more than 70 camels, and the veterans had just taken over. They were not familiar with these horses at all, and were not even as familiar as the coachmen in Wall Village. These war horses were not so obedient. Suddenly, the village square was in chaos, and war horses kept standing up in the square. Seeing these scenes in front of them, the young reserve knights on horseback showed a sense of superiority on their green faces when facing this group of country bumpkins. "Are these the new troops you recruited for the cavalry battalion?" Carl happened to be standing on the edge of the village square, looking at these ragged villagers in surprise, as well as a group of miscellaneous war horses in front of him that refused to be easily tamed. What? There were all kinds of things, as well as 70 or 80 tall dromedary camels. Carl didn't know what to say for a while. Soldak asked with a proud look on his face, "How is it?" Soldak could be considered a self-made man. He could achieve this in just 1.5 years. Carl thought that he would definitely not be able to do it. Carl said, "It looks okay. Well, speaking of which, I have no right to parody. I can only look forward to your performance in battle." Soldak smiled and said, "That means you don't think much of them either." Carl felt that he should speak more tactfully. So he said, "Well, I admit that we have differences in this aspect. On this point of view, Captain Sauron and I, Viscount Emmett, have completely the same views. In the academy, although these are young, They have received professional riding training, as well as technical and tactical training. What they lack is just training on the battlefield. In time, before Karl could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Soldak. In time, these reserve knights will become the master knights of the guard camp in Helensa city. Well, you have to remember that you are also one of us. Karl put his arm around Soldak's shoulders and whispered, I remember it all the time. Soldak took Karl in the direction of the children's home. Selena and a group of children from the children's home happened to be sitting at the gate watching the fun. He said to Karl, What are you doing? It's time to leave. I don't have time to entertain you. Karl knew that Cerdak was joking and was not angry. He just glared at Cerdak and complained, Hey, you guy. Do you want me to sleep in Oak Ridge at night in such a cold weather? At least I should be given. I'll arrange a nice dinner and a warm room. And I'll get up early and leave tomorrow. Seeing Soldak and Karl approaching from a distance, Selena quickly called a group of children into the yard. This believer of the dark goddess still did not want to appear in front of outsiders. Soldak smiled at Karl and said, We have to leave early tomorrow, so we can't see you off. So urgent? Karl asked in surprise. Cerdak coughed and then lowered his voice and said, The mercenary group will start burning money today. Okay, be sure to pay attention to safety, and don't be too aggressive in the desert. Karl could only express his worry. And then he immediately thought of something. Then looked at Soldak with wide eyes, and lowered his voice. The voice asked, You don't want to take these reserve knights into the desert, do you? Soldak nodded without hesitation and admitted, That's what I thought. Karl trembled all over. He immediately grabbed Soldak and persuaded him in a lower voice. I think you should listen to me on this. It's better to let them stay in Wall Village. Take them out. And you can still. Don't you think you're troublesome enough? If you don't go out and experience it, you will never have the chance to grow. Cerdak immediately retorted. The two of them walked and chatted all the way, and soon arrived outside the courtyard of the police station. The group of young reserve knights led their horses, and followed them around the village square, and all the way to the police station upstream of the village. The security station is already full of militiamen from the militia camp. Several large felt houses have been built outside the security station. There are also many villagers coming in and out of the security station. These villagers are also wearing rags. They are in Sami led by Law. They were gathering at a simple temporary archery range. There are 15 scarecrows on one side of the archery range. And on the other side, there is a row of tables, with a row of alloy bows on them. The villagers from these militia camps were summoned by Cerdak just to practice basic bow skills at the security station. If their archery postures are incorrect, Samira needs to correct them in time. Otherwise, once they develop a habit, those smelly people will. The fault is difficult to correct. Not only is the accuracy insufficient on the battlefield, but it is also easy to injure one's arm when forcibly pulling a stiff bow. Samira feels this most deeply. These villagers were poorly dressed, and each of them looked very thin. Their clothes to keep out the cold were also very thin, and some of them even walked with a limp. The young reserve knights held their horses and stood aside to watch, intending to watch these militia jokes. A group of militiamen were following Samira, listening carefully to Samira's introduction to the performance of alloy bows. They usually did not have access to such sophisticated longbows. The most common ones used by these villagers were ordinary forest hunting bows. The bow is made of old oak wood, although it is not as good as the alloy bow. It is enough for hunting gray rock iguanas in the wild. In fact, the villagers in the deserted land all have very good bow skills, which is also a means of survival for them in the deserted land. According to Cerdak's arrangement, Samira is not only responsible for staying in Wall Village this time, but is also responsible for training a group of qualified militia battalion archers. Cerdak is preparing to vigorously develop a group of archers in various natural villages in the deserted land. Cerdak needed them to be able to use bows and arrows to resist the invading bandits by taking advantage of the complex terrain in the village. So this time he brought back a batch of alloy bows from the munitions logistics department of Helensa City Hall. The half-elf archer Samira mastered the arching technique passed down from the Silver Moon Elf. This type of physical art has high requirements on body coordination. After the villagers learn the arching technique from Samira, try shooting a round of arrows from an alloy bow, and very few arrows will land on the target. For a moment, the poor performance of the militiamen caused the group of reserve knights, who were watching the excitement, to burst into laughter. Young Samira didn't understand what the problem was. She had always shot arrows like this. She picked up an alloy bow on the table, and didn't even need to aim. She just pulled the bow string at will, and shot a row of arrows. The fine steel arrows were crowded on the bullseye like a bunch of arrows. This not only made the militiamen who were learning archery on the side stunned, but also the reserve knights standing on the outside watching the fun stopped laughing. On the battlefield, there's probably no one who is not afraid of being named by such a marksman. Viru was leaning against the wall of the police station and basking in the sun. He was covered in bandages and looked like a seriously injured soldier. He saw the militiamen being laughed at by a group of young knights. Urgency, embarrassment, and distress appeared on the faces of the militiamen. Everyone started to become impatient. At this time, Welu slowly walked to the shooting range and said to Samira, "The elf archery is not suitable for everyone. Only people with extremely high talents and strong coordination abilities can practice this archery. You have the blood of elves, so naturally you can't feel this guidance for them, and you should teach them according to their needs." As he spoke, Viru pulled over a militiaman and asked him to stand in front of the table. He held an alloy bow in the villager's customary way, opened the bow, and set an arrow and shot it out in one go. The steel arrow was stably placed 30 meters away. Bullseye. For a while, the ridicule outside the court fell silent. "Their archery skills are not bad, but some of their postures are incorrect." Ware spoke not very fast, and everyone around him could hear him clearly. He patted the villager's chest and abdomen with his hand continuously, adjusting his standing posture, and said to Samira, "Stretching the bow so frequently can easily injure your back muscles, so you can straighten your body when standing." Samira knew that Viru was the Hawkeye invited back by Serdek, but she didn't expect that his understanding of archery was so much higher than hers. The militia camp has a total of 150 people. With the continuous invasion of desert bandits, the militia in each village is still declining. Serdek has paid out a large amount of pension during this time. However, this directly led to unprecedented enthusiasm among villagers to join the militia camp. People in the deserted land are not afraid of death. The living conditions here are quite difficult. They care more about the pension than death. Karl and Serdek stood in front of the young reserve knights. Serdek had a gloomy face and said to these young graduates, "You have received 4 years of training at the Knight Academy. Now is the time to test what you have learned in the past 4 years. Now your first task is to prepare for yourself. Build a tent that can withstand the severe cold. Now this is Wall Village. It has a flat site, a ready-made water source, and some convenient conditions that are not available in the wild. But if you go to the wild, the living conditions may be even harsher than here. Take action." Young academics. Chapter 668 Departure. The tent set up in winter is not only a triangular hut supported by thick tarpaulin, but also needs to be covered with a thick layer of felt on top of the thick tarpaulin. The inside of the tent must first be paved with pine and cypress branches or logs, and then covered with a thick layer of felt. A furry dog for mattress, and a well-made sleeping bag with excellent thermal insulation effect. Almost all of these reserve knights brought over by Karl came from wealthy families, so they were well prepared with cold-proof supplies. It's just that they have some sophisticated equipment, and their ability to live in the wild, and their hands-on skills are very lacking. Standing outside the security station, they are in a hurry just setting up tents in the wild. There were basically few trees in the deserted land, and they couldn't find pine or cypress branches. Some reserve knights simply ran to the village below, carried back the wheat straw from the haystacks in the village, and spread it happily in the tent. The villagers of Wall Village knew that they were reserve knights and were destined to become master knights in the future. For a while, they hid in their houses and watched helplessly as these bandit-like young men carried away the straw. The reserve knights set up their tents in the open space next to the police station. The sheriff's office was originally a piece of limestone. After the craftsmen of Wall Village flattened such a large piece of limestone, they built a 2-storied building based on this limestone, which became the current sheriff's office. The place chosen by the reserve knights to set up their tents happened to be a specially leveled garden for planting flowers. The soil layer here is relatively shallow, and the bottom is entirely made of limestone. The iron drill used to fix the tent is wedged into the permafrost layer, and if it is dug deeper, it cannot be penetrated at all. Worried that the tents would be blown away, they moved some stones from the reservoir and placed them around the tents. They worked hard until it was completely dark and then built 10 tents. Originally, dinner was prepared in Wall Village, but Serdek wanted to see the survival ability of the reserve knights. So he did not ask the old village chief to bring over the broth and wheat cakes, but asked them to cook the marching cakes themselves. Rations. The method of eating marching rations is also quite simple. You only need to find a shelter or directly in the tent. Unfold the magic scroll and spread it on the ground. Then set up an iron pot. Pour some water, and boil the water. Then pour the powdered marching rations into another iron pot. Add a small amount of water and stir to form a batter. Then pour it into the iron pot where the water is boiled. And the thick batter is finished. Obviously, these reserve knights had not eaten marching rations. The marching rations they carry have always been furnished in their luggage. Therefore, although the cooking method of the marching rations is very simple, situations occur frequently during the cooking process. The marching rations were burnt to a crisp, and the whole camp was covered in smoke. There was a pungent smell of paste. The young reserve knights ate this dinner in a very embarrassed manner. Some young reserve knights vomited it up after taking 2 bites. And some did not eat at all. They are usually used to being pampered at home and in college. But now that the conditions are a little more difficult, they feel uncomfortable. In the academy, they learn how to quickly advance their combat levels. But once they left the academy, it was as if they had to start all over again. And everything outside was brand new. By the time this group of reserve knights went to bed, they had already made themselves sleepy and tired. They did not prepare hot water to wash themselves. Their green faces were burnt black, and they couldn't wait to get into their sleeping bags and fall asleep. No one even cared that those war horses had saddles tied to them. And no one specially prepared a shelter for the horses. Serdek acquiesced to the people in the militia camp to help them take care of these precious war horses, at least giving them a bite to eat. Consider it food that can be swallowed. The militiamen washed all the iron pots in their camp that had not had time to be washed before freezing into lumps of ice. The burnt marching rations also entered the militiamen's stomachs without any waste. This is not because the militiamen did not eat dinner, but because they lived in a deserted land and were used to hard times. When they saw someone wasting food like this, they thought that they could not waste the food anyway. A militia battalion employee, the militiamen poured the burnt marching rations into the clay pot, added some water and boiled it again, and called on the other militiamen, who were still awake, to gather in front of the fire and drink the burnt gruel. Serdek walked in front of them, squatted down and looked at the brown porridge water in the clay pot, and asked, "Can this thing be eaten?" The militiaman smiled with wrinkles on his face and said straightforwardly, "It is a bit bitter, but the taste of this porridge is okay. If these are left in the iron pot to freeze all night, they will freeze into ice lumps one by one. Tomorrow morning I'm afraid these knights can't find any usable iron pots. We want to help them wash the iron pots. It would be a pity to throw away these porridges. Look, Lord Baron, it has the smell of meat and salt. It tastes like it's oatmeal with salt. But it's actually not bad at all." Another militiaman smiled at Serdek and said, "When the dry season came, we also chewed tree bark, ate grass roots, sawdust, and moss. The taste of those things was not as good as the taste of these meat porridge. Lord Baron, what we eat is approved by them. We help them pack up the iron pots and bonfires, etc." A militiaman was worried that Serdek thought they were eating on the sly, so he quickly explained. Serdek stood by the campfire and looked at this group of lean militiamen. Under the firelight, they looked at Serdek nervously. "Since you have joined the militia camp, my promise to you is that I will not let you experience the kind of famine in the past. Remember these days of starvation. It will be the most precious treasure in your memory in the future." Su Erdek said to these militiamen. A strong north wind blew all night, and the reserve knights set up 10 tents. 4 of them were blown away by the strong wind overnight. These young people hid in the tents of other knights until dawn, and then they all came out of the tents. Get out and look for tents that have been blown away by the strong wind. If the militiamen from the militia camp hadn't come out to help clean up the mess, this group of reserve knights might not have been able to pack their bags all morning. Breakfast was provided by Wall Village, which consisted of a large bowl of vegetable porridge and a bag of whole wheat bread. These reservist knights had been hungry all day and had not eaten much last night, so they naturally wolfed down the breakfast. Karl stayed at Suldek's house last night. After having breakfast, he rushed to the police station early. When he rushed over, these reserve knights had already finished their breakfast. Looking at the empty vegetable porridge buckets and the few whole wheat bread left, Karl said with emotion, "Their adaptability is not bad. These things are all can eat it." Serdek didn't think this was a big deal. He stood behind Karl and said, "Of course you will eat anything when you are hungry." After breakfast, when these reserve knights washed the iron pot, they thought the water was too cold. So they just poured water into the iron pot, rinsed it casually, and put the pot into their canvas pockets regardless of whether it was clean or not. A group of reserve knights sat around in the courtyard of the public security station. No one spoke. Everyone was dirty, and their morale was extremely low. Serdek stood up and said to these young reserve knights, "Everyone, Our operations have just begun from today. For a long time in the future, we will be marching in an uninhabited desert. We will live in marching tents every day. The cold wind in the desert at night is stronger than here. We will eat these unpalatable marching rations every day. Occasionally, you will also encounter desert bandits and face the threat of severe cold and death. If anyone wants to retreat now, it's too late. Don't wait until you enter the desert to regret it. It will be useless to regret it later. But the time will not give you more choices. Either you continue to follow us deep into the desert, or you can go alone, turning around and leaving. I think no matter which choice I make, it's not a wise move. The young reserve knights looked at each other, not knowing what to decide for a moment. Seeing the group of young reserve knights in the yard looking at each other in bewilderment, hesitating about how to choose, Serdek patted Karl next to him on the shoulder and continued. If someone wants to return to Helensa city with Captain Karl, I will never stop you. But if you choose to stay now, you will be my subordinates for a period of time in the future, and I will tell you how to become a qualified knight. Seeing that all the reserve knights chose to remain silent, Serdek looked at the rising sun between the mountains on the east side and said, You still have 2/4 of an hour to think. Just when the 50 young reserve knights of the security station's guard battalion were having a hard time making a choice, Soldak's cavalry battalion was also experiencing frequent situations. These veterans were recruited from various villages by Serdek and the old village chief. Everyone has rich war experience, but they have been struggling to live in the deserted land for several years. These years of difficult life seemed to have faded away. All the edges and sharp edges on their bodies were sharpened. Many of the veterans were not cavalry in the military camp before. They were not very familiar with horses, and their riding skills were average. Soldak didn't know how to ride a horse when he was in the heavy armored infantry regiment. He then asked veterans with excellent riding skills how to get along with their horses. Most of the veterans chose to spend the night in the stable. Sleeping on horses can eliminate their vigilance, but obviously the effect is not as good as imagined. In the morning, the veterans of the cavalry battalion wanted to take their horses out of the stables and go for a ride outside the village. But they did not expect that they still caused people to fall over in the village square. If the ogre Guladam hadn't appeared, the riots might have continued. No matter war horses or camels, they can only crawl in front of the ogre. The ogre Guladam knew the dilemma faced by these veterans, and laughed and said to the veterans, You should not treat these horses. You have to use carrots and sticks to make them obedient and honest. Blindly pleasing them will only make them think you are easy to bully. You must use your actions to tell them your bottom line. Serdek rushed to the village square and happened to hear Guladam say this. He was a little speechless. The ogre Guladam had been in the human world for a long time, and he seemed to have begun to learn to think about problems with his brain, and began to feel less upright. What Serdek didn't expect was that the young reserve knights, and I don't know what they were thinking. Just when the large army was preparing to assemble, these young reserve knights came to Serdek and started talking to him. Said that he would stay in Wall Village to receive the next rigorous training. Although Serdek was reluctant to accept these Knight Academy students, there was no better reason to drive them away at this time. We can only let them pack their bags and prepare to set off with the large army later. This time, Serdek planned to let Samira stay when he entered the desert to kill the bandits there. No matter what, people need to stay in Wall Village now. This time Serdek also summoned the militiamen from the militia camp. She can still stay in the village to train these militiamen. At least let them improve their archery skills. This time, Serdek brought back a batch of alloy bows from the Helensa military logistics department. And this time, he prepared to distribute them to these militiamen. As the commander of the cavalry battalion, Andrew needs to get along with the 200 veterans of the cavalry battalion. Everyone is not very familiar with each other. Guladam naturally wanted to follow Serdek into the desert. Recently, the ogres may have eaten too many camels, yellow sheep, etc. He heard from the hunters in the village that the meat of the wind wolf in the wilderness was sour. Suddenly, on a whim, I wanted to make soup with wind wolf meat. So I followed Serdek early and never left. As a result, Soldak couldn't say goodbye to Selena quietly in private. The embarrassment of these militiamen, reserve knights, and cavalry battalion veterans in Wall Village fell in Vira's eyes. Serdek has been too busy these days. Vira has never found Serdek. There was no opportunity to talk alone. But he was very patient. He almost walked all over Wall Village in the past 3 days. Standing on the highest point of the reservoir and getting a bird's eye view of the entire mountain col. I also went to the river bend and tidal flats downstream and saw the artificial canals built by kobold slaves and the large tracts of land reclaimed. I saw the neat rows of small buildings and straight cement roads in Wall Village. about what Serdek had done over the past year. Almost word for word reached Vera's ears. The Serdek in front of him made him feel a strong sense of alienation. The familiar person in front of him. The one who once his best friend. Who could completely give his back to him on the battlefield. Now seemed so unfamiliar. When did he suddenly have such vision and ability? But when he saw Serdek's face, those frank, upright and fearless eyes, and saw the scars exposed from his collar, these told him that the person in front of him was the John Bach he knew. No matter what, just stay alive. Wary shook the scorching bow hanging on his shoulder. At this moment, he was a little eager to fight. Perhaps only fighting could awaken their past memories. The mercenaries in the row houses at the front of the village had already prepared themselves early. They tied their horses to the big tree at the entrance of the village, and were doing morning exercises in the snow outside the village. The brand new cavalry battalion in the village square also lined up, and slowly walked out of Wall Village. Chapter 669 Sweetwater Oasis. The cold north wind carried the snow on the top of the mountain, and blew towards my face. It was like being slapped a dozen times. And my cheekbones were turned red by the cold. This time in Wall Village, Serdek assembled a cavalry battalion composed of 200 cavalry, 50 guard battalion reserve knights, who had just graduated from the Knight Academy, and 30 mercenaries. Plus Andrew and Gully, there were nearly 300 people in Tim and Velu combined. In the desert, a team of this size can be regarded as a powerful bandit group. Serdek's cavalry battalion can only be equipped with mounted infantry for the time being. As for the young reserve knights of the security squadron of the guard battalion, they are a group of novices who don't know anything. Therefore, the most powerful combatants in the entire team are the seamen. 30 mercenaries from the giant mercenary group. The old village chief and the whole village stood at the entrance of the village to see off Serdek. Old Sheila, Natasha, and Rita also stood at the front of the group. Rita held little Peter. During this operation, Serdek, he took away almost all the horses in the village, and even traveled across the entire deserted land to the northeastern desert to defeat those desert bandits. Such a feat had never happened in the deserted land for so many years. Uncle Zamutala, a senior hunter in the village, who has now become the driver of Wall Village, grabbed Serdek and said to him with an earnest look, "Don't go too deep. Be careful not to let those wind wolves watch in groups. Every winter, those wind wolves will gather in groups. They even dare to attack the hibernating brown bears on the edge of the Paglos Mountains. As long as they are hungry, there is nothing they dare not do. And you will never, I can't even imagine how many there are there." Serdek was holding the horse, and was surrounded by a group of villagers. The wrinkles on the face of the old village chief Bright were almost piled together, and he whispered to Serdek, "If you can't find the desert bandits, come back quickly. Be careful that there are occasional snowstorms in the desert." Serdek said to the village chief Bright, "Don't worry, Uncle Bright. This time we went there. Not only did we bring 3 guides who are familiar with the desert, I also found an eagle eye. This time we must take care of him no matter what. Please improve the map of the southern desert area and wait for the good news of our triumph." Captain Gabriel, who was walking at the front of the team, turned back and said to the villagers standing at the entrance of the village to see him off, "We are professionals in dealing with those desert bandits. All you need to do is prepare enough gold coins." Serdek hugged Carl again, and Carl could only whisper to Serdek, "Bring them all back to me safely." Obviously, he was a little worried about this group of reserve knights. "Take care along the way. You too." Dark. Only then did Carl mount his horse, and set foot on the concrete road leading to Paglos Pass. He will return to Helensa city today, while Serdek will take this team to take another route. Serdek took the young reserve knights among the team, and headed towards the desert in the northeastern corner of the deserted land. The horses' hooves crunched the gravel on the desolate land. The desolate land was still covered with a thin layer of residual snow. The team headed north along the artificial water channel and bypassed the entrance of the underground river. At this time, it was completely covered with ice and snow. A huge glacial lake is formed. Some reeds and red thatch grow around the glacial lake. After entering winter, these grasses have turned yellow. There is a great rift valley in the center of the deserted land that runs from east to west. This great rift valley winds for nearly 100 kilometers. The team did not go through the middle section of the Great Rift Valley and cross the Rift Valley from the gap there. Instead, they went directly through the Great Rift Valley. Detour on the west side of the valley. We can only reach the edge of the desert by following an ancient trail all the way west, avoiding a dead land covered with volcanic ash, and passing through the desolate Gobi. The reserve knights had a solid grasp of equestrian skills. They rode horses and followed the mercenary group. Some people were whispering to each other, seeming to be discussing the trip to the desert. After nearly 4 days of intensive training in the deserted land, these veterans have barely adapted to riding horses. But their equestrian skills are not very skilled yet. Now they can only sit on the horses honestly, holding the reins tightly with both hands and not daring to let go. Their bodies looked very stiff. But at least they could ride horses and move forward with a large army. More than 70 camels were at the back of the team, and dozens of veterans were lying on the camels' backs in an extremely ugly posture. The posture of crawling on the camels' backs was really weird. If Gulitum hadn't been there, the team was staring at the back. Maybe they couldn't even ride their camels all the way forward. Surdak found 3 guides in a village close to the desert. They were the best hunters in the village and were very familiar with the northeastern part of the desert. They had even been to the edge of the desert many times and knew the edge of the desert. There are several oases in the area, and I also know where to encounter wind wolves in this season. That's right. Surdak wants to find the group of wind wolves, and his inventory of primary sacrifices is not large. If he can meet those wind wolves, it may not be a bad thing, because there are experienced local guides in the team. There is no need for Viru to use the site to explore the surrounding terrain before leaving the deserted land. Surdak rode a horse and walked side by side with Andrew. The two were discussing how to improve the riding skills of these veterans. In fact, this form of travel was the best training for these veterans. This time, Surdak did not issue those full coverage armors to these veterans. The clothes they wore still looked tattered, and they did not have any exquisite leather armor. From a distance, they looked like a group of nomads in the wilderness. That full coverage armor was not only very heavy, but also required a lot of physical strength from the war horses. Except for a few dozen war horses, these horses were temporarily unable to bear the burden of heavy armored cavalry. Surdak did not prepare any additional leather armor, so this trip made the cavalry battalion appear to be in tatters, like a wandering nomad. Wares seemed very leisurely among the team. It seemed that such a cold wind could not hit him at all, and his horse also kept its head down and moved forward. The reserve knights in the guard camp were whispering in the cold wind. According to the knowledge they learned in the books at the Knight Academy, this team would not be able to persist for long. In addition to the extreme climate environment and cunning and vicious desert bandits, the biggest problem we face is living supplies. Even though some people in the team have magic pockets that can carry a large amount of marching rations, as well as water gathering and fire gathering scrolls to provide sufficient drinking water and fuel, these young reserve knights are worried about the nearly 200 ancient horses. Borai Ma's materials. For other cavalry regiments, the logistics supply line is the most important thing to protect every time they go on a campaign. But in Surdak's team of 300 people, they did not see a logistics supply team. Each horse only carries a bag of beans. The team is about to enter the desert, where they will not get any supplies. This amount of beans is probably only enough for the horses to eat for 3 or 4 days. The Sea Giant Mercenary Group Gabri. Before setting off, Captain Lee reminded Surdak whether the 70 camels behind him should be organized into a logistics supply team for transporting fodder. Surdak said it was not necessary. Along the way, Surdak did not disturb those villages along the way. However, some people in the team were aborigines of those villages. When passing by their homes, some people would always be extra excited. There were also some villagers standing at the entrance of the village, watching Surdak's team pass slowly. The sky is clear, and the sun is a bit dazzling. A few vultures circled high in the sky. Dak, look over there! Andrew pointed to a not-so-high cliff a few hundred meters to the left and said to Surdak. Surdak turned around and took a closer look and realized that Selena was riding a dromedary camel, waiting on the high cliff. She wrapped herself in a thick fur cloak and quietly watched the team coming from under her feet. After passing by, she saw Surdak looking towards her. Then she patted the camel and walked down the hillside. Selena rode a camel and came to Surdak. Her face was covered with a veil, and her big black eyes were exposed. There was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. She looked at her as if she was saying, "Even if you chase me away, I won't leave." "Why are you here?" Surdak rode up to her, leaned over, and put the leather cone hat behind Selena's fur cloak on her head to protect her from the cold wind. Selena stared at Surdak and said to Surdak with some guilt, "I think the bandits in the desert should be willing to accept the teachings of the goddess and be favored by the goddess of the night." Okay. Regarding this argument with Selena, Surdak felt that he really had no good reason to argue. Selena has already walked so far out of Wall Village alone, and even if she is asked to return the same way, she probably won't do what Surdak said. It would be better to let her stay in the team. Serdek asked her, "Who takes care of Zigna in the village?" Selena said with absolute certainty, "Zigna can take care of herself." They only took a short rest at noon, and continued on their way without even lighting a fire to cook. They waited until nightfall before crossing the Great Rift Valley, and the dead land shrouded in volcanic ash, arriving at the northeastern part of the deserted land. This is an area where desert bandits frequently appear. According to the data map compiled by Andrew himself, desert bandits appear very frequently here. Unfortunately, no unlucky group of bandits ran into them this time. The local guide found a small mound with a half-moon-shaped call on the south side. It could accommodate at least a few hundred people camping at the same time. There were also animal excrement and the remains of campfires. Apparently more than one team had camped here. Serdek's tent was set up almost as soon as the team stopped. When Selena and Serdek walked into the tent, Andrew and Gulitem were like two door gods guarding the tent. Outside the tent, under the instructions of Captain Gabri, the members of the mercenary group performed their respective duties. They almost set up tents, made fires to cook, and fed horses at the same time. These mercenaries had a clear division of labor, and were very organized in their work. 30 people. The mercenary group only needs to build 5 tents, and they are distributed in a 5-pointed star. Although the veterans of the cavalry battalion have average riding skills, they are experienced in setting up tents and raising campfires. They also set up tents according to teams, and each team has an independent tent. As for the reserve knights from the Knight Academy, after last night's very failed exercise, they finally learned smart tonight. Although they lacked experience, they were not stupid. They followed the practices of the veterans in the cavalry battalion, and actually they also set up the tent properly. And 3 local guides also ran over to help point out some of their shortcomings. Someone was freezing last night, so they put down their arrogant faces. Although they still didn't say any words of thanks. At least they didn't look bad for the guide's advice. Serdek stayed in the tent for 2/4 of an hour before walking out of the tent again. This time, he almost walked directly to the horses. The mercenary group had already started to feed the horses water. Serdek took 2 steps quickly, smiled at the mercenary and said, "Fortunately, I didn't come in time, Knight." With that said, Serdek pulled out a large bundle of wild hair vines from his magic belt bag and piled it in front of the mercenary. The young mercenary also had a look of astonishment on his face. Who would have thought that the employer in front of him would extravagantly use a magic waste bag to carry this kind of cheap fodder? And this bundle of fodder was tied very firmly. Although it was not as good as alfalfa, it can also be regarded as the vine plant that the ancient Bolai horses like to eat. It's just that this kind of wild hairy vine is rare near the city of Helensa. This kind of vine can almost be found in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. It's even less likely to grow in a deserted place that likes shade and water. This kind of vine can only be found in Paglos. It can only be found in the mountains. But no one is willing to cross the mountains and go all the way to the dangerous Paglos mountains to harvest the fodder for livestock. Serdek placed a large bundle of wild hair vines in front of the mercenaries, then walked directly to the 2 veterans in charge of the horses in the cavalry camp. In front of them, he pulled out 7 bundles of wild hair vines from his magic belt bag and ordered them to put them crush the forage. Mix it with some beans and feed it to the horse. At the beginning of dinner, Gulitem held 5 wheat cakes and a large pot of porridge cooked from the marching rations. He squatted next to the horses and poured a large pot of food into his stomach, and then looked at the people. The camels gathered together were drooling, and the camels were so frightened that they huddled together and trembled. After dinner, Serdek invited the leader of the mercenary group Gabri, local guides, Andrew, and Vilu to the tent, spread a map full of various symbols on the square table, and began to discuss tomorrow's route. According to Serdek's estimation, the team will probably enter the edge of the desert at noon tomorrow and leave the deserted land. The desert is a completely unfamiliar place. The bandits in the desert are used to hiding near the oases in the desert. Which oasis to clear first requires a reliable plan to be determined in advance. Captain Gabri pointed to an unknown desert on the map and said to Serdek, "I know there is an oasis here and a sweet pool there. If there are no accidents, there will probably be bandits living there." Serdek picked up the charcoal pencil, drew a large circle in the unknown area, and said to everyone, "Then this will be our first stop." Chapter 670 Oasis War. At night, Serdek returned to the sulfur mine in Pudu Mountain, without having time to say a few words to Aphrodite, who lived in the sulfur camp. He quickly got into the lava mine and ran to the treasure chamber to feed the dragon. Finally, on the eve of dawn, he calmed down Cyril in the treasure chamber, and Serdek returned to the camp. before entering the desert full of yellow sand. Some dilapidated villages appeared among the mountains along the way. The remaining ruins of broken walls made people more deeply aware of how ferocious those bandits were. They raided the desolate land, bit by bit devouring the living space of the deserted land. And now it has penetrated deep into the hinterland of the deserted land. And the horses' hooves have even set foot in the Great Rift Valley. There is residual snow everywhere, and skeletons hidden under the snow occasionally show out, making the place look extremely desolate. In the afternoon, the team led by Soldak finally arrived at the edge of the desert. At this moment, the desert was also covered with a hard snow SHL. These snow SHLs were caused by the melting and condensation of the heavy snow on the surface. So it seemed that it would disappear after a while. The snow on the desert surface is like solid ice. But this layer of snow is not too thick. Whether it is a person or a war horse, it will collapse quickly. And then he steps into the soft yellow sand and sinks deeply. After the war horses entered the desert, their marching speed slowed down. On the contrary, the camel team that had been dragging behind the team became more leisurely at this time. Each of those dromedary camels had 4 thick big hooves and stepped on them. They didn't sink too deeply into the yellow sand, and their legs were long enough, so they walked very smoothly on the desert. In order to reduce the burden on the horses, everyone dismounted and led the horses through the snow SHL and walked on the yellow sand. Andrew and Soldak got together, pointed to the endless yellow sand in front of them, wiped the snow residue on their faces and beards with their hands, and said to Soldak distressfully, "Last time Gullit and I also entered the desert from here. The snow had not yet frozen at that time. We were originally following a group of bandits, preparing to eat them up bit by bit, but here we were helplessly thrown away by them. There were more camels than horses. When we entered the desert, we rode camels and led the horses to disperse. Gulitem and I pursued hard, but only chased and killed more than 10 bandits, and let them get rid of them completely. They were very interested in this place. The environment is too familiar. There's no way I can catch up. I'm not in the mood to play a cat and mouse game with them this time. Since we have already formed a deadly feud, I have no intention of letting any of them go. The law of survival in this desert is survival of the fittest." Serta pulling his Guba horse, he said to Andrew beside him. After walking into the desert, Serdak realized that he had overestimated the environment here. "Every time I take a step now, I have to sink deeply into the yellow sand below my knees. It takes several times the effort to take a step. In this environment, even taking a few more steps will make me out of breath. Now I want to compete with the robbers in the desert. Fighting seems to be a big problem. If you can't catch them, then occupy this place bit by bit and sweep them out from here," Soldak said to Andrew. Selena followed the two of them. She was sitting on the back of a camel, wearing a thick fur cloak. She was very quiet and rarely spoke. Gulitem was mixed in the team, his tall body always looking around. He seemed a little impatient, always walking around restlessly around the 3 local guides, as if he had something to ask. But it was not easy to speak, and the 3 guides were frightened. They thought Gulitem had some bad thoughts towards them. Entering the desert, they were not very familiar with this place, and it was completely useless. They didn't want to 3 desserts for becoming an ogre. Serdak saw Gulitem always walking around in the team, so he stopped him curiously and asked, "Gulitem, what are you looking for?" "Wind Wolf. I heard from the old hunters in the village that as soon as you enter the desert, you may be targeted by wind wolves. Before they gather enough strength, they probably won't surround you, but will just follow behind without saying a word. The moment they appear, it means they are sure to eat us. In fact, I want to know whether they have followed us. If there are several behind us now, I wonder if dinner should have a different taste." Gulitem leaned close to Serdak and whispered, "You're expecting Wind Wolf?" Soldak finally understood that Gulitem might be hungry. Gulitem said with some frustration, "But look, we have been walking for so long, and we haven't even seen the shadow of a wolf. You can ask Weru. He is the eagle eye I found. He has earth vision. If there is a wind wolf, he will not be able to escape his eyes," Serdak said to Gulitem. When the ogre heard what Serdak said, his face lit up with joy, and he ran towards Viru in large strides, as if the yellow sand of the desert could not hinder his pace at all. Weru stood on a large sand dune, observing the surroundings on the edge of the desert. Although Hawkeye's earth vision sounds very mysterious, it is actually very similar to the shared vision of the Beast King Hunter, which is the true meaning of the Beast King in the Green Empire. Hunters have basically disappeared. Currently, only the Orc tribe on the Pipe Plateau still has the Beast King Hunter. Villa can direct his vision to the falcon he raises and let it fly into the sky, taking the opportunity to check the conditions of the mountains, rivers, land and rivers at his feet. However, this kind of spiritual attachment cannot last long, and he cannot fly too far with the falcon. Otherwise nothing could be seen, where his sphere of influence happened to cover the surrounding 10 kilometers. Although it was not too far, it was enough for detecting the enemy's situation. This time Cerdak is also planning to draw a detailed map of the desert on the edge of the barren land. The ogre quickly walked up the big sand dune and squatted next to Vilu. The two seemed to be talking, but after just a few words, the ogre jumped high from the sand dune. And with a cheer, he jumped from the high ground. He jumped down from the high sand dune. Instead of returning to the team, he spread his big feet and ran straight towards the northwest. Captain Gabri of the Sea Giant Mercenary Regiment was walking at the front of the team. Looking at the figure of the ogre running away, he frowned first, and then gave a few instructions to the deputy captain next to him. Deputy Captain GSC took a first-level high-level ranger and rode on the horse, running towards the front of the team. The two horses seemed to be completely unaffected by the sand, and ran very fast on the yellow sand. Captain Gabri considered that his mercenary group received high commissions every day, which meant that he had to bear the heaviest responsibility in the team, including the safety of the entire team, detecting the whereabouts of desert bandits, and fighting with bandits in the desert. They all need their own mercenary group to appear as the absolute main force. He said 2 rangers, including the deputy captain, to investigate the surrounding situation, also hoping to detect the enemy's situation in advance. The mercenaries must reflect their own value, and at least make their employers feel that the money they spend is worth it. Just fine. The team entered the desert and walked very slowly. The 50 reserve knights finally felt how hard it was to march in the extremely harsh environment. When the team stopped, each of these reserve knights seemed to be exhausted. I wish I could lie flat on the cold sand. They were driven up by Cerdak with a whip, and they couldn't save on making fire, feeding horses, or setting up tents. Just as the reserve knights were complaining and lamenting, the veterans had silently lit a fire, and began to take turns sitting in front of the fire, stretching out their feet to bake the ice slide condensed on their boots, so that they could lose their strength. Their feet felt the warmth again, and there seemed to be no fatigue on their faces. This arduous march was far less difficult for them than running to Oak Ridge to dig cassava in the winter. You can even see these veterans gathering together to tell a few jokes. The most uncomfortable thing for them is riding horses. The veterans in the cavalry battalion are also learning. They secretly stare at the mercenaries in the mercenary group and silently write down all their actions along the way. Although they cannot understand some things, it does not prevent them from writing them down. We're caught up from behind, and the ogre Ghoul-item Emperor also trotted back from the desert in the northwest. Cerdak saw the harvest tied to his waist from a distance. Yes, he did meet a small group of wind wolves. Ghoul-item has been missing the wind wolf meat for more than a day or two. Seeing the wind wolves, he will certainly not let them escape. For an ogre who can confront level 3 monsters head-on, these first-level monsters simply cannot not enough to see. He hit the wolf's head with the bone-crushing stick in his hand, immediately smashing the wind wolf's skull into pieces. Then he immediately thought that what Cerdak disliked the most was the headless wind wolf, and immediately changed tactics. This time he brought back 6 wind wolves. Although the wolf meat was not enough for everyone in the team to sacrifice, it was enough for him to eat as much as he wanted. He rushed back in a hurry to let Cerdak peel off the wolf's skin in order to get the maximum value from the wind wolf. Since there was an ogre in the team was not followed by a pack of wolves after entering the desert. And this kind of sour wolf meat seems to satisfy the ogre even more. He spares no effort to run around. His primitive hunting skills also impress everyone. He is simply unreasonable and just rushes in and beats him to death with a stick, then drag the body back. The method is simple and direct. I don't know if it was because it was too cold and the robbers were hiding, but they didn't encounter any robber groups along the way. Cerdak's team finally saw a small oasis in the sea of sand at dusk on the 3rd day of departure. However, in this oasis in the ice and snow, all the trees had withered leaves, and there were some silver rime hanging on the branches, like a small world of ice and snow. From a distance, you can see a plume of green smoke rising from the direction of the oasis, which means that there are people living in the desert oasis. Just looking at the faint green smoke, you know that there are not many desert bandits in this Sweetwater oasis. Cerdak didn't even need to identify whether the people living in the Sweetwater oasis were bandits. This season, at this time, if it weren't for bandits, they would never have survived in the desert oasis. Vera took back the Earth vision and said to Cerdak, It should be a large camp of a group of desert bandits. With less than 100 people. The mercenaries of the Sea Giant mercenary group were all happy. Their eyes fell on Captain Gabri. Gabri nodded, and then whispered to the mercenaries. Kill the old man directly. Women and children will not be counted, depending on the number of heads. You can kill them if they are considered a threat. Your main targets are those strong desert bandits. A piece of hardware. War horses and camels all belong to the employer. Be careful. Don't kill them! And be careful to deduct the money. Okay, boss. The mercenaries responded with excitement. Before starting the battle again, Soldak laid out the mission in a decent manner. Captain Gabri, lead your men to charge up from the front. The cavalry battalion will cover up from the left, and the knights from the guard battalion will cover up from the right. When the setting sun was about to sink into the yellow sand, a row of shadows appeared on the depressed desert. They were like a big open hand, surrounding the Sweetwater oasis with an area of less than 1 square kilometer in front of them. There was no probing at all. When the rumble of horse hooves came, the warhorse was already only a few hundred meters away from the Sweetwater oasis. A group of desert bandits living in the Sweetwater oasis had just finished dinner, just when they were about to hug the hot white sheep and get into the tent to spend a wonderful night. They heard the sound of horse hooves coming from all directions, like rolling thunder. These desert bandits immediately put on their hard leather armor, rushed out of the tent, picked up their weapons, and mounted their horses. Seeing a row of knights rushing towards me, I knew that if I ran away, I would be slaughtered in the desert. I gritted my teeth and screamed strangely. I waved the scimitar in my hand and rushed towards the front, trying to cut through it, seeking a glimmer of hope. But before they could rush forward, a row of arrows shot over, and the desert bandits, who were rushing in front, were shot off their horses. Captain Gabri and the other 7 high-level first-level warriors in the mercenary group formed a sharp formation. The 8 men rushed at the front. Just before they collided with the desert bandits, a giant peak suddenly appeared behind Captain Gabri. The mountain peak instantly turned into an earth wall, blocking the bodies of the 8 high-level warriors. The desert bandits did not react hastily, and slashed at the earth wall with their scimitars. Kill! Captain Gabri let out a roar in his throat, and the spear in his hand was like a snake spitting a message. Suddenly, a ball of gun light erupted from Gabri's hand. The desert bandit who was rushing towards him had no time to take back the scimitar in his hand, and quickly raised it with one hand. He raised his shield, but the gun light hit the shield like a heavy rain. There was a continuous sound of impact, and the shield in the robber's hand dented at a speed visible to the naked eye. The robber was so shocked that his arms went numb, and finally, he couldn't hold on to the shield. Captain Gabri took advantage of the situation, and shot the robber away in front of him. The bandits from behind rushed up, and wanted to take the opportunity to cut Captain Gabri off his horse with a knife. The mercenary behind Captain Gabri quickly blocked the blow for him. Captain Gabri withdrew his sword and handed the spear out with his backhand, piercing through the area one after another. A robber's throat. Several powerful first-level high-level mercenaries from the Sea Giant mercenary group instantly opened a gap in front of the bandit group, and 30 well-trained mercenaries strangled the bandits together. Chapter 671 Profits Industry. Night is about to fall, and the afterglow of the setting sun is like a burning and steaming flame on the edge of the desert. The desert bandits rushing in front seemed to hit a wall. The Sea Giant mercenaries led by Captain Gabri rushed to pieces from the front. The reserve knights from the guard camp rushed over from the left flank and entered the battlefield a little slower. The front of the oasis has become a mess. Andrew led the veterans of the cavalry battalion to outflank them from the right wing. Their riding skills were average, so they held up shields and spears and lined up in a human wall to fight. The queue of 200 people seemed to form a human wall at dusk, and there was a strong sense of oppression. The bandits subconsciously did not want to break out from that direction. At this moment, deep in the bandit camp of Sweetwater Oasis, a bandit leader riding a white camel rushed out with a group of bandits. The white camel under him was a whole circle larger than the other dromedary camels, and they gathered in the group of bandits around him were also very tough thugs. They wore a variety of leather armors, and did not choose to break through from the front. The bandit leader made a circle, and wanted to open the opening from the right side. But as soon as they turned their horses, the veterans of the cavalry battalion raised their spears one after another. When they wanted to charge here, the veterans did not hesitate, throwing the spear in his hand. Throwing a spear is several times more powerful than a bow and arrow. The bandit leader looked at the rain of spears falling one after another above his head, turned around and ran away with the bandits around him. He knew that if he was covered by the rain of spears, The light shield at his hand would not be able to block these flying spears. And the equestrian skills of the bandits superb, turning around almost instantly. Even so, some bandits who were slow to react were attacked from top to bottom with flying spears. And the scene became even more chaotic. Surdak came up from the left wing with 50 reserve knights. The reserve knights wore dark full-face armor. And the knight's spear in their hand was also the standard weapon in the guard camp. The 50 knights lined up in a team. Like it's a wall of steel. These college graduates had only gone out to practice a few times before. And this was the first time in their lives to participate in this kind of melee. With the shouts of killing, the fear in their bodies was almost quickly dissipated by the hot blood in their bodies. Accompanied by the shouts of kill, Sue followed. Erdek rushed up from behind, not even knowing how to raise his shield to block. However, because they were well equipped and their faces were hidden behind visors, these bandits did not notice that they were a group of yellow-billed chicks at dusk. When they saw 50 knights from the guard camp rushing up from the left, they could tell at a glance he was so frightened that he didn't even have the courage to resist. He followed the white camel of the bandit leader desperately, trying to break out of the encirclement. The other women and slaves in the Sweetwater Oasis were so frightened that they went into the tents in the oasis and did not dare to come out. Just when the bandit leader hesitated a little, not knowing which direction he should break through, the two mercenaries rushed up, but were stopped by the cronies behind the bandit leader. The bandit leader waved his scimitar in both hands and made an afterimage, almost fighting. The long swords in the hands of the two mercenaries were cut off, and the scimitar in the leader's hand was slashed forward again. One mercenary had a bone-deep wound on his chest, and the other mercenary took a big step back, narrowly escaped. Just as he was retreating, he was kicked down by the bandit on the side. He was about to be hacked to death by a random blade. Behind him, a shadow of a knight holding a sword and shield appeared. The shadow became condensed amidst his angry shouts. It was so real that in an instant, a pale golden shield stood in front of his body, blocking the scimitars that were coming down one after another. The mercenary took the opportunity to roll around on the sand, avoiding the bandits' blades. However, because he and another companion rushed too far forward, they were still surrounded by the bandits. At this time, the mercenary group that came up from the front had cut down more than 20 bandits. Captain Gabri saw that the bandit leader was gathering the remaining bandits, and quickly formed a resistance force. He also saw that some mercenaries were in a bitter fight. Not daring to neglect it all, led the strongest men in the mercenary group towards the bandit leader. Before Captain Gabri could rush over on horseback, he saw a big man jumping into the two mercenaries, who were surrounded by bandits like a god from heaven. He was wearing simple armor, and was carrying a broken bone in one hand. With a big stick, he swung it into a round shape and smashed the two robbers in half, and forced back more than a dozen robbers who had gathered around him. The iron fist clenched in the other hand struck hard on the head of a war horse that collided with it. There was a dull sound of cracking melons, and the horse was smashed to the point of bleeding from all its orifices, and both the man and the horse fell to the ground. Immediately, the ogre Gulidum let out a violent roar in the crowd. The ogre's war cry frightened the surrounding war horses to weaken their hooves, and they refused to charge towards the ogre no matter what. The shadow of a wind wolf appeared behind the bandit leader, who was riding a white camel. He bore the brunt of the attack and charged towards Gulidum. Under his leadership, the other bandits had the courage to fight back. Just as he took a few steps forward, a sense of crisis surged from the bottom of his heart, making all the hair on his body stand on end. The bandit leader's chest seemed to be suffocated. In shock, he forced his body to lean back and lay flat on the back of the white camel. 3 sharp arrows quietly shuttled between the chaotic crowd and stuck to him. His cheeks flew away without a trace. The bandit leader's heart suddenly went cold. He knew that he was being watched from a distance by a sharpshooter. At this moment, he even wished he could transform into a marmot and hide in the sand. At this time, Weiru, who was standing 50 meters away, was also stunned. The shadow of the sharp arrow slowly disappeared from behind. Unexpectedly, the killing arrow was narrowly dodged by the bandit leader. He saw a veteran of the cavalry battalion being hacked to the ground by a robber with a machete. He raised his hand to draw the bow and fired an arrow. In the dark dusk, the arrow could hardly see any flight path. It pierced the robber's back with a pop sound. The robber's body was frozen at the moment he raised his scimitar. The inertia of the arrow propelled his body forward 2 steps. There was a look of death in his wide-open eyes. In despair, he fell to the ground. Andrew was like a madman on the battlefield. He was wearing Suldak's Earth Shield magic pattern structure. A pair of eyes full of murder and blood appeared behind him. He didn't pay attention to the weapons wielded by the bandits around him. In the shadow of the axe, Andrew had several scars on his body. But each scar represented a bandit's fresh life that was forcibly taken away by his butcher. The Earth Shield magic pattern structure is heavy armor, and each piece of armor is mixed with some hard magic black iron. It is difficult for the bandits' scimitars to cause substantial damage to Andrew's armor. They rushed over all the way. Even the Earth Shield on the magic pattern structure was not activated. The veterans of the cavalry battalion only need to follow Andrew and hit the target. A halo of power appeared under Serdek, and the reserve knights following him felt an inexplicable power surging in their bodies. The bandit leader sat up straight and did not dare to pursue the two mercenaries anymore. When he saw Serdek rushing up from the left, followed by a group of guard camp knights wearing standard armor, he did not dare to fight with Serdek. When he saw the soldiers surrounding him from all directions, he called a group of men to retreat towards the Sweetwater oasis behind him. How could Captain Gabri let them get into the poplar forest covered with rime? The members of the mercenary group rode on horseback and showed their power, one after another, instantly gaining an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. A large group of the robber was cut down to the ground. The ogre Gulaitum and Captain Gabri caught up with the bandit leader almost at the same time. The spear in Captain Gabri's hand stabbed the bandit leader in the back. The bandit leader was riding on a white camel and could not avoid it, and his body rolled to the side, then jumped down from the hunchback. Members of the Gabri regiment also jumped off their horses and instantly fought with the bandit leader. The men following the bandit leader were about to rush to help, but were entangled by the mercenaries chasing after them. The mercenaries were obviously much stronger than these bandits, but the bandits were so numerous that it was hard to tell the winner in the melee. Gulaitum reached out and grabbed the reins of the white camel, pulled it down to the ground, put his legs on the body of the white camel, wrapped his hands around the four hooves of the white camel, and skillfully took out a hemp rope. The white camel was tied up tightly, and then a small flag was placed next to him. Gulaitum, what are you doing? Andrew, not far away, shouted angrily at the ogre. Andrew was like a barrel of explosives on the battlefield, and the ogre did not dare to provoke him. He quickly got up from the ground, swung the bone-crushing stick in his hand, and killed a robber who was just trying to sneak past him. After his head was smashed, he smiled naively. I'm marking my trophies. Andrew chopped down the robbers in front of him, rushed to Gulaitum, and shouted, Work quickly! Don't let these robbers and horses escape! The bandit leader held two knives in his hands, and was strangled with Captain Gabri. The shadow of a green wolf solidified from time to time, biting towards Captain Gabri. Not to be outdone, Captain Gabri showed off the golden-armored warrior behind him, and every time he thrust out his spear, there was white energy. The bandit leader could not block the energy at all. After only fighting a few times, his hands were he was stabbed with blood and was bleeding. Seeing that the other mercenaries did not take the initiative to help, Soldak met with Andrew and Gulaitum and began to deal with the surrounding bandits, who were still resisting. These bandits were blocked by a dense poplar forest behind the Sweetwater oasis, and were surrounded on three sides. There was almost no way out. Weru has been standing at the back of the team. He will not take the initiative to shoot the bandits. Only the soldiers of the cavalry battalion and the guard battalion will draw their bows and shoot arrows when they are in danger. Before they fall, they will help them deal with the enemies in front of them. Opponent, Gulaitum may have felt that since he had robbed the white camel, he should kill its former owner. So he rushed forward without any scruples. At this moment, the bandit leader raised his swords and locked the spear in Captain Gabri's hand with his swords, risking his chest being pierced. When the two were wrestling, the ogre rushed up unreasonably and swung the sword around. He picked up the stick, and with a strong evil wind, hit the bandit leader hard on the back. All the clasps on the bandit leader's chest armor were instantly opened, and 24 ribs exploded out of his chest like the tentacles of an octopus. The robber opened his mouth in his hand and spurted out some bloody pieces of meat. He folded his body back in half and flew forward more than 10 meters. Seeing the tragic death of their leader, a group of stubborn bandits lost their last bit of courage to resist and fled in all directions. Captain Gabri looked at the ogre angrily, but Gulaitum didn't seem to notice it at all. He ran over, picked up the sharp scimitar that the bandit leader dropped on the ground, and ran to the body over there. Also removed the scabbard. The mercenary following Captain Gabri couldn't stand it and wanted to argue with Gulaitum, but Captain Gabri stopped him with his hand. A group of mercenaries began to quickly clean up the mess. The battle was almost over in just half an hour. Night fell when the fighting subsided. Surdak led a team of 300 people to occupy the Sweetwater Oasis. The veterans of the cavalry battalion quickly cleaned the battlefield and counted the loot. Surdak ordered people to cut down several large poplar trees and lit a huge bonfire in front of the Sweetwater Oasis woods. All the slain bandits were stripped of their clothes, and almost all were thrown into the fire naked. No matter how old they were. The veterans in the cavalry camp would not dislike broken leather armor or blood-stained clothes. But they also knew the rules. Even a piece of rag would be piled neatly and placed on the side of the fire. All the gold and silver coins were collected into a money bag. The leather armor weapons were piled in a pile. And some of the personal belongings he carried were also piled together. The corpse kept twitching and making the slightest sound under the raging fire, and finally turned into ashes in the fire. There were specialized personnel to sort out the horses and camels of the bandits. Many horses were injured during the battle. Those with minor injuries were pinned with the uninjured horses. Those with serious injuries were killed on the spot, bled, and cut into pieces of horse meat. Gulaitam squatted aside and watched the butcher killing the horse with relish. But he restrained himself from reaching out. According to the previous agreement with Suldak, the mercenaries of the mercenary group cut off the heads of the bandits they killed on the spot and piled them together. The other trophies were also carried away by the veterans of the cavalry battalion. Surdak was true to his word. He counted them on the spot and found that the 30 mercenaries killed a total of 86 bandits in this battle. He counted 430 gold coins from the money bag and handed them to Gabriel on the spot. Captain Jerry. Then Surdak began to gather together those who were injured in the battle, regardless of whether they were mercenaries, veterans, or the group of reserve knights, who were extremely excited in the battle but had no effect. As long as they were injured, they would gather together in front of a tent. This tent originally belonged to the bandits from Sweetwater Oasis. Surdak walked into the tent and drove out a group of women hiding in the tent who were shivering with fear. He used the tent as a temporary treatment room and began to use holy light to treat. The treatment of injured people is still based on the principle of priority for seriously injured people, and the wounded are treated overnight. Andrew led a group of veterans from the cavalry battalion and toured the entire Sweetwater Oasis. This time, they harvested more than 100 war horses and more than 60 camels. Chapter 672. One night, Captain Gabri could feel the strong aura of holy light in the tent, and saw a mercenary with a bandage on his arm walking out of the tent with his head lowered. He quickly called the mercenary named Ed over and asked a little. After learning about the knife wound on his arm and some of Baron Suldak's treatment methods, Ed was very pleased and whispered the entire treatment process. Only then did Captain Gabri confirm that Baron Suldak did possess the holy light technique. For the Sea Giant mercenary group, this was really an unexpected surprise. Since a few years ago, temple priests and combat priests have been withdrawing from the Green Empire's army. Now, it is difficult to find priests in the entire Green Empire. As a result, being injured on the battlefield has now become a very dangerous thing. In addition to simple bandaging and suturing, one mainly relies on one's own physical strength to resist. Magic potions and water magicians have gradually become luxurious treatment methods. Captain Gabri never expected that after the war, there would be a noble knight with a holy light spell to help deal with the injured mercenaries. Surdak was so busy that he walked out of the tent very late. But in the blink of an eye, he didn't know where he went. For the first sheriff of the desolate land, Captain Gabri always felt that he might still underestimate his strength. When they met for the first time and accepted employment, the mercenary group entered Wall Village and stood at the Paglos Pass. When he saw the magnificent dam upstream of Wall Village, when he saw the rows of newly built houses in the village, when he lit up his night halo while fighting in the Sweetwater Oasis. The bonfire beside the sweet pool has not been extinguished. Even if it is above the wind, you can still smell the pungent burnt smell. The bodies of more than 100 thieves were turned into ashes in the fire. A group of female relatives sat silently by the campfire. Some of them had lived among bandits since childhood and were accustomed to a life of robbery. Some were nomads from the surrounding barren mountainous areas. They were snatched back by the bandits and became female slaves directly. Some they are village girls in a deserted land. And some women are said to have come to the Salva province on the other side of the desert. They move around with the bandits. When food is plentiful, they are female slaves. When there is famine, they become food for bandits. In the eyes of desert bandits, their value is not even as good as an old horse carrying goods. There was no one at the cavalry camp to watch over them. Just because they were counting tents and other supplies one after another, they were driven out of the tents by the veterans and gathered around the campfire. Some were trembling with fear, and some had expressions on their faces. They were numb, and some people's eyes were full of hatred. This was a desert, and it was cold winter. Without horses and supplies, it was impossible to leave the Sweetwater oasis. As long as the horses and camels are supervised, there is no need to worry about anyone running away. Many camels and horses were killed in the battle. So dinner was not marching rations, but bone and broth and chunks of horse meat. The ogre sat next to the bonfire, not paying attention to the white burned bones in the fire. He held up a slightly burnt horse leg, and from time to time the dagger cut a strip on it and threw it into his mouth. Not caring at all, affected by the corpses in the fire, he ate with gusto, which scared the group of women next to the fire into silence for a while. Captain Gabri found that he was an ogre who was willing to be reasonable. As long as he thought what you said made sense, he was willing to follow the rules. The biggest gains from this battle in Serdek were war horses and camels. In addition, there was also some pasture and grain stored in the Sweetwater oasis. The pasture was not much, but there were several piles of it. The grain was very mixed and miscellaneous grains, and beans mostly. There were only a few dozen bags of wheat flour, which was pitifully small for a bandit group that probably numbered close to 200 people. Every robber has some savings, but they don't keep all the money with them. So they didn't collect many gold coins from these robbers this time. And some of the money bags were used by mercenary groups during the battle. The soldier put it into his pocket on the spot. Even so, there were more than 50 gold coins collected. And the veteran of the cavalry battalion also found a bag of gems in the tent of the bandit leader. In addition to gold coins, more than 40 tents were seized. This kind of tent looks dirty and old, but it is very warm, and it is very simple to set up. There is no need for windproof ropes. This kind of old tent is better than the ones in the military camp. Standard tents are much smaller, and the biggest advantage is that they are simple and convenient to set up. It can be said that when the mercenary agreement was originally signed, in order to maximize profits, Captain Gabri raised the price of killing the bandits to 5 gold pieces. For this reason, he gave up many additional rights and interests to Serdek, including war horses and soldiers in the camp, those supplies, the money on the robbers, and even weapons and leather armor. Most of the weapons used by bandits are scimitars, spears, and short bows that are easy to use on horseback. The spears and short bows used by the bandits are very ordinary, far inferior to the standard weapons of the guard camp, the knight's spear and alloy bow. This kind of second-hand weapons cannot be sold for much money in the flea market. However, those scimitars with an exaggerated arc are very popular among the nobles in the market. A lot of tattered leather armor was seized. After cleaning the battlefield, the veterans sat in groups next to the campfire. They took out knives and twine to repair the rough leather armor, and resewed the wounds made by the swords. I couldn't wait to put it on, and it made the campfire very lively for a while. At that time, Captain Gabri considered that he could not completely annihilate the bandits in the desert oasis. So he could only use wolf pack tactics in the desert to hunt the bandits in exchange for rewards. This way, hunting heads for rewards would be more in line with the interests of the mercenary group. Looking at it now, Captain Gabri made some miscalculations. The benefits of a battle were far more than a few hundred gold coins. Baron Soldak is the big winner in this battle of Sweetwater Oasis. Among the mercenaries, who were supposed to be on duty tonight, some of them were slightly injured and were arranged to rest by Captain Gabri. In the desert, you must always maintain your most basic physical fitness. Once the overdraft is too severe, such a difficult environment, it was difficult to recover. So Captain Gabri did not let other mercenaries replace the injured mercenaries on night duty. He stood in the cold night wind. A poplar forest to the north of Sweetwater Oasis looked shadowy under the cold light of a crescent moon. At this moment, he had an indescribable feeling. The whole night was like a pair of invisible hands, hugging the Sweetwater Oasis tightly. For Welu, his body is at a certain critical point at this moment. As long as he takes that step, he can enter the ranks of the second-level powerhouse. But last time, in order to explore the details of Serdek, he gave up his best timing. Now I can only wait for the opportunity to break into that level again. The cold wind blew through the treetops, and the dead branches covered with rime trembled slightly. Ice crystal snowflakes condensed from countless hexahedrons flew down from the forest, like a wisp of residual snow floating in the air. The slave girls were sobbing softly by the campfire. The charcoal crackled in the fire, and several horses in the herd snorted impatiently. These subtle sounds broke into Welu's ears, and he tried to discern from these sounds whether there was any danger lurking. In the desert oasis, only a few veterans of the cavalry battalion were guarding the horses. After the big ogre roasted a whole horse leg, He sat next to the horses with a steaming leg and feasted on it. His rude moves scared some of the horses nearby, and they didn't even dare to eat from the trough. He couldn't hide from the fodder inside, so he could only scratch the sand uneasily and point his butt towards the ogre. If he dared to get close, he would be kicked hard. The honest smile on the ogre's face is full of joy for his friends, but it is like a nightmare for the enemies who fear him. I don't know where Serdek found such a partner. Serdek and the taciturn woman sat on the haystacks, seemingly admiring the crescent moon in the night sky. It's quite emotional on such a cold night. The only bad thing is that it's a little cold on the haystack. Weru felt that Serdek's personality was very different from before. He was too calm before, and would not have this kind of sentiment. In today's battle, Viru was also carefully observing Serdek. Although he chose to take the path of a knight after the first turn, his basic fighting method was still a shield warrior holding a shield and swinging a sword to slash. However, he also understood the knight's aura. It seems that if there is a chance to advance to the second level powerhouse in the future, he will also become a great knight, and he will be further and further away from his path of defense. However, there is one thing that makes Veru puzzled. With the personal strength shown by Serdek, he should be at least a first-level high-level knight. With his current financial strength, it is impossible for this level to be without a magic pattern construct. Even his follower has a top-level magic pattern structure. He actually wears salamander leather armor without any magic patterns, which is really low-key. The clear light of the cold moon shines on the vast white desert. Weru closes his eyes and breaks into the dreamland where countless black mist pours out. Nanai warrior Andrew was surrounded by a group of veterans of the cavalry battalion. He was sitting in front of a campfire and talking about how to deal with the battle. For Andrew, who had awakened the soul of the berserker, the best way to defend was to attack. These views are now being instilled in these veterans. Of course, veterans will not blindly listen to Andrew's words. Andrew's point of view is this: how can the attacker launch the most powerful blow on the battlefield? That is, attack without considering defense. In teamwork, offense can ensure the safety of the companions around you. Veterans of the cavalry battalion hold a different view. Although everyone has different opinions, these veterans are all impressed by the bravery of the Nanai warrior Andrew. In particular, he is also a construct warrior. The heavy armor made of black iron makes it impossible for opponents to attack. Veterans believe that there are two main reasons why Andrew is so brave. The first is the powerful defensive ability of his top-level magic pattern structure. Second, his boss, Baron Serdek, has powerful healing power, which allows him to have no worries at all during battle. Andrew said he did not agree with the veteran's view. Darkness has completely enveloped Sweetwater Oasis. Selena sat up from the haystack and said to Soldek, who was a little worried about the mountains of hay next to her, "You can find your contract partner to open the summoning door. This area has been occupied by me, with the night barrier covering you. No one here at the Oasis will see you activate the magic circle." Selena had a strong dark aura all over her body. She seemed to have become another person at this time, with extremely powerful and confident eyes. And the look she looked at Soldek was also full of aggression. "Do you also think I should move all this hay?" Soldek seemed not to notice Selena's change. Bending down and looking at the haystack, Selena pursed her lips and smiled. She stood aside, with a layer of black mist surrounding her body, and said to Soldek, "Of course, you have so many horses and camels now, and you consume a lot of fodder every day. Of course, you have to hoard these fodder. Now that we don't have carriages and logistics groups, we can't bring all the fodder with us, and it's impossible to keep it here. Of course, we have to transport some of the things that can't be taken away first." Serdek was a little worried and muttered to himself, "There are so many, I might have to move them all night." Selena smiled softly and said, "That's your business. I can't help you. By the way, I can't accompany you here anymore. I want to go talk to those women. Maybe they want to talk to them at this time." A reliance. Serdek gently rubbed his forehead and said, "You have developed those kobold slaves. Isn't it enough?" Selena nodded very seriously and said, "Of course. The more and more devout followers of the goddess, the better." With that said, she walked towards the fire next to the sweet pool not far away. There was obviously light coming from the fire, but after Selena took a few steps, her body actually disappeared from Soldek's sight. He was thinking about how to comfort Aphrodite. Opening the summoning magic circle so frequently is also a big burden for the succubus. But the most important thing at the moment is to transport all the things that cannot be taken away. This time we captured some war horses and camels. They can also carry some of the forage. They will consume some after 2 days of rest in the Sweetwater Oasis. The rest just had to move to Sulphur Camp. It seems that I won't be able to visit Yissel tonight, and I'll probably have to wait until tomorrow night. As the summoning circle at Serdak's feet began to spread continuously, magic runes continued to light up, and a gate to the void appeared in Serdak. Serdak smiled bitterly. He had hundreds of subordinates, but he still had to do this kind of hard work. While he was thinking this, he put a bundle of grass on his shoulders, lowered his head slightly, and rushed into the void gate. When the dark veil of darkness was lifted bit by dawn, the veterans of the cavalry battalion stationed in the Sweetwater Oasis suddenly discovered that the large amounts of food and grass, and the tents piled up like a hill in the camp, had all disappeared. Chapter 673 Killing the Wolf. Serdak did not leave the Sweetwater Oasis the next day. It was the closest desert oasis to the deserted land, and was about 2 days away on horseback. It is the last springboard for these desert bandits on their way into the deserted land. For Serdak, it is impossible to send troops to station here. The deserted land security squadron does not have such strength for the time being. But it cannot let the Sweetwater Oasis be shelled like this. Here, the Sweet Pool is a deep pool, and a deep underground river is connected to it, forming a sweet pool that never dries up. A broadleaf poplar forest grows in the north of this sweet pond. This forest is only about half an acre in size. It is winter at the moment, and you can't see any small animals living in the forest. There won't be any if you think about it. After all, this is a forest. It is too small, and desert bandits are often stationed near the sweet pool, although they will not settle here for a long time, and the products here cannot support many people. The bandits use this place as a temporary camp to replenish water sources. But it is a very good place. But I didn't expect that this time there would be a bandit group with more than 200 people, using this place as a wintering place, and hoarding a large amount of food and grass for the winter. According to the judgment of the sea giant mercenary leader Gebri, this desert bandit was probably a weak brigade driven out by other more powerful desert bandits when they were fighting for territory. In the past, the deserted land would not send troops to the desert. It can only be said that they are unlucky this year when Serdak leads a team to attack the desert bandits. In the cold winter, the moist sand beside the sweet pool was frozen solid. However, Soldak did not care about this, and directly ordered 200 veterans of the cavalry battalion and reserve knights of the guard battalion to start logging. Originally, this area, the poplar forest, was not that big, and hundreds of trees were cut down in half a day without pruning the branches. All the trees were piled directly on the sweet pond that had become an ice pond. Serdak ordered people to set fire to the hills of trees. The fire ignited, the flame shot into the sky, and a thick and straight plume of smoke shot into the sky. It burned from noon to the next morning. At night, the fire here could be seen dozens of miles away. The fire directly melted the frozen soil around the sweet pool. When the flames extinguished and the sand became cool, 200 people, the veterans, used shovels to fill in the sweet pool. In just 3 days, a desert oasis with a sweet water pool disappeared from the map. Serdak also drew a small red cross at the location of the sweet water oasis on the map outside the deserted land. If there was no war, this place would obviously become an excellent paradise. The mercenary group has not been idle in the past 3 days, sending out all the rangers in the team to conduct reconnaissance, looking for the oasis closest to the Sweetwater Oasis. That's right. The target is not the bandit group, but the desert oasis. Perhaps the fighting here scared away the surrounding desert bandits. The mercenary group found 2 desert oases one after another. Although there were traces of habitation, no desert bandits were found. Based on the information obtained by the mercenary group, Serdak drew 2 circles on the map. He casually pointed at one of the circles and said to everyone, "Let's go here." When the team arrived at this oasis, they found that the pool here had dried up. Some reeds and grass around the pool roughly circled the outline of the pool. The pool here was several times larger than the pool in the Sweetwater Oasis. If there was water, it would be a small lake, seeing lush aquatic plants on the shore. It is obvious that the pool here probably has water in the summer during the wet season. Now that it has entered the dry season, the small lake here has dried up again. There is a high sand hill on the west side of this small lake. There are some seed buckthorn grass and thirsty grass on the whole sand hill. There are also clusters of oil trees under the sand hill. This kind of low tree wattle can be used for weaving baskets and baskets. This oasis is not suitable for living, but there is a well made of stones between the pool and the sand hill. From above, this well is very deep. Serdak's team camped here for only one night before leading the team to another oasis. Before leaving, Soldak asked all the veterans to find a big stone near the oasis sand hill. Then he took out a fire-scale bomb from his arms. He had a total of 20 fire-scale bombs like this. These fire-scale bombs were all given to him by Baron Amon Owen when he was in Constantinople before leaving. He took out one of his gifts now, because he wanted to test the power of the fire-scale bullet. Pull out the fuse on the fire-scale bomb, and throw the fire-scale bomb into the well. Not long after, you hear a dong sound, and the fire-scale bomb falls into the well water. Gulaitam wanted to look into the well, but Soldak grabbed his arm. The ogre turned to look at Soldak in confusion. With a muffled sound of boom, the well water rushed out from more than 10 meters underground, like a violent fountain rushing 3 meters high and then quickly falling back. Judging from the intensity of the explosion, it was obvious that the bottom of the well had completely collapsed. Cerdak turned around and waved to the veterans, who lined up carrying stones. These veterans threw all the stones into the well, and finally completely buried the well with dry yellow sand. The team left this oasis. Captain Gabriel grinned. Only now did he understand Cerdak's plan. Since these oases in the desert are of no use to the villagers in the barren land, and will become temporary camps for desert bandits, it is better to destroy them directly. Lose. This can also be regarded as another form of clearing the wilderness. But it is not one's own wilderness. Cerdak's team had a group of women who had been recaptured from the desert bandits. The march was much slower along the way. Some women escaped from the team at night. Cerdak did not allow anyone to stop them. He only needed to take care of them. Good horses. If they want to leave, let them go. However, most of the women were forced to choose to stay. In such a cold winter, without the food supplies from Cerdak's team, they would not be able to leave the desert alive. In the first 2 days after entering the desert, Viru was so lazy that he used his terrestrial vision to explore the situation around the team and followed the team leisurely on horseback. After Cerdak destroyed the second desert oasis, Viru also started to get serious. He replaced his war horse with a camel that walked faster in the desert. He had to run around the team almost every day, transferring the reconnaissance team. The range spread to 20 kilometers away. This year, the wind wolves in the desert also began to form large-scale wolf packs because they did not have enough food to survive the winter. And this wolf pack has obviously smelled the smell here. At first, they just gathered in the distance until they appeared in sight. At that time, it was like a gray cloud on the sand dunes. There were at least hundreds of those wind wolves, but they seemed to be very patient. They did not rush up to hunt Cerdak's team, but sent out small groups first. The wind wolf came over to test the strength of the team. A large group of wind wolves followed the team like a gray shadow. Seeing these wind wolves, except for the ogre Gulaitam, who seemed a little excited, everyone felt a shadow in their hearts. There were too many wind wolves. These were not ordinary wolves, but first-class wolves. The fact that Warcraft wind wolves can be called Warcraft means that they possess some kind of magic in their bodies. This low-level wind wolf is the lowest wind attribute Warcraft, and is good at releasing wind blades in battle. And even though they are first-level monsters, they are the most useless kind of monsters. The probability of a magic core appearing in the skull of a first-level monster is 1 in 10. And the fur is hard and long. It is the worst kind of monster fur. Wolf fangs. Wolves and claws are also trashy items that are not worth much. So many adventure groups and mercenary groups will not choose to hunt these monsters with low added value. In contrast, first-level monsters such as the magic antelope and blue ice deer have very high value in themselves, and are the first-choice hunting targets for many adventure groups. It is precisely because wind wolves have little commercial value that there are more and more wind wolves in the wilderness. In such a remote place, wind wolves that were good at traveling alone or in groups of 3 or 5 actually gathered hundreds of them. This kind of magical beast very annoying and very cunning at the same time. Once they are targeted, they will become very patient, like a piece of brown candy stuck behind their back. They have extremely strong endurance, and will wait for the best time before they all attack. Move out. Most of the veterans in the cavalry battalion had experience in hunting wind wolves, but the 50 reserve knights dispatched by the guard battalion had no experience in killing wolves. When they saw the wolves behind them, their faces turned pale with fear. Facing these troublesome wind wolves, Cerdak is actually a little excited. Recently, his thirst for primary sacrifices has been very high. Cerdak was a little worried that when the wolves were tracking halfway, they would give up decisively when they saw that they had no idea what to say. So he slowed the team down and called everyone together to discuss countermeasures. When it comes to hunting World of Warcraft, Captain Gabri of the Sea Giant Mercenary Group has the absolute say. Many times when the mercenary group really doesn't receive the mission, They will go around the Paglos Mountains to hunt some World of Warcraft, and collect Warcraft materials for the magic market. Sell for money. Captain Gabri and his mercenaries were very familiar with the habits of these wind wolves. At the same time, they looked down on these wind wolves at all and considered them worthless. However, Serdek did not seem to discuss the value of wind wolves at all, but directly discussed how to hunt these wind wolves. We have so many people. They will never rush up easily, unless they confirm our true strength, which is too far behind them, and they are strong enough to eat us in one bite, Captain Gabri said to Serdek. So booby traps shouldn't work. They are very smart, and won't be easily fooled. Andrew, who was sitting opposite Serdek, said, Is it feasible for us to place some traps along the way? When they follow them, there will definitely be wind wolves falling into the trap. Captain Gabri shook his head again and said, We don't carry many wild animal traps, and it's unrealistic to set traps for hunting. Those are wind wolves, and their sharp teeth can bite the chains on the wild animal traps. After rejecting two plans one after another, and seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Captain Gabri thought about it seriously, and then said, The best way is for us to dispatch a few small elite teams to stay in the middle of the large group of wind wolves. Surround them. Use safari methods on them, and eat them bit by bit. But is it really okay for us to stay here and waste time hunting these wind wolves? Captain Gabri asked Serdek. He felt that Serdek might not know the value of wind wolves in the market. So he asked, These wind wolves are not valuable at all. There is not even a trading house in Helensa willing to buy the magic from the wind wolves. Materials, and their furs are the least valuable. Ahem. No matter what, it is still of some use. Serdek coughed slightly, and then said to Captain Gabri, Captain Gabri, these wind wolf heads will not be as valuable as the desert bandits. Before, I haven't talked about this, so I want to price it according to the market price now. A complete wind wolf head of 50 silver coins. What do you think? The mercenary group obeys your arrangement. Gabri felt that the price given by Serdek was very fair, and their mercenary group had rich experience in hunting wind wolves. Deciding to hunt these wind wolves, the team stopped moving forward and chose to camp on the southern slope of a sand dune. A total of 2 elite wolf hunting teams were set up here. Captain Gabri mobilized 10 people from the mercenary group to form a hunting team. The rest of the mercenary group stayed to guard the main force. Serdek also called in ancient wolf hunting teams. Lightum, Andrew, Welu and several veterans, who are good at hunting, formed the second hunting team. Each of them carried 2 horses, and rushed towards the wolves in opposite directions. Captain Gabri felt that his mercenary group was more familiar with these wind wolves, so it would be easier to hunt them down. It was only when he saw Vera riding a horse, drawing a scorching bow 100 meters away, and easily shooting through the wind wolf's throat with a fine steel arrow, that he realized how terrifying it was to have an eagle eye in the team. The horse ran back and forth outside the wolf pack, killing more than 10 wind wolves while running. Vera's move angered the wolves, and dozens of wind wolves rushed toward Vera like crazy. Wary did not continue to shoot, but turned the horse's head and pulled the horse into the desert. When these wind wolves catch up, they will inevitably lose touch with the wind wolf army. If Viru is allowed to get away, he will ride another war horse and continue to shoot cold arrows outside the wind wolf army. After pulling back and forth like this several times, there were already more than 30 wind wolf corpses. Those wind wolves finally lost their minds and ran at full speed, rushing towards Viru. Gulaitum could not hold back his excitement for a long time. He carried a bone-crushing stick and faced Weru, who ran back from a distance. This hunting lasted until sunset. Weru shot almost all the fine steel arrows he carried with him. When he counted the wind wolf corpses, he found that he had killed more than 80 wind wolves. For Serdek, receiving such a large amount of wind wolf heads made him feel relieved, and he could continue to maintain the blessed body. Chapter 674 Difficult to deal with. Desert. Before dawn. At the foot of the sunny slope of a large sand dune, where Serdek led his team to camp. Less than 500 meters away from the camp, a small group of wind wolves wanted to take advantage of the darkness before dawn and suddenly rushed to the camp. If they were not discovered by the members of the mercenary group who were on duty at night, they might have sneaked into the camp quietly. Dozens of wind wolves rushed up at the same time, opening their huge mouths and spraying dozens of wind blades towards the members of the mercenary group. These wind blades were like pure white lancets. Each wind blade was about 1 foot long. The flight trajectory is spiral, and when mixed together, they look like flying white petals. These wind blades are considered the strongest attack method of the wind wolves. A single wind blade does not seem to be very powerful, but dozens of wind blades are mixed together and flying all over the sky. Dancing is still a bit scary. An earth wall appeared again behind Captain Gabri. And then this earth wall stood in front of the mercenary team, blocking most of the wind blades. Occasionally, 1 or 2 wind blades bypassed the shield wall and could not be blocked by the mercenaries in time. So they made cuts in the mercenaries' leather armor. Blood flowed out from the openings in the leather armor and quickly turned red. Shoulders or upper body. The wind wolves followed closely behind. The moment the wind blade dissipated, the wind wolves rushed forward one after another. This group of mercenaries was extremely experienced in combat. They formed a circular defensive formation without Captain Gabri's orders, and waved their shields one after another, to block the crazy attacks of the wind wolves. Some mercenaries pulled out their broken blades, and took the opportunity to cut open the wind wolf's chest. Human warriors actually have no advantage in hand-to-hand combat with wind wolves. Wind wolves' teeth and claws are sharper than humans. The sharp teeth can even bite the tip of a thick forged iron spear, and the sharp claws can scratch the iron skin of a shield. It's even easier. Even if humans have weapons and armor, they still need to have superb martial arts skills to block the wind wolf's attack. The mercenaries of the Sea Giant Mercenary Group are all first-class warriors with rich combat experience. They will never be at a disadvantage when facing the wind wolf alone. Fighting in a defensive formation allows them to minimize casualties. They were able to fight back quickly after the wind wolf pounced, and the ruler-long sharp knives in their hands were filled with the blood of the wind wolf. The only disadvantage of this ring defense formation is that it is inflexible and cannot move quickly. It can only stand and wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, it is not far from the camp, and the number of wolves has not reached a large scale. When the camp heard the noise outside, the veterans came out of the tents one after another, carrying weapons and running towards the wind wolves to reinforce the mercenaries. They almost didn't even understand the situation before they rushed in front of the wind wolves. By the time Soldak activated his aura of power and arrived, the battle was almost over. The mercenaries were not left behind. The reinforcements completely surrounded the wind wolves, and these wind wolves were completely overwhelmed. Recently, Serdak's team of crusade against desert bandits has been targeted by a large group of wind wolves. Soldiers in the team have been bitten and scratched by wind wolves frequently. In order to allow the injured warriors to recover their fighting strength as quickly as possible, Serdak blessed all injured members with a divine blessing body blessing. Anyway, there were too many sacrifices of wind wolf heads, and Serdak didn't have any. There are so many magic sealing boxes that it is impossible to completely store the head of the wind wolf. The blessed body can forcibly improve the physical condition of those warriors who have suffered some minor injuries. More and more warriors have been blessed by the blessed body, and the team's combat effectiveness has been continuously improving these days. Some people secretly told their companions about the magical power gained by their bodies, so that more and more people were willing to go to Serdak for treatment even if they were slightly injured in the battle, hoping that he could give them that kind of power. Magical power. Serdak's holy light technique can quickly heal trauma. Whether it is the mercenary group or the veterans of the cavalry battalion, they have become more bold and aggressive in battle. They have changed their previous timid fighting style, which has greatly improved the team's combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness of the mercenaries and cavalry battalion veterans has improved significantly during this period. Only the reserve knights in the guard battalion are still trying to adapt to life in the desert. In just a few days, almost all the wind wolves were eaten by Serdak's team. By the time they realized that they could not fight against Serdak's team, the number of wind wolves had dropped to more than 100. So finally one night, all the wind wolves howled wildly and then disappeared into the desert. They finally decided to give up hunting Serdak's team. In the freezing desert, the corpses of the wind wolves were frozen hard. The corpses would not rot easily, so they were all tied into bundles and carried on horseback. They became supplies for this desert trip and also allowed cannibals to the devil seem to have eaten enough wind wolf meat in a few days. But after all, it is fresh meat from Warcraft. Regular consumption will improve one's physical condition. Although wolf meat is a bit sour and feels old and hard when chewed, it is still sought after by everyone. The team continued to march towards the third desert oasis, facing the cold wind and snow. The veterans of the cavalry battalion chatted while walking, not afraid of the wind and snow rushing into their mouths. A veteran of the cavalry battalion rode a horse and followed the team with squinted eyes. Walking side by side with him were fellow villagers. They were all the best hunters in the village, and they were also the most experienced infantry fighters during their military service. Soldiers, the veteran sighed as he walked. I still remember the last time we met a team of sand bandits, and we ran away. It's really funny to think about it now. We should have fought back at that time. Maybe Tarek wouldn't have been killed by those bandits. Killed. The companion next to him grunted, and then said, "Stop having such unrealistic thoughts. And don't look at what kind of warriors are around you now. Can you compare them with your previous winter hunting team?" The veteran didn't care and continued, "Well, when I return to the village this time, I will definitely tell everyone how many desert bandits I killed." The companion beside him chuckled and said, "It's not over yet. Maybe after this time, we will wipe out all the desert bandits in this area. From now on, we and the sand bandits are mortal enemies, and there is no room for relaxation." "Weren't we mortal enemies before?" the veteran asked, unconvinced. The companion next to him glanced at him, and then said, "In the past, we were not mortal enemies with the desert bandits. We were not worthy of being their enemies at all. In the past, we had so many villages, and the most suitable ones were their free-range sheep. They were wolves. We are sheep. The reason why they did not kill us completely is because they want us to have some harvest next year, so that they will not starve to death." He paused and then said, "Now we have become their opponents. We must either kill them all or drive them completely back to the desert." Serdak led the team to the third desert oasis. The group of desert bandits hiding here for the winter had received the news in advance, swept away all the supplies in the oasis, and left early. They left almost no supplies behind. The camp in the oasis, the ground was a mess. In fact, Serdak had no other need for these bandits except horses. The bandits destroyed all the buildings and facilities that could not be taken away. Serdak had a sullen face, but he did not expect that just after arriving at the third oasis, his whereabouts in the desert would be exposed to the eyes of the desert bandits. Serdak brought enough fire-gathering skills and fire-gathering scrolls, so he didn't need to get any fuel from the oasis, nor did he need water or food. He had enough food, enough horses, and plenty of supplies. It can be said to be a mobile camp in the desert, and he can even build his habitat outside the oasis. Although he did not encounter desert bandits, Serdak still cut down all the trees in the oasis this time, then burned them on the spot, and filled the low-lying pools with sand. There may be new pools here next year, but for a while at least, this oasis is dry. Thick smoke rose into the sky, forming a column of smoke. The bandits who originally wanted to spend the long and severe winter quietly in Huan Oasis are now hiding on a large sand dune 20 miles away. Watching the thick smoke rising from the direction of Huan Oasis from a distance, young people all look sad. Due to the lack of transportation capacity of the bandit group, some fodder was left at the Huan Oasis. Now it seems that it must have been burned by the deserters in the deserted land. Although some materials were brought out this time. With so many horses and camels throughout the long winter, it is not enough to rely solely on the temporary forage. If not enough forage is not found, some animals will inevitably be sacrificed. Lose. This is a barren desert. If you want to find enough fodder, there is almost no other way except to rob other bandit groups. The bandit leader Cumberland took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and forced himself not to look at the smoke column. Several cronies stood behind him. Seeing this scene, they also knew that a fire was burning at the Huan Oasis. Once the vegetation around the oasis was destroyed, it would soon be swallowed up by the sea of sand. The sand pirate saw one of his own. The campsite he relied on the most was destroyed, and he could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He stood on the sand dune and cursed at the smoke column in the distance. "Chief, why don't we fight back now? No matter who it is, I will make them pay with blood," a close aide said to Cumberland, who had a gray beard. Cumberland ran his hand through his gray hair, shook his head, and rejected the decision. He pondered for a moment before saying, "The fact that they killed the people from Sweetwater Oasis silently is enough to illustrate the problem. They are powerful enough. If we confront them head-on, even if we can win, our strength will probably be damaged, no matter how many people are hurt. It's something I don't want to see. Chief, we are not afraid of death." The surrounding sand bandits were also filled with indignation and shouted loudly. Cumberland's eyes flashed across the faces of every bandit on the hill. And then he said slowly, "Of course, I know you are a group of brave warriors. In fact, I keep thinking about it. What we are best at is still a surprise attack. We can paralyze them now. Wait until night is our home court of the Huan Sand bandits. And then we can sneak back quietly and kill them by surprise." The robbers all said that they would kill them back now, and shouted, "Chief, give the order. I can't wait to eat their flesh and blood raw now." There was a fierce look in Cumberland's eyes, which immediately silenced the surrounding bandits. and the clamoring voices around him immediately fell silent. Cumberland said, "Now everyone rest first. Wait until midnight for a pre-war meal, and then we will fight back." Cerdak sat in the tent and gathered everyone together again. On his parchment map, 3 red crosses have been drawn on the location of the desert. However, everyone present has very little information about the desert and does not know where other desert oases are hidden. Therefore, the top priority is to send some reconnaissance rangers to go look around for those desert oases. However, the bandits in this oasis escaped early, which made everyone feel a little gloomy. It is estimated that these bandits will not leave easily, and may come back again at some point. Cerdak spread the map on the table, pointed to a circle on the map, and ordered Gabri, the Sea Giant mercenary group. "We also need to expand the scope of investigation. I want to destroy more desert oases. My purpose is I want to completely turn this place into a dead place." Captain Gabri had no reason to refuse the reasonable request made by his employer, so he readily agreed. Of course, this was also the daily routine of the mercenary group. But this time, the scope was larger. Cerdak turned to Andrew and said, "It's best to pry open the mouths of those desert bandits and ask them how many desert oases there are within these hundreds of miles." "Okay, it's best to leave this matter to me and Guitem," Andrew replied readily, and then added, "Guitem must have a way." Cerdak nodded, looked at Vilu, and said to everyone, "In recent times, everyone has been more alert. God knows when they will run out from behind the sand dunes. Our whereabouts have been discovered by desert bandits. It is estimated that our actions will be exposed to the surveillance of bandits in the future." Captain Gabri said worriedly. Andrew, who was sitting aside, said with bright eyes, "I really hope that they can organize a strong team and have a decent war. This kind of dog-chasing rabbit battle will not affect our strength. What an improvement!" Wary was sitting near the door of the tent. At this time, he opened the felt curtain of the tent and pointed to the northwest, and said to everyone in the tent, "The bandits here have not gone far. They are hiding in the northwest, on the sand dunes. They are not leaving in a hurry, but are temporarily stationed. I'll send someone over to investigate right away," Captain Gabri said. With that said, he was about to greet the mercenaries waiting outside the tent. Cerdak quickly waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment, so as not to scare them away. They chose to camp at this time, and they probably want to launch a counterattack against us. I just hope they can act sooner. Can you estimate their number?" Cerdak continued to ask Weru. Weru replied, "It will not be less than 200 people." Chapter 675 Sand Pirates. The snowflakes flying in the night sky are like blades flying all over the sky. When they fall on a person's face, it will hurt like a knife. Cumberland stood in the wind and snow, with his hands open to face the wind and snow. He raised his head and looked up at the night sky where he could not see anything. Snowflakes continued to fall from the night sky. The desert had little rain and snow all year round. Unexpectedly, there was a sneak attack on that place. There was such a heavy snowfall before an army came out of the deserted land. Cumberland was feeling a little depressed at the moment, seeing those people destroying his home. He was like a wind wolf in the desert. He just wanted to roar angrily at the north wind. In this endless snowy night, his heart was filled with hatred. But he was not blinded by hatred. When he left Huon Oasis with almost all his belongings, he had already sent fast horses to other surrounding oases where bandits were stationed to ask for help. Although the bandits here in the desert are not a whole, they are scattered all over the desert like a plate of scattered sand. But when facing a common enemy, they can still get together and form a fist to attack the same place. Cumberland has been in the desert for decades. Although he has not developed his bandit group into one of the largest forces in the desert, he has a good reputation in this area and has some dealings with surrounding bandit groups. At this time, people were sent to lobby them, saying only that the city of Helensa on the other side of the deserted land finally realized their existence and sent troops to clear out the place. Those bandits would definitely not sit still and wait to be killed. Snow hung on his beard and hair and fell on his fur cloak, making him look like a snowman. A cavalry team appeared in the sand dunes in the distance. He opened his eyes suddenly and saw the knights who were still advancing steadily in the wind and snow. When he saw the scimitars hanging on their waists, Cumberland knew that his chances of winning tonight's battle were again high, enhanced by 1 point. More than one cavalry team appeared in his field of vision, and his somewhat silent heart immediately became surging again. If he had only a 50-50 chance of winning before, then when he saw these bandits appearing on the snowy night, he felt that the chance of winning suddenly increased to 10%. One of his subordinates came up from behind and reported excitedly to Cumberland. Chief Cumberland and the leaders from the nearby oasis have arrived. It is said that they have also attacked this army from the deserted land in the past few days. Heard something. Invite them to my tent. I'll be there in a minute. Cumberland knew that he had to prepare for the next meeting with the highest energy. He squatted down, picked up some snow on the sand in his hands, and rubbed his hands and face with the snow to make his body less hard. He needs to give himself the confidence to win. And he needs to use his inner thoughts of victory to infect others around him. He is almost 50 years old. In the desert, anyone who can live to his age will experience countless wars in his life. Living a life of knife-edge licking blood. He will not be moved by anything casually. Nor will he become decadent just because of any minor setbacks. It is like the most tenacious seed buckthorn grass in the desert. In time, all the water in the body is evaporated. Even if the roots are rooted in the shallow gravel. As long as there is a little moisture, it will immediately become green. His cloudy eyes were bloodshot. But there was a shrewd look hidden inside. Putting one hand on the scimitar at his waist, his courage suddenly rose up. He strode towards the tent behind the hill. Where he passed, all the robbers who saw him stood up. When he passed by, when he was around any bandits, he would give those bandits a hard hammer on their shoulders with his fist to cheer them up. Cumberland said to the young robber with a straight face, "Have a good rest. We will set off later. I don't want to see you yawning on the battlefield. Maybe in that blink of an eye, the enemy's sword will cut you down, break your neck and open your chest. All you have to do is not let them have any opportunity to bite his throat with the most ferocious expression. Just like the wind wolf in the wilderness." "Yes, Sir Chief." The young robber stood up straight. When the Cumberland leader said that the horn of counterattack was about to be blown, he was immediately as excited as if he had been shot. Cumberland nodded with satisfaction. He believed that on the battlefield, having the belief to win was more important than anything else. There were 2 huge braziers lit in front of his tent, and a dozen war horses gathered just outside the tent. Some bandits stood outside the tent, surrounding the 2 braziers in the wind and snow. Cumberland ordered his men to add 2 more braziers so that the robbers outside the tent could have a fire. When he opened the tent curtain, he found that the tent was already crowded with people, whether he knew them or not. When the familiar bandits saw Cumberland walking in, they quickly stepped forward to say "Hello," and the tent became very lively for a while. I was driven from the oasis like a wild dog, and in the end, I had to have the leaders come to my rescue in the snow. Cumberland is here to thank all the leaders for their help. Cumberland stood at the door of the tent, facing those inside. The robber said with a grateful look on his face. A bald man named Lowell quickly walked out of the center of the tent and said kindly, "Chief Cumberland, what you said is a bit serious. In fact, helping you is also helping ourselves. We all know that. If we don't come tonight, they will come to us sooner or later one night. They are not here to rob us this time. They appear in the southern edge of the desert this time just to destroy everything here in us. A home to live on." The other bandit leaders in the tent also echoed, "Yes, Chief Lowell is right. We think so too." A bandit leader with a scar on his face said bitterly, "Those poor ghosts in the deserted land probably can't stand our patronage and want to fight to the death. This time we will help them." Lowell touched his shiny bald head and said, "It may be that we have been cutting leaks too frequently recently, which aroused our resistance. So what do we do now?" asked a bandit leader named Keplov. Everyone was discussing in a flurry, and the scarred bandit leader was very angry and said angrily, "Otherwise, we will let them wander in the desert. And while their desolate land is empty, we will also rush to the desolate land. Bloodbath those villages?" Leader Keplov casually shouted, "If you have some potential, keep those people. Our food will be secure next year. We can't kill the goose to lay eggs." For a moment, the roof of the tent was almost lifted by these leaders. None of them obeyed the other. "Chief Cumberland, what are we going to do?" Chief Lowell took a step forward and stood in front of Chief Cumberland with his tall body. Cumberland is probably the oldest among these leaders, the most knowledgeable, and the bandit leader who has experienced the most battles. Most bandits of his age deserve to die and retreat. Everyone focused their attention on Cumberland. Cumberland said directly without any hesitation, "There are so many of us. Of course, we are going to give those nobles who dare to stretch their hands into the desert a head-on blow. Slap their hands and feet, so that they will never dare to step into the desert again." His proposal was almost the interest appeal of most bandit leaders, and as soon as he said it, it was immediately responded to by most of the leaders. This time, A total of 6 bandit groups came from all over for reinforcements. Being able to repel the army sneaking into the desert was what they had been considering recently. Chief Cumberland, can you determine their current location? Chief Keplov asked. Cumberland nodded affirmatively and said, well, they were still stationed at Huon Oasis before nightfall. Now it's snowing so heavily. It's absolutely impossible for them to march in the snowy night. Then he walked to the innermost part of the tent, unfolded a scrolled map, pointed to the location of Huon Oasis on the map, and said to the 6 leaders who came over, we were able to gather 1,000 people this time. They only had 200 cavalry, including more than 50 elites, and no constructed knights. Our number of people participating in the battle this time was 4 times greater than theirs. As long as we use the human sea tactic, crush them with a powerful force advantage, surround them from 4 directions, and be able to overwhelm them in an instant. When the Cumberland leader said this, the other bandit leaders immediately responded. The fighting method is simple and direct, completely based on the wolf pack tactics evolved from the wind wolves in the desert. A robber brought a teapot filled with milk tea from outside the tent, and the leaders sat down one after another. When did the desolate land have this power? Leader Keplov asked. Although his bandit group would also go to the desolate land to rob, they were far away from the desolate land, and the information was relatively limited. The Cumberland leader sighed and said depressingly, I just learned about their existence. I heard before that a peace officer came to the deserted land, and later I also learned that there are 2 warriors who are very good at reaching out. From time to time, the earth wanders in the barren land, but they rarely appear in the desert. The bandit leaders gathered in the tent and waited until midnight, when 2 more bandit groups came over. The Cumberland leader looked at the wind and snow outside and said to the other bandit leaders, it's almost time. Let's go! Serdek did not expect that the decisive battle with the bandits at the edge of the desert would break out so early. He also planned to train his troops while he was fighting against the bandits at the edge of the desert. Looking at it now, it's too late. Those bandits must have realized how powerful they were and did not dare to fight alone. So they contacted bandit groups from other oases. The bad news for Serdek was that the battle would become more difficult. But there was also a good side. If this battle is won, it means that they have the ability to conquer the southern edge of the desert. Fortunately, after so many days of marching and fighting, the memories of the battle in the bodies of the veterans in the cavalry battalion have been completely awakened. Serdek took out 200 sets of full coverage armor at night and asked Andrew to distribute these armors to the veterans. The only disadvantage of this heavy armor is that it is slightly inconvenient to move, and it is quite energy consuming. However, Serdek is not worried about this. In addition to the fact that he can activate the aura of power, almost all the veterans of the cavalry battalion currently have the blessing of God with the blessed body. Those wind wolves made Serdek pay nearly 300 more gold coins. But at the same time, they brought Serdek more than 200 primary sacrifices. Serdek could not keep all the wind wolf heads intact. After coming down, he gave God's blessing to the veterans and mercenaries. The veterans saw that Serdek took out these full coverage heavy armors that only the knights of the guard camp were qualified to wear during the night. They also knew that there would be a hard battle tonight. So everyone silently put on the armors. Then he picked up the matching tower shield. The entire surface of this tower shield was forged from fine steel, and the surface was densely covered with neat 4-edged spikes. One tower shield weighed more than 70 pounds. In normal times, even if these veterans could wear full heavy armor, they would not be able to hold such a heavy shield. However, with the blessing of the blessed body, they held the heavy shield in front of their chests. And at the same time, he stepped forward and stabbed out the spear in his hand, without finding it difficult. Wearing the magic pattern structure of the earth shield, Andrew walked back and forth in front of the veterans of the cavalry battalion, constantly exhorting and encouraging the veterans, telling them repeatedly that when they put on this iron can, they must form a formation and rely on the formation to fight those robbers. This kind of armor can resist most ordinary arrows. Unless you are extremely unlucky, you will encounter a visible hole through the visor and pass through your eyes to achieve a fatal blow. The ogre Gulitum still had some objections to the fact that Andrew wore Serdek's magic pattern structure. He felt that Andrew should give this armor to Serdek. In fact, Andrew thought the same way. But Serdek refused to accept anything he said. And there was nothing he could do. Serdek couldn't explain it. At this time, he couldn't say that his body couldn't bear the carrying capacity of the Earth Shield magic pattern structure. So he could only force Andrew to wear it. For these young reserve knights of the guard camp, Soldak placed them at the back of the camp, facing these young faces. They had just graduated from the Knight Academy, and had never experienced a cruel war. Although they had learned some martial arts. But they have a fatal weakness. That is, they cannot maintain their mentality. And their fighting will is very weak. It is easy to say that they can win the battle. Everyone can defeat the lost dog. But the war against the wind can easily collapse from them. Therefore, when Surdak made the initial combat deployment, he also left them behind. Viru walked out of the wind and snow, his leather armor becoming more and more covered with ice flowers. He got into the tent and said to Surdak, "They gathered a lot of people this time." Surdak was assigning tasks to the reserve knights of the guard battalion. He said without thinking, "Wouldn't that be better? It would save us the trouble of running around." Hearing what Surdak said, Viru walked out of the tent without saying anything else. Chapter 676 Night Attack. Sitting in the tent were the 8 people with the most say in the mercenary group. For the Sea Giant mercenary group, they were once again in a dilemma. No one expressed their opinions, so the atmosphere seemed a bit dull. Captain Gabri coughed twice. He knew that no one wanted to be the one who broke the promise. But tonight, if the mercenary group does not evacuate Huan Oasis in advance, they will face a huge group of desert bandits. This also means that each member of the mercenary group will have to fight against dozens of bandits at the same time. It can be said that the situation is very serious. It was so dangerous that Captain Gabri could not even think of a reason for his own victory. Gabri was a little confused. There were now 2 voices in the mercenary group. The conservatives wanted to take advantage of the snowy night to quietly leave Huan Oasis. They left without a word, even if they unilaterally terminated their cooperation with Baron Surdak. Several radical mercenaries in the mercenary group believed that doing so would bring shame to the Sea Giant. Leaving silently like this was an act of cowardice. Abandoning his companions on the battlefield was an out-and-out deserter. But before death comes, being a deserter seems to make sense. Captain Gabri was a little hesitant. He wanted to hear the thoughts of the 8 members of the mercenary group who had the greatest say. All of these 8 members were first-level high-level combat professionals of the Sea Giant mercenary group. "Okay, what are your plans?" Gabri felt that his throat was bitter when he said this. The other mercenaries in the Sea Giant mercenary group looked at each other, and after communicating with their eyes for a moment, a high-level first-level axe warrior slammed the short axe in his hand into the frozen hard sand, his eyes fixed. In fact, the man in front of him didn't even look at the eyes of others. He just said bluntly, "If I just leave like this, I may look down on myself for the rest of my life. I want to stay." His voice was low, choppy, and rough. Hearing someone say this, a ranger sitting next to Captain Gabri immediately said, "Wake up! Don't be stupid again. Bobby, don't you know how many bandits are going to attack Huan Oasis at night?" The axe warrior still didn't raise his head. He just took out a whetstone and kept polishing it on the axe blade. Every time the whetstone passed by the axe blade, a dark red glow would appear on the whetstone. He said angrily, "I know it will be a lot, but I want to hold my chest high and fight until the last moment. It is better than sneaking away and living my whole life. This is my pursuit. I can't force others to be like me. I won't force you, but I will stay and fulfill my final promise to them." The ranger laughed angrily and said, "We have fulfilled our promise very well. What else do we have to promise?" The axe warrior said a little stubbornly, "It's a piece of hardware. I won't leave until the short-term axe in my hand breaks." A 2-handed swordsman sitting next to the axe warrior said seriously, "Captain Gabri, I also plan to stay. There is no word retreat in my life motto." Another mercenary holding a spear in his hand and carrying a heavy shield said, "I don't think we will lose, so I will stay. Baron Surdak saved me. I want to stay and help him again." Others continued. In the end, the only person who wanted to leave at night was the ranger. The ranger also smiled very awkwardly and said, "Damn it! Why am I the villain every time?" Captain Gabri reached out and patted the ranger on the shoulder, indicating that he understood everything, and then said, "Since everyone plans to stay, everyone, get ready. There will be a hard battle before us. I will go to Baron Surdak to confirm the defense duties at night, as well as the way of fighting when the enemy attacks. And also remind them, we need to be extra careful tonight. But it doesn't matter. Our night scouts can spread the patrol area further to give us more time to prepare." "Yes, Captain." The 7 mercenaries stood up at the same time. 22 mercenaries were standing outside the tent, waiting for their decision. This world is currently half light and half dark alternately. When complete darkness falls, the goddess of darkness will descend on all believers in this world. Selena wore a black robe and sat in the middle of the tent reciting the teachings of the dark goddess. She had memorized these words by heart when she was spreading the teachings of the Dark Goddess with the kobold slaves. Now it is natural to speak effortlessly to these female slaves who were robbed by desert bandits. Moreover, the expressions on their faces become more solemn after saying these words many times. The women are all silent. They have been living in the past few days in fear. They survived the killings, and these people did not abandon them in the ice and snow desert. They were carried like a heavy burden. Women worry that these people will consider them a burden and will be abandoned in the desert in the most critical time. Now suddenly a woman in a black skirt told them, her name is Selena. Everyone should come and believe in the Dark Goddess Selene. If you believe in the Dark Goddess, the goddess will protect her believers in times of crisis. The women seemed to be grasping the last straw. Even though they knew that this straw could not bear the weight of their bodies, they still held it tightly in their hands and did not intend to let go. For women, it may not just be a withered grass, but also the last hope for all of them to survive. The tent seemed very quiet. Selena stood up with her tired body. She walked to the entrance of the tent, opened the tent and walked out. Serdek sat outside the tent and asked Selena without looking back. Is there really a world of eternal darkness? Selena said without hesitation. Of course. She walked to Soldak and sat down directly, regardless of the snow on the ground. Her bright eyes became as bright as the bright moon, and there was even a moon emblem on her smooth forehead, making her beautiful face even more charming in the darkness. Serdek turned to look at Selena's side face and told her, if the battle starts tonight, you will hide with them. Selena protested. I can help you. I know. After Soldak finished speaking, he looked towards the dark night in the distance. At night, the surrounding tents were still lit with lights. The snow stopped. Weru grabbed his hair with some pain. He discovered that the man in front of him, who looked like Jianbok, actually had some fundamental differences with Jianok. And the biggest difference came from deep in his soul. Villa knew that Jianbok was a man of single-minded feelings. His sweetheart was a female magician from the north. He could not fall in love with another woman before confirming her life and death. This is not the case with Serdek. He has a beautiful and gentle wife in Wall Village, and it is said that he is also engaged to a noble lady from Bena City. And now he has brought his lover to the battlefield. Jianbok is also a devout believer. He believes in the Statue of Liberty. He always hopes to pass the test in the temple and become a devout war priest. But Serdek was different. He couldn't help but have no respect for the Statue of Liberty. His woman was actually a pagan. Weru suddenly felt that he might have taken it too much for granted. He now felt that although Soldak and Jianbok were exactly the same in appearance and body shape, they were fundamentally different. He was even a little discouraged and felt that he had done something again. Pointless things. It is not meaningless. He followed Serdek's army into the desert. He has been eating salamander meat every day recently. His body has been greatly improved. He is not so repulsive to the fire element. After being burned by the fire element, my body is also slowly recovering. The thought of leaving suddenly arose in his heart, and he looked at Soldak from a distance, wanting to make his coming and going as quiet as possible. But I'm afraid that's not possible now. Before he can fulfill his promise this time, he still has to stay and help, at least to ensure that he returns to Wall Village safely. Weru held the somewhat warm, scorching bough, slowly closed his eyes, and felt the inside of this world. The trace of fire element in the cold wind. A group of sand pirates broke through the wind and snow and came to a sand dune. The night sky was pitch black, and the desert in front of us was covered with a layer of white snow. Apart from sand dunes, nothing else could be found here. If the robbers were not very familiar with this place, it would be difficult for him to reach here at night. Now they were hiding in the darkness on the dunes, looking at the dunes under their feet. There were actually lights on in the tents at the bottom. The firelight gave a touch of warmth to the cold night. The troops who came from the deserted land were stationed under the sand dunes. They touched the tops of their heads, but the other party didn't even notice. Chief Cumberland found it hard to imagine why the other party didn't even arrange for night guards. He looked back and saw some faint colors in the gem-encrusted scimitar scabbards on the waists of those sand thieves in the dark night. These bandits were divided into 4 teams as previously deployed, and they quietly surrounded the camp. Even though they are losers in the power struggle in the center of the desert and are expelled exiles, they are the masters of the southern edge of the desert. No one knows this place better than them. The leader of Cumberland held the horse's reins with one hand, trying hard to control the impulse in his heart. The group of bandits behind them also became excited. Their eyes fell on the camp at their feet. This wolf pack sneak attack tactic has not been used for a long time. Now they have to show their powerful impact. The bandits are very conscious on the top of the sand dune. They formed 2 rows on the ground, just waiting for Cumberland to give the order and rush down. They would open the tents and let the people inside wake up in the cold north wind. Then, with their stunned faces, they would raise their scimitars and chop off their heads. They didn't even have time to crawl out of their sleeping bags, or even put on their armor before they were killed. The robbers suppressed the excitement deep in their hearts, and suppressed the horses under their crotches to make them calm down. On the dunes opposite, a row of neat sword lights lit up, and the bandits on the dunes on both sides also sent signals of preparation. Only then did the Cumberland leader light the torch in his hand. At almost the same moment, the 200 bandits behind him lit the torches in their hands at the same time, and a neat row of fire dragons appeared on the sand dunes. There were also lit torches all around. These torches were arranged in a neat row, making the world suddenly brighter. I don't know which bandit was the first to rush down the sand dune on horseback. One bandit rushed down first, and all the bandits were they all rushed down the sand dunes with their horses. The torches in their hands were like lines of fire. The horses' hooves stepped on the sand dunes, and flew downward with the rolling quicksand. Leader Lowell, Leader Keplov, and Leader Scarface were in 4 different directions, charging toward the camp under the dunes almost at the same time. In fact, when these bandits first arrived at the sand dunes, everyone in the camp already knew about them. 200 veterans of the cavalry battalion in the tent wore thick full-coverage armor and held heavy tower shields. They sat quietly in the tent and waited for the group of bandits. They tried their best to suppress the excitement in their bodies, and stared at them through the gap in the tent door. On top of the sand dune, when a long fire dragon lit up on the sand dunes, the veterans in the tent could not suppress their inner feelings and let out a low cry. At the same time, countless torches lit up the 4 directions, and nearly 1,000 desert bandits rushed down from the sand dunes, appearing extremely powerful. In her tent, Selena drew a complex pattern of magic circles on the ground. She knelt devoutly in the center of the magic circle, clasped her hands together, and silently recited hymns in praise of the goddess of darkness. Dark elements like meteors pierced the night sky, falling into Selena's body. The dark energy continued to gather into balls between Selena's hands, and a large dark orb formed between Selena's hands. The moment the orb was formed, the entire room was darkened. As Selena recited the spell, an invisible black cloud slowly formed in the dark night. The invisible dark breath spread out from Selena's body. Absolute darkness was slowly forming, and it seemed like it was rolling. The raging morning mist spread to all directions. The robbers who bore the brunt only felt that there was a black mist in front of them. After rushing in on horseback, the torches in their hands suddenly dimmed. The leader of Cumberland, who was rushing at the front, suddenly felt his heart tightening. He felt as if he had rushed into a thick black fog. Although he could see the surrounding situation, he could only see within 15 yards of him. A little further away, the view becomes pitch black. He charged down on his horse. The slope of the sand dune was very steep. At this time, he could not stop no matter what. The camp in front suddenly disappeared from sight. A cold breath came from the back of the Cumberland leader. It seemed that things were not as he thought. So simple. A bad thought comes to mind. There was a magician in this team. The scenery in front of him was flying past, and a group of cronies were still following him. This made him a little uneasy, and a little more stable. Chapter 677 The battlefield separated by darkness. Darkness falls. The whole world seemed to have fallen into eternal night. The Cumberland leader watched helplessly, as the camp with fire in front of him slowly disappeared from sight. But he found the direction of the attack, raised his whip and gave the horse a hard whip on the buttocks, and let the horse rush down from the sand dune. The war horse sped up again, its hooves flying into the air, and yellow sand, and a layer of white snow rose up under its feet. The cronies who were following closely behind saw the leader speeding up and followed suit. Although this group of desert bandits from Huon Oasis still have 5 senses, their sight distance seems to have been deprived. They can only see a dozen meters in front, and can't hear any other sounds except the sound of their own running horse hooves. Completely immersed in darkness, the robbers felt a sense of panic. However, before the throbbing in my heart was fully aroused, the tents at the foot of the sand dune suddenly appeared. These tents seemed to have appeared all of a sudden. The Cumberland leader was riding on horseback, leaning slightly to the left. His left foot was on the stirrup. His right foot was hooked on the saddle. His right hand was holding the saddle tightly, and his left hand was holding the scimitar with all his strength, pointing towards the left. The camp tent on the side was cut away, and there was a tearing sound, and the tent with a thick layer of felt on the canvas was cut off. Unfortunately, the veterans of the cavalry battalion in the tent were not huddled in their sleeping bags. looking like they were awake, waiting for the desert bandits to massacre them wantonly. 6 veterans of the cavalry battalion, wearing bright black full-cover armor, squatted half-squat in the tent silently, assuming the most classic defensive posture of infantry soldiers. They held heavy tower shields in their hands, and the 6 of them formed a group, a fighting team. The shield protected everyone in the center. The edge of the scimitar in the Cumberland chief's hand swept against the shield, sparking a burst of sparks. Before he could wipe out a cavalryman's head with his sword, he saw a sharp spear thrust out from the gap in the tower shield. The Cumberland leader hurriedly waved his scimitar to cut off the spear in front of him. But he underestimated the speed of the spear. The edge of his scimitar just happened to sweep the tip of the spear. The 2 weapons collided and a huge spark burst out. The arms of the veteran holding the spear shook violently, and he clenched the spear. The spear's jaw felt a burst of pain. He didn't let go at all. After the spear was thrust out, the tip of the spear deflected a little downward. The spear failed to penetrate deeply into the Cumberland leader's abdomen. Instead, it completely penetrated the war horse against the edge of his thigh, in his chest. The Cumberland leader's horse let out a mournful cry and fell forward. The leader of Cumberland jumped up from his horse very nimbly, and a huge sand scorpion appeared behind him. He pounced steadily towards the tent in front of him, slashed out again, and a spark burst out from the scimitar in his hand. The Cumberland leader thought that his sharp blow after dismounting would be able to kill at least 1 veteran. But what he didn't expect was that when his scimitar stabbed the tent, a butcher's axe firmly blocked the scimitar. Andrew emerged from the tent waving the butcher. The Earth Shield magic pattern structure completely made up for his shortcomings in defense and battle. The magic pattern structure also provided him with some bonuses in terms of strength and physical strength. He immediately made him appear more comfortable in battle. Andrew stopped a leader of the Sand Bandits. The heavy butcher's axe hit the Cumberland leader's scimitar one after another. Even though it was a scimitar blessed with magic metal, it was still hit hard by Andrew's butcher's axe. Sawtooth, arousing his own power. A giant sand scorpion was always behind the leader of Cumberland, increasing his strength and speed. Unfortunately, as soon as the Cumberland leader rushed up, he met Andrew, who had a magic pattern structure. He was forced into a panic by Andrew's fierce offensive. The Cumberland leader retreated continuously. Although he was wearing hard leather armor, he was attacked by Andrew's butcher axe. Next, several wounds were quickly scratched on his body, and blood flowed out, immediately staining half of his body red. The Sand Bandits behind saw the leader being knocked off his horse and wanted to rescue the Cumberland leader. They did not hesitate to slow down, changed their charging formation, and chased after the Cumberland leader. But they ignored the heavily armored soldiers holding heavy shields and hiding in tents. The spears thrust out one after another, immediately causing the Sand Bandits to flip over. The scimitars in the hands of the Sand Bandits were slashed out, and when encountering the thick tower shield, they were unable to hurt the veterans at all, since the veterans of the cavalry battalion were hiding in the tent. When the Sand Bandits encountered the tent, they would naturally go around to both sides of the tent. Therefore, the veterans of the cavalry battalion in the tent did not suffer the sharpest impact from the front of the war horses, and they were wearing full covered armor. The robber's scimitar slashed on the shield or armor, causing very limited damage to the veterans. On the contrary, these robbers were picked off their horses by the veterans with spears. After just one charge, 50 or 60 bandits fell on the battlefield. War horses with empty backs fled in all directions in the camp, and torches fell into the ground for a while. The bandits from Huon Oasis couldn't even penetrate the camp. A large number of Sand Bandits were trapped in place by the veterans, who formed a phalanx. In order to stabilize the situation, the Sand Bandits quickly approached the Cumberland leader and tried to join him and rush out of the camp in one go. The veterans held up heavy tower shields to surround the Sand Bandits in Huon Oasis. The spears in their hands were thrust out frequently, and the Sand Bandits fell down from their horses. Seeing that his men were as fragile as tissue paper in front of the heavy armored infantry, the Cumberland leader realized at this time how the desert bandits in Sweetwater Oasis disappeared out of thin air. As the battle reached this moment, the Cumberland leader could only pin his hopes on the other 3 bandit groups. He gasped, barely blocking Andrew's overwhelming blow, and coughed up some more blood in his chest. I thought that even if the sand dune they were on was a little far away from here, it was time to come to the battlefield. I just didn't expect that except for the Sand Bandits from Huon Oasis, there were no bandits from other allies in the camp. Surdak lit up the halo of power in the camp, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. When he formed a formation to fight the bandits, he felt that the power under his feet was constantly being replenished. The veterans originally had the upper hand. Now the desert bandits have been cut to pieces. Suddenly, the camp was in a state of turmoil. The Cumberland leader stared with blood-red eyes, expecting the bandits to come from other directions. But the sound of intermittent fighting came from the distance, which made his heart suddenly feel cold. The battlefield seems a bit far from here. Chief Lowell led a group of desert bandits to attack the camp under the dunes from the west. Holding torches in their hands, they rushed into the camp without seeing any obstacles along the way. Darkness fell, shielding their vision within 15 meters. They held torches in their hands and shuttled between the tents in the camp. After picking up several tents, they discovered that the tents were actually filled with war horse fodder. One of the robbers threw the pine oil torch in his hand into the tent with a long opening. The hay inside the tent was immediately ignited by the fire, and the flames burst out. Although the flames in the tent came out, the surroundings were still completely shrouded in darkness, and the sight distance seemed to be deprived. The fire started, and the blazing flames made the horses afraid to approach. Before the robbers could light other tents, all the tents around here were burning. Many bandits were riding horses and crowded into the camp. They were using machetes to cut open the tents, which were just filled with some hay. When they saw that the tents outside the camp had been burned, they suddenly realized that these people he was actually trapped in the camp, with flames burning all around. And for a while the war horses neighed in fear frequently. Chief Lowell quickly raised his machete in the air, preparing to gather all his bandits together. But only then did he realize that the bandits, who were a little further away, could not hear his call. Just when he hesitated a little, a fine steel arrow flew past his eyes. With a pop sound, it passed through the forehead of a robber's hand. The whole body fell straight on its back and fell off the horse. The robbers around him were all stunned, looking at this scene in shock. I was speechless for a moment. "Get out first!" Chief Lowell shouted to the surrounding desert bandits. The surrounding bandits responded immediately, and together with Chief Lowell, rushed towards the direction where the fire had not yet started. However, during this process, some bandits continued to fall off their horses. The sharpshooter hidden in the darkness seemed to be very principled. He almost only shot bandits on horseback, but never harmed the horses. When Chief Lowell wanted to rush out of the camp, he discovered that the tents were poorly arranged. If the bandits wanted to rush out, they had to go around the camp with fire everywhere. Chapter 678 The battlefield divided by darkness 2. The fire in the camp quickly broke out, and the flames ignited by the dry sea buckthorn grass roared fiercely in the north wind. Originally the bandits wanted to light a fire in the camp and cause some chaos. What Chief Lowell didn't expect was that as soon as they started, fires broke out everywhere in the camp. The fire spread very quickly, not only forming a scorching wall of fire, but even the sand pirates coming from the left were surrounded in the sea of fire. The rolling heat waves scorched the manes on the horses. The air became thinner and thinner, and the sand pirates soon felt that they could hardly breathe. Chief Lowell wiped the oil and sweat from his face. His back was a little painful from the flames. Every breath that entered his lungs was like a ball of fire. He threw away the torch in his hand and patted his horse neck, trying to soothe it. The war horse beneath him looked restless in the camp that was burning everywhere. It wanted to break free from Lowell's control and escape from here alone. "Asshole! We've fallen into a trap. Let's get out of here!" Chief Lowell felt his heart tighten. It was purely because of his keen sense of smell on the battlefield that he smelled a hint of danger. He subconsciously raised the light shield at his side, and an arrow shot towards him with a bang sound, penetrated the skin of the light shield, and the arrow tip came out from behind the oak board. The tip of the arrow was close to his forearm, as long as it was half a centimeter downward. The arrow could penetrate his forearm. He didn't even have time to pull out the feather arrow and whip the horses but hard. The horse jumped forward suddenly, and Chief Lowell felt that the leather boots under his feet were burning. Behind him was a group of sand bandits, and some of the sand bandits' horses were even on fire. The passage in the camp was a bit narrow for bandits on horseback. Some bandits couldn't squeeze through, so they had to rush forward along other roads in the camp. Every 10 seconds, a bandit was shot off his horse. They scrambled to get out of the camp. Gulidum squatted in a gap in the camp where there was no fire, with a bone-crushing stick standing next to him. Waves of heat hit his face, forcing Gulidum to take a few steps back. Seeing a group of bandits in the camp rushing towards him, Gulidum stood up suddenly, his tall body blocking the only exit of the camp. Chief Lowell was startled. He let out a strange scream, raised the scimitar in his hand high, and pressed his body tightly against the horse's back. The phantom that emerged behind him was a venomous snake that chose to bite people. The moment Leader Lowell rushed up, the venomous snake behind Leader Lowell also opened its mouth at the same moment. revealing 4.5 eyes. The foot-long fangs bit down on Ghoul-item. Ghoul-item spit into the palm of his hand, rubbed his hands vigorously, grabbed the bone-crushing stick on the side, lowered his body's center of gravity, stepped on the sand with his feet, and swung the bone-crushing stick. It hit Chief Lowell. Leader Lowell did not dare to fight head-on with the ogre Ghoul-item, so he hid his body beside his horse. The moment the giant venomous snake rushed forward, he thrust the scimitar in his hand towards the ogre Ghoul-item. On his left ribs, the ogre raised his bone-crushing stick and hit it on the phantom of the poisonous snake. The powerful wind blew away the ferocious poisonous snake, and the bone-crushing stick hit the warhorse steadily. Of the head, there was just a muffled sound, like a rotten watermelon exploding. Before Lowell's leader's horse could even scream, it was knocked to the ground by the ogre's stick, and its heavy body suddenly fell over. On the sand, Chief Lowell ricocheted like a cannonball. Before Chief Lowell could land firmly, the ogre struck out with a backhand and chased toward Chief Lowell's back. Chief Lowell seemed to have a pair of eyes behind him, twisting his body in midair and raising his shield. The knight's light shield the moment he blocked the bone-crushing stick. He was smashed into pieces. Chief Lowell felt his throat feel salty and spit out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth, resisted fainting, and jumped far away with the force of the collision. A group of bandits on horseback rushed out from behind and started slashing at the ogre. The ogre had no time to pay attention to Chief Lowell, and faced the group of ordinary robbers with a bone-crushing club. Although these robbers had superb equestrian skills and particularly fierce attacks, each of them slashed at the ogre with their swords without fear of death. It was the ogres who wielded bone-crushing clubs and knocked them down one after another. For a time, Ghoul-item was also in a killing mood. Almost every time he took a step, a robber would fall from his horse, and the sound of wailing was endless. Leader Lowell, who fell on the ground, saw that the crazy ogre had no courage to fight again. He grabbed the reins of a war horse from the side, turned over and mounted the horse, and fled in the direction he came from. In the night sky, a black shadow came galloping with a scream. Leader Lowell turned around on his horse as if feeling something. A sharp arrow suddenly shot out of the darkness and passed through Lowell. The leader's throat opened a hole from the brain stem and flew out. Chief Lowell fell on his back, and the sand and snow on the ground had been trampled to pieces by a group of war horses. He pinched his throat where blood was constantly foaming, and kept making painful, whining sounds from his mouth. His body just after a few rapid twitches. He lay straight on the sand. Seeing that the knight on the horse fell down again, the war horse ran a few steps and then slowly stopped. The ogre Ghoul-item was guarding the exit of the camp, where he had already been killed and bloodied. The bandits trapped in the camp saw how ferocious the ogres were, so they dared to rush out. The fire inside the camp burned, and the high temperature inside made people feel suffocating. The bandits rushed toward the path formed by burning the tents, rushed through the weak points of the wall of fire, with some fierce flames on its body. The warhorse jumped out of the burning camp. These bandits thought they would escape by jumping out of the fire wall, but they did not expect that there was a row of knights wearing guard camp-style armor standing outside the fire wall. The young faces were looking at the burning camp nervously. They saw someone the robber was covered in flames, rushed out of the wall of fire, immediately raised the crossbow in his hand, took aim, and fired the crossbow arrows in unison. The crossbow arrows fired did not require any accuracy at all, and the bandits were hit by the arrows and fell from their horses. The leader of the mercenary group, Gabri, stepped on the scar-faced leader's chest, pulled out the spear stuck between his eyebrows with one hand, and a bloody arrow came out. Captain Gabri felt his body twitch violently under his feet. He scratched a few times with his hands and then straightened up. A group of mercenaries behind him were peeling melons and vegetables on the battlefield, cutting off the heads of the bandits who died in the battle, and throwing them together into linen bags. The battle broke out very suddenly. This group of robbers, which was no more than 300 people, rushed in like a group of headless flies. Seeing that there were only 30 people in the mercenary group, they rushed towards the side. The mercenary group came here. Each of the 8 first-level high-level warriors almost owns a few single-piece magic pattern structures at the bottom of the box, and the weapons in their hands are also very precious magic weapons. These mercenaries have been fighting on the battlefield for so many years. Almost everyone has some good goods in their hands, and their strength is much greater than that of the bandits in front of them. But even so, fighting 1 against 10 is still a very risky thing for the mercenaries. The only thing that can be let go is that the mercenaries know that they have a knight with holy light. It doesn't matter even if they are injured during the battle, And these mercenaries have been blessed by Serdek with the God's blessing. With the blessing of the body. A sudden increase in strength out of thin air has undoubtedly opened up a new world for these high-level first-level warriors, who have been wasting away at the first-level bottleneck for several years. They have made no progress in power over the years. Even if they want to maintain their current peak strength, they still need to exercise unremittingly every day. But now they have stronger power inexplicably, giving them some new insights in the battle. 30 mercenaries have developed an extremely tacit understanding in daily battles. Although they fight independently, everyone is almost connected together. They advance and retreat together during battles. When one person is in crisis, there will always be someone there. Be there to lend a helping hand. This war group is almost like a meat grinder, mercilessly killing these desert bandits on the battlefield. Black mist spread all around, causing the bandits to suddenly lose their sense of direction at this moment. They were retreating steadily under the attack of the mercenaries, but they could not break out of the black mist no matter what. In the end, the battle group of 300 people he was killed by a mercenary group, leaving nothing behind. Soldak and Andrew led 200 cavalry battalion veterans to deal with the Huon Oasis sand bandits rushing up from the front as quickly as possible. Andrew was like a god of death coming to the world, splitting the Cumberland leader in half with blood all over his body. At the same time, the scimitar in the Cumberland chief's hand also struck Andrew on the shoulder. The two were almost equal in strength. It was just that the earth shield magic pattern structure on Andrew's body emerged as a thick earth shield at the last moment, resisting the killing blow from the Cumberland leader. Only then did Nanai Andrew finally win. The sand bandits led by leader Keplov came up from the back of the camp. They rushed down from the sand dunes holding torches. They had even seen the tents in the camp. They did not guard this area at all, but they were about to rush. The moment before entering the camp, endless darkness fell on them, making them seem to be wrapped in night fog. They followed the direction in their memory and wanted to rush into the camp at one go. However, he rushed left and right in the black mist, and for a while, he was unable to break through the black mist. When they finally waited until the black fog began to dissipate in front of them, they saw a group of heavy armored infantry wearing full armor appearing in front of them. These soldiers held tower shields and spears in their hands, forming a long human wall. Block them out. Serdek stood in the center of the military formation, with a halo of power lighting up under his feet. Andrew stood at the front of the military formation covered in blood, leading 200 heavy armored infantry towards the last group of sand bandits step by step. The sand bandits led by Chief Keplov arrived at the battlefield late. At this moment, there should have been a scene of melee around the camp, but except for some occasional screams and fighting sounds in the distance, the surroundings were actually very quiet. Chief Keplov immediately realized that he may be in a helpless situation. He raised the scimitar in his hand, wanting to signal a group of his men to retreat. Only then did they realize that a mercenary group of 30 people was blocking their retreat. When a flash of fish belly white appears on the horizon, the battle has come to an end. Nearly 1,000 sand bandits were completely separated by Selena's darkness coming. They could only fight on their own in the dark night. Serdek actually led his team to defeat them one by one. Only more than 200 bandits broke out of the dark fog and died into the snowy desert without looking back. Nearly 800 sand bandits were killed by Serdek's army. Nearly half of the war horses were killed or injured and could not be treated. The corpses of the war horses were piled on the sand. A group of veterans held skinning knives and kept skinning the horses. Bloody pieces of horse meat were placed on the rawhide. Nearly 400 live war horses were captured this time, since the sand bandits raided the camp and did not bring a camel caravan. No camels were captured in this battle. Almost all the remaining sand pirates had their heads chopped off. The mercenary group alone had nearly 1,500 gold coins in their account. Seeing Serdek take out a pocket full of gold coins and real money, only then did Captain Gabri realize that the sheriff of the desolate land was really rich. All the killed sand bandits were burned on the spot, and thick smoke rose into the sky. The smoke column could be seen from more than 10 kilometers away. This time, although Selena's darkness was used to gain an advantage in the battle, the sand bandits on the opposite side were numerous after all. And after a battle, almost everyone was injured. After the battle, Serdek was once again busy with medical treatment. But this time, he automatically filtered out those members with minor injuries, because with the blessing of God's blessed body, minor injuries would heal quickly. In this battle, almost half of the veterans were covered in cuts and bruises. But fortunately, the full coverage heavy armor had strong defensive power. These wounds were at most as deep as the bones. Very few bones were cut off directly by the sand thieves. So it was also relatively easy for Dak to treat him. He even found 5 women from the camp, who were good at needlework and directly used needles and threads to sew up the larger wounds without any means of disinfection. Then he united to his side to apply the holy light technique. Serdek found that the wounds healed by the holy light technique seldom became inflamed. When he dragged his tired body out of the tent, he realized that it had actually taken him a whole day, and the sand around the camp was almost stained red with blood. Although the corpses of the bandits have been disposed of, the camp is still filled with the smell of burnt corpses and blood. The group of women captured in the Sweetwater Oasis were sorting out the bloody leather armor that had been ripped off from the sand pirates next to the fire. They were trembling with fear, but they were half kneeling on the sand and working hard. Instead, there were several large iron pots filled with horse meat next to the fire. The milky white boiling water was covered with a thick layer of oil. The ogre was covered with a layer of blood scabs, and he didn't know where it was from. His blood was still the blood of the sand bandit. There were no wounds on his body. He fished out a piece of horse meat from the big iron pot with his hands, placed it directly on the hard horse hide, and cut it into pieces with a knife. Throw it into your mouth. Gulaitam invited Serdek to eat some horse meat together. Serdek waved his hand. At this time, he would rather choose some wheat cakes, which might make his stomach feel better. Suldek came to the cavalry camp, and Andrew was guarding the entrance of a tent. In the tent, more than 20 sand thieves were tied together with chains. "How was the interrogation?" Suldek asked Andrew. Andrew wiped his blood-stained hands and reported to Suldek. "Boss, the locations of 6 desert oases have been determined." Chapter 679 Advancement. A column of black smoke rose into the sky, and another oasis was wiped out by Serdek in the desert. Maybe an oasis will reappear here in a few years, or maybe it will be completely swallowed up by yellow sand. But at least in the next few years, it is unlikely that this place will become a livable place. In order to protect the deserted land from the intrusion of sand bandits, Serdek wanted to clear this desert into an uninhabited buffer zone. At least this desert would no longer have a habitat for bandits. Otherwise they would always be there in the winter. Sometimes I hide here. When I reach this remote place, I will think of a group of weak and unarmed villagers living in the deserted land. They are wolves, and robbery is the natural law of the desert for these sand bandits. The sand pirates occupy the upper reaches of the food chain. They not only collect food from the villagers, but also select young people from the villagers to join them when they are short of manpower. This is how the sand pirates have lived for so many years. All in all, the population in the entire deserted land probably does not exceed 2,500 people. This time Serdek was on the edge of the desert in the deserted land, and he killed more than 1,000 sand bandits alone. In fact, these sand bandits do not live here all year round. Most of them come here to escape the long winter. They were expelled from the central area of the desert and could only hide and recuperate on the edge of a deserted land with few resources. When the weather got warmer, they would be able to try to cross the large desert, or enter the Paglos Mountains, or sneak into Salva. The vast grasslands in the southern part of the province were used to strengthen their own strength and make a comeback in the desert. Their supplies do not mainly rely on the deserted land. The products here cannot support so many sand bandits. Sand bandits often plunder the nomads in Salta province, and also harass the mountain people in the central mountains of the Paglos Mountains. They come here just to rely on a small desert oasis to spend the cold winter. This place is remote and uninhabited. People disturb. They would occasionally come out to raid on sunny days. So the villagers in the deserted land became the targets of their plunder. The sand pirates never thought that the homeless people and poor villagers in the deserted land would be organized into an army. Nor did they think that this army without any training would suddenly rush into the edge of the desert and fight with them. A group of mercenaries joined forces to wipe out the bandits here, and they didn't even have any precautions. Baron Serdek became the sheriff of the desolate land. Some sand bandits had heard of him, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Of course, most of the sand bandits had never even heard of the name Serdek. This year, the sand pirates, who were expelled from the center of the desert, still chose to spend the winter on the edge of the desert. Although they had stored some supplies for the winter, they still occasionally looted in the deserted land. Perhaps this has become their habit. After all, no one with too much money. And now, in just half a month, the name Baron Suldek has almost become a nightmare in the ears of all desert bandits. He not only kills people, but even destroys the desert bandits' livelihood. Oasis. All the sand bandits who wanted to go to war with Serdek suffered a lot, and many leaders of the sand bandits failed to leave the battlefield alive. Serdek's army was unstoppable in the desert. Selena sat lazily on the white camel, with a white fur cloak surrounding her body. Under the winter light, her face still looked unusually pale. There was a thick blanket draped on the back of the camel. Although the cold wind was blowing in the desert, she felt warm lying on the blanket. From time to time, Serdek would come to her on horseback and chat with her. The last two sentences. Selena suddenly felt that such a day was not bad. At least she could see the outside world. Her skin is snow white. Her blue eyes are like the clear sweet pool on the sweet water oasis. And her sexy lips are slightly upturned. In the past few days, she has been enduring the backlash of darkness. At night, she invoked the power of darkness beyond her own ability, causing extreme chaos in the power of darkness in her body. After a few days of cultivation, she was much better. She liked Serdak's caring eyes. And she liked that on such a lonely journey, he would come over to say a few words from time to time. Even a greeting like, "Are you cold or not?" or, "Are you tired?" made her feel very happy. She expected that at sunset, the soldiers would quickly set up the camp, and he would carry her into the tent. Outside the tent, there was a howling wind and snow from the north. But inside the tent was rolled by waves. They walked for nearly half a month, and still did not leave the southern edge of the desert. This desert was much larger than everyone thought. The sand pirates here are like a swarm of locusts. No matter where Serdak's army goes, the sand pirates will disperse in a swarm. In the end, it can only destroy the oases they rely on for survival, and drive them back to the depths of the desert. Weru sat on the sand dune, and looked at the sky that looked like it was on fire after sunset. He knew who dominated the battlefield at night. It's not Serdak and his 200 veterans wearing heavy armor, nor Captain Gabri and his brave and skilled mercenaries, nor himself who hides in the dark and can only shoot cold arrows, but the man who rides the woman with the white camel. I didn't expect that she was actually a magician. He touched the scorching bough in his hand, and the warmth flowed into his body along with his arm. After eating so much fire lizard meat, Vera finally had the affinity to the fire element. The fire element originally flowing in his body was like hot magma, and now those fire elements are more like a hot spring that can nourish the body. Every time he fights these days, he seems to be able to break through that barrier and enter a new world. But he always suppressed the restlessness in his body at critical moments. He found that every time he entered that state, it was an exercise for his body, like forging away the impurities in his body, making the power in his body more pure. In the past few times, he used the eagle eyes, terrestrial vision, to look around the desert, and found that the distance at which he could see had increased significantly, showing his power. The sharp arrow floating behind him became clearer and clearer, and he could even see the mysterious magic lines on the arrow shaft. There seemed to be a kind of vitality in his body, allowing him to realize the power of the laws of this world. Serdak walked up the sand dune, leaving a clear row of footprints on the snow. Under the dune, the veterans of the cavalry battalion and the reserve knights of the guard battalion were busy setting up tents. At this moment, they learned to cooperate with each other and built a tent on the sand. A gray-white tent. He sat next to Weru and looked at the sunset in the distance. After Soldak possessed the dragon's throat bone, his body built a bridge with the magical elements of the outside world. Although he could not mobilize the power of the elements around him, he could clearly feel them. At this moment, he saw Vera next to him. It was surrounded by a lot of fire clouds and fighting spirit. Of course, he doesn't have this kind of vision all the time. In that case, Serdak estimates that he will go crazy soon. Do you occasionally have a mysterious feeling? It's like being in some kind of river of elements. There are always countless elements flowing slowly around us. Serdak asked Welu. His eyes were in the distance. Why do you also have this level of understanding? Viru has never seen Serdak wearing a magic pattern structure, and thought that he did not have enough carrying capacity. So he did not expect that Serdak would be a peak level one. Knight. Beside me, what I can feel the most is the holy light, Serdak said to Vilu with a smile. Weru turned to look at Soldak's resolute profile, and couldn't help but ask, when did you feel the power of the holy light? In the Warsaw plain. That time I was carried out from the footprints of the thunder rhinoceros. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a tent. At that time, all I could do every day was lie in the tent, endure the severe pain, and listen to the sounds outside, various sounds, waiting for the soldiers to return to the tent and feed me. Occasionally, I will feel certain points in my body slowly awakening. At that time, I can feel the power of the holy light in my body, Serdak said softly, narrating his complete memories. Viru reached out and pulled Serdak's collar, and saw the burned scars spreading on his neck. Then you? Weru's eyes were like sharp arrows. Surdak turned his head with a smile and said calmly to Viru. Since then, I have had two completely different memories. All memories to me are fragmented pictures. Like some it's the same as the relief scroll, but some profound things still make my memory vague. I think this may be the new life given to me by the gods. So I no longer persist in looking for the past. People are destined to look forward in life, aren't they? Viru asked Surdak. So you ran here and became the famous Baron Surdak in the deserted land? Surdak nodded and said, These are the promises made during the face-to-face meeting in Warsaw. This may be another form of continuation of his life. Viru clenched his fists, stared at Surdak and asked, So you are no longer the John Bach I am looking for, are you? Not anymore. After Surdak finished speaking, he stood up and walked down the sand dune without looking back. Viru felt that the last obsession in his heart had disappeared, and there was no longer any power in his spiritual consciousness to restrain his thoughts. The energy in his body seemed to form a barrier, like a transparent egg around his body. The power that had been suppressed for a long time in his body turned into a crazy storm and destroyed his body. At the same time, countless powerful vitality appeared again. Powerful energy surged out of his body, allowing his body to heal quickly. Every cell in his healed body contained new power. Countless fire elements gathered in his hands, and the scorching bow were ignited with scorching flames. He stood on the top of the sand dune, as if he could kill Surdak in front of him with a casual arrow. His aura strengthened little by little. The shadow of the huge arrow behind him expanded, as if it were the trunk of a towering ancient tree. The sea of spiritual consciousness continued to spread outward, and he realized the power of some of the most basic laws of this world, which are also the origin of this world. The bandages wrapped around his body were constantly falling apart under the strong vitality. The hidden wounds originally deposited on his body quickly dissipated under the powerful vitality. Standing on the sand dune, he saw the door to another world. He knew that it was the door to the elemental world. Magicians needed to open the door to the elemental world and find a contract partner in the elemental world. With an elemental contract partner, only by using the body of the elemental contract partner as a bridge can one draw more magical elements from this world. As for the warriors, they need to temper themselves. When their bodies reach a certain strength, their bodies can become a bridge to contact external forces, absorbing the surrounding non-attribute elements and becoming the fighting spirit in their bodies. Suddenly these two situations appeared to Viru at the same time. His body was reborn under the powerful vitality, and a door to the elemental world appeared in front of him. So without any hesitation, he directly pushed the door of the elemental world open with both hands, facing many strange elemental life forms, and walked into that strange world. Countless elemental elves, with the attributes of geomantic omen, earth, light and darkness saw Viru. Then, they scattered and fled, leaving only a few fire elves as tiny as dancing flames flying around Viru, like dancing butterflies. Viru looked at the fragile fire element elves and ignored them. After entering the elemental world, he realized that he could not stay in this world for too long. He had to find a contract partner within a limited time and then return to the original world as soon as possible. Otherwise his body would melt away in this world. Going deeper into the elemental world, he saw a group of firebirds flying all over the sky, covering the sky. These firebirds, which were as big as sparrows, landed on his shoulders one after another, staring at him curiously with their ruby-like eyes. Although Viru was somewhat moved, he still did not reach out to communicate with them. He planned to continue walking into the elemental world. This world seemed to be a road with no end. The elemental elves that were repelled by the body had disappeared. Only groups of weak fire elemental elves were attracted to him. There are some colorful umbrella-shaped mushrooms on both sides of the road. Those are static shapes formed by the power of elements. He shuttled among countless fire element elves, looking for his contractual partner. At this time, he suddenly felt that his body began to melt away, and the door to the elemental world behind him opened again. He knew that he should leave. Otherwise, he would be dissolved by the power of the laws of the elemental world. Just when he was considering whether to take away a fire bird that was surrounding him, he suddenly saw a fire snake with flying wings passing by him like an afterimage. Viru quickly took the snake with his eyes and hands, holding the fire snake in his hand, watching the fire snake spiraling up his arm. Viru did not dare to stay in the elemental world anymore, stepped out of the elemental gate, and returned to the sand dune. The fire snake he grabbed disappeared the moment he stepped out of the door. All the bandages on his arms turned into ashes. The arms that originally had some cyan scales quickly transformed. After the scales fell off, they were actually exposed. He had a strong bronze arm, But there was a tattoo of a fire snake with wings spread out on the arm, and the flame texture was constantly glowing. Weru stood on the sand dune and looked at the world in front of him again. Although the surrounding scenery had not changed at all, the world in his eyes was completely different. The fire snake demon pattern on the arm began to absorb the fire element in the air, and the entire arm turned red. Weru took a bow and shot an arrow. The moment an arrow left the scorching bow, it actually turned into a flying fire snake in the air. Chapter 680 Return. Surdak also did not expect that Viru would be promoted to the second-level marksman at this time. An irrepressible and tyrannical aura spread from the top of the dune, and several fire snakes with open wings rushed into the sky. In the dim sky, exploded into a sky filled with fireworks. Once he steps into the ranks of the second-level powerhouses, Weru's own strength will reach a qualitative leap. In the Green Empire, as long as you are willing to work hard, it is not difficult to become a warrior. Especially the Empire's national recruitment system makes all young people in the Empire pay attention to training in this area. However, if you want to advance to become a warrior, it's not just about working out hard. Before ordinary warriors can advance to the first-level combat profession, the most important thing is to understand their own potential. Only by understanding the potential and each attribute of the body reaching critical points can they break through the shackles of the first-level warrior. Of course, among the many ordinary combatants, there are only one combat warrior who can complete the first level of advancement. Because of the potential relationship, warriors who are able to advance to the first level can feel their own spiritual consciousness, and thus have carrying capacity. Therefore, those who have transferred to the war profession can wear magic equipment, such as magic pattern structures, enchanted weapons, etc. Magic patterns are very expensive in the Green Empire. Generally, the most basic set of magic patterns costs more than 150 magic crystals, such as Serdak's Earth Shield magic pattern. The price on the construction market is almost reaching 300 magic crystals. The most powerful army in the Green Empire is called the Construct Knights. They are a legion composed of first-turn knights wearing magic pattern constructs. If a first-level warrior wants to advance to the second rank, the road is much narrower. Basically, among the nearly 1,000 combat warriors, at most 1 or 2 second-level warriors can be born. Take the city of Helensa as an example. There are only a handful of second-level experts, and many of the second-level experts are recruited by the Empire to go to the big battlefields to stabilize the war situation there. Those who can stay in the Green Empire, there are even fewer second-level experts. Vira's promotion to a second-level powerhouse was also due to his own accumulation of strength. He was able to hide in the dark and continuously snipe the sand pirates, which was his fighting method. At that time, he wanted to shoot the Lowell leader on the battlefield. I failed several times. Almost all the veterans of the cavalry battalion below the dune saw Viru standing on the dune shooting exploding arrows. For a while, everyone looked up at the newly promoted second-level warrior at the foot of the dunes. The group of young reserve knights in the camp also looked yearning. In the Green Empire, a second-level knight can almost become the city defense commander of the entire city. They put down their work and paid attention to Viru on the sand dunes. It is rare to see the promotion of a second-level powerhouse in Helensa city. Many warriors who pursue strength usually do not stay in the city. They either participate in plain wars, or are recruited into the big battlefield. Only by struggling on the edge of life and death can we force ourselves to make continuous self-breakthroughs. A young reserve knight wearing standard armor stood next to the tent and sighed. I really hope that some of us will shine like him one day in the future. The companion across from him laughed at him. A few days ago, I was still thinking about killing a sand bandit. I hid in my sleeping bag shivering every night and often woke up from nightmares. Why am I envious of others now? I heard that the second-level experts all climb up by clinging to corpses. The young reserve knight said with some guilt. Please, there is a first time for everything. Okay, the companion behind the tent urged. Hurry up and work down to earth. Hurry up and put up the tent. Don't let the veterans of the cavalry battalion look down upon you. The young reserve knight smiled and said, Such a scene is rare. I also thought that if possible, I would ask what it was like at the moment of advancement. Captain Gabri has been a little soft on his head recently. He stood next to a pile of supplies and directed his mercenaries to quickly set up tents. I originally thought that I had not received any decent missions this winter, so I followed Serdak's improvised ragtag army and wandered around the desert twice. I encountered some small groups of unlucky desert bandits and killed them casually. Earned some extra money. This kind of task is usually not very profitable. What Captain Gabri was more concerned about at the beginning was that Serdak would pay the mercenary group's hardware salary every day. This part of the remuneration would give the members of the mercenary group a daily salary ranging from 10 to 20 silvers. Although it is not high, it can still maintain the market price of a mercenary group. I just didn't expect that Baron Serdek played a big game this time. He almost pushed the desert at the edge of the deserted land with overwhelming force. Not only did he severely attack the arrogance of the desert bandits, but he also left no room for it. It bulldozed all the oases on the edge of the desert. These sand pirates initially misjudged the situation and launched several battles in the desert. The mercenary group beheaded nearly 500 sand pirate heads. This income alone was earned from Serdek. 2,500 gold coins. After the war, the members of the mercenary group gathered together to analyze these victories, and what points Baron Serdek relied on to win the battle. Captain Gabri summarized it in 4 points: sufficient material supplies, sophisticated weapons and armor, a few capable men who can turn the tide of the battle, and the holy light technique that is powerful enough to heal everything. Captain Gabri has been guessing how many magic pockets Baron Serdek has in his hands, so that he can roam around in the desert without a logistics supply team at all, without worrying about the shortage of supplies, not to mention as many weapons and armor as possible. Almost all the standard heavy armor of the knights in the guard camp were stripped off and worn by his cavalry battalion soldiers. The ones who convinced Gabriel the most were the followers of Baron Serdek, not to mention the crazy Andrew on the battlefield. Whether it was the ogre Gulitem or his mysterious female family member, the first time he saw her, he felt a lot of pressure in his heart. Now he suddenly discovered that Hawkeye, who had always been accustomed to hiding himself in the corner and keeping silent, had actually been promoted to the 2nd rank at this time. Originally, Gabri was worried that the mercenary group's high-profile campaign to eliminate sand bandits in the desert would attract the attention of the powerful sand bandits in the center of the desert. If the elite sand bandits were to be sent out, this group of mercenaries would be no match. Unexpectedly, the opponent has not taken any action yet, and the combat effectiveness here has been greatly improved again. I saw bursts of exploding fire snakes shooting out from the sand dunes. The fire snakes shot straight into the sky, as if they were going to explode the clouds in the night sky. Captain Gabri took a deep breath again and felt that if Hawkeye was promoted to a 2nd-level powerhouse before coming, Baron Serdek might not hire the sea giant mercenary group. Gulitem sat in front of the big iron pot and watched the women busy cooking. This was his happiest time every day. Pieces of juicy horse meat were thrown into the soup pot. Although it was still a little hard from the cold, it didn't matter to him. He wasn't afraid of eating it raw anyway. These women who were captured from the desert oasis finally found their place in the team again after a few days of adaptation and Selena's tireless guidance. They began to behave actively and set their first small goal, just to at least make myself look less useless. Of course, what they don't know is that Serdek has lower requirements for them. As long as he doesn't use despicable means to attract enemies in the desert and doesn't drag down the entire team, then he doesn't mind them continuing to live. Now they have actively taken over the task of cooking. In just a few days, the ogre Gulitem became a staunch supporter of these female prisoners. Now he rarely goes to the horse pen to see the camels. There is so much horse meat here, and he prefers to eat meat. Take a gulp of soup. Gulitem also suffered some injuries during the last battle, but after eating Highside during this period, Gulitem's injuries have almost completely healed. Gulitem didn't even raise his eyes to look at the fire snake on the top of the dune. Andrew held half a bag of grain pancakes and placed it at the ogre's feet. He looked up at the fireworks exploding on the sand dunes, and was so surprised that he could not speak for a long time. Gulitem saw the surprise on Andrew's face and said angrily, "I knew it would be like this. The power in his body has been suppressed for a long time." Andrew looked at Gulitem and asked, "Gulitem, can you see the power contained in his body?" The ogre nodded honestly and added, "It's an intuition. Then see if I have such power in my body?" Andrew stood in front of Gulitem, took a deep breath, and asked seriously. Gulitem looked at it carefully for a few times before saying, "Yes, but it's not fully charged yet. Our leader also has some, but I can't understand it." "Then have you?" Andrew asked curiously. Gulitem chuckled and replied in a naive voice, "We ogres don't need to advance. We just need to eat more and keep making ourselves stronger." "All right." Andrew put down the grain bag and turned around to leave with a depressed look on his face. He couldn't envy the ogre's innate fighting talent. In the days after Weru was promoted to the 2nd rank, he has been repeatedly testing his power. The visual range of his eagle eye has almost doubled, and he can see all movements within a radius of 20 kilometers in the open area. Those activity during this period has also made the bandit groups who want to sneak up have suffered a lot. After he discovers the bandit group, He usually goes up to him single-handedly. None of these sand bandits on the edge of the desert can resist a second-level bandit. The rage of the strong. Even if they die, the sand pirates will not think about looking for Viru, because they can feel how cruel the venomous snake behind them is. For them, the best way is to escape from here with excellent horsemanship. The further away from him the better. Serdak's expedition lasted nearly 43 days, and wiped off all the desert oases near the edge of the deserted land from the map. Looking at the map spread out on the wooden table, the desert area was filled with various lines. Serdak gradually explored the terrain surrounding the deserted land. In the tent were Captain Gabri of the Sea Giant Mercenary Group, Andrew, Selena, Vilu and others. Serdak was squatting next to the wooden table, using a quill pen to plot some information on the map. Andrew came close to Soldak, looked at the map and asked, "Boss, which oasis are we going to destroy this time?" Serdak put down the quill in his hand and drew a straight line on the map leading to the entrance to the deserted land, and then said, "I don't plan to go any further. The battle plan formulated this time has been realized. We will return to Wall Village tomorrow morning." Captain Gabri finally felt relieved. He had been spending these days in the desert, and the harsh climate and environment made everyone miserable. "It's over so soon. Time flies so fast," Captain Gabri said. Andrew also said with deep emotion, "Finally, I don't have to chew the sand here anymore. I hope these sand pirates can become smarter this time, and don't always make us come over to clean them up." However, he said with regret, "the veterans of these cavalry battalions can barely fight on horseback. If they experience a few more battles, maybe they will become more perfect, as long as they look like cavalry." Soldak didn't have too strict requirements for his private soldiers, and he had even lower requirements for the reserve knights in the guard camp. Those young knights in the reserve also have the look of knights. During this period, they also suffered a lot, but it seems to have been of great help to them. Let's go back. I can't wait to show everyone what we have gained this time. Vera looked at the map and felt that the buffer zone at the edge of the desert was still a little narrow. He was a little worried that the sand bandits would retaliate against the villagers in the deserted land. He frowned and said, "Actually, we can still walk inside." Serdak shook his head and said, "It's too late. We have to return to Wall Village before spring comes." Then he added, "The successful elimination of these sand pirates this time is not only thanks to the mercenaries of the sea giants, but also thanks to Vera's help." The next day, Serdak led the team on their way back. Serdak crossed the Void Gate and came to the sulfur mine camp in Pudu Mountain again. The camp was filled with all kinds of war materials, including fodder, food, weapons, saddle covers, tents, leather, etc. 17 desert oases were looted this time, of which there were 7 oases that the sand thieves had no time to evacuate with supplies. Serdak basically looted all the desert oases. Aphrodite was lying on a flat volcanic rock slab, holding a thick magic book and reading it carefully, ignoring Serdak, who came out of the Void Gate.